Chapter 1 Love Loss. Qin Feng, let's break up. I still feel like we're not quite right. At the entrance of Harbor University, a young girl with a flamboyant dress and a slender figure with white skin rushed at Qin Feng and said, after saying these words, she turned around and got into a white BMW sedan parked at the entrance of the school, leaving Qin Feng alone in the wind. For the girl's words that she had just uttered at him, Qin Feng's side had more or less already been surprised. After all, he has heard the most words in his life, is just that sentence. Although he wasn't ugly, he was still a handsome man. Originally, he thought that in this life, as long as a man was handsome, he could do whatever he wanted and be loved by all the girls in the world. But until this moment, after living for more than 20 years and experiencing a series of severe beatings from society as well as women, Qin Feng realized that for men, in addition to handsome, there was another crucial word. And this word is no other than money. It had to be said that sometimes money could, to a certain extent, indeed defeat handsome. Just like the owner of the white BMW 5 Series that his ex-girlfriend had just gotten into, Yang Fan, a rich second generation from Seaport University, an absolute ugly one, with a big bald head, fat as hell, completely incomparable to him in terms of appearance, too much difference. But what Qin Feng equally understood was that no matter how handsome he was ultimately no match for the big gold Rolex watch on Yang Fan's wrist that was worth tens of thousands of oceans, as well as the shiny BMW 5 Series car keys. Hey, Jian, do you have time in the evening? Have a drink together. I've fallen out of love. Thinking of this, Qin Feng silently sighed, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and called his good brother Zhang Jian, wanting to have a drink with the latter in the evening, to have a wave of alcohol to drown his sorrows. Although he had long gotten used to this kind of thing about lost love, Lu Yu, like the few girlfriends he had had before, had only been with him for a while because she saw how handsome he was. Qin Feng had thought that he would be with this group of people for a long time, but it was not until now that he came to a great realization. In this world, you can't keep people just by being handsome. The only long-term solution was to add monetary support behind the handsome. No brother, I will finish the examination next month, so this period of time to quit drinking. You don't feel too bad. You and Lu Yu split up quite good. That woman I have long seen her can't, has been with the school's rich second generation of Yang Fan eye to eye. The two of them together is sooner or later. You two break up. For you, is also a good thing. Can not hold the sand, simply raise it. Qin Feng originally intended to get drunk with his good brother to get rid of the melancholy in his heart, but he had to take the exams next month, so he didn't touch alcohol or color during this period of time. Okay brother, then I'll drink by myself at night. Qin Feng sighed after hearing this and silently hung up the phone. It seemed like he could only drink by himself tonight, but he doesn't want to drink alone. As the saying goes, one person drinking wine is drunk. Drinking wine by oneself is even more sorrowful. That's just how it is. He must find a companion to do so. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly remembered a location where he could find a person to drink with him, and is still a beautiful beauty. Although the age may be a little bit older, but it does not matter. Qin Feng today just want to find someone to drink with him. As long as the other party is a woman, can drink on the line, the other does not matter. 8 p.m. Qin Feng finds a most handsome sports suit from the dormitory closet and puts it on, coats his medium-length hair with light hairspray, and uses a comb to turn it all upside down and back. Looking at the mature and handsome self in the mirror, Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at why exactly Lu Yu would choose to break up with him. The reason for this may still be the word money that cannot be escaped. It seems that in this day and age, a man without money can't do anything. No matter how handsome he looks, he still has to be almost mean. 8:30 in the evening, Qin Feng carefully dressed up, and put on his value of 1,000 Ocean Casio watch. Then out of the door, he came to the entrance of the school, called an online car, and went straight to a KTV in the center of the seaport, above the moon. Above the moon is a semi-commercial KTV in Harbor City. The facilities inside are not bad. The most important thing is that there are accompanying girls. Of course, since the consumption was relatively mid-range, it was all vegetarian and didn't have some unnecessary flowery endeavors. This was also the reason why Qin Feng chose to go here. One was because he didn't have enough money in hand, only a pitiful 1,000 yen. The second reason was because he also didn't like to engage in all that nonsense, and only wanted to find someone to drink with him this evening. On the road, Qin Feng sat in the back of the cab, opened his bank card balance again to looked at the $1,080, frowned. Chapter 2 Super Reverse System Binding Successful. This $1,000, to say no more, to say no less, was enough for him to stay in the KTV for 4 hours and drink with the girl for a night, but it needed to be operated at the limit for it to work. Extra spending couldn't be had, such as giving the girl waitress a reward or something like that. Qin Feng had been to Above the Moon a few times before, after getting drunk with his friends, and back then the guys were on the AA system. spending a few $100s a person or something like that. He felt that the girls there were quite okay, they were all quite understanding, and figured that he should also be able to find a suitable girl today to accompany him to get drunk and get rid of the depression in his heart. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng took a cab and arrived at the Moon over KTV located in the center of the harbor. After sweeping the driver $10 for the fare, Qin Feng walked down. Since today was a Sunday, there were quite a few people coming over here to play. The parking spaces in front of Above the Moon were almost all full. There is no lack of BMW, Audi, Mercedes-Benz and other C-Class cars, but there are no high-end cars. After all, Above the Moon in the entire harbor city can only be considered as a medium consumption place. Come here to consume. Rich people have, but not too rich. Just entered the Moon above the door. The male waiter at the door will warmly welcome up. Here handsome, long time no see. What Qin Feng never expected was that this stubbled, short waiter with shrewdness and competence written all over his face still remembered him, and as soon as he entered the door, he ran to him, greeted him warmly, and took the initiative to arrange a room for him. Well, I've been rather busy lately. In the face of the male waiter's enthusiasm, Qin Feng only smiled faintly and simply responded. Logically, he should have let the latter take out the payment code at this point, and he would give the other party a tip of $180. However, at the moment, he only had a pitiful $1,000 in his bank card, which really did not support him to carry out additional operations. Otherwise, when he went downstairs to buy the bill, the bank card balance is insufficient can be said. But what he never expected was that this waiter's enthusiasm for him was far from stopping, escorting him all the way to the elevator and pressing the up button for him, before smiling at him with meaningful eyes. Things having come to this, Qin Feng knew that it was no longer possible for him not to do something. Come brother, take out the collection code. I'll sweep you some tips. Qin Feng smiled and took out his cell phone, rushed to the other side and said, all right brother. The other party seems to be waiting for his words in general. Heard Qin Feng this, with lightning speed, pulled out the cell phone from his pocket, for Qin Feng to show the collection code interface that has long been prepared. Big brother, my name is Fei. Later you come to this side to find me on the line. We will add a WeChat, as long as the brother to come here. Designated to the brother arranged satisfaction. Immediately after Fei and took out a hardbox hibiscus king from his pocket. Lit one for Qin Feng, said with a smile. WeChat receives $100. Soon, Fei's side received a 100 yuan tip from Qin Feng, and the smile on his face became even brighter. What's the name, big brother? In the elevator, Fei said excitedly at Qin Feng while leading him up the stairs. It was as if he had found a good big brother who could cover him from now on. Just call me Qin Feng. Qin Feng's side also squeezed out a smile from his face and responded with a laugh. Although Fei was smiling exceptionally happily at the moment, Qin Feng was more or less emo at this moment. Not for anything else, just because when he came he was counting. The only $1,000 left in his bank card was just enough for him to spend for a night on top of the moon. Gave the waiter $100 tip. Suddenly gave his plan disrupted. When he left the checkout may not be enough. So how can not let his heart produce 10,000 sorrow? Congratulations to the host. The super reverse system has been successfully bound and comes with a tenfold cashback mechanism. As long as the host is spending money in the nightclub, it will be returned to the host's bank card in a tenfold manner. And right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from Qin Feng's mind. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Feng's entire body was first confused for a moment, but then he realized what was going on. As a college student, he usually read some web novels and movies and such when he was free, and knew what the system was all about, but he never expected that he would one day obtain a system, and at such a critical moment. What did the system just say? As long as he spends the money he spends out in the nightclub, it will be returned to his bank card in a tenfold manner? Then wouldn't the $100 tip he had just rewarded Fei count as well? Ding dong. Right at this moment, Qin Feng's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Qin Feng then hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. Upon seeing on the cell phone interface that it was a message sent to him from ICBC 95588, the entire person was suddenly shaken. Chapter 3 Change a big one. Dear ICBC user, your bank card with the tail number 4419 just received a transfer of 1,000 yuan, and now the balance is 1,970 yuan. Crap. Surprisingly, it was true. Upon seeing his bank card balance, suddenly changing from 970 yuan just now, to 1,970 yuan, an entire increase of 1,000 oceans, Qin Feng's face immediately burst into smiles. Just because of the lack of money on hand, the fear of checkout chain of sadness instantly disappeared, replaced by a full of excitement. At the same time, he lamented that the system had come too late. If the system could have come a little earlier, Lu Yu would not have broken up with him today, but it doesn't matter. As the saying goes, it's better to come early than coincidentally, and that's just how it is. From now on, with the system, he will definitely let that Luya know that breaking up with him is the most wrong choice she has ever made in her life. Brother Feng, how is this room? Within a short time, Fei brought Qin Feng to a small private room on the 3rd floor of Above the Moon. No, this room is too small. Change the room. Standing at the door of the room, Qin Feng frowned and shook his head. If it were usual, Qin Feng would definitely go in without saying a word. Who cares if the room is small or not? After all, the balance in his bank card is only enough for him to spend in the small package. But now it's different. He had a tenfold cashback system. As long as the money he spent out on the moon above, it would be returned to his bank card in tenfold. It also meant that when he walked out of this KTV, instead of becoming less, the balance of his bank card would increase exponentially. In that case, it would be a long time before he didn't spend a good amount of money. Brother Feng, if you're alone, the small package is actually fine. And if you order another girl, it's just right for 2 people to sit in the room. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Fei was first stunned, and then said with a smile at Qin Feng, "What's the matter, Fei? Do you think your brother Feng is poor? I'll change the house when I say so." Qin Feng then turned his head and said in a serious manner at Fei. The reason why Qin Feng proposed to change to a bigger room was firstly to get more cash back on his spending, and secondly for the sake of platitudes. After all, he was going to order a girl later and get drunk with him tonight. He could not want face, but he still had to give the girl some face, and by changing to a bigger room, the girl he drank with would also stay a little more comfortable. Okay then, Brother Feng. Fei nodded his head after hearing this and immediately brought Qin Feng to the door of another house. How about this room, Brother Feng? Medium package. There's enough room for 7 or 8 people to sit inside. Fei stood at the door of the middle pack, pointed inside the room and said with a smile at Qin Feng. He thought that Qin Feng would be satisfied, but Qin Feng still shook his head in rejection. No, it's still too small. Get a bigger one. Qin Feng rushed at Fei and said slowly. As a matter of fact, the size of this room was indeed fine, and the facilities were all good. When he used to come with his friends, he sat in the middle package, but the private room fee of the middle package was too cheap, only a measly $80 an hour. In the past, for a poor student like Qin Feng, this $80 would be a lot of money, but still, times are different nowadays. Right now he has already obtained the 10 times cashback system, and a medium package can only give him 800 yang cashback per hour. This 800 oceans is still a bit insufficient. He wants the kind that can give him thousands or even tens of thousands of cashback an hour. Brother Feng, if you're alone, the middle pack is quite enough, and you can have a good time with your old sister. If you change to a bigger room, the private room fee will also increase. Fei rushed at Qin Feng and advised him with a serious face. After all, Qin Feng had rewarded him with a $100 tip just now, and at this point in time, in Fei's mind, he had already taken Qin Feng as his good big brother, so it was only right to say a few good words to his big brother. He felt that Qin Feng shouldn't be poor in money, otherwise he couldn't have tipped him $100 just now. But with Qin Feng's attire, as well as the Casio watch on his wrist, this good big brother of his is most likely a bit of a ticket. But I guess it shouldn't be too rich, can only be regarded as a bit of a small amount of money. Plus he had just seen from the door that Qin Feng had taken a cab to come here, which also made him confirm this even more. Fei, when you say that, you're more or less looking down on Brother Feng. Change, get a bigger one. Qin Feng turned his head and patted Fei's shoulder, saying with a resolute face. He knew that Fei was looking out for him. Looking at his attire and the fact that he had taken a taxi to come here, he was probably not a particularly wealthy person and wanted him to spend less money. But Qin Feng wanted to say is, wait until tomorrow. He is afraid that not such a dress, waiting for a couple days or even driving directly over in a Mercedes Big G was not out of the question. As long as he spends enough at the nightclub, then everything is possible. Chapter 4 Heaven's gift is not to be taken, but to be blamed for it. Alright Brother Feng, then we'll change the house again. Seeing how determined Qin Feng was, Fei's side had no choice but to lead Qin Feng to another room. How about this one Brother Feng? It's big enough to seat 20 people inside. You and your sister will have no problem running in it. It's just that the price is a little expensive. $500 an hour. If I say we should sit in that middle bag, the middle bag is quite good. Standing at the door of the large bag of nearly 50 square meters, Fei pointed inside and said to Qin Feng. In fact, Fei's side is not afraid of Qin Feng spending money. After all, Qin Feng tonight's consumption. His side also has a commission. Only he see Qin Feng is relatively young. Not like a particularly rich look. To be because of a one-time consumption too much. Not come in the future on the. Qin Feng looked at the inside of the big bag. Still shook his head. Originally, Fei thought that Qin Feng was after hearing that the hourly room charge of the big bag was as high as 500 yang an hour. He felt that it was too expensive and wanted to change back to the middle bag. But he didn't expect Qin Feng's next words to surprise Fei. No, it's still too small. I remember, don't we have that 100 square foot presidential package in our store? Only to see Qin Feng, after looking inside the large bag, turn his head and punch Fei to continue pursuing the question. In fact, for Qin Feng, this big bag worth $500 an hour money was already very okay. After sitting here for an hour, he would receive as much as 5,000 yen back in his bank card. But still, right now, he had already obtained the system, and if he didn't utilize the system as soon as possible to boost his bank card balance, when would he wait? As the saying goes, if God gives you something you don't take, you will be blamed for it. That's just how it is said. Ah, the total presidential package? The presidential package, but it costs $2,000 per hour. Are you sure you want to sit? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Fei was shocked and at a loss for words. At the same time, he once again looked Qin Feng up and down, and took another look at the Casio watch on his wrist, doubting that he was looking at the wrong person. Could it be that this handsome guy in front of him was a top expert who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger, and was actually very powerful behind his back, only that he was more low-key on the surface? Okay, just take the presidential package. Upon hearing that the presidential package was worth as much as 2,000 oceans an hour, Qin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction at Fei, knowing that it was 2,000 oceans. Sitting for an hour, he would be able to reap a cashback of 2,000 oceans. In this way, he had become the one who came here to earn money, and all the waiters and girls in the nightclub had become the ones who accompanied him to earn money. Wouldn't it be beautiful? What more could one ask for? Okay, brother Feng, I'll ask for you to see if the big bag is empty now. Unable to do anything else, Fei could only pick up the walkie-talkie and ask the bar. I'm sorry, brother Wind, since today is a busy Sunday, the only 2 presidential bags in this store are already full. Why don't we sit in the big bag first today, and wait for the next time? The next time you come, the presidential bag will be designated for you to arrange on. Moments later, after receiving the message in Fei's ear, he said with a slight apology to Qin Feng. Hearing Fei's words, Qin Feng's side was also quite disappointed. Not for anything else, just because it was hard to get a chance to spend cash back once he came to Moonrise. The most expensive presidential package hadn't even sat on it, losing a wave of excellent opportunities to increase the balance of his bank card. How could it not make him feel deeply lost? To know, Qin Feng was anticipating wanting his bank card balance to dry up to 100,000 when he left from the moon above. But it doesn't matter, although the presidential package did not sit on. Later on, you can still increase consumption from the drinks. Anyway, a place like a nightclub is a place that burns money. Come here not afraid of not spending money, just afraid of not having money to spend. Okay, then today, let's sit in the big bag first. Wait for the next time. Next time I come, no matter what the presidential package, you have to arrange it for me. Qin Feng then nodded and rushed at Fei. Immediately afterward, he was led by Fei to the large pack above the moon to take a seat. Looking at this nearly 50 square feet, unusually wide KTV private room, Qin Feng only had one word in his heart at this moment, and that was, cool. Indeed, as Fei said, she and her old sister will have no problem running in the race here. Okay, brother Wind, then today we'll first sit here. Wait for the next time we will sit in the presidential package. As for the drinks, let's go back to the old 380 package. Fei picked up the walkie-talkie and asked Qin Feng. In the past, when Qin Feng and his friends came here, they ordered the 380 set menu, 24 bottles of small Harbin beer, with a complimentary fruit plate and snacks. Let's lead the girl in first. The set menu or whatever. We'll order it later. Sitting on the large sofa, Qin Feng slowly pulled out a box of $7 red gold dragon from his pocket, put one in his mouth and lit it, said to Fei, packages and other things do not matter at the moment. With the cashback system, no row of 380 packages certainly cannot be reordered. Then what is expensive to what? Now the problem is the girl. If tonight, he can't see a suitable escort girl on the moon, then he may have to consider a different place. If he can't, he will go to Caesar's Empire, which is the most upscale KTV in the downtown street of the harbor, and he is not afraid to spend money now anyway. Alright, brother Feng, then you sit down first. I'll bring the girl over now for you to take a look. Fei first smiled at Qin Feng and said, all the girls, all upstairs. Big package 308 to choose the table. Big package 308 to choose the table. Wait, all spirit, in this house is my big brother. Not bad. Immediately after that, he took out his walkie-talkie and said with a serious face, Chapter 5, all call in. In fact, there is a presidential package on top of the moon today. There are a total of 2 presidential packages here that are nearly 100 square feet and charge up to $2,000 per hour, and it just so happens that one is empty today. It was Fei who lied to Qin Feng. The reason why Fei chose to lie with Qin Feng is not for any other reason, only because he was afraid that Qin Feng could not afford to spend. Previously, Qin Feng and his friends had come here a few times, and he had quite an impression of this handsome man who looked like Liang Xiaowei at his peak. Feeling that this stick boy looks really handsome, especially the pair of flashing light electric eyes, but also let a person look at the heart of a burst of inexplicable wild jump. Not to mention the store girls, even his 30-something years old man, after touching will have some feeling. But handsome to handsome, by virtue of Faye previous times in Qin Feng contact, he still feels that this handsome man pocket should not have too many tickets. After all, Qin Feng hadn't been the one to pay the bill a few times before, and all the drinks ordered in the private room were ordinary 380 packages. If Qin Feng came here today because he was drunk, and didn't have too many tickets in his pocket, in case he sat in the presidential package that was as high as 2,000 yen an hour and couldn't afford to settle the bill when he left, it would be ate up. His commission is small, Big Brother's face is big. From the moment Qin Feng gave him the initiative to reward 100 oceans, Faye's heart will be Qin Feng recognized as a good big brother that he can follow in his life. Although Qin Feng may not have so many tickets in his pocket, but this is not important. The important thing is that Qin Feng, this person is real, can be worth a hand. So to be on the safe side, Faye chose to lie to Qin Feng and let him sit in the big bag instead of the top-of-the-line presidential bag. But when waiting to see Qin Feng today after a series of amazing consumption, Faye inner will feel incomparable regret, lamenting that he had miscalculated. Perhaps there was a group of people in this world that were destined to prefer a low profile. If he could have let Qin Feng sit in the presidential package instead of the big package, then the commission he harvested today must be substantially increased by a lot. Of course, this was an afterthought, so let's leave it aside for now. At this moment, when he heard the call from Faye's walkie-talkie on the third floor, a few girls in the PR room on the first floor of Above the Moon were also immediately energized, and hurriedly stood up and wiped and drew on the mirror, because today is Sunday, so today the moon above the girl left is not much. The big public relations room only sits in 4 girls, the rest of them in other rooms busy work. Among these 4 girls, 2 of them are quite young, aged around 20 years old, wearing light blue dresses, dressed unusually pure and attractive. The other 2 were a bit older, but not that much, at around 27 or 8 years old. Compared to the other 2 girls, they were definitely quite a bit older. Brother Faye, how old are the guests coming? If it's too young, I won't go over there. Right at this moment, a woman among the girls wearing a short black skirt with flesh-colored stockings and sexy black high-heeled shoes on her feet, with a slender figure and fair face, took out her cell phone WeChat and rushed to Faye, who was located on the 3rd floor, to ask. This person is called May, this year 28 years old, although looks quite beautiful, and unique charm, but because the age than other girls slightly older, so in the moon is not very good on stage. After all, the man to death is a teenager. The world of men, no matter how old, even if 7 old 80, to the KTV room sit, most will choose a relatively younger one. Of course, Qin Feng was an exception. Early 20s, what's wrong with May? Tell you, the big package 308 inside sitting is my good big brother. People old wow, extremely sophisticated, and pocket especially have tickets. Just before going upstairs also gave me a reward of $100 tip. This house you cannot miss. If later my wind brother chose you, you can be a good thing. It is estimated that from now on he can always find you. I see my wind brother is a dedicated man, not promiscuous. WeChat that end. Faye heard the meaning of May, rushed to say, I hope she can come to this house to choose a station, even if it is just to try it out. Should not say, although Faye and Qin Feng contact time is relatively short, but in the nightclub crawling so many years, Faye contact guests are also more. What man, what kind? He can see at a glance. Faye feels that Qin Feng and other horny guests are not the same. Other people come here to play is to want to take advantage of some cheap. Qin Feng maybe simply want to drink some wine, looking for a person to talk about their feelings. This is also Faye persuade May to come to this house to choose the reason. Maybe Qin Feng accidentally choose her. Hearing Faye's words, Nini's side of the heart appeared a little shaken, and decided to just go to Qin Feng's side to choose a little to try. Let's go Nini. Go inside and take a look. If it doesn't work out, then come back again. Her best friend, who was the same age as her, also advised her, and then smiled as she took her hand and walked towards the door. May had no choice but to follow her best friend and the other 2 younger girls up the stairs to the door of the 308 private room where Qin Feng was. Brother Feng, the girls have all arrived. Now call them all in. Will you take a look? After the only 4 girls left over the moon were all in place, Faye knocked on the door of room 308 and walked in and said with a smile at Qin Feng, alright, call them all in. Hearing Faye's words, Qin Feng took a deep breath, finished the last puff of his cigarette, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, nodded his head at Faye and said, at this moment, although Qin Feng had obtained a system that was bullish to the extreme, he should logically be flying high with joy. However, realistically speaking, Qin Feng realized that there was still more or less some emo hidden within his heart. The reason for this is that Qin Feng probably feels that it is still somewhat related to his loss of love this afternoon. As the saying goes, people are not grass and trees. Who can have no feelings? How to say? Qin Feng is also in early 20s, just stepped into the society of the boy. There is a saying, that is, which young man is not sentimental? Which young girl is not spring? And Liu get along with time is not long and not short. Just good 3 months. This 3 months is enough for him to fall in love with a person. To a heterosexual feelings. Having said that, from the moment Liu broke up with him at the entrance of Harbor University today, and sat in the passenger side of Young Fan's BMW in front of him, Qin Feng knew that there was no possibility of him having anything more to do with her in his life. Even if one day, the latter kneeled in front of him to beg him, that is not possible, because the Qin Feng inner deeply remembered a sentence, that is, once unfaithful, lifelong use, said, but that's it, there is no problem. Qin Feng is such a man with personality. After all, once unfaithful, lifelong unfaithful. So for the next girl who was about to enter the house, Qin Feng more or less still held some expectations within his heart. Hopefully, it would allow him to pick a girl who looked right to him in the next election, to forget all the unpleasantness of today, as well as that smelly Liu. Chapter 6, Mayumi stays, the others go out. All girls, 308 into the room to choose a stage. 308 into the room to choose a stage. After hearing Qin Feng's words after the girls could enter the room, Fei hurriedly turned his head and stood at the door of room 308, clapped his hands vigorously and roared loudly at the 4 girls waiting outside. Then he pushed open the door of the room and walked in, opening the door for the 4 girls who were about to enter the room. The first ones to enter the room were 2 younger girls who had just turned 20 years old. These 2 girls were all wearing dresses, revealing their smooth and white thighs, their feet covered in smiles as they looked at Qin Feng with affection. And these 2 people are about 167 tall, looks unusually young and beautiful. If the average guest sees, certainly will not hesitate to stay, simply will not look at the back of the kind. However, Qin Feng was not an ordinary guest. When he saw the 2 people who appeared in front of him first, he immediately frowned, and a great loss and disappointment welled up in his heart, not for any other reason, but only because these 2 people were too similar to Liu. Upon seeing them, Qin Feng could always unconsciously think of Liu. This feeling was exceptionally unpleasant, as if he was being fed a mouthful of. Right now Qin Feng would like to change a place. Really can't go to the most upscale KTV Caesar's Empire in the entire seaport city, although today is on Sunday, but I'm sure Caesar's free girls will be unusually large. Will always be able to let him find a preferred. Can be in today's fast and easy to accompany him to drink a game of wine, so that he forgets that Liu, as well as all the unpleasant people in the past. Although Qin Feng was thinking this way, the moment the other 2 girls entered the room, Qin Feng's just lost heart was immediately lifted up, only to see these 2 girls, and just the girl is very different. Body does not have a trace of Liu's shadow, although slightly older so a little bit, but this is not important. The important thing is not let him think of Liu. This is enough. Qin Feng then turned his gaze outwardly towards the last 2 girls, especially the last one, which caused ripples in his heart. Only to see this person long can be said to be hooked and thrown, height close to 1m7 or so, wearing a black gauze skirt, flesh-colored stockings, feet stepped on sexy black ladybird shoes, fair face and slender body. The main thing is that a pair of beautiful eyes, like the bright moon in the sky. The moment he saw this person, it instantly caused Qin Feng's heart to tremble with an electrifying feeling. Although Qin Feng had previously come to the nightclub to play quite a few times and had seen quite a few girls, however, what Qin Feng had to admit was that this person gave him a feeling that was different from everyone else. Most notably, there was not a single trace of Liu's aura on her body, and she was the complete opposite of Liu as 2 women. If she were to sit beside him, it would not remind him of half of that smelly Liu at all, and that would be enough. Brother Feng, since today is Sunday, the store is quite busy. If you don't have a favorite, do you think we should wait a little while? Later on, if there's a girl off stage in another house, I'll immediately lead her over to Brother Feng. Seeing Qin Feng looking at these 4 girls dumbfounded, Fei-side thought Qin Feng did not see the desired girl. Rush to Qin Feng said with an apologetic face, and to his surprise, Qin Feng's next words were greatly out of his expectation. The girl standing at the end, what's your name? Only to see Qin Feng slowly pull out a $7 hard box of red gold dragons from his pocket, take out one and put it in his mouth to light it up, take a deep breath, point to Mimi who was standing in the last place, and ask with a smile, me? Mimi also did not expect Qin Feng to suddenly ask about her name, and immediately widened her eyes and stretched out her index finger to point at her face, saying with a shocked expression, Big brother is asking you. Fei hurriedly stretched out his hand when he saw this and gently pushed Mei's hindquarters, saying, although Mimi had yet to understand what Qin Feng meant, but as a man himself, Fei simply understood men too well. The moment the red and gold dragon was lit up in Qin Feng's hand, Mimi sitting in this house was the nail in the coffin, and all that was left was to go through the process. Brother Feng, my name is Mimi. Mei then hurriedly squeezed out a smile from her face and responded at Qin Feng. Her heart was covered in shock and overwhelm. It was because from the moment she entered this house, there was no expectation within her heart for Qin Feng to be able to leave her behind. Much less did she expect that Qin Feng would take the initiative to ask about her name. Not for anything else, just because sitting on the sofa Qin Feng is really too young and exceptionally handsome, has Hong Kong and Taiwan star Liang Qiaowei style. How could such a young and handsome guy look at an old woman like her? If it would definitely be God's arrangement, or a destiny that she and this handsome guy called Feng were destined to have in the underworld. Good. Mei stays, the others go out. Qin Feng then smiled heartily, nodded heavily at Fei who was standing in the doorway and said with a smile. The reason why Qin Feng was the first to ask Mimi's name just now before leaving her behind was because he was afraid that this woman was called Yu, in case her name carried the same words as Lu Yu. That would be *ket up. But fortunately it didn't. Qin Feng felt that perhaps this was a kind of fate in the underworld, allowing him to meet this woman in front of him for a short night. And at this moment, Qin Feng didn't know that his fate with Mimi was much more than that. Later on he would utilize the system to swipe a large sum of money on Mimi's body. While helping Mei, he was also helping himself by obtaining a large amount of money, giving his life outside of the nightclub a qualitative boost. Of course, this was all an afterthought as well, so let's leave it aside for now. When Qin Feng's side determined that he chose to keep Mimi, his other three girls walked out with a lost look on their faces. On her way out, Mimi's best friend, who was about the same age as her, even gave her a smiling look, signaling that she had picked up a treasure, because a young and handsome guest like Qin Feng, quite like peak Hong Kong and Taiwan star Liang Qiaowei, not to mention Mimi, even she wanted to accompany him, only perhaps because there is no one Qin Feng destined in the netherworld of that destiny it, and at this time, she didn't know that her destiny with Qin Feng was also not shallow, only not as deep as Mimi's with Qin Feng. Brother Feng, what are we going to have for the drink package? Why don't the two of us just order that 380 set menu, and drink more with Brother Feng tonight? It looks like Brother Feng is most likely unhappy today, a bit preoccupied, and wants to get drunk, or else he wouldn't be able to come over here alone. After Mei made a Qin Feng's side of the seat, first picked up the cell phone and the group reported a station, followed by picking up the table Qin Feng $7 a box of red gold dragon. For Qin Feng lit a cigarette, said with a smile, Chapter 7, have a Hennessy set meal. I won't come for the 380 set meal. I want to drink some red today. Qin Feng took the cigarette that Mei lit for him and placed it to his mouth and took a deep breath before smiling at the other party. It was also true that in the past, when he came over here, what he ordered through was a 380 drink package, 24 bottles of Little Harbin beer, with accompanying fruit plate snacks. But today is not the same. Today he has obtained the night consumption 10 times cashback system. Naturally cannot be with the previous buckle search. Point that area of 380 drinks package. Naturally what is expensive to what? And there is no doubt that in the KTV this kind of place, red wine package. Of course, then the beer is much more expensive. Are the two of us going to drink red wine? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Nini's side was first stunned, followed by an involuntary smile on her face as she smiled at Qin Feng. Not for anything else. Mei being a girl of the night, compared to beer, she was naturally willing to drink red wine as well. It was only that she did not expect that Qin Feng, who had come to spend money alone, would want to order the red wine package as well. Anymore, the red wine package was much more expensive than the beer package and was suitable for multiple people to consume. Well, just red wine. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. Then Brother Feng, let's come to that $1,000 red wine package, how about it? Bring a bottle of fine red wine. It also comes with 24 bottles of small beer. We are tired of red wine. We can also use beer to cover our caps. There are also drinks and snacks and whatnot, so it's quite good. Mei then looked at Qin Feng's eyes and seriously recommended the lowest grade red wine package in the store for him, which was worth 1,000 oceans, because she felt that Qin Feng's attire, as well as the $7 box of red gold dragon he smoked, did not look like so too rich a customer. Although she, Mimi, was the girl on top of the moon, and should logically find a way to make more money for the store, she was not a bad heart, and could not tamper with the guests to spend unnecessary money, especially those whose financial strength was not that high. Mei was thinking this way, but Qin Feng's next words were greatly out of her expectation. Without coming to this, what's the most expensive drink package in our store? Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, Qin Feng just smiled faintly, gently shook his head, and slowly said, indicating that he didn't even look at that so-called 000 yuan lowest grade red wine package, and that if he wanted to drink today, he would drink the most expensive one, or he wouldn't drink it. The most expensive? Our store's most expensive wine package, but it's worth $10,000. There's a bottle of high-grade Hennessy red wine, and other alcoholic beverages and fruit plates and whatnot, although the quality and quantity are very good, but if there are only 2 of us, it's not too cost-effective to order that, so it's better not to come. If you want to drink red wine, I'll just ask for a $1,000 package in the group now. Don't come that expensive. Maymay shook her head in a hurry and said at Qin Feng, Ah Fei, give me a Hennessy wine package on this house. Hurry up. But he didn't expect Qin Feng to give Mimi this chance at all, and immediately took out his cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Ah Fei. Unbeknownst to him, when he heard Mimi say that the most expensive wine package above the moon was 10,000 yang apiece, his heart had long been happy to know that was 10,000 oceans. If he ordered one, he would receive a rebate of 100,000 oceans directly to him tonight. Initially set the cashback goal to complete. How can not let him feel heartfelt happiness? Okay, Le Feng, this will give you up. 308 private room Hennessy set meal. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Fei's side also hurriedly responded. When Qin Feng finished ordering Hennessy set meal, sitting next to him, Maymay is still in a state of bewilderment. She couldn't help but stretch out her eyes and quietly look Qin Feng up and down. How she looked at him. Qin Feng didn't seem like the kind of person who was particularly rich. And smoking cigarettes are worth $7 a box of Red Gold Dragon. And even her girl smoking cigarettes are much more expensive than Qin Feng. Could it be that Qin Feng was a hidden rich second generation, but just liked to keep a low profile? Maymay could only have this explanation when she thought about it. Come Maymay, first time I see you. WeChat collection code out. Send you a red packet. No other meaning. Meeting is fate. You guys are quite difficult. Hard work tonight. And the next thing that makes Maymay even more did not expect happened. Her side just sat down less than a minute. Qin Feng even directly let her take out the collection code to send her a red envelope. Although Qin Feng's enthusiasm and boldness touched her, making her feel that she was really lucky today, bumping into such a nice handsome man, but honestly, she couldn't accept this wave of Qin Feng's maneuver. Although she could accept this red packet, she still understood the principle of fishing for big fish with a long line. To ask for someone's red packet after just getting to know them was not good in any way. If she could keep Qin Feng's heart and make him come to her more in the future, that would be the way to go. No way. Brother Feng, we all ordered such an expensive drink package. There's no need for you to send me the red packet. I hope Brother Feng has a good time drinking tonight. That would be Mimi's greatest honor. Maymay said as she hurriedly took the cell phone she had placed on the table and tucked it into her pocket. Rushing at Qin Feng and shaking her head righteously, she said. Looking at this expression and reaction of Maymay, Qin Feng's side was also a bit surprised and was equally dumbfounded and a bit at a loss for words. Not for anything else. To know, he had just ordered the most expensive drink package above the moon, worth 10,000 oceans and now he only has a measly $1,970 in his bank card. Not even enough for a fraction of the Hennessy package. When he went down to the checkout, he would be embarrassed, so he had to take advantage of his own departure. Before he left, his bank card balance brushed to $10,000 or more to be able to, and the easiest and fastest way to do that was to launch a red envelope to Maymay in front of him. No way Maymay, if you don't accept it today, I'm leaving and I don't want that Hennessy package either. Qin Feng then said firmly at Maymay while making a gesture to put on his jacket, and if Maymay didn't accept it, then he might really have to leave today. After all, he only had over $900 on his card right now, which was enough to pay for that 10,000 plus dollar Hennessy package. Don't, big brother, I'll take it, but don't send me more. Send a few dozen dollars. Mean it. Let me ask for a color on the line. Seeing that Qin Feng was going to leave, Maymay's side had no choice but to pull out her collection code and stop Qin Feng. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be quite the shaft, and when he said he would do something, he had to do it. Sure enough, he was a man like a king. She liked it, and without realizing it, Maymay's good feelings towards Qin Feng went up another notch. That was every woman's deepest attachment to a domineering president. Chapter 8 Obtaining Master Level Singing. Okay, that's right, Mimi, just remember, women don't need to do anything in this life. The only thing they need to do is to be obedient. Qin Feng's side then followed with a sigh of relief. Opened WeChat sweep and swept Maymay's collection code before entering a string of numbers on it. WeChat collection arrived at 888 yuan. In the next second, a crisp beep sounded from Maymay's cell phone. Hearing this sound, Maymay's entire body froze. Seeing this huge amount of 888 renminbi received in her cell phone, her entire body was confused. She had originally thought that Qin Feng sending her an 88 yuan red packet would already be tops. After all, the guests who came here to play. If they sent extra red envelopes to the girls, it would be at most $100. There had never been one like Qin Feng who sent out a huge sum of nearly $1,000 at a time. This $888 was more than her 2-hour table fee. One should know that for her to sit on the stage for 2 hours, she would only earn around $200, which was equivalent to $100 an hour. Brother Feng, this red packet you sent me is too big, isn't it? Did you send it wrong? I'll transfer it back to you now if you sent it wrong. Mimi on her side thought that Qin Feng had sent the wrong one and accidentally pressed an extra 8. Making a gesture to open the sweep, she was going to transfer it back to Qin Feng. No Mimi, this is the red packet I transferred to you. There's no mistake. Qin Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, $88. In the past, he, Qin Feng, swept it out, but now that he had a tenfold cashback system, he could say nothing about it. What he just wanted to sweep for Mimi was the real deal, $888. And right at this moment, the cell phone he placed in his pocket suddenly vibrated. If there was no accident, it should be that the cashback given to him by the system had arrived, and then with a trembling hand with an excited heart, he quietly took out his cell phone from his pocket and turned his head to look at it. Hurrah, found that it was indeed so. Dear ICBC customer Mr. Qin, hello, your tail number 4419 bank card, just received a transfer. Transfer amount 8,880 yuan. Now the account balance of 962 yuan. Looking at the bank card account balance because of a small operation he had just done, the account balance instantly soared to 962 yuan, immediately breaking through the 10,000 yuan mark. How could Qin Feng's heart not feel deeply happy for this? All a little regret, just give May reward tip less. This if more hit a little more. Now his bank card balance is not directly over 10,000, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, the road is long, the night is still very deep. In the next few hours of time, he still has the opportunity to break through his bank card balance of 10,000 oceans. Brother Feng, your Hennessy set meal is here. Soon, Fei outside delivered the Hennessy set meal worth 10,000 oceans that Qin Feng had ordered. There was a bottle of Hennessy red wine, and several large cases of beer, as well as fruit plates, snacks, drinks and whatnot, filling a large table. It could be said that it was value for money, and that the $10,000 had not been spent in vain. Brother Feng, it's nice to meet you today. Thank you for picking me and giving me a red packet of $888. May doesn't say much more. First spin one as a tribute. May then stood up, picked up a small Harbin beer on the table and opened it with her teeth, then raised it above her head and shook it violently for a few rounds before tilting her head back and finishing it in one gulp. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. Phew, awesome, awesome. Seeing this, Qin Feng also couldn't help but suck in a breath of air, wanting to give May a nod of approval. He had to marvel at the fact that the girl he chose today was really wow. Not only was she pretty, but her drinking wasn't bad either. It was really the type he wanted in his heart. Come on, Mimi, you've worked hard. Take a break first. We'll drink again later. Qin Feng then waved at May, signaling the other party to sit down beside him without being too formal. Congratulations to the host. The nightclub girl Mimi's primary adoration value for the host has reached the standard, and has now gained a master-level singing skill, which has been automatically integrated into the host's body. No need to extract it. And right at this moment, in Qin Feng's mind, a system voice suddenly came. Upon hearing this sound, Qin Feng's entire being was blindsided for a moment, not for any other reason, simply because he originally thought that this system he had obtained simply possessed the cashback function of swiping money and had no other additional rewards. But it wasn't until he heard that voice just now that he realized that this super reversal system that he had bound himself to had much more than just a tenfold cashback on money swipes, and there were other even more wonderful things as well. What did the system just say? That he had gained the master singing skill because the nightclub girl, May, had reached the primary adoration value for him? It had to be said that if this skill was really rewarded to him, it would really be bullish to the extreme. It must be known that although he, Qin Feng, was a first-class handsome man, but in the aspect of singing, he really wasn't very good, and it belonged to his weak point. In the past, when he and his friends went to the KTV to have fun, they all chose not to sing, not willing to lose face in front of their friends, but now it was different. If he really obtained the master-level singing skill, it also meant that every song he sang now was no longer that former self. Instead, it was a brand new him, a bullish person with master-level singing feats. Brother Feng, why don't you sing a song to warm up the stage? What do you want to sing? I'll order it for you. Just as Qin Feng was about to order a song to see if he had actually obtained master-level singing feats or not, he didn't expect May to suddenly run over to the song ordering table and said with a smile at Qin Feng, okay, then you can order me a song called 7 Friends. I don't sing very well, so don't take offense. Since this was the case, Then Qin Feng could only be respectful, scratched his head and said with a smile at Maymay, "It's fine. Brother Feng came here to play just to have fun. Singing and stuff is secondary. In a while when Brother Feng finishes singing, we'll both drink." I didn't expect that after hearing Qin Feng's words, Mimi took them seriously and really thought that Qin Feng wasn't very good at singing. Unbeknownst to her, that was only the previous Qin Feng. The current Qin Feng, even when standing in front of professional singers, his singing level was no less. After Maymay finished ordering songs for Qin Feng, not long after, a melodious melody resounded within the private room of the KTV. The song Seven Friends was a Cantonese song that Qin Feng had always liked, but he had never sung it in a KTV. For one thing, it was because his singing skills were not good enough in the first place. Secondly, he wasn't from Guangdong and his Cantonese level was equally bad. Right now, he didn't know if he could sing this classic Cantonese song well with his master-level singing skills. Chapter 9. Is he singing so good? And to be honest, Maymay's side wasn't that excited about Qin Feng's singing from the very beginning. In Maymay's opinion, Qin Feng was definitely considered to be the only big handsome guy in this world, looking so handsome in terms of appearance that I'm afraid that any normal girl in the world, in front of Qin Feng, would have a wave of heart-stopping feelings, with her heart beating faster and her adrenal glands spiking. If such an epic handsome guy was amazing in terms of singing, wouldn't that leave no room for other men to live? Maymay didn't believe that Qin Feng's singing voice could still be as amazing as his looks, but what she didn't expect was that the moment Qin Feng opened his mouth, he stunned her. She looked at Qin Feng dumbfounded, her eyes wide and her mouth open. She couldn't imagine that such a beautiful voice could come from the mouth of the man sitting beside her. If Maymay hadn't pressed backing vocals for Qin Feng beforehand, at this moment, she would have thought that Qin Feng had turned on the original song. For her sake, again, she is reluctantly going to talk about love. Again, she is pulling herself together to comfort others. If it is difficult to get back together, then let go as soon as possible. Look away from everything, and then again, no lover can still love themselves, forget or lament for themselves. Laughing about those sinking into the sea of bitterness will be harmful. Not to mention Maymay, even Qin Feng when he opened his voice at the moment, he was really amazed by the sound he made. It was a completely different feeling from what he felt before he acquired the master singing skill. When the previous him sang, even if he put his best foot forward, he wouldn't necessarily be able to sing well. And the person he was just now, almost without exerting much effort, just playing casually, had already sung the feeling of the song to the extreme. That kind of sadness, that kind of low and sexy voice, was even better than the original song. Crap, I didn't expect Brother Feng to sing so well. At this moment, even Fei, who was standing in the middle of the corridor above the moon, couldn't help but tremble in disbelief after hearing that melodious sound coming out of room 308. How could he not believe that the song he just sang would be sung by Qin Feng? Because to be honest, Qin Feng had come here once before to sing a song, and it happened to be heard by Fei. If he remembered correctly, that time Qin Feng should have sung a song called The Sea by Zhang Yuxing. At that time, Qin Feng's singing voice gave him a feeling that was, how should I put it, hard to describe. However, when he heard it again, Fei's feeling was completely different. Only then did he realize that Qin Feng was just pretending when he came with his friends. Only in front of his favorite girl, Qin Feng would show his serious singing attitude and show his singing voice. Not only Fei, even the three girls who had just come out of the 308 private room and were standing in the corridor above the moon waiting to be selected for the stage were also shaken when they heard Qin Feng's singing voice. Immediately after that, they unconsciously drifted their gazes towards room 308. For Mimi to be able to accompany Qin Feng today, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. Envy Maymay tonight even took the great luck. Can a company to Qin Feng such a beauty and talent coexist? And the pocket ticket seems to be quite a lot of men. Really is too lucky, because I was strong enough to utilize my pain and convert it into love. Against the fact that I was so worried about her that I no longer remembered that I also had the right to love people. Who has ever taken care of my feelings, treated me tenderly, kissed my wounds? The comfort you can get is a loyal dog who is grateful for a lost love. Who has ever minded that I also do not feel good, to stand up for me, touched my hand? Those who are born again go away, and who has sorrowed for the angels? Sweet words are not there, but there's a buddy in me. On the other hand, inside the 308 private room, Qin Feng's song Seven Friends was still in full swing. After obtaining master-level singing skills, it could be said that Qin Feng was getting more and more high and energized as he sang as if he had divine assistance. The Maymay on the side was mesmerized and goosebumps fell all over the place. Even his Cantonese, which he usually couldn't speak well at all, was unusually standardized when he sang. Qin Feng's song Seven Friends at this time was even better than the original song. He truly sang that feeling of being sad, but being unable to do anything about it. With or without saying, the truth of the matter is that this is the case. There is no problem at all. not for any other reason, just because apart from the master-level singing skills Qin Feng had acquired. At this moment, Qin Feng was singing this song with feelings in it as well. The moment he thought of the past 3 months with Lu Yu, it made him feel incomparably heartbroken as well as resentful. Resentment is not because of Lu Yu, but because of himself. Since the early know the end, early understand cannot hold the sand dry. Yang at this sentence of the gold. Why he cannot be a little earlier to make a decision. Early breakup with Lu Yu. The end of this is not supposed to be together in love. Rather, he had to wait for the latter to propose and give him a big embarrassment in front of so many people at the school gate, saying 1,000 words. Qin Feng felt that it was still because he was incapable. Not just incapable, but also without the heart and vision. Not to mention the kind of ambition and determination of a man. But Qin Feng swore that from now on, everything would be different. He was no longer the past self that was indecisive and hesitant when it came to things. Instead, he was a brand new Qin Feng. Next he would use his actual actions to tell everyone and that Lu Yu that he, Qin Feng, was definitely a true king. Unconsciously, 3 minutes passed, and Qin Feng's classic song 7 Friends was finished. At this moment, the large 308 private room was silent. Qin Feng, who had returned to his senses, turned his head and looked at Mimi, who was sitting beside him. He found that the latter did not know when, but had already been sitting there motionless, just staring at himself in a daze, and there were also some tears in his eyes. What's wrong, Maymay? Did I sing too badly? Looking at Maymay's appearance, Qin Feng was more or less baffled. Picking up a glass of Hennessy that had long been poured on the table and placing it on his lips, he smiled at Maymay and asked. Immediately afterward, he tilted his head and drank the red wine in the cup in one gulp. No, brother Feng, it's because your singing is so good. This is the best song I've ever heard. 7 Friends. A moment later, Maymay said as she looked at Qin Feng and shook her head vigorously. It was also true that just like what Maymay said, when she was working before, she had also heard other customers sing this song 7 Friends, but when the 7 Friends sung by others was compared to Qin Feng, how could she say it? It was that all of them combined were not even as good as a hair on Qin Feng's leg. Come on, brother Feng, I'll shin another one. Have fun tonight. Maymay then didn't have any hesitation and immediately picked up a bottle of Xiao Harbin on the table, tilted her head, raised it above her head, and flaunted off another bottle of beer within 3 seconds. Chapter 108888 Transfer. Maymay's drinking stance had really scared Qin Feng as well. When he came to the KTV to drink, Qin Feng's favorite thing to watch was the girls spinning bottles, but actually come to the nightclub so many times, he watched the girls spinning bottle times are few and far between. After all, the bottle spinning this extreme operation, on the girl, or relatively rare. In most cases, need to insert the bill in the bottle mouth. The other side will show off. At this time, he and Maymay open drink is less than 20 minutes. The other side to show off 2 bottles of beer. Also cannot help but let Qin Feng heart want to give Maymay again the impulse to reward the tip. One was to pay for the 2 bottles of beer that Mimi had just tipped off. The second was also to add another wave of balance to his bank card. After all, he only had a little over $9,000 in his account right now, which wasn't enough for him to pay the bill for all the purchases he made today at Over the Moon. So in all reason, he had to give Maymay another wave of reward before he could do so. Mimi, meeting each other is fate. I want to add you on WeChat. Is that convenient? Qin Feng then pulled out his cell phone and asked Mimi with a smile. It was decided that after adding Mimi's WeChat, he would transfer money to the other party. If he asked Maymay to take out the collection code again at this time, the latter would more than likely refuse to do so. Okay, brother Feng, can't wait. Upon hearing that Qin Feng wanted to add his WeChat, Mimi's side also appeared to be unusually excited and hurriedly took out her cell phone and displayed her WeChat business card in front of Qin Feng. In fact, Maymay from the first meeting, there is the intention to add Qin Feng's WeChat, but for fear of appearing abrupt will not say out loud. Ready when the wine after 3 rounds and then proposed with the Qin Feng. I did not expect Qin Feng himself took the initiative to mention it, but also let Maymay quite surprised. Hurry to grasp this opportunity. My name is Qin Feng. Just call me Feng. Mimi. Soon, the two added WeChat. Qin Feng's side gave Mimi a note addressed as Mimi. Mimi's side, on the other hand, gave Qin Feng the note, Brother Feng. Mimi, first time meeting, nothing for you, so I'll send you another red packet to mean something. Thanks for being able to have your company on this night of my lost love. When the WeChat was added, Qin Feng knew that it was time for the next step on his side, and first raised his head to look at Maymay and said, immediately after that, without any hesitation, he immediately opened the transfer interface and raised his hand to transfer 888 oceans for Maymay. This time there was one more 8 than at the beginning, nearly 10,000 oceans. Looking at his cell phone suddenly received this 8,888 transfer. Maymay sighed completely numbplause, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. She looked at the cell phone interface, and for a moment was shocked and somewhat at a loss for words. Brother Feng, you just transferred 888 to me? Only to see Mimi looking at the dazzling 8888 transfer in WeChat, she asked at Qin Feng with an incredulous face. How could she not believe that what Qin Feng had just transferred to her was a whopping 4-digit 8888? These 4 digits were almost catching up with her 1 month's salary. Just accept it, Mimi. Nothing else. A little token of appreciation. Don't misunderstand. Qin Feng then said at Mimi. He was a bit worried that Mimi would misunderstand him. After all, such a large amount of red envelopes. In an occasion like a nightclub, if it was sent to a girl by a guest, it was most likely with a purpose. Qin Feng was afraid that Maymay would think that he wanted to pull her out to sleep and didn't dare to accept this transfer, so he hurriedly added. On Qin Feng's side, he really didn't have any intention of pulling Mimi out to sleep. It was only purely for the cashback that he carried out that wave of operations just now. After all the money he spent out in the nightclub would be returned to his bank card in a tenfold manner. I know, Brother Feng, you didn't mean anything else. Brother Feng isn't that kind of person. But this transfer you're giving me is too big, almost $10,000. I can't accept it. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Maymay hurriedly shook her head and said. After saying that, she made a gesture to click on the refund. She understood that Qin Feng didn't have any extra thoughts about her anymore. From the time she met with Qin Feng until now, Qin Feng didn't go up and down on her, and always kept an ambiguous and not impolite distance from her. Based on this alone, Maymay could tell that Qin Feng was different from other men and was definitely a decent man. This 888 Dayang transferred to her was also simply out of love for her. But still, this 8888 was too much for her to take. Seeing that Mimi was going to return the transfer to herself, Qin Feng's side was also a bit anxious. Hurriedly grabbing Mimi's cell phone, he pressed the collection button and directly claimed this 8,888 huge amount for Mimi. After receiving, Qin Feng suddenly let out a breath of relief, knowing that his money for tonight's bill has fallen. And as expected, Qin Feng, when he for Maymay after receiving this 8,888 huge sum of money, he put in the pocket of the cell phone immediately vibrated a bit. If there is no accident, most likely is the system to give him the cash back to the account. When he quietly pulled out his cell phone to take a look, he realized that it was a message sent to him by ICBC 95588. Dear ICBC user Mr. Qin, hello, your tail number 4419 bank card has just received a transfer. The transfer amount of 880 yuan. Now the balance is 89,954. Looking at the balance of his bank card, which had broken through from less than 10,000 yuan to more than 80,000 in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was on the verge of flying with excitement at the moment. The 8888 transfer he had just sent to Maymay, the system had directly returned $880 to him. The balance on his bank card was now enough for him to check out when he went downstairs. It was true that the more he spent, the more he returned. It seems that he must increase his consumption in the nightclub to be able to drive a Maybach as soon as possible. Waiting for him to come in 2 days, directly opened the Maybach over, parked the car in front of the door, and so drink and then drive to lead Maymay out to eat some late night snacks. That how handsome only the Maybach to nearly more than 2 million, and he now bank card only poor 90,000 ocean. So he still need to continue to increase consumption to be able to, as the saying goes, there is a long way to go. That's just how it is. There is no problem at all. Brother Feng, you transferred so much money to me, I don't even know how to repay you. No matter what request you make, as long as it's within my Mimi's ability, I will fulfill it. Come on, I'll send another one to thank Brother Feng for pampering me so much. After receiving Qin Feng's 8888 transfer, Mimi's side had long been flattered and somewhat at a loss as to how to repay Qin Feng's kindness. She hurriedly picked up a bottle of beer on the table. Again within 3 seconds dazzle light. In fact, Maymay's meaning just now was already very obvious. That is, even if Qin Feng offered to take her out tonight, then she would willingly go to the meeting. After working in a nightclub for so long, Maymay had never gone out with a guest alone, much less done anything unseemly. Despite working in a nightclub, Maymay knew she was different from others. She was a person with principles, definitely not something that could be made to fall in line with casual use of money. But Qin Feng was different in her mind. Chapter 11 Obtaining full-level athletic ability. Not only because of Qin Feng's handsome looks, but also because of the distinctive manly charisma on him, Qin Feng gave her a feeling that was different from everyone else. The same was something she had never seen in anyone else in her life. Most importantly, Qin Feng was a man who was handsome but not chaotic. Moreover, just now, in Qin Feng's words, Maymay had caught a key piece of information. That is, Qin Feng had gone to drink alone on top of the moon tonight because he had lost his love. In that case, wouldn't that be exactly what she wanted? Maymay was not a casual woman, and if a man wanted to have sex with her, he had to be single, not have a family, and not have a girlfriend. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng met this requirement of hers. Seeing how young Qin Feng looked, he must not have a family, and she, Mei, was definitely not a woman who was willing to destroy other people's families. On the other hand, after hearing Nini's words, Qin Feng was more or less surprised. No matter how he said it, he was also a man in his 20s, and his IQ was online. How could he not hear the meaning of Mei's words? But still, Qin Feng didn't even have any purpose that wasn't innocent when he came here today, as well as tipping Mei nearly 10,000 yuan. He just wanted to find someone to drink with him, get drunk, and in the meantime, brush up on the system's cashback. Other than that, there was nothing else. Come on, Mimi, drink. Seeing this, Qin Feng directly picked up the red wine cup on the table, tilted his head, and took another big gulp, digressing from the topic. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't pick up on her words, Nini's side couldn't help but blush, hurriedly picking up the red wine glass on the table and accompanying Qin Feng with a sip, knowing that she was the one who was a bit impulsive just now. As a girl, she couldn't be so blunt. Some words, it was better to let men say them. Nini, you sing a song too. Qin Feng then turned his head and smiled at Mei. Coming in for less than half an hour, Nini's side of the drink was not old, but the song had not yet sung a song yet. For one thing, Qin Feng wanted to listen to Nini's song, and secondly, he also wanted to temporarily slow down the rhythm of the two of them drinking. Compared with the girls who have been working in nightclubs for years, his side is more or less incapable of drinking. For so many years Qin Feng drinking has been adhering to a principle, that is, drink well not drink more, can get drunk, but cannot be very drunk. Otherwise, he would easily lose his temper and expose his ugliest side. Okay brother Feng, then I'll sing a song called I Only Care About You. This song, for you. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Mei smiled, stood up, went to the song ordering table, and ordered a classic song by Teresa Tang, I Only Care About You. Soon, a melodious melody rang out in the 308 private room, these two, playing quite high. It seems that Mei my wind brother is still quite satisfied. At this moment, outside the door of the 308 private room, Fei quietly lay on the small glass at the entrance of the room, looked at Qin Feng as well as the smile on Mimi's face, and muttered to himself. He guessed that Qin Feng was mostly quite fond of Mimi. It would be best to have girls who liked delightful on top of the moon. Then Qin Feng could come here often in the future. In that case, he would surely earn a lot of money from his tips as well. It could be said that in terms of money, she and Mei were a communal body of interests. Working together to put Big Brother in place was the key. Where would I be if I hadn't met you? How are the days going? Is life something to be cherished? Maybe know a certain person. Living an ordinary day. I don't know if I will. There is also love as sweet as honey. Let time flow away in a hurry. I only care about you. Willingly infected with your breath. Inside the room, Mei took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's hand, looked at each other's eyes, and sang earnestly. Although she understood that her singing voice wasn't good, she thought that through the song, Qin Feng should also understand what kind of attitude she had within her heart towards him. Congratulations to the host. The nightclub girl Mei host's intermediate adoration value reaches the standard. Has unlocked the full level of athletic ability for the host. Running speed and endurance value is upgraded to SSS+. And just as Qin Feng was concentrating on listening to Mei singing the song, suddenly a system voice came from his mind once again. What he didn't expect was that just less than 20 minutes after Mimi's primary adoration value for him had reached the standard, the nightclub girl Mimi's intermediate adoration value for him had actually reached the standard as well, and unlocked a new system reward for him. Although Qin Feng didn't understand how this level of adoration value was divided, he understood that it must be that Mimi's favorability towards him had deepened again. Otherwise the system wouldn't have provided him with new skills. Taking a look at the new rewards that the system had unlocked for him, Qin Feng couldn't help but internally yell out crap, which wasn't exactly what he wanted. He knew that tomorrow would be the annual summer games of Harbor University. Due to the fact that there were fewer male students in the department, and they were generally less athletic, he alone had been rushed into signing up for a series of track and field running events, including 400 meters and 800 meters. He can't get a good ranking for the department in tomorrow's sports meeting is a small matter. After all, their department has been ranked in the bottom of the overall results in the sports meeting for 3 consecutive years, and it's not bad this year. But it was a big deal to lose face in front of all the students and teachers of the whole university. You have to know that tomorrow's summer games of Harbor University will be attended by a whole bunch of students and teachers including the principal, and the audience will be as high as 10,000 people. If he drops the ball in front of the whole school, he'll have a big crotch. From now on, his face as the one handsome guy of Harbor University. Where would he put it? But right now he wasn't worried. After all, the system had already unlocked the top athletic ability for him and raised his running speed and endurance to SSS+. In this way, when tomorrow's field day comes around, he's bound to make a killing and harvest another batch of schoolgirls' hearts. Mei, you sing so beautifully. Not long after, Mei's song I Only Care About You was finished, and Qin Feng stretched out his hands and enthusiastically applauded the latter. The truth of the matter was indeed the same. Nini's singing voice was just like her name, so beautiful and melodious that it was even better than Ms. Tung's. Brother Feng is flattering. It's only when you sing that it sounds good. Hearing Qin Feng's praise, a big smile immediately appeared on Mei's face, raising the wine glass in her hand, tilting her head, and fiercely drawing another big mouthful. If it was someone else who complimented her, then Mei might not necessarily feel happy, but if it was Qin Feng, then it was different. Chapter 12, why don't we both go out for a late-night snack after drinking? After Mei drained the beer on the table with a big gulp, Qin Feng's side also picked up his own beer and tilted his head back to finish the remaining half bottle in one gulp. From the time Nini came in, Qin Feng had drunk 3 bottles of beer and half a glass of red wine in almost half an hour's time. It was reasonable to say that he was more or less on the up and up plus blinded after drinking all this alcohol. After all, Qin Feng had never been an expert in this aspect of alcohol consumption, and could indiscriminately drink a few more bottles on certain occasions, and was a low hand in most cases, but today was different. Drinking these bottles of wine, Qin Feng not only did not feel any montage, but instead became more and more sober. The reason for this was that Qin Feng felt that it might have really fulfilled the saying that one's spirit is refreshed when one is happy. Tonight after school, not only let him see this material to the extreme, but also let him get a sufficient to change his fate of his life's super reversal system. In addition to spending in the nightclub with up to 10 times the cash rebate, when the girl accompanying her in the nightclub to his adoration value reaches the standard, will also receive additional rewards, is really a bull on the verge of flying up. Since this is the case, Qin Feng knows that from now on the road of his life only one word left, that is, shall. As long as he can't die, he will die, whoever you like, no face at all. Said but so, a little problem no, a little problem also do not commit. Come on, Mei, have another drink. To the song you just heard, I Only Care About You, but also to our acquaintance today. There's a long way to go. When we've known each other for a long time, you'll know what kind of a person I, Qin Feng, really am. Definitely not bad. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not have any hesitation, immediately picked up another bottle of small Harbin beer on the table, tilted his head back, and fiercely dried a large mouthful. In fact, just after Mei's beautiful and melodious I Only Care About You finished, he should have pulled out his cell phone again and rewarded Mei with a wave. But Qin Feng didn't do so. After all, he had just given Nini 2 waves of rewards in a row, close to 10,000 oceans. Even though one had money, one had to know how to spend it. One should never spend like a fool. Spend big. Otherwise, even if you are open and rich, in other people's minds, you are at best a fool, without any platitudes to speak of. Qin Feng naturally didn't want to be seen by others as a fool with a lot of money, which was why he restrained the thought of wanting to continue rewarding Nini. Although he was eager to increase the balance in his bank card for himself as soon as possible and drive a Maybach at an early date, but it was still the same sentence. Money was not spent indiscriminately, it had to be meaningful to dump the right amount of money at the right time. Otherwise, it would only backfire. Come on, Brother Feng, I'll toast you one more time. I, Mei, am simply lucky to have met Brother Feng tonight. Perhaps this is fate between us, and God's favor on me. This cup, let's toast to fate and to the heavens. After Mei had just downed a cup, she once again lifted the wine glass in her hand and said with a smile at Qin Feng, although she was already red in the face from drinking, it had to be said that today was definitely the happiest day for Mei since she entered the nightclub. Not for any other reason, just because she had met Qin Feng, a man who extremely surprised and satisfied her from the inside out. Not only was he handsome, but he was also exceptionally generous, and the tip he gave her alone was as high as 10,000 yen, almost catching up with her 1 month's salary. How can not let Mei heartily feel that met their destiny of the real man? This person was no other than Qin Feng, who was sitting next to her. Brother Feng, if there's nothing else to do after drinking, why don't we go have a bite to eat? I know there's a new restaurant in the harbor that's quite good. Don't worry Brother Feng, I don't need you to tip me. I just want to simply have a late-night meal with Brother Feng. It's my Mei's willingness. After finishing off a large mouthful of wine, Mei forced herself to hold back her heart that was beating wildly due to the alcohol and leaned down next to Qin Feng's ear, whispering. These words were still the first time she had taken the initiative to mention it to a guest since she had entered the nightclub. This was because before this, she had also gone out for some late-night snacks with her guests after drinking. Of course, it was also limited to having some late-night snacks, not including other things. And going out for a meal also required the guest to give an extra and separate tip, and she also had to see if the guest was good or not. If it was bad, even if she gave more money, Mei would not be able to go out with the other party. But Qin Feng was different. Even if Qin Feng didn't give her a dime, then she would willingly go out for a late-night snack with Qin Feng. Even if Qin Feng proposed something more excessive, then she would have no complaints. She believed that she wouldn't be wrong about anyone. Qin Feng was definitely different from all men, the kind that was the only one in this world. And after hearing Mei Mei's words, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a stirring deep inside, not for any other reason, but only because a few times before when he and his friends had come to play it above the moon, their side had also suggested that they go out for some late-night snacks together when they were done singing. Of course, it hadn't been him who had suggested it, but his friends, and for each girl who was willing to go out, a red packet of 200 yen was given, and those girls had all claimed it. Only later when they arrived at the entrance of Above the Moon, they saw the gray and black Volkswagen Sprint sedan full of sludge. They immediately shook their heads, and returned the money they had received to them. Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't help but shiver as he snapped back to reality. Mei Mei, let's talk about it later. Some other day is fine. Let's just drink today and get drunk. Qin Feng then raised the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile at Mimi. Actually, Qin Feng was willing to go out with Mimi tonight to find a place to have some late-night snacks and a different location to talk about their feelings after drinking. However, once he remembered the embarrassing experience he had last time, Qin Feng was more or less shuddering. His friend no longer how can not, but also at least have a sprint car. Yet he didn't even have a mean hair. Waiting to finish drinking from here. Drunk, out of the door but also called a network car to change the scene. This aspect of the platoon is still more or less to be a lot worse. So Qin Feng pondered. This dinner with Mei Mei. Or put it on the next time, when his bank card balance is enough for him to mention a car. Not to say it's a Maybach. Even a Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth 50W is quite possible. Mei Mei sat in the passenger side. He drove the car, driving her together to eat some late-night snacks. How is also much stronger than calling an online car. The fact is also such a fact. The situation is also such a situation. A little bit of fault is not. A little bit of fault is not guilty. Chapter 13 The Coming Kiss. Well then brother Feng, I'll listen to you on all counts. After hearing Qin Feng's reply, Mei Mei's face, which was originally overflowing with a big smile, suddenly fell. Originally, she had thought that Qin Feng could follow her preconceived notions when this drinking game they had today on top of the moon was over, and then turn to go out for some late-night snacks and change the location to get to know each other a bit more. But listening to Qin Feng's words just now, it is obvious that he does not have this idea. More or less a little bit of Mei Mei was surprised. At the same time deep inside for Qin Feng's favorability increased by a few points. After all, what can't be obtained is always in commotion. For the first time in her life, especially in a nightclub like this, it was the first time she was rejected by a guest. She must have just said that. If any guest other than Qin Feng had heard it, he would have agreed to it in the first place. But any hesitation, not taking advantage of a bargain, is disrespectful. But Qin Feng was an exception. Perhaps such a man was the legendary gentleman of honor, even to the nightclub consumption, but also just drink and sing, and no other superfluous ideas and thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng didn't want to take Mimi out with him at night, but he just felt that the time hadn't come yet. When the balance on his bank card accumulates to a certain level in a few days, at least it will allow him to go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store to pick up an E300. Then he will invite Mimi to spend money in venues other than the opera house, so that it will be more dignified. Although he believed that Mimi was not a girl who super valued material things, and there was a fundamental difference between people like Lu Yu, but after all, Mimi worked in a nightclub, so she would inevitably have different ideas and thoughts than the girls outside. So there should be a row, or there should be. To put it bluntly, Qin Feng didn't want Mimi to be disappointed in him. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was September 2nd, 1:30 a.m. Unconsciously, it had been close to 5 hours since Qin Feng had entered the moon above consumption. In these 5 hours, the two of them, he and Mei Mei, had almost drank a total of 1 case of wine, 24 small bottles of Harbin, plus a bottle of Hennessy. These wines had greatly exceeded Qin Feng's limits. If it were in the past, it would have been impossible to drink these, but perhaps he was really happy today. He couldn't wait to go downstairs, pay for all of today's purchases, and then walk out of the KTV to admire the wonderful balance change on his bank card. Mayumi, that's pretty much it for today. I've had a bit too much to drink, but it's been fun. It won't be long before I come back to you again. Wait for the next time, and we'll drink more. When it's over I'll treat you to a late-night snack and a change of scenery to talk. Qin Feng, who was then sitting on the large packet sofa above the moon, raised his hand, looked at the Casio watch on his wrist that was worth 1,000 oceans, and said with a smile at Mei Mei, indicating that this was the end of the day, and that they would meet again next time if they had the chance. Of course, Qin Feng was certain that his fate with Mei Mei was far from over. After some time when he lifted the Maybach, he would definitely come back to her again. At the very least, he had to let the flowery nightclub girl in front of him feel the temperature of the passenger side of his seat. It was definitely different from other men. Alright then, brother Feng. Definitely remember to come see me as soon as possible, yo. Otherwise I'll miss you if I'm worried that it's been too long. Seeing that Qin Feng had already decided to leave, Maymay knew that she couldn't do anything to stop him. After all, she could see that Qin Feng was really drunk. If she drank any more, not to mention Qin Feng, even she would have to vomit here. So it was time to end today's drinking and go back to rest. Just as Qin Feng was about to stand up and leave the place, he suddenly realized that Maymay had closed her eyes and was actively passing her lips towards him. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng's entire body froze and involuntarily trembled. The wine followed in this instant and sobered up a large portion of it. Not for anything else, just because he was also a man. The moment Maymay made this move, he understood what the latter wanted to do with him. It was nothing more than kissing, but there is a say. Although this life also with other girls have kissed, but for the upcoming kiss, Qin Feng really some did not expect, because from the beginning to the end, he did not want to take advantage of anything on this nightclub girl called Maymay, and did not even touch her hand. What's more, he hadn't expected that when the two ended their drinking game today, the latter would actually close her eyes and choose to take the initiative to kiss him. Although Qin Feng was a man, he definitely wouldn't suffer any losses if he kissed Maymay. However, he wasn't a casual man and wouldn't just kiss or sleep with a woman. Only the one who truly came into his heart would do. Facing the upcoming kiss, Qin Feng was more or less at a loss, just froze in place, not moving, because he felt that if this kiss was taken, it was more or less inexplicable. But if he chose to hide now, he was afraid of hurting Nini's heart. After all, a girl who can take the initiative to kiss you, definitely proves that there is you in her heart. Just when Qin Feng felt like he didn't know what to do when it was too late, he suddenly felt a sudden gentle touch on his lips, accompanied by a hot burning. Maymay kissed Qin Feng's lips in this flash of lightning. Just as Qin Feng was still dumbfounded and hadn't come back to his senses, the sensation had disappeared. Maymay lowered her head with a red face. The entire process took less than a second. Qin Feng's cheeks also started to roll a bit. For Qin Feng, that kiss just now, although it wasn't the first kiss, it was better than the first kiss, because this feeling was just too marvelous and exciting for him. This was his first time kissing a girl in a KTV, and it was still a girl from a nightclub. When this feeling ended, Qin Feng realized that he was a little bit left inside and even wanted the next time. Come on, let's go downstairs. Maymay, I really drank too much today. After that cloudy kiss just now, the temperature of the entire private room seemed to have inexplicably risen by several degrees, leaving Qin Feng somewhat breathless. He then took the initiative to take Nini's arm and pulled the other towards the door. And at this time, Nini's walking also began to be a bit shaky. If it wasn't for Qin Feng's support, it was more than likely that she would fall to the ground kind of thing. So in the process of going downstairs, also unconsciously leaning towards Qin Feng, when the two of them walked from the third floor to the first floor, it was almost as if Qin Feng was holding Maymay all the way down. Qin Feng also didn't know if Mimi was really drunk or pretending, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that both of them were happy today. That was enough. Chapter 14, this person is by no means an idle person. How's it going, brother Feng? Did you have a good drink today? When Qin Feng brought Maymay to the downstairs of Above the Moon, the foreman manager with a bald head also hurriedly ran over with a smile, nodding his head beside Qin Feng and said with a smile, normally when guests were checking out, the bald manager would not come over. Today, the reason why he came over on his own initiative was because Qin Feng's consumption here was really too much, more than 11,000 yang, and it was still the case of a single person. It was really a record for single-person consumption in the history of Above the Moon. For such an epic character, how could the bald manager not come over to flatter him? The fact was also such a fact. The situation was also such a situation. There was no fault at all. No fault at all. Very wow. How much? Check out. Standing in front of the checkout counter on top of the moon, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction while pulling out his more than 1,000 Dian Longwei cell phone from his pocket and said with a smile. Looking at the Longwei cell phone he had already used for 3 years, Qin Feng knew that it was time to replace it with a top-quality Longwei folding screen, and it wouldn't take long for him to replace it. Just wait for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock when the biggest Longwei cell phone store in the harbor opens. Okay. Tomorrow morning Qin Feng also doesn't plan to go to school, and strives to utilize one night's time to brush his bank card balance to 70W. Then give yourself a new Longwei folding screen cell phone at the same time. By the way, then go to the Mercedes-Force store. Give yourself a top-of-the-line E300. Return to Above the Moon again at night, and after singing with Maymay, directly drive the car to take her to a late-night snack. How energizing. Qin Feng was planning this and decided to do just that. Hello brother Feng, our consumption tonight totaled 11,800. This side for you to wipe a 0. You give 11,000 on the line. The bald manager then took out a calculator and fiddled with it, arriving at Qin Feng's total bill for tonight's consumption, and then smiled at Qin Feng and said, when the bald manager finished talking about Qin Feng's total consumption today, the entire first floor hall above the moon could be said to be silent, including Mei, Fei, the bald manager, and a group of girls who were preparing to leave work. They all nervously focused their gazes on the plainly dressed Qin Feng. At this moment, all of them could not help but feel a pang of suspicion within themselves. Doubt Qin Feng, such a plainly dressed, very young-looking boy, in the end cannot afford this amazing 11,000 ocean consumption. If not, then it's really a bit ed up. Not only is it ed up, it is simply ed up to the extreme. Even just accompanied the Qin Feng nearly 5 hours of beauty, looking at the side holding the long-way cell phone, with her close to the Qin Feng, more or less also a little bit of fear in the heart. She was really worried that Qin Feng wouldn't be able to settle the bill now. If Qin Feng really couldn't pay the bill because his balance was insufficient, then there was one thing, she even had the heart to die. As Qin Feng's female companion, she wouldn't be able to keep her face, but the next second, when she heard Qin Feng's reply, Mei's heart, which was tense to the point of bursting, was slightly relieved. Knowing that Qin Feng had most likely come prepared today, this 11,000 Dayang bill would most likely be able to be settled without dropping the ball. $11,000? So cheap? After hearing the bald manager's words, Qin Feng, holding the long-way cell phone, was first stunned, and immediately afterward rushed the bald manager and asked with a frown. More or less, he felt that his consumption this evening was indeed a bit low. After sitting for a night, he only spent more than $10,000. After he finished the bill, the cashback he received was only more than $100,000. Such a speed of cashback was really too slow. Not only is it slow, it is simply slow to the extreme. It seems that his future consumption in the nightclub must be pulled full only. Otherwise monkey years and months to drive on the Mercedes-Benz G63. Brother Feng, this $11,000 is already quite a lot, especially if you come alone. It's already the highest single-person consumption record over the moon today. Do you think we should use WeChat or Alipay to settle the bill on our side? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the bald manager could not help but be shocked. At this moment, he did not know whether Qin Feng was bragging or he really disliked that the consumption of more than $10,000 was a bit low. If it was true, then it was fine. In case he was acting like a big fart donkey and couldn't afford the bill, it would be a bit too much for people to scratch their heads. So the bald manager said with a smile at Qin Feng while taking out 2 collection codes for Qin Feng, Alipay and WeChat. Okay, then that's it for today. When I come next time, I'll try to spend more. WeChat payment it is. Qin Feng then took a deep breath, opened his WeChat sweep interface, entered a string of numbers in the transfer field, and quickly paid the other party. He could also tell that the bald manager was more or less questioning his spending power, doubting whether or not he could actually afford to pay the $10,000+ bill. But what Qin Feng wanted to say was that there was really no need for this. If he had been in the past, he would have been at a loss for words when faced with this staggering $10,000 bill, because even if he was sold, he probably wouldn't be able to come up with $10,000 in a short period of time. But now, his 4,419 ICBC savings account alone had a balance of nearly 90,000 oceans, which was indeed more than enough to pay tonight's bill. What's more, the more money he spends, the more cashback the system will give him. So how could he possibly care about this district's $10,000 bill? It's just that he really dislikes it from the bottom of his heart that it's a bit too little. WeChat collection, $20,000. In the next second, a crisp collection tone came from the entire first floor hall above the moon. The moment this sound rang out, the entire room was shocked. Feng, brother Feng, you transferred 20,000 yen to me? The first one to be baffled was the bald manager, only to see him staring at Qin Feng with his eyes and mouth wide open, asking incredulously, his eyes almost falling to the ground in disbelief, because in his opinion, Qin Feng could settle this 11,000 yuan consumption bill today, and he was already thanking God. However, he never expected that Qin Feng would not only settle the bill, but also transfer an additional 9,000 yuan to him, which really surprised him. Even Mei, Fei and other girls in the room who had just gotten off work, after learning that Qin Feng had transferred 20,000 yuan to the bald manager, their eyes were as wide as an ox. With or without saying, this wave of Qin Feng's operation was really shocking enough for the crowd, and Qin Feng's next words, but also let everyone feel at this time standing in the moon above the hall on the first floor, this dressed in the usual, looks like only the early 20s appearance of the boys, must be absolutely no idol generation. Chapter 15, all the rest of the money goes to mommy. Yes, Baldy, when I came to your area to spend today, what I spent is really a bit less, just over $10,000, the $20,000 that I just transferred to you, excluding the rest of the bill. You keep 1,000 for yourself as your tip. In addition, give another 1,000 to Fei, and give the rest to Mimi. At this moment, Qin Feng was more or less a bit drunk, feeling a bit tipsy from the alcohol. He directly wrapped his arm around the bald manager's shoulder, called up the other party as a bald, and told the other party how he should distribute the extra 9,000 yangs he had earned. 1,000 to a bald as the lobby manager, 1,000 to Fei as the waiter. The remaining 7,000 Yongsang was given to Mimi. One of the reasons Qin Feng did this was to try and get some more cashback from the system. Secondly, he also wanted to give a little benefit to the girls who accompanied him from the manager, waiter to the girl on top of the moon, not for any other reason, just because today is really the most fun he has had in so many years of wandering the nightclub. Not only let him completely forget Luyu this, but also let him harvest a sufficient to change his life fate of the super reversal system. How can not let him feel deeply happy? So life in the world. Some of the money that should be spent have to spend. The more you spend, the more you earn. Saying nothing more than that, there was nothing wrong with it at all. Nothing wrong with it at all. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Wind. Brother Feng, you're truly the most open-minded big brother I've ever seen above the moon. When Qin Feng's words were finished, the bald manager and Fei on the side had already been so excited that they were about to fly. The 5 senses on their faces were about to fall to the ground with smiles on their faces as they rushed Qin Feng to thank him repeatedly, especially the bald manager. He had barely served Qin Feng tonight, and just when Qin Feng was about to leave, he came to settle the bill for Qin Feng, and got a reward of $1,000. It really made him feel like his family's ancestors' graves were smoking tonight. Brother Feng, my name is Wang Gang, just call me Baldy if you like. This is my business card. Next time you want to come, give your Baldy brother a call in advance. As long as my brother Feng comes to above the moon, you must arrange for my brother Feng to be in place and be done with it. The bald manager then pulled out a business card from his pocket, held it with both hands and handed it to Qin Feng, saying respectfully, "Alright, Baldy, I'll call you next time I come." Qin Feng glanced at the business card in front of him that had the words Manager Wang Gang printed on it, received it in his hands with a cloudy smile, and immediately afterward smiled perfunctorily at Wang Gang. He understood that this business card was also in vain if he took it, because he had already added Nini's WeChat, and the next time he came, he would inevitably be sending WeChat to Mimi, rather than looking for Wang Gang. To put it bluntly, no matter which guest goes to a nightclub to play, what they fancy is nothing more than the girls there, not the foreman or the manager. Qin Feng was likewise the same. At this moment, looking at Qin Feng, who had drunkenness written all over his face and was ready to leave, Maymay was still in a state of great confusion, more or less. She still hadn't somewhat slowed down from the state of being shocked by Qin Feng's words just now. She never thought that after Qin Feng rewarded her with a tip of 8,888 in the private room, he rewarded her again with a tip of 7,000 yang by passing it to the manager of the receptionist when he was about to leave the store. Tonight before and after she earned almost 20,000 yang on Qin Feng, more than her 1 month's salary. How could it not make her feel surprised and pleasantly surprised? At the same time also more and more determined that Qin Feng this person really can be handed over. Don't look at Qin Feng dressed in ordinary clothes, wearing $1,000 Casio, smoking a $7 box of red gold dragon, but Qin Feng's inner real energy, absolutely far beyond imagination. If completely exposed, it will definitely shock people from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. At this time, the other girls in the hall on the first floor above the moon, after learning of all this, were even more envious as their harumphs were almost dripping out of their mouths. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy from the inside out. In fact, from the very beginning when Qin Feng entered the room to select a table to ordering a Hennessy set menu worth more than $10,000, all the girls above the moon were clear about it. After all, the information about each room's table selection as well as consumption information was clearly displayed in their WeChat group, so at that time, these girls felt exceptionally envious of May being able to accompany a quality boy like Qin Feng, lamenting that Nini had really struck lucky today. Now, after seeing that Qin Feng had actually rewarded Wang Gang, Fei and Mimi with an additional 9,000 yen in tips when he was about to leave, it really made a group of girls drool with envy on the ground. At the same time, their eyes stared at Qin Feng's face, wanting to memorize Qin Feng's looks. In this way, they would have the opportunity to accompany Qin Feng the next time he patronized over the moon. Brother Feng, are you leaving? Why don't we go get some late-night snacks and have some more drinks somewhere else? You spent so much money today, Maymay can't let you spend it in vain, or else let me treat you to a meal. I know that Brother Feng is not poor in money, but this is my intention. I hope that Brother Feng will give me this opportunity. At the same time, seeing that Qin Feng was about to leave, Maymay also refused to easily miss the opportunity to get together with Qin Feng again today, hurriedly stepped forward to take Qin Feng's arm from the back, and said in a gentle and incomparable manner, as far as possible, the most beautiful and attractive side of himself, show out. although at this time it was in front of the bald manager and a bunch of girls and waiters. Mei didn't care that much, after all, at this time standing in front of her, but a wonderful man. Mei worried that if this time she could not keep Qin Feng's heart, in case the next time Qin Feng came not to look for her can be dead. That kind of thing was naturally something Mei never wanted to see, which was why she gave her all on the occasion of parting with Qin Feng. Counting up, this was already the third time she had mentioned the words of going out to Qin Feng tonight. As the saying goes, things don't happen 3 times. Mei believed that this time, even if Qin Feng was hard-hearted, I'm afraid he shouldn't refuse. However, she did not expect that the words Qin Feng uttered at her caused her heart to be shocked once again. Sighing from the bottom of her heart, it seemed that Qin Feng was indeed a decent man, different from all men. At the same time, she also became more and more enamored with the man in front of her. No Mimi, you and I both drank a bit too much today. Let's do it next time. I'll treat you next time. Only Qin Feng stood at the doorway above the moon and waved his hand at Mimi, then pushed open the door and walked out, leaving the other party with a dashing and handsome back. Take care, brother Feng. Welcome to your next visit. Meanwhile, a group of Above the Moon staff members, including Mei, stood at the main entrance waving at Qin Feng non-stop. Chapter 16, the largest leisurely massage place in the seaport, Emperor's Pavilion. In fact, Qin Feng also wants to go out for a midnight snack with Mei tonight, but because he didn't have a car at the moment, if he went out this time, he would have to call an online car, and the difference between the rows of this piece was really not half a star. This is also the reason why Qin Feng chose to reject Mei one after another, but it doesn't matter. Qin Feng understands that by the time he comes back to Over the Moon tonight, he will be able to drive his own Mercedes-Benz E300 and drag Mimi out for a nice late-night snack. Just now the long-way cell phone he had placed in his pants pocket vibrated, and if he wasn't mistaken, it should be the cashback that the system had rewarded him with that had arrived. That is, he had just paid the cashback for this evening's consumption of 20,000 bills, and without accident, this cashback will soon become the largest cashback after he obtained the system, a full 20,000. With an excited heart trembling in his hands, Qin Feng took a deep breath and slowly opened his Dragon Power cell phone screen. After reading the text message that popped up on the cell phone screen, the genius was so excited that he was about to fall to the ground. Not for anything else, just because after experiencing that wave of consumption just now, the system actually really gave him a wave of 200,000 oceans of cashback. Now his bank card balance totaled close to 30,000, only one step away from the Mercedes-Benz E300. How could it not make him feel deeply excited about it? Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with tail number 4419 has just received a transfer of 20,000 yuan, with a current card balance of 269,954 yuan. Looking at the high 6-digit balance in his bank card, Qin Feng was really getting more and more excited. To know, just 12 hours ago, he was just a poor student with a bank card balance of less than 1,000 yuan, who was dumped by his girlfriend in front of everyone because of poverty in front of the school, and after 12 hours, his bank card balance was already close to 30,000, and also has a master-level singing and top athletic ability, no longer the past pull crotch to the extreme male college students. It really makes Qin Feng sigh. Life is impermanent. Large intestine wrapped small intestine all. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around, so to speak. In order to let himself after the dawn on the Mercedes-Benz E300, Qin Feng decided not to sleep at night, and then to the harbor of the nightclub consumption wave, and strive to dawn before their bank card balance to 60,000. Qin Feng then opened the map app on his phone and searched for nightclubs that were still open at this hour. He found that although it was almost 2 a.m., there were quite a few nightclubs in the entire harbor that were still in business at this time, with more than 200 of them. This includes KTV, bars, massage parlors, clubs and nightclubs. Qin Feng did not intend to consider the KTV and bar. After all, he had just come out of the KTV. If he goes to a bar alone, it won't be much fun, so he'll call Zhang Jian some other day and the two of them will go over there together to have a good time. At this point, Qin Feng was a little tired, so he focused his attention on massage parlors and clubs and other nightclubs. Want to press a massage repair foot relaxation? In the meantime, sober up. After 1,000 choices, Qin Feng directly locked the target in the entire harbor's largest massage leisure place, Imperial Court. Imperial Court in the entire seaport can be called the leisure sector shoulders, quite well known. Of course, the consumption was also not generally high. If it were in the past, Qin Feng would not have been able to go there at all. Not to mention going, he wouldn't even dare to look at it even if he was passing by, simply because he was not generally shy in his pocket. But now it was different. After the wave of spending just above the moon, his bank card balance had come to 26,000 yuan. With this 26,000 ocean, Qin Feng really didn't put this district Imperial Pavilion in his eyes. How is this 26W in the Emperor's Pavilion consumption for a night is also enough? Moreover, the more he spends the more cashback. So from now on, to say more is a story. To say more is a myth. There is only one word in front of Qin Feng. Shell. As long as the shell doesn't die. Shell to death. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't have any hesitation and immediately used WeChat to shake an online car, heading straight to the largest leisure and entertainment venue in the harbor, Emperor's Pavilion. Hello, is this the user with cell phone tail number 0502? When Qin Feng finished hailing a car, in less than 3 minutes, a white electric bid stopped in front of him, and the cab driver wearing a black mask rushed Qin Feng and asked, "No problem, it's me, going to Imperial Court." Qin Feng also opened the back door of the bid and sat his butt in. On the way, Qin Feng rested for a while with his eyes closed. It felt like his drinking capacity had even increased quite a bit along with him after obtaining the system. If it were in the past, I'm afraid it would be hard for him to even walk, not to mention going for a massage, if he drank this much alcohol. But today, he was sober. This really deserves the saying, people are happy when they are happy, right? This way the driver master drove very fast, plus this point on the road less cars, so less than 10 minutes of time. When September 2nd, 1:45 a.m. This white electric bid internet car then carried Qin Feng and arrived at the gate of the Imperial Court. Hello passenger, the destination has arrived. A total of 20 yuan has been spent, and WeChat will automatically deduct the bill later. Please take care of your belongings and welcome to the next ride. When the destination was reached, the driver master in the front row thoughtfully woke up Qin Feng in the back row and rushed to him. Thanks. After listening to the words of the driver master and twisting his head to look out the window at the 5-story high, brilliantly decorated Imperial Pavilion, the city's largest leisure and massage venue, Qin Feng made an okay gesture towards the driver, expressing a wave of thanks at him, and immediately afterward pushed open the car door and walked down. Just after getting out of the car, Qin Feng's cell phone vibrated. Unsurprisingly, it was the deduction from the online taxi just now, totaling 20 renminbi. But the next second, what Qin Feng did not expect happened. After his bank card deducted the 20 yuan fare, immediately after that, he harvested a transfer of 200 yuan. Looking at this 200 ocean transfer, Qin Feng could not help but frown, slightly feeling a bit baffled, suspecting that Murphy could get cash back on his side for any consumption regarding nightclubs. Even the money for the cab ride was also possible? After all, he had called an online taxi this time in order to head to the nightclub for consumption. Congratulations host, you guessed correctly. As long as you spend on nightclubs in your daily life, you can get 10 times the cash back. Even the fare is no exception. And the next system reply that rang in his head confirmed his guess. It really was a bullish and good system. Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur in his mind. It seemed that he would have to spend some money on the next trip to the Imperial Pavilion. He couldn't just snap and search and spend more than $20,000 like he had just done on top of the moon. If he didn't unleash a wave of himself again and spend big, he felt sorry for such a thoughtful system. In order to let himself early on Maybach and Mercedes-Benz G63, Qin Feng immediately decided to make sure to increase their consumption in the nightclubs. At the same time, also as soon as possible to hit Luyu that stinking ass face. Let her know no. And he Qin Feng break up. Absolutely, as her life has done the most wrong choice. No one. Chapter 17 is spa package worth 1888. As Qin Feng got out of the internet car and was in the process of walking towards the entrance of the Imperial Pavilion, he saw 2 male waiters wearing suits and ties, smiling and walking towards him. Good evening, big brother. Welcome to the Emperor's Pavilion. The 2 male greeters, who somewhat resembled mental boys, walked up to Qin Feng and bowed respectfully towards him, and immediately afterward led him towards the inside. Looking at these 2 doormen, Qin Feng frowned slightly, originally wanting to give these 2 guys a tip, but for some reason, as soon as he saw these 2 guys, Qin Feng could always unconsciously think of an internet celebrity, and this net red is not someone else. It is the internet's #1 stinker, the whole day on the internet mouth high, not moving to be true to other people's General Yu, now has entered inside to step on the sewing machine to go. These 2 Porter and General Yu Long can be said to be extremely similar, and neck also with the latter tattooed with the same type of shrimp line. Looks like General Yu's 2 real father. It really made Qin Feng feel a bit nauseous, and then he put the cell phone that he was just about to pull out back into his pants pocket. Good evening sir, welcome to the Imperial Pavilion. May I ask what services we need? Foot massage, spa and other items, everything is available. As the best leisure and entertainment place in Seaport City, Emperor's Pavilion guarantees that you will be satisfied. When Qin Feng arrived at the lobby under the guidance of the 2 spirited young men, a young woman wearing a short black skirt uniform and flesh-colored stockings immediately walked over and said with a smile at Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at the young woman in front of him with a fair face and slender figure, and then looked at the name tag hanging on her chest, discovering that her name was quite nice, Xin Jialin. It was the lobby manager of the entire imperial court. "What's the most expensive item we have here?" Qin Feng then rushed towards this lobby manager whose name was Shinjalan and asked in a serious manner. Although he had been to some leisure and entertainment places in the past, he had never been to a serious high-end place like the imperial court. So as soon as Qin Feng opened his mouth, he directly asked the lobby manager what items were the most expensive in imperial court. "If you want to come to the most expensive ones." After all, the reason why Qin Feng was able to come to Imperial Pavilion to spend money at the moment was, for one, to sober up and relax. The second was also to brush up on the system cashback, as soon as possible to let his bank card balance break through 1 million. Early driving Maybach is the right solution. So today's consumption in Emperor's Pavilion. Of course, what is the most expensive to what? Our most expensive package here is the full body spa worth 1888. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjalan's side first froze for a moment, and then immediately responded at Qin Feng. Although she had received quite a few rich guests in the Imperial Pavilion on weekdays, after all, those who could come here to spend money were all those with a bit of money in their pockets. Those without money rarely came here either. However, she had never met a person like Qin Feng, who asked what was the most expensive as soon as he opened his mouth, which was really a dirt cheap atmosphere. That said, Shinjalan threw Qin Feng's dress, as well as hand clutching more than $1,000 long-way cell phone, as well as wrist wearing a black Casio watch. How the feeling of Qin Feng is not like a rich man. Instead, it was more like a college student who was still in school. Shinjalan is also not prohibited. Shinjalan quite suspicious. Doubt Qin Feng is not here to pretend big fart donkey. In fact, the pocket does not have a few son. Shinjalan had worked in nightclubs for such a long time that she had not seen many guests like this. She suspected that Qin Feng was this kind of person, and Qin Feng's next sentence further confirmed her suspicions, making her think that Qin Feng was just a college student who had nothing to do but come over to be poor and pretentious. 1888? So cheap? Only to see Qin Feng sucking in a mouthful of cool air. His eyes widened as he rushed at Shinjalan and said in a shocked voice, "Not for anything else, just because he originally thought that, like the Emperor Pavilion, the best leisure and entertainment clubs in the entire harbor, the top package items how not also have to be more than 10,000 ah." Shinjalan's answer really surprised him. Only 1888, less than $2,000. If according to this rate of consumption, he monkey years and months to drive G63 ah, do we have any additional programs here? We can raise the consumption a bit more. Qin Feng then looked at Shinjalan and asked in a serious manner. He wanted to ask Shinjalan, the lobby manager, if there were any drink packages at the Imperial Court that were worth $10,000 apiece, such as the over-the-moon package. It could make his consumption in Imperial Court tonight more than several times. Although he had drunk a bit too much tonight, it didn't matter. As long as Imperial Court had it, it was okay for him to order it and not drink it. Although Qin Feng thought so, he never expected that Shinjalan would misunderstand the meaning of his words. "I'm sorry, sir. This store is a proper place of leisure and entertainment, and it doesn't have the kind of mess you're looking for. If you came to our Imperial Pavilion with bad intentions, then I'm sorry, we may not be able to meet your requirements here. So please leave as soon as possible." Only a flash of anger surfaced on Shinjalan's fair face as she stared at Qin Feng and said without any good humor, blaming how college students nowadays were so uneducated. When they arrived at an entertainment place, they wanted to find something to do. Originally, her first impression of Qin Feng was quite good. The looks were clean and handsome, a little bit of peak Hong Kong and Taiwan star Liang Xiaowei style, but never thought that Qin Feng not only loved to pretend, but also more or less held some bad ideas in his heart. Surprisingly, he also wanted to look for the kind of only cause that had been practiced for 2.5 years in the Emperor's Pavilion, which really instantly made Shinjalan's impression of Qin Feng fall to the bottom. Sorry, MS. Shin, you might have misunderstood me. I'm not. Hey, forget it, let's just have that 1888 set meal. Hearing Shinjalan's words, Qin Feng was more or less baffled on his side, not realizing that Shinjalan had misunderstood him. Since this is the case, Qin Feng also does not want to say anything more, otherwise it can only be the more explained the more black, and then waved his hand, saying that he wants that 1888 spa package on the line. Okay, then go inside and choose the technician. Shinjalan's side didn't say anything more, just nodded and made a gesture to guide Qin Feng forward. She had been working in the Emperor's Pavilion for so many years, and what she couldn't stand was the kind of guests who wanted to engage in something that wasn't there. In her heart of hearts, she couldn't look down on them. After categorizing Qin Feng as this kind of person, Shinjalan's attitude towards Qin Feng was the same as that of other guests, becoming neither cold nor warm. If it wasn't for her identity role as the lobby manager, she wouldn't even bother talking to Qin Feng right now. She had originally thought of hurrying to bring Qin Feng to the public relations room so that he could choose a technician there and then leave. Unexpectedly, The words Qin Feng said at her in the next second made her so ashamed and angry that she almost uttered profanities at Qin Feng. Chapter 18. No need to choose a mechanic. Just you. No need to choose a technician. Just you. You'll just serve me tonight. Only Qin Feng said with a smile at Shinjalan. At this moment, he wasn't going to go to the public relations room of the Imperial Pavilion to choose a technician to serve him. He felt that this lobby manager called Shinjalan was just fine. Not for any other reason. Just because he felt from Shinjalan's body something completely different from the atmosphere of this kind of leisure and entertainment club in Emperor's Pavilion. In fact, as a matter of fact, the lobby manager of a leisure place like Shinjalan's was mostly characterized by some flirtatiousness. Although Qin Feng hadn't been to a top club like Emperor's Pavilion before, he had still been to some ordinary ones, and the lobby manager there, regardless of gender, is full of that kind of flirtatiousness, and the club atmosphere is very heavy. But the Shinjalan in front of her is an exception. In her body there is a kind of dignified and elegant atmosphere, and he is at this time in the imperial court has a great sense of contrast. This was also the reason why he was able to propose that he wanted Shinjalan to serve him, although he was also clear that Shinjalan was the lobby manager here, responsible for receiving guests, not a technician. It would be difficult to do some sort of program for him, but Qin Feng still wanted to give it a try. If he couldn't, he would use the method that those rich people loved to use, which was simple, brutal and very effective. That was to use money to smash until Shinjalan agreed to his request. Anyway, he now has a bank card balance of nearly 30W ocean. Really can't he put this 30W all smashed on? Don't believe that 300,000 let Shinjalan help him do a spa. The latter will not agree. If still do not agree, then he cannot help. Maybe it's not meant to be. If so, he didn't force it. After all, the melon that was twisted by force was not sweet. Sorry sir, I'm the lobby manager here, not a technician. If you want to do a spa, please follow me inside the PR room to choose a technician. At this moment, the only remaining bit of smile on Shinjalan's face completely disappeared, replaced by a face full of gloom, only to see her endure the anger in her heart, and said with a stern face at Qin Feng. She never expected that this handsome-looking male college student was simply too perverted. Surprisingly, he wanted to pull her, the lobby manager, inside the private room of the Imperial Pavilion to do something indescribable. Such a thing was naturally something that Shinjalan could never accept. She was very clear about her character and persona. If she was that kind of frivolous person, then she wouldn't be the lobby manager at the Imperial Court, and would have gone to the harbor to work as a technician in some place with improper services, taking a high salary of several tens of thousands of oceans a month. Where else would she need to earn a meager income of $5,000 a month in Imperial Court? And Shinjalan's words were not what Qin Feng expected, because Qin Feng expected from the very beginning that Shinjalan would definitely not agree to him the first time she heard his request. After all, he also understood what kind of woman Shinjalan was. Since this was the case, then Qin Feng would have to try the money offense that he had never used before and those rich people often used. 18,800. Is that okay? Ms. Shen, if you do a spa for me, then you can get a price 10 times higher than a technician. Please don't worry Miss Shen. I, Qin Feng, am a decent man and can assure you with my life that I won't do anything I shouldn't to you. I just want to chat with you. That's all, nothing more. Only Qin Feng gazed into Shinjalan's eyes and said with exceptional sincerity. The truth of the matter was also true. Qin Feng was still a bit self-aware, knowing that the reason he was able to come here was completely different from certain unsuspecting guests. The reason he was able to spend money at the Imperial Pavilion tonight was purely because he had obtained the tenfold cashback system. But nay, this F*King system had limited his cashback venue to only nightclubs. In that case, he had to come to this kind of place even if he didn't want to, not for any other reason, just to let his life other than nightclubs also can have a qualitative leap as soon as possible. And in a place like a nightclub, letting any woman make money is earning. Since he was pleased with Shinjalan as the lobby manager, it wasn't impossible to let her earn her own money. 18,800? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjalan's pupils violently dilated several times in this instant as she muttered. Without a doubt, Qin Feng's words just now had more or less stimulated her adrenal glands. She had never expected that Qin Feng would offer her 10 times the price of nearly $20,000, catching up to 4 months of her salary, in order to invite her to the spa inside the private room. Even if she was a woman who didn't love money anymore, she couldn't help but feel a pang when she heard this price. It's really just a simple spa. You don't have any extra thoughts about me, is that right, Mr. Qin? After a short period of hesitation, Shinjalan took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and asked in a small voice at Qin Feng. If it was true, then Shinjalan was willing to act as a wave of technicians tonight, simply because the service fee of 18,018 was just too much of a temptation for her. And the financial pressure she was shouldering at the moment wasn't normally great. Not only the worrying rent credit card, but also her younger brother who suffered from kidney failure and was in dire need of a new kidney. All made her feel pressurized. If she could really get Qin Feng's 18,800 yen, it would be a great improvement to her life. It was also from Qin Feng's words just now that she learned that the name of this college student-looking man standing across from her at this time was Qin Feng. Shinjalan hoped that Qin Feng's character would be the same as his name, without any lewdness. Yes, Ms. Shin. I promise you with my personality and my life that I will never touch you for a second. Qin Feng also took a deep breath and nodded heavily at Shinjalan to assure him. He also didn't expect that Shinjalan's heart was moved when his initial tentative price of 18,888 was exposed. In his opinion, this 18,888 price was not high at all. He even planned to raise the price further when Shinjilan refused. He didn't expect Shinjalan to agree at once. It could be that the young woman in front of her really needed the money. Well then Mr. Qin Feng, you first come with me to the bar to buy the order. And when you're done with the order, wait for me in the private room, and I'll change out of my technician's clothes. Then I'll go and serve you. Hearing Qin Feng's reply, and thinking about what she was about to do later, Shinjalan's little face couldn't help but turn red, like a red apple, and whispered at Qin Feng. Then she led Qin Feng to the bar. In fact, according to reason, the guests who come to Imperial Pavilion to consume, basically are after the bill, and then settle the bill when they go out. The reason why Shinjalan made an exception and let Qin Feng settle the bill first was because she was worried that she had been tricked by Qin Feng. Chapter 19 Shouting, Collection, $18,800. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get a single penny after she finished her services for Qin Feng. After all, she looked at Qin Feng as an ordinary college student, not like someone who could shell out $20,000. The words that Qin Feng had just uttered at her were more than likely also playing tricks on her. Okay Ms. Shin, no problem. Qin Feng, on the other hand, nodded and clutched his long-way cell phone as he followed Shinjalan's lead and walked towards the bar, shouting, Collection, 18,800. After arriving at the front desk of Imperial Pavilion, Shinjalan rushed at a bargirl whose name was Xiaoting and said softly. When she said this, Shinjalan tried her best to control her wildly beating heart, while suppressing her voice for fear of being heard by others. For some reason, Shinjalan couldn't help but blush as soon as she thought that she would have to change into her technician's clothes, close the door and go to the private room of the Imperial Pavilion to give Qin Feng a spa treatment. Along with her little heart, it was beating wildly at this moment. Although she also understood that she and Qin Feng weren't going to do anything unseemly. It was simply an extremely normal spa program. However, when she thought about it, she still couldn't help but feel her heart beating wildly. The reason for this, she felt that it might be because she had never been a technician who had physical contact with a guest before. Ever since she stepped into a leisure massage place, she had done positions like manager or something like that. How much? And after hearing Shinjalan's words, the bar girl immediately asked at the other party with wide eyes and a shocked face. She felt that if she had heard correctly, Shinjalan had asked her to charge $18,800 in advance for this guest who looked like the peak Hong Kong and Taiwan star Liang Chaowei. Not to mention that Imperial Court never waited for the guest to leave the door before settling the bill. Qin Feng had only just entered the door and had only whispered to Shinjalan for a while before Shinjalan led him to the front desk and directly charged him $18,800. This really made Xiaoting feel unusually confused. More than confused, simply dumbfounded to the extreme, because this 18,800 in the entire Imperial Court had already set a new record for a single person's consumption, not to mention Qin Feng alone, even if those guests who came in groups, the dozens and twenties kind. In the end, the consumption in the Imperial Pavilion could not catch up with Qin Feng's alone. 18,888. If you're allowed to charge it, you can charge it. Arrange a VIP suite on the 5th floor directly for this guest. In addition, there's no need to choose a technician for him. I'll serve him later. Shinjalan glared at the bar girl and lowered her voice to continue, blaming Xiaoting for being so inky. She, the lobby manager, told the other party to charge as much as they wanted. The latter would charge as much as they wanted and be done with it, which is her turn to care so much. While listening to Shinjalan's answer, Xiaoting's pupils once again dilated several times, staring as big as an old cow, immediately about to fall on the ground kind of. From Shinjalan's words, Xiaoting had learned an extremely heavy news. That is, Shinjalan, who was the lobby manager, was actually going to personally do the project for this handsome young boy later on. It must be the reason why Shinjalan was able to allow her to charge her fees in advance. It must be that the two of them had drawn up everything in advance during their unspoken conversation just now. 10,000, 8,008. Xiaoting then didn't hesitate, hurriedly lowering her head and entering the amount in the collection code interface. In the process of typing in the 5 numbers 18,888, every time an 8 was pressed out, Xiaoting's hand followed and involuntarily trembled a little. Together with her heart, it also followed the fluttering and beating wildly. To know This was $18,800. Her monthly salary was only $3,000. What Qin Feng was going to sweep up later was close to half a year of her salary. How could it not make her heart skip a beat? At the same time, she was also curious as to what Manager Shen was going to do inside with this young boy later on to make the latter offer such a high price. Manager Shen, let me remind you, our Emperor Pavilion is a proper leisure massage place. If you two want to engage in something you shouldn't, it's best to go outside. Otherwise, it will tarnish the image of our store. Xiaoting raised her head after punching the collection code and rushed at Xinjialan. Although she understood that there were some words that were not for her, the bar girl, to say, nor was it her place to control. But whether it was out of good intentions or jealousy, there were some words that if she didn't say them at this moment, she felt as if they were stuck in her throat, unusually uncomfortable. It had to be said in front of Qin Feng and Xinjialan so that she could feel better, and this was indeed the case. In her opinion, since Qin Feng was able to offer Xinjialan a price of 18,018, if the two of them wanted to do something unspeakable, then they could totally just go out and turn left, go next to the best hotel in the entire seaport, the Seaport Hotel, and be done with it. It was legal and still compliant there, and there was absolutely no need to risk it inside the Imperial Court. If caught, it would also have an impact on the store's reputation. If the boss knew about it, Xinjialan, the lobby manager, was afraid that she would also face a layoff. So Xiaoting felt that she had said this entirely out of good intentions, wanting to remind Xinjialan without any agenda. Xiaoting, what are you talking about? This guest only approached me because he simply didn't want to choose a technician. When I went inside with him, I was also just doing the most formal spa in the store. There was no other superfluous behavior at all. Hearing Xiaoting's words, the blush on Xinjialan's face became more and more intense, directly red to the root of her neck as she rushed at the other party and said vehemently, working at Imperial Court, her greatest fear was that her reputation would be damaged. Fear of others speaking ill of her was also the reason she chose to become a lobby manager instead of a technician. If it was really because she had taken this order from Qin Feng that from now on she was allowed to be pointed out by people in the store, then she would rather not earn this 18,888 oceans. It's fine, Ms. Shen, since that's the case, you can just help me press my feet in the hall for all to see. It can also prove our innocence. Qin Feng at this time also saw the dilemma that Xinjialan, the lobby manager, would face if she went down to serve him as a guest, and directly waved her hand and rushed at Xinjialan, indicating that Xinjialan did not need to do a spa worth 1888 for him in a separate private room today, only need the ladder for him in the hall. Simply press the foot is good. But in terms of money, Qin Feng would still sweep up 18,888 oceans for her. Although what Qin Feng wanted to do more tonight was actually that 1888 spa program. After all, he was a bit drunk and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get a good night's sleep. But if doing so would cause trouble for Xinjialan, then he might as well wait until next time. Anyway, after he obtained the 10 times cashback system, as the best massage and relaxation place in the city, Emperor's Pavilion would definitely come back again. And the fate between him and Xinjialan must still have a ways to go, and wouldn't end after tonight. Since this was the case, it wasn't impossible to let Xinjialan press his feet in the lobby first and take the lead in getting to know him. At the same time, it also helped Xinjialan avoid the whispers of a group of people in the store. Don't ask him why he did this. Who made him Qin Feng, a man who knew how to be the most compassionate of men? Immediately afterward, without any hesitation, Qin Feng immediately opened WeChat Sweep and swept on the collection interface that the bar girl had prepared long ago. WeChat collection, $18,800. In the next second, the entire front desk on the first floor of the Imperial Pavilion resounded with a crisp beep. Chapter 20. Little Carla's ass opened her eyes. The moment this voice rang out, Xinjialan and Xiaoting both instantly stared at each other with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, looking at each other with surprise and dismay written all over their faces, because no one expected. Just when the two were still arguing, Qin Feng just so lightheartedly paid the money, and still as high as 5-digit 18,888 yang. Originally, Xinjialan didn't even intend to serve Qin Feng today for fear of affecting her reputation in the Imperial Court from now on, but if she remembers correctly, before Qin Feng paid this 18,888 oceans, in front of her and Xiaoting, she personally promised that today she did not need her to go for the 18,888 spa package for Qin Feng, but only needed her to press her feet for Qin Feng in the hall. A simple foot press in the public hall could make this handsome man in front of her, who looked like Liang Chaowei at his peak, willing to spend 18,888 oceans for her. For a while, Xinjialan was more or less touched, more than moved, simply moved to the extreme. To know, although Xinjialan appearance is not bad, the body is equally beautiful. From childhood to the pursuit of her man also quite a lot, but she had never met a man like Qin Feng who was willing to spend money for her. Just press the foot, gave her a price of nearly 20,000 yang, even if she is hard-hearted. At this moment I'm afraid to be melted it. What's more, she is not a hard-hearted woman at all, only the appearance of the ice-cold. In fact, the inner soft and weak. And there was no doubt that Qin Feng's wave of maneuvering just now had hit the softest part of Xinjialan's heart. It almost made her shed hot tears. If it wasn't for the presence of Xiao Ting, Xinjialan estimated that she would have definitely cried out. It was also this moment that allowed Xinjialan to completely see Qin Feng's character, definitely not coveting her beauty. That's why he chose to let her, the lobby manager, come down to serve. He just simply liked her. Mr. Qin, it's fine. If you still want that 1888 package, I'm willing to serve you. You wait for me in the VIP suite on the 5th floor for a while. I'll go change my clothes and be there later. Only Xinjialan's voice became soft and gentle as she whispered at Qin Feng. As she said this, a few tears flashed in her eyes. As the saying goes, a warrior dies for a friend. A woman pleases herself. Although she understood that if she went down inside the private room today and did this spa package worth 1888 for Qin Feng, it would most likely cause her to endure quite a lot of criticism in the Imperial Pavilion from now on. But right now, all of this was no longer important to Xinjialan. The wave of Qin Feng's maneuver just now had completely made her see Qin Feng's person. It made her feel that even if she had to bear the naysayers of others, she would willingly go as a lobby manager to do this spa package with quite a bit of physical contact for Qin Feng. But to her surprise, the next words that Qin Feng uttered at her made her heart warm up once again, and almost a stream of hot tears flowed out on the spot. It's fine MS. Shin, just help me press my feet in the lobby today. It's just the right time to try your foot pressing skills. Next time, tomorrow night when I come back, the two of us will go upstairs to the private room again and experience your spa technique. Qin Feng said with a smile on his face as he rushed towards Xinjialan. After being messed up by the bar girl, he more or less didn't want to go to the darkroom on the 5th floor today to do that spa worth 1888. What's more, he just said words have been said out, and now changed his mind more or less a little embarrassed. After all, his manly demeanor was still something he had to try to maintain. That's fine then brother Feng. You wait for me in the lobby first. I'll come right after I change my outfit. At this moment, Xinjialan no longer had the reserve of the lobby manager of the Imperial Pavilion at the beginning, and just like a shy little girl, she rushed at Qin Feng and said in a low voice. A blush covered her face. At the same time, her address to Qin Feng had affectionately changed to Brother Feng. Although she knew that she might be a few years older than Qin Feng, it didn't matter. Not for anything else. Just because just now she had clearly captured a message from Qin Feng's words. That is, tomorrow night Qin Feng would still come to Imperial Court to spend money, and named her as the lobby manager to continue her service. It also meant that tomorrow wasn't the day that she would still be able to earn the amazing 18,888 yuan. If that was the case, then tomorrow she would be willing to change into a technician's uniform in front of everyone and head to the 5th floor within the presidential private room to personally do the service for Qin Feng. Even if she was misunderstood by everyone, she wouldn't mind, not for any other reason, just for Qin Feng. This person has deeply into her heart. Not only is he generous, but he's also exceptionally handsome, even more so than Hong Kong and Taiwan star Chow Wei, especially that pair of electric eyes. When Xinjialan touched, the heart cannot help but a deer in the head. There is a feeling of love. The fact was such a fact. The situation was such a situation. There was no fault at all. No fault at all. Alright, Manager Shen. Then I'll wait for you in the lobby first. Just bring the most expensive ones for the fruit plate and tea or whatever. I'll settle the bill later when I go downstairs. Qin Feng then waved his hand at the bar girl and said. After saying that, he stuck his hands in his pockets and walked towards the hall alone. Okay, brother Feng. The bar girl then looked at Qin Feng's back and shouted with a wide-eyed smile. For Xiao Ting, today was also truly a small knife pulling her ass and opening her eyes. Not just any small eyes, but the super big eyes kind. With or without saying, she felt that she had to have been a cashier in Emperor's Pavilion for at least half a year. But in this half a year's time, she had never seen a man who was so generous as Qin Feng. Simply by letting lobby manager Xinjialan press her feet in the lobby, the latter had swept up a tip of 18,888 oceans for him. If she was lucky enough to sleep with this man, the latter would have to give her 100,000 or 80,000. 100,000, 800,000. Xiao Ting feel a little less. To Qin Feng's aura and out of the ordinary degree, 1,800,000 are absolutely not in the words. Only Xiao Ting could not understand one thing. That is, like Qin Feng such handsome looks, the pocket is also abnormal. Ticket man. Why did he fall for a lobby manager like Xinjialan? Although Xinjialan's looks are really hook and line, compared to some of the store's gold medal technicians, they are even better. But Xiao Ting wondered. Her side of the face and body is absolutely not bad, and age than Xinjialan is also much younger. Why did Qin Feng choose Xinjialan over her? Chapter 21, Pedicure. Jealousy. Could it be that he was too skimpily dressed today? maybe that was it. Xiao Ting couldn't help but secretly resolve that when she went to work tomorrow, she would make sure to wear an extremely sexy and wow-inducing outfit before she did so, striving to capture Qin Feng's heart. For a man like Qin Feng, who was handsome and had an unusually large amount of money in his pocket, not to mention Xinjialan, the lobby manager, even she, the bar girl, wanted him. On the other hand, Qin Feng soon arrived at the foot-pressing hall of the Imperial Pavilion. What made him feel more fortunate was that perhaps it was due to the late hour today, so the entire hall was unusually empty, not a single person was there, and he was the only customer. Qin Feng then found a corner by the window and sat down, half lying on the massage chair, waiting for Xinjialan's arrival. It was quite good if there was no one today, and he, Qin Feng, was an unusually quiet person. It was just right that he could nag Xinjialan for a heart-to-heart talk. Can't say why. From the first moment he saw Xinjialan, the lobby manager, Qin Feng felt quite pleased. Anyway, it was just that she looked easy on the eyes and was the type of girl he liked. The main reason was because she wasn't a technician here, but the lobby manager. If in the past, even if he wanted Xinjialan, the lobby manager, to serve him, he would never dare to say it. After all, the ticket in his pocket could be considered to be stretched to the limit. As the saying goes, having a thief's heart but not a thief's guts, that's just how it is said. There is no problem at all. No problem at all. However, now it is different. Since he obtained the system, the money spent on the nightclub can be said to be the more he spends. The more he spends. With this cashback mechanism, what else is there to say? From now on there is only one word in front of him. Shell. As long as the shell does not die. Shell to death. In the future in the nightclub consumption, even the boss's wife if he fell in love with, can let it down for his service. Use his best money offense. Of course, it's limited to the most normal services. After all, he, Qin Feng, was an absolute gentleman. Consumption in the nightclub in addition to leisure and entertainment, but also more for the return of cash, in order to make their own life outside the nightclub, but also as soon as possible can have a qualitative improvement. Then ruthlessly hit Liu that ass face. Let the latter know no. Break up with him, absolutely is the most wrong choice she has made in her life. No one. Soon, Xinjialan, who had already changed her outfit, carrying a basin of foot washing water, slowly paced towards Qin Feng's side from the entrance of the hall. At this moment, Xinjialan was wearing a short black dress and had removed her previous flesh-colored stockings, revealing a pair of smooth and white thighs. Qin Feng felt that there was no difference between her at the moment and when she was wearing the manager's suit at the very beginning. On the contrary, he still preferred the other party in formal attire. Qin Feng decided that when he came over here to spend money again tomorrow night, he would let Xinjialan, still wearing her original black suit, give him that spa package worth 1888. Sorry brother Feng, for keeping you waiting. After Xinjialan carried the foot washing water and came in front of Qin Feng, she first ran her hand through her hair, and then rushed to Qin Feng and said in a slightly embarrassed manner. At this moment, Xinjialan's face was blushing, just like a little girl who had just gotten married. Looking at Qin Feng in front of her, she was more or less embarrassed. Not for anything else, just because this was the first time she had acted as a technician since she had entered the leisure place. Although it was the first time, Xinjialan understood that all was her willingness, not only for Qin Feng's 888 young, more importantly, or because Qin Feng this person, it was so different from all the guests she had encountered at the Imperial Pavilion. There was an indescribable feeling. While taking advantage of the fact that Qin Feng was lying on the massage chair and resting with his eyes closed, Xinjialan gently stretched out her own jade hand and carefully took off his white sneaker socks, placing Qin Feng's feet in the foot wash basin. She carefully cleaned them. Brother Feng, I'm actually not very good at massaging, so I hope you won't mind if I don't press well. Xinjialan cleaned Qin Feng's feet while gently pressing Qin Feng's acupoints with her knuckles. Although she had never held the position of a technician before, she had spent a long time in nightclubs and more or less knew a little bit about healthcare massage, so still able to catch the duck on the shelf son for Qin Feng to do pedicure. It's okay manager Shen, just watch and get it done. Qin Feng lying on the massage chair. At the moment he is more or less a little alcohol on the head, feeling a little tired, closed his eyes, rushed to Xinjialan softly responded, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to rest a little, suddenly, he heard a series of beeps coming from his cell phone. The moment he heard this sound, Qin Feng's pupils violently dilated several times, followed by stretching out his hand and pulling out his cell phone from his pocket. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, it was mostly because the cashback that the system had just given him had arrived. When he opened his cell phone to take a look, he realized that it was true. Only in addition to his 95,588 ICBC alert text message, there were 3 WeChat reminders. It was sent to him by Mei. Qin Feng didn't know what the other party had sent for the time being. It was just the first to open his 95,588 interface, wanting to take a look at his cashback amount first. Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with the tail number 4419 has just received a transfer of 188 renminbi, 880, and now the balance on the card is 456 renminbi, 946. Looking at this transfer message he received in his cell phone, Qin Feng's little face was on the verge of bursting into smiles. If Xinjialan wasn't here, then he guessed that he would definitely burst out laughing, not for anything else, just because the balance in his bank card at this time was already enough to cover the price of a Mercedes-Benz E-Class naked car. How could it not make Qin Feng feel deeply excited? What's wrong, brother Feng? Is it that witch girl sent you a tweet that made you happy like this? Right at this moment, Xinjialan, who was washing and pressing Qin Feng's feet, also noticed Qin Feng's change in mood, raised her head and said with a smile at Qin Feng. Although Xinjialan's face was full of all smiles, for some reason, her heart was a bit sour, just like a jar of vinegar had overturned. Just now, Qin Feng's cell phone rang several times in a row, so it was obvious that someone had sent him a message. And who else but a girl could make Qin Feng open his cell phone and have a smile on his face? Xinjialan didn't know why she had this sour feeling. After all, she and Qin Feng were only in a transactional relationship, a servant and a guest. Even if women were naturally jealous, she felt that there was really no need for her to be jealous with a guest, right? Xinjialan couldn't figure all this out either, and didn't understand why she felt this way, as if Qin Feng had just swept up 888 yen for her at the bar. Xinjialan recognized him as her man, the kind that would make her jealous if any other woman had Qin Feng. Chapter 22. As long as you work hard and are willing to do it, it's not impossible to break through 100 million a week. Oh, nothing, Manager Shun. A friend sent me a message. Qin Feng then hurriedly closed his 95,588 message interface, turned his hand to open WeChat, and said with a smile at Xinjialan, if this let Xinjialan see herself laughing at her bank card's balance of hundreds of thousands of dollars, wouldn't it be a great shame? Not for anything else, just because perhaps in the eyes of Xinjialan and the imperial court bar girl, Qin Feng is most likely a multi-millionaire, or maybe a billionaire kind of. Otherwise, it is impossible to spend 888 yen. If they knew that he actually had less than 50 W ocean, it would be more or less a bit of a chain. However, Qin Feng was also clear that everything was just for the moment. Although the balance of his bank card was only 450,000 or so for the time being, it didn't matter. He might wait until tonight and his bank card balance might break through 100 W. Tomorrow night, it might even reach 10 million. Tomorrow night it might even reach 10 million. This was all possible. All of it, depended on how hard he worked. As long as he worked hard and willingly, and spent more at the nightclubs, then it wasn't impossible for his bank card balance to break through 100 million within a week. When Qin Feng opened the WeChat interface, he realized that Mimi had just sent him 3 WeChat voices, all of the shorter kind, each around 3 seconds. Qin Feng then turned down the volume of the earpiece and put it next to his ear to listen to the several voices Mei had sent him. What's up, brother Feng? Asleep? I had so much fun tonight and drank to my heart's content. It's the happiest night I've had since I entered the nightclub. Thanks to brother Feng. Qin Feng smiled slightly as he listened to these 3 voices Mei sent him. This was the first time the two of them had chatted on WeChat since he added Mimi on WeChat. It was likewise the first time that a girl from a nightclub took the initiative to find him to chat. In the past, when Qin Feng went to nightclubs to play, he had more or less added some girls on WeChat, but never chatted with them, and the other party did not take the initiative to send him a message like Mimi did. The reason for this, Qin Feng felt that for everything, he had to thank God and the system, right? If he hadn't acquired the system today, then the encounter with Mimi at night might have been something else, although it might have been good as well. But it was certain that he would be almost as good in the area of consumption. More than almost, it was definitely much worse. There was simply no ability to tip Mei that much, can't afford to sit in a big bag, and even more so can't afford to order that Hennessy set meal worth 10,000 oceans. Listening to Mei's gentle to the extreme voice on the other end of the phone, Qin Feng had a different feeling. It was something he had never experienced in his previous 20 years of life. Who is it? Girlfriend? Just as Qin Feng was about to reply to Mimi, he suddenly heard Xinjialan, who was on the side, smiling at him. From Xinjialan's eyes and words, Qin Feng felt so much as a hint of sour jealousy. After all, he wasn't a fool. It was impossible to not see what a woman looked like when she was jealous. Only what made him feel puzzled and curious was that Xinjialan would even be jealous with him. It must be known that he and Lu Yu had been together for nearly 3 months, and as his official girlfriend, Lu Yu had never been the slightest bit jealous of him. However, Xinjialan, the lobby manager of Imperial Court, whom he had just met less than an hour ago today, would actually be jealous of him for chatting with other girls, which more or less made Qin Feng feel a little surprised. The reason for this, Qin Feng felt that perhaps this was the legendary ability to add money. He himself is very handsome, not bad in dealing with people, plus with the support of the banknote ability, the charm of this aspect compared to the previous, the enhancement is really not a half a star. No, not girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend. It's a girl from the nightclub. Qin Feng then smiled and shook his head at Xinjialan, telling the truth. He, Qin Feng, loved to tell the truth, not someone who was keen on making false claims. The person who sent him a WeChat at this moment was also indeed not his girlfriend, and like Xinjialan, was a nightclub girl that he had met within 12 hours. Oh, unexpectedly, after hearing Qin Feng's words, a great loss immediately surged on Xinjialan's face, and she resentfully lowered her head and mumbled. It felt as if she had lost her soul. There was a saying that Qin Feng's reply just now seemed to have given her soul a 10,000 point blitz, for no other reason. Compared to the girls at the nightclub, Xinjialan preferred to hear from Qin Feng that the person who sent him a message was his girlfriend, because Xinjialan hoped that Qin Feng could only have her as a woman within the nightclub. In massage, drinking is really quite happy today, a little tired, come over here to relax. Qin Feng then replied to Mei Mei in text. Again, it was the truth, indicated that he was massaging, but unexpectedly, and also because of Qin Feng's truthfulness, he once again gave Mei Mei on the other end of the phone a 10,000 point blast to her heart. At this time, it was September 2nd, 2:10 a.m. After drinking with Qin Feng, Mei Mei called an online car and returned to her rental house in the harbor after Qin Feng had left. After washing her face and putting on a mask, she fell on the bed and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with Qin Feng's shadow. She didn't know why, but ever since she had entered the nightclub as a girl, there had never been a customer who had made her look like this. Qin Feng was the only one, whether it was Qin Feng's looks, or his singing voice, or his extraordinary outbursts, they were all deeply imprinted in Mei Mei's heart, the kind that made her unable to pull herself away. It felt like tonight, she had met her fated true love, without a doubt. Qin Feng was that person. Out of her uncontrollable longing for Qin Feng, Mei Mei just picked up her cell phone and sent a WeChat to Qin Feng on her own accord. This was the first time she had sent an unsolicited message to a guest within a nightclub. Originally, she had thought that chatting with Qin Feng a few times before going to bed would alleviate her feelings of longing for Qin Feng while allowing herself to have a good night's sleep tonight. But after reading Qin Feng's reply to her, Mei Mei knew that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. She had never expected that Qin Feng would turn his head and go for another massage after drinking with her this evening. It was also at this instant that the jar of jealousy in Mei Mei's heart instantly overturned. Jealousy filled her. There was no doubt that Qin Feng went for a massage and the person who served him was definitely a woman. It couldn't possibly be a man. For some reason, as soon as she thought of other women, other than her, having physical contact with Qin Feng, Mei Mei's heart became unusually uncomfortable, as if 10,000 ants had crawled into it. Logically speaking, Qin Feng was just a guest she just met today. She shouldn't feel this way about a guest. People could do whatever they wanted to do, go wherever they wanted to go, and it had absolutely nothing to do with her. However, she just couldn't feel it in her heart. Oh, she then picked up her cell phone and replied the exact same sentence as Xinjialan. Only one word. Oh, chapter 23 girlfriend is coming over to check on you? Hearing Mimi's light-hearted oh, Qin Feng was also quite surprised and frowned, simply because the two of them, her and Xinjialan, had the same reaction and even spoke in the same tone. At this moment a bold thought arose in Qin Feng's mind. It couldn't be that Mimi and Xinjialan, the two girls from the nightclub, were being jealous of each other across the room, right? Guess that could only be the case. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, feeling more and more that this 10 times cashback system was so awesome plus wow. With say no more, thinking about what he, Qin Feng, was capable of, he was able to make two extremely talented nightclub girls, who had just known each other for less than 12 hours, get jealous for him across the room. Without a doubt, this was something that the previous him simply couldn't do. The reason for this might still be the reason why that bullish to the extreme banknote ability was added. If not, the effect wouldn't be so obvious. Facts prove that a man can't rely on handsome alone. There had to be more or less some ticket support behind it for it to be a long-lasting solution. Qin Feng sighed, after listening to the reply given to him by Perfect Beauty, had originally put down his cell phone and was ready to continue resting with his eyes closed. But what he didn't expect was that the next second, the cell phone he put aside suddenly came with an ear-piercing WeChat ringtone. He didn't know who was calling him, nor did he know if it was voice or video. The moment he heard this voice, Qin Feng's whine instantly woke up by a large margin, not for any other reason, but only because he was worried that this WeChat was a video sent to him by his guide. After all, he didn't go back to the dormitory to stay tonight, but chose to dash outside instead. If this was known by the guide, it would be more or less F*** ket up, more than F*** ket up. It was simply F** ket up to the extreme. However, when Qin Feng sat up straight and saw the caller's avatar displayed on his cell phone screen, he let out a long breath. It turned out that the person who gave him this WeChat video call in the middle of the night was not his guide, but Maymay, who had just chatted with him. Qin Feng also didn't know what Mimi was doing by suddenly making this video call to him, but after a short hesitation, he still chose to pick it up. Is it a girlfriend checking in? Should I evade it? Before Qin Feng picked up the phone, Xinjialan asked in a hurry. Although Qin Feng had just clearly indicated to her that he didn't have a girlfriend, but men's mouths lied to ghosts. Who knew if Qin Feng had a girlfriend or not, or if he was just telling her a lie? In case this video was really Qin Feng's girlfriend called, let the other side to see Qin Feng in the middle of the night. Was a woman press feet, more or less a little bad? That was why Xinjialan chose to thoughtfully ask the latter if she needed to recuse herself. However, after hearing Qin Feng's reply, Xinjialan's inner jar of jealousy once again overturned, as if she was soaking in a vat of vinegar. No, it's not a girlfriend. Told you, I don't have a girlfriend. It's the nightclub girl that I just chatted with. Only to see Qin Feng pressing the answer button while rushing at Xinjialan to reply in a cloudy manner. Although he didn't understand why Maymay would suddenly make this video call to him, it didn't matter. As long as it wasn't the guide calling him, it didn't matter and it was all fine to answer. Hey, brother Feng, where are you? I want to go over and look for you. My body is also a bit tired lately, and I also want to find a place to relax. When the video was connected, Maymay took the lead and asked with a smile at Qin Feng on the other end. Just now, after Maymay had finished chatting with Qin Feng, she originally didn't want to pay attention to him anymore due to being jealous of him. However, once she put her cell phone there, her heart seemed to be blocked with a big stone. The more she thought about it, the harder it was, the more angry she became. She was not angry with Qin Feng, but angry with the girl who was giving Qin Feng a massage. If it was any other guest she knew, it would be fine, but Qin Feng was not an ordinary guest. Ever since Qin Feng left from above the moon today, an inexplicable fear had risen in Maymay's heart. Fear of losing Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng was just too good, so good that it was hard to believe it was the real kind. I'm at the Imperial Pavilion. You shouldn't come over. I'll go home right after I finish pressing my feet later. Hearing that Maymay actually wanted to come over to him, Qin Feng's side couldn't help but feel quite surprised and hurriedly rushed to the other end of the phone to say, in the middle of the night, Qin Feng was going to spend a wave of consumption at the Imperial Court, so he went out and turned left to go to the best hotel in the entire seaport, the Seaport Hotel, to sleep for a night, and then went to the Mercedes-Benz Force store the next day to pick up his car. What was Mimi doing here? He couldn't bring Mimi along to the Harbor Hotel. He can't take her with him to the Harbor Hotel. Qin Feng is also a gentleman. Not to mention that next to him there is a lobby manager Xinjialan who is pressing his feet. Xinjialan is also considered to be one of the girls he is more pleased with in the nightclub. The degree of liking is no less than the degree of the moon above the Maymay. Qin Feng was worried that the two would rub off unnecessary sparks when they met, so he decisively refused Mimi's trip to Imperial Court to look for herself. But to his surprise, the more Qin Feng didn't let her go, the more Mimi had to go. Brother Feng, why don't you let me go? You can't be short of that measly few $100s for a massage. I feel that my brother Feng shouldn't be that kind of person. After all, a night's tip can reward me with $20,000. So how could my brother Feng care about the massage fee of those 3 melons and 2 dates? Only to see Maymay sit up from the bed and quickly put on her clothes while rushing at Qin Feng and saying solemnly, she was already prepared to go to the Imperial Pavilion to look for Qin Feng, not for any other reason, just because Mimi had a bad premonition in her heart at this moment. That is, the woman who was currently doing services for Qin Feng at the Imperial Court was more than likely Qin Feng's favorite type. Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't have been able to go to the Imperial Court in the middle of the night after drinking wine on top of the moon. Although she had just met Qin Feng on the first day today, Maymay knew that she had to do everything she could to keep Qin Feng's heart no matter what. Otherwise, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. Brother Feng, wait for me for a while. I'm going out and will be there soon. After the two of us finish massaging at Emperor's Pavilion, we'll go off for some late-night snacks and drink less. I'll treat Brother Feng then. Maymay, who had already finished dressing, said to Qin Feng on the other end of the phone. After saying that, she hung up the video, called up a net car and headed towards the Imperial Court at the fastest speed possible. Hey, Mimi, don't come. Although Qin Feng's side was extremely unwilling to let Mimi travel here, but nay, the latter simply wouldn't listen to advice. He could only helplessly put down his cell phone and shook his head. What? Is your girlfriend coming over to check on you? At this time, Xinjialan, who was pressing Qin Feng's feet, seemed to have noticed that the situation was a bit off, and hurriedly lifted her head, rushing to ask Qin Feng cautiously. From Qin Feng's video conversation just now, Shinjalan vaguely learned that the girl on the opposite side appeared to be coming over to find Qin Feng. In Shinjalan's opinion, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, who else could run to a place of leisure and entertainment such as Emperor's Pavilion to look for Qin Feng, other than Qin Feng's girlfriend? Chapter 24, Don't Shake Your Head? How can I support you if I don't shake my head? It's not a girlfriend. I've told you a million times. I don't have a girlfriend. It's a KTV escort girl named May. The two of us just finished drinking. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng was more or less confused on his side, and rushed Shinjalan to say in a flustered manner, because he didn't expect that Mimi, who had just finished drinking with him, after learning that he had left the moon over the moon and ran to the imperial court for a massage, even chose to directly take a taxi and run over to him. There was one thing to say, and Qin Feng didn't know whether this kind of treatment was a blessing or a curse for him. To know, not to mention Mimi, a nightclub girl that he had just met in the nightclub for less than 12 hours. Even those of his regular girlfriends in the past, after learning that he was massaging at the club, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be excited enough to run directly over to him. May's care for him was beyond his imagination. For the first time in his life, Qin Feng felt this feeling of being super cared for in a woman. While happy, Qin Feng also felt a hint of trouble. He originally wanted to nag Shinjalan, a newly met nightclub girl, in the massage hall to get to know each other better. However, if May came over, it would inevitably disrupt his plans. It seems that there is a saying that is right. That is, there is a gain and a loss. When the heavens give a person a pleasure, it will inevitably bring a kind of trouble at the same time. That's what I'm talking about. There's nothing wrong with it, and there's nothing wrong with it. At this moment, Qin Feng deeply felt this kind of trouble. Mimi, is it May above the moon? Unexpectedly, on the other side, after hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjalan, who was sitting underneath him and was pouring all her strength into pressing his feet, immediately stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes and open mouth as she rushed at him and inquired in a shocked voice. Yes, it's May from above the moon. It's hard to believe that you two know each other? Seeing Shinjalan in this state, Qin Feng was more or less baffled and replied dully. Judging from Shinjalan's words, Qin Feng judged that Shinjalan more than likely knew Mimi, or else she wouldn't have rushed to ask him this. Alas, I didn't expect that the person who just accompanied you for a drink was actually Mimi. Shinjalan, on the other hand, sighed silently after hearing this and shook her head. Without a doubt, Shinjalan and Mimi did know each other, not for any other reason, but simply because before Shinjalan came to Imperial Pavilion to work as a lobby manager, she had also worked at Above the Moon as an escort girl there. However, later on, because of some health problems, she couldn't drink anymore, so she came to Imperial Court as the lobby manager. Do you like drinking a lot, Brother Feng? If you like drinking, you can look for me. You don't have to go to a KTV to find a girl to drink with you. I, Shinjalan, am also definitely able to give Brother Feng a good company. Shinjalan then hurriedly said with a smile at Qin Feng. After learning that May was about to arrive here, Shinjalan attempted to further draw the relationship between her and Qin Feng closer before the other party arrived here. At this point, Shinjalan could be sure of one thing, that Qin Feng most likely liked to drink, and didn't like to drink alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go to a KTV to find a girl to accompany him. Although she had some health problems before, she had long since recovered. Even if her body wasn't well, she was absolutely willing to get drunk with the man sitting in front of her. For some reason, having known Qin Feng for just less than an hour, she wanted to firmly control him in her hands, the kind that would not allow other people to share it. She could accept that Qin Feng had a girlfriend, but she couldn't accept that Qin Feng had other girls besides her at the nightclub. The moment she thought of the image of Qin Feng drinking with May on top of the moon, Shinjalan's heart was unusually uncomfortable, as if it was loaded with a big stone. This was a feeling she would never have with any other male guest. Qin Feng was the one and only one who had. Really, Manager Shen, you can drink too? Hearing Shinjalan's words, Qin Feng's eyes immediately flashed with a flash of excited brightness. At the same time, images of eating hot pot and drinking beer with Shinjalan at a hot pot restaurant floated before his eyes. Shinjalan had guessed correctly. He was indeed a person who loved to drink quite a lot, but was not willing to drink alone. He was willing to drink with girls, especially pretty girls. Without a doubt, Shinjalan met his requirements for a drinking partner. If Shinjalan could really drink a few cups, then it would not be a bad idea for him to find a hot pot restaurant with Shinjalan in the harbor tonight, and eat some delicious food while drinking a little beer. It didn't feel worse than drinking at a KTV. Most importantly, the system had clearly reminded him that any money spent on a nightclub girl would receive a tenfold cashback. Since this was the case, the money he spent on drinking and eating outside with Shinjalan was also eligible for a tenfold cashback. So why not? At that time, he would reward Shinjalan with more tips, speeding up his money swiping speed a bit, and striving to drive a G63 as soon as possible. Okay, Manager Shen, then tonight, I'll pick you up. The two of us will have dinner and some wine outside. Don't worry, the tip won't be bad for you. Qin Feng, won't let a woman drink with me for nothing. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't have any hesitation and immediately said with a smile at Shinjalan, who was pressing his feet for him, indicating that he would make a date with the other party for a meal plus a drink tonight. He was kinda looking forward to meeting up with Shinjalan at a location other than a nightclub. It would definitely be a different feeling. Yes, brother Feng, please, but you have to promise me that after you have me, you can't go to the KTV to find other girls to drink with. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjalan couldn't help but smile on her face as well, and said as if she was being petulant as she pouted her little mouth at Qin Feng. She naturally knew that if she went out to eat and drink with Qin Feng would definitely not treat her poorly. He would definitely earn more than she did at work. To take a step back, even if Qin Feng does not give her money, she is willing to go outside to eat and drink with Qin Feng. As the saying goes, thousands of gold can't buy me willingness, which is just like that. There is no problem at all. No problem at all. But she hoped that after Qin Feng had her company, it would be best if he didn't look for other girls. However, Qin Feng did not have any answer or indication to her words. It only smiled faintly. There was no comment on Shinjalan's question. To be honest, Qin Feng wanted to agree to Shinjalan's request and never set foot in a nightclub from now on. However, the problem was that the pitiful system that he was bound to had limited all the cashback venues to nightclubs. If he wasn't allowed to go to nightclubs from now on, wouldn't it be the same as taking his life? Looking at Shinjalan, who had an angry look on her lips, Qin Feng wanted to say but didn't, that from now on, if he didn't go to nightclubs to look for girls, what would he do to give her a reward for tips and what would he do to support her? Without a doubt, from Shinjalan's eyes, Qin Feng could feel that the latter was planning to become his wife in the future. Chapter 25, just came me and Feng have been waiting for you for half a day. Alright, I know you men love to have fun. It doesn't matter, as long as you can promise me that you'll come to me often in the future, and that I'll be the woman you look for the most amongst the nightclubs. Seeing Qin Feng in this state, Shinjalan also guessed what was going on. After all, a man is a teenager until he dies, especially a man like Qin Feng who is handsome and has an abnormal amount of tickets in his pocket. It was bound to be impossible to be bound by a woman. Any woman beside Qin Feng could only act as a well-behaved bird, at the mercy of the other party, rather than controlling the other party. Without a doubt, Shinjalan willingly went to be the well-behaved little bird beside Qin Feng. Also, brother Feng, in the future, don't call me Manager Shin anymore. Just call me Jalan. It's not like you don't know my name. Shinjalan then rushed at Qin Feng and continued, indicating that Qin Feng from now on, don't bother calling her by such an unpleasant name as Manager Shin. It was fine that this was inside the Imperial Pavilion. If she waited outside and Qin Feng still called her Manager Shin, it would be more or less embarrassing. Those who didn't know would think that she was Qin Feng's superior. Alright, Jia Lin. Qin Feng smiled after hearing this. With say or not, he was just in his early 20s this year, and although Shinjalan looked young as well, there was no doubt that the latter was definitely older than him. Unexpectedly, he was called by the latter with a mouthful of brother Feng. Qin Feng had genuinely never experienced such a feeling on a woman in his life. However, what he knew in his heart was that this kind of thing would definitely happen to him more often from now on. After all, Qin Feng was not the Qin Feng of the past. The current him is really a king, the king of kings, no longer the poor student from the past. Pulled the bubble. Brother Feng, I'm downstairs. What floor are you on? I'll come up to you right away. Right at this moment, Qin Feng's WeChat suddenly rang. He picked it up and found that it was Mimi who had sent him a WeChat. I'm in the massage hall on the second floor. Okay, you come up. You can see me when you get here. Qin Feng also didn't expect Mimi to be so fast and hurriedly replied at the latter with his voice. He then glanced at Shinjalan who was giving him a foot massage, wondering what kind of sparks would come out when these two would meet later. With or without words, Shinjalan and Maymay were also considered old friends. After all, they used to be co-workers at Above the Moon. Qin Feng also didn't know how the relationship between these two women was. He only hoped that they wouldn't fight because of themselves when they met later. Shinjalan's side also couldn't help but feel a thump in her heart after hearing that Mimi was about to go upstairs. Prior to this, she had never expected that one day, she and Maymay would actually meet again. And still in the Emperor's Pavilion this kind of occasion. It really made Shinjalan sigh at the impermanence of life. And the large intestine wrapped around the small intestine. In the past, when they were at the moon, she and Mimi were both accompanying girls, belonging to the relationship of co-workers. However, this time around, they had become the relationship between servant and guest. Speaking of which, once upon a time, her relationship with Maymay was not generally good, the kind that could be called good girlfriends. She also wondered if Maymay would be embarrassed after seeing her later. After all, to put it bluntly, the reason why the two of them were able to meet today was all because of this man. Qin Feng, on the other hand, Very soon Maymay arrived at the massage hall on the second floor of the Emperor Pavilion after being informed by Qin Feng. Just after arriving at the entrance of the hall, Maymay glanced at Qin Feng, who was lying on a massage chair in the corner of the hall by the window. The first time she saw Qin Feng, a warm current instantly rose in Maymay's heart. Although she had only parted ways with Qin Feng for less than 2 hours, for some reason, Maymay felt as if 2 years had passed. Brother Feng. Shinjalan then excitedly waved her hand at Qin Feng and jogged all the way towards him. Just after running 2 steps, she saw a woman wearing a short black dress that exposed her smooth white thighs, squatting on the ground and washing Qin Feng's feet. Seeing this scene, Maymay instantly had a wave of nameless jealousy plus fire rise from her heart. Although she hadn't yet gotten a good look at this person, but just from the woman's figure and the whiteness of her skin, Maymay could expect that this person must be a beautiful woman, with a look that definitely didn't lose to her. In the process of walking towards the side, Maymay really think more and more angry. Later with this woman fight hard all have. She hadn't even touched Qin Feng's feet yet this woman was recklessly touching it with her hands. Although what Qin Feng was doing was itself a foot washing plus pedicure program, in Maymay's opinion, that wouldn't do. Not for any other reason but because Qin Feng's body only allowed her to touch it alone. She couldn't let Qin Feng be snatched away by any other nightclub girl other than her. Although Maymay thought so, when she clenched her small fists and came in front of Qin Feng, she was shocked when she saw the appearance of the woman who was pressing Qin Feng's feet. Never in a million years did she expect that the nightclub girl that Qin Feng had come to Imperial Pavilion to look for would be her. Mimi, you're here. Brother Feng and I have been waiting for you for half a day. Only to see that when Mimi arrived near Qin Feng, Shinjalan jerked her head up and looked at Mimi with a preemptive smile. Jialin? This time then gave Mimi dry confused, looking at this familiar face in front of her that could not be more familiar. Dumbfounded, murmured, quickly sit down Maymay. I'll have someone call the technicians over later, so you can choose. Qin Feng also greeted Mimi with a smile and settled down on the massage chair beside him. He also said that he would have Maymay choose a technician later and give her a wave of foot pressing service as well. It's fine, Brother Feng. I came just to see you. It's fine if I do the service or not. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Maymay came back to her senses from her dumbfounded emotions and responded with a smile at Qin Feng. Immediately afterward, she followed Qin Feng's instructions and sat down on a massage chair to the side. However, her eyes were still fixed on Shinjalan, her best friend from the past that she hadn't seen for a long time. Similarly, she did not expect that she would meet with the other party again on this occasion. Speaking of which, in the past, when she was on top of the moon, Maymay and Shinjalan's relationship was quite good. It belonged to the kind where they could talk about anything, but then they had fallen out because of an incident. Now that they met again, Maymay intended to say something to Shinjalan to talk about the old friendship, as the saying goes, but she found herself unable to say anything, especially after seeing Shinjalan's jade hands, gently massaging Qin Feng's feet one by one. She was even more enraged. She knew that between her and Shinjalan, it was impossible to make up in this lifetime. Of the two of them, only one of them was destined to accompany Qin Feng. Maymay was confident that that person would definitely be her, not Shinjalan. Brother Feng, the two of us had such a good time drinking just now. Why don't we change places now and drink some more? If Brother Feng says he wants to drink until what time, Maymay will drink with Brother Feng until what time? Even if we drink until dawn, Maymay will be willing. Only to see Mimi stretching out her right hand, gently resting on Qin Feng's shoulder. In front of Shinjalan, she rushed at the latter and said with affection. Chapter 26 pulled the bubble before making a choice. I Qin Feng all want. Hearing Maymay's words, Shinjalan's side of her heart suddenly thumped, and the same nameless anger rose from her heart. One to say one. In the moment she just saw Mimi, she was already ready to abandon former suspicions with the other party and get back together. But after Mimi had finished rushing Qin Feng with such words, Shinjalan knew that it was impossible for the two of them to reconcile in this lifetime. Obviously, Mimi's words just now were not just directed at Qin Feng, they were also directed at her. It was swearing to her that Qin Feng's sovereignty belonged to her. However, in Shinjalan's opinion, Mimi wasn't Qin Feng's girlfriend, but just like her, she was just a girl Qin Feng had just met at a nightclub. Why could she hold Qin Feng firmly by her side and own him alone? What Mimi could do, Shinjalan, could do the same. Brother Feng, do you remember what I told you just now? If you want to drink in the future, you don't have to go to a KTV. The two of us going outside to eat some hot pot and drink a little wine isn't better than being in a KTV. Whether Brother Feng is willing to drink beer or white, I, Shinjalan, can equally keep Brother Feng company. Shinjalan took a towel, gently wiped her wet hands, stood up, came behind Qin Feng, while massaging Qin Feng's shoulders, while lying beside the latter's ear, said in a not too loud and not too small volume. Shinjalan's words were also intentionally said to Mimi. Since Maymay had already shown her the cards and sworn Qin Feng's sovereignty, Shinjalan knew that she couldn't hide it either. She was worried that if she couldn't show something in front of Qin Feng at this time, then Qin Feng would inevitably be snatched away by Mei Mei. Shinjalan, what do you mean by that? What do you mean that brother Feng can just look for you if he wants to drink in the future and doesn't need to go to a KTV? Don't you know what I do? In the next second, she only saw Mei Mei's eyes widen as she glared at Shinjalan, who was not far away beside her, and snapped, Mimi, what I said is the truth. It's true that there's no need for brother Feng to go to the KTV so often if he wants to drink. The consumption there is not generally expensive. Although brother Feng is not poor in money, it's not necessary to let brother Feng spend that unjust money. Besides, you guys are not necessarily able to give brother Feng good company, and Shinjalan likewise did not let the number go in the slightest, twisting her head around and rushing at Mei Mei in a loud voice in response. At this moment, Qin Feng was more or less a bit confused when faced with this sword-fighting stance of the two, not for anything else, just because he did not expect Mei Mei and Shinjalan, two former close friends, for their own right to belong to the issue. The skin will be torn so quickly. It hadn't even been a minute since Mei Mei had entered the house, and the two were on the verge of fighting. If he didn't step in to control a wave, he was really worried that the next second, these two might start fighting in front of him. There was one thing to be said. Although this feeling of the two women fighting over him and being jealous was indeed very cool, more than cool, it was simply refreshing. However, Qin Feng absolutely couldn't let the two of them get into a fight. In case these two women fought without any lightness, it would not be good to break one of the parties. That was naturally not the situation Qin Feng wished to see. As the saying goes, pulling the bubbles before doing the multiple choice question. The real king is all of them. In Qin Feng's opinion, after obtaining the system, it was bound to be impossible for him to only have Mimi and Shinjalan as his two nightclub girls. With the passage of time, there were bound to be more nightclub girls that would continue to come into his life. Therefore, what he wanted to say was that the quarrel between Mei Mei and Shinjalan at this time, in the words of the general, this stink bug, is all redundant. After breaking up with Lu Yu, it also made Qin Feng understand a lot of things and think clearly about a lot of issues. From now on, Qin Feng will definitely not be like before, firmly dead heart on a woman, unless in the future, he really meets that woman who makes his heart move to the point of being difficult to extricate himself. But right now, Qin Feng understood that it was still far from that time. Having obtained the system for less than a day, he only needed to do one thing right now, and that was to enjoy life and shake his head like crazy, strive to make his bank card balance break through the 100 million mark as soon as possible, own the Maybach and G63 early. Alright, all stop arguing, take out your Alipay payment codes, only to see Qin Feng, who was half lying on the massage chair, sitting up violently, pulling out his long-way cell phone from his pants pocket, waving his hand and rushing at the two men in a stern voice. The previous him didn't know how he should soothe a woman when she was angry, but now he knew. Although money wasn't always the best option, it definitely worked. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjalan and Mei Mei first froze and looked at each other. Then they followed Qin Feng's instructions and dully opened their cell phone's Alipay collection interface and displayed it in front of Qin Feng. The duo at this time could not be described as not having their hearts beating at a full rate. Immediately fast fly out of the throat kind. After all, the two of them are not fools. It is very clear that Qin Feng told them to put the Alipay payment interface to show what the intention is. Other than transferring money to them, what else could it be? And since Qin Feng had asked them to show the payment code interface of Alipay instead of WeChat, it meant that the amount Qin Feng was going to sweep for them next was definitely not a small amount. Otherwise it would be fine to use WeChat. There was no need to use Alipay. And in the next second, the two's suspicions were verified. Alipay arrived. $100,000. Alipay arrived. 100,000 yuan. Only to see Qin Feng after a meal of operation. The two people's cell phones coincidentally came a crisp beep, prompted the two of them in the Alipay. Received this with Liang Chaowei avatar Alipay user 100,000 yuan transfer. Listening to this sound, while looking at their Alipay balance and the balance of the whole extra 6 figures, Shinjalan and Mei Mei were at a loss for words in that moment of shock. The kind where their eyes were about to fall to the ground in shock. Both of you, I like it very much. This $100,000, take it as a gift for your first meeting. Remember, in the future, you're not allowed to fight in front of me again. Who I, Qin Feng, want, depends on my mood. If you guys want to stay by my side all the time, behave yourselves. If you perform well, Qin Feng will also designate no bad things. After transferring 100,000 oceans to each of the two people's Alipay, Qin Feng lay back on the massage chair with a satisfied mind. The reason why Qin Feng had just chosen to transfer another 100,000 yang tip each to Mei Mei and Shinjalan, the two nightclub girls he had just known for less than 12 hours. One of the reasons was because he didn't want them to continue arguing in front of him. Otherwise, these two were definitely going to start a fight. The second and more important thing was that Qin Feng wanted to speed up his cashback a bit. Just now Qin Feng looked at his balance and realized that he had exhausted himself all night. The bank card balance had only come to more than 400,000, less than $500,000. At this rate of spending, he wouldn't be able to have both a Maybach and a G63 until the monkey years and months. It was just now that Qin Feng knew that he had to speed up his money swiping a bit before he could do so. Chapter 27 Obtaining the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G reward. And when Qin Feng gave the two women Alipay to finish sweeping 200,000 yen, not only Shenjialan and Mei Mei, two parties were confused. Even the bar girl who hid in the doorway of the hall and secretly watched Qin Feng, as well as a group of female technicians of the Emperor's Pavilion, were all numb. Just now, after learning that Emperor's Pavilion had a super awesome guest today, who had tipped the lobby manager Shenjialan 800 yen at the bar, allowing the latter to personally come down to serve him. Almost all of the female technicians in the Imperial Pavilion sneaked to the entrance of the massage hall and quietly sized up Qin Feng, who was lying on the massage chair, through the gauze curtain, wanting to memorize the face of this outspoken, arguably bullish to the extreme guest. This way, when Qin Feng came next time, they would have the opportunity to serve each other. Originally, they thought that Qin Feng was already bullish to the extreme when he swept Shenjialan at 888 tip operation at the bar as soon as he struck today. But when they heard those two loud and clear voices coming from the massage hall, they realized that Qin Feng, a man who looked like peak RTHK star Liang Chaowei, was more than bullish. He was simply bullish to death. You have to know. That's 100,000 yang yang per person. Qin Feng lifted his hand and swept it out like this in a breeze. 100,000 notions, almost catch up with their year's salary. At this time, including the bar girl Xiao Ting, a group of female staff members of the Imperial Pavilion, looking at Shenjialan's eyes, are almost envious of the fire. Even the cleaning ants sweeping the floor, also followed carrying a mop, stomped their feet indignantly. She couldn't wait to be 40 years younger immediately and strive to get to know such a bullish and heavenly guest like Qin Feng. Brother Feng, you just gave the two of us each Alipay swept 100,000 Daiyang? Shenjialan's eyes were wide open, looking at this extra 100,000 balance of Alipay, and for a while it was still a little hard to believe that this was true. It wasn't until she rubbed her eyes and carefully looked at her Alipay balance 3 times in a row. Only then was she sure that what she saw was true. Just now her Alipay is the actual received Qin Feng 100,000 big ocean transfer. Happy, Shenjialan did not hesitate and immediately added Qin Feng's Alipay account. Looking at this user using Liang Chaowei's avatar, Shenjialan is the more she looks at the more happy, the more she looks at the more elated. Sighing, she wondered if her family's ancestors' graves were smoking tonight. After so many years of wandering in the nightclub, it finally allowed her to run into a prince charming like Qin Feng who could save her life in her dreams. Shenjialan deeply understood that the astonishing 11,888 yen Qin Feng gave her tonight would be a qualitative improvement to her life. Not only was her rent and credit card taken care of, but even her brother's surgical expenses for his uremia had been paid for. On the other hand, although Mimi wasn't as short of money as Shenjialan, she wasn't rich either. For the more than $100,000 Qin Feng transferred to her this evening, she was equally happy to the point of flying. Looking at this extra 100,000 balance of Alipay, Mei Mei understood that the designer cosmetics she longed for were available, as high as 5WA Cartier watch also have. It was also at this moment that both women understood one thing, that is, if one of the two of them wanted to trap Qin Feng, it was simply impossible, because in this world, some people's lives were destined to belong to the stars and the sea. Definitely not stopping for a certain tree, a certain flower. There was no doubt that apart from the two of them, Qin Feng would know more girls in the future, and what they needed to do was to join hands and work together to keep a part of Qin Feng's heart with them. Thinking of this, Mei Mei and Shenjialan both took a deep breath at the same time, raised their heads, and turned their gazes to each other unanimously. Together, they determined this strategic goal. It was also at this second that the two women, who were originally still fighting over Qin Feng's right to belong, stood on a united front. Jia Lin, quickly go find me a set of technician clothes as well. The two of us will keep Brother Feng company together tonight. After we finish the massage, we'll go to the big stall next door and have a drink with Brother Feng without getting drunk, only to see Mimi fiercely get up from the massage chair. Following Shenjialan's example, she came behind Qin Feng and pressed Qin Feng's shoulders. Okay Mimi, wait for me. Brother Feng, don't look at Mimi as a girl from a KTV, but her massage kung fu was remarkable. Not much worse than a professional technician. Shenjialan, who had just finished determining a united front with Mimi, immediately nodded and said with a smile at the two of them. Then she quickly brought a set of technician clothes for Mei Mei that was exactly the same as hers. A short black dress and a pair of black low-heel lady shoes. Mei Mei, next to that is the changing room. you can go inside and change. When we're changed we'll both give Feng a massage together. After handing Mimi her clothes and shoes, Shinjalan thoughtfully pointed out the locker room to the side for the latter, indicating that after Mei went there to change her clothes, she could come over and give Qin Feng a massage together with her. There's no one else here. I'll just change here. Brother Feng, wait, I'll be quick. It looks unprofessional not to change into these clothes. Unexpectedly, Mei sighed after receiving the clothes and shoes and shook her head at Shinjalan, indicating that there was no other man in the massage hall besides Qin Feng. It was fine for her to change here. Then she sat on a massage chair on the side and operated it. Hey, Mimi, you'd better change in the changing room. Qin Feng twisted his head this way and just wanted to advise Mimi to go inside to change, but just as he turned his head, he saw that Mimi had already taken off the white short sleeves she was wearing. He then hurriedly turned his head again, not looking at the latter. Unexpectedly Mei this is really not take him as an outsider. Even change clothes can be changed next to him. It seems that the total 20W ocean PayPal that he just swept for the two of them was really not spent in vain. All of a sudden, the distance between him and the two women had been brought closer again. However, what made Qin Feng feel rather puzzled was that, logically speaking, after a series of his operations from the inside out, Shinjalan's adoration value for him should have already reached the standard. However, the system had delayed in giving him a reminder, which was also something that Qin Feng was quite surprised about. One must know that this system that he had obtained was not just a system that allowed him to receive a tenfold cashback for his consumption within the nightclub. Even after a nightclub girl's adoration value for him reached the standard, he was also able to obtain additional rewards. For example, when he had spent money on the moon, the system had given him 2 rewards in a row: master-level singing skills and full-level athletic ability. After Mei's primary and intermediate admiration values for him had reached the standard, he felt that as long as Shinjalan, the Imperial Pavilion lobby manager, wasn't hard-hearted, at this moment, she had been more or less moved by him. At the very least, the primary adoration value should have already reached the standard. However, the system prompt was slow to ring in his head. It was also not forbidden for Qin Feng to wonder if this system of his was broken. Congratulations to the host. The nightclub girl Shinjalan's primary adoration value for you has reached the standard. Obtain the Hong Kong A999999-5 license plate Mercedes-Benz Big G reward. It is now parked in the parking lot of the Imperial Court, so please ask the host to extract it on his own. Just as Qin Feng was feeling puzzled, just then, a strong system beep suddenly came from his mind. Chapter 28: The most awesome car in the whole harbor. There is no one. Hearing this voice, Qin Feng's body was as if there was an electric current flowing through his body, from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, not for anything else, just because just now the system rushed to him to say the words. Give him the shock is not ordinary big. Just now, he had truly heard that due to the nightclub girl Shinjalan's primary adoration value for him reaching the standard, an additional system reward had been triggered for him, and this reward was quite heavy for him. It could be said to be his tool for pretending in the nightclub and even outside of the nightclub. That was a Mercedes-Benz G63 with a Hong Kong A999999-5 license plate. You know, if it was just a G63 with full performance and pussy, it would be enough to make one's heart race. After all, that is a value of more than $3 million. The planet's top hard system off-road, belonging to the dream of every man's heart, and the one that the system rewarded him with was not an ordinary G63. The most dazzling and awesome is the license plate hanging on its body, Hong Kong A99999, as the seaport of one of the 3 major cities in the Dragon's interior. Whoever can have a 9-to-5 license plate that starts with Hong Kong A, that was definitely the most dazzling existence. Qin Feng used to see those on the street, with leopard license plate numbers such as 38s and 39s, and had envied them. He fantasized that one day, after owning a car, he would also be able to match his body with a top-notch license plate number. It didn't have to be too awesome. If it could have 3 3s, he would be satisfied. However, he never expected that the Hong Kong A99999, which could be called the most awesome license plate number in the entire seaport, would fall on him, a poor student in the past. The real thing is that Qin Feng had to let Qin Feng sigh. Life is unpredictable. The big intestines, the small intestines. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Are we pressing you comfortably? Right at this moment, Mimi, who was massaging Qin Feng with Shinjalan, also noticed Qin Feng's change in mood and hurriedly asked Qin Feng with a smile while massaging him. It was thought that it was due to her joining and that Qin Feng was in a happy mood and that was why she couldn't help but have a big smile on her face. Delightful, too damn delightful. Hearing Mimi's words, Qin Feng also raised his head and replied at the latter with a smile. Actually, how well the 2 nightclub girls, Mimi and Shinjalan, massaged him was not something Qin Feng cared about. What really made Qin Feng happy was the bullish to the extreme Mercedes-Benz G63 that the system had just rewarded him with. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to go directly to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store tomorrow morning to pay full price for an E300, and then drive to the entrance of Harbor University to pretend to be a bully. However, he did not expect that the system would go one step further and directly reward him with a 300+ W Mercedes-Benz G63, and also match him with such a top-notch license plate. How could it not make him feel deeply happy? More than happy, simply happy about to fly up. And the system also said that the Mercedes-Benz G63 with a Hong Kong A99999 license plate was placed in the parking lot in front of the Imperial Court. In this way, he couldn't wait to go out and enjoy the endless charm of his ride. Qin Feng then inclined his right hand into his pocket and felt inside, because at the same time that the system gave him a prompt, Qin Feng felt that something had appeared out of nowhere in the right pocket of his jeans. Although he had yet to see exactly what this thing looked like, Qin Feng guessed that this extra thing in his pocket at this time was more than likely the car key of the legendary Mercedes-Benz G63. And when Qin Feng took the thing in his pocket and quietly pulled it out and glanced at it while Mimi and Shinjalan weren't paying attention, he realized that it was only a Mercedes-Benz car key engraved with 3 dazzling letters of AMG appeared in front of his eyes. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Qin Feng has officially become the Honorable Mercedes AMG owner. Also from this moment, he formally in the school that his girlfriend snatched away. Driving a bull white BMW 5 Series rich second generation young fan pull open the gap. And the gap between them, already don't know how many grades. Not only is this Mercedes-Benz G63 worth more than 300 W, there is also that Hong Kong A99999 license plate worth more than 10 million. All that young fan from now on can no longer touch his heels. Qin Feng can't wait to drive his car to the entrance of Harbor University, and then hit young fan and that Luyu's face hard in front of everyone. Mei, Jia Lin, it's getting late. Why don't we leave it at that for today? If you two have time, let's have a late night snack together later and then I'll send you home. We'll get together again tomorrow night. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately sat up, interrupting the massage that the two women were giving him in progress, raised his hand, looked at the genuine Casio watch on his wrist that was worth 1,000 oceans, and said with a smile at the two of them, indicating that his consumption trip in the Imperial Court today would almost be over, because he couldn't wait to go out and go to the parking lot in front of the entrance to meet up with his Mercedes-Benz driver. There's time. Of course there's time. No matter where Brother Feng wants to go next, the two of us will accompany him to the end. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjalan and Mimi both first froze and looked at each other, then immediately turned their heads and rushed at Qin Feng in unison and excitedly said, just now, the two of them, one on top of the other, were massaging Qin Feng with vigor, but they did not expect Qin Feng to suddenly propose the next game, which also made the two of them quite surprised. But it didn't matter, no matter where it was fine for Shinjalan and Mei, the two nightclub girls, as long as they could continuously accompany Qin Feng, it would make them satisfied. Alright then, you two get changed. I'll go downstairs and settle the rest of the consumption, then we'll go to the next one. Qin Feng then also bent down and prepared to put on his white sneakers and socks, but what he didn't expect was that these two nightclub girls didn't give him this chance at all. They only saw one of them pick up a sneaker, as well as the socks, and put them on for Qin Feng as fast as they could. No, I'll do it myself. Although Qin Feng said on his lips that he could just do it himself, he sat motionless on the massage chair, enjoying the image of Mei and Shinjalan putting on his shoes. For the first time in his life, it was the first time that Qin Feng had his shoes and socks put on by another woman other than his own mother. Not even the proper girlfriends he had been with in the past had ever done so. How can I put this feeling? I can't say it's great, but it's definitely quite wow. The kind that wanted a second time after the first. But the second time Qin Feng was not going to let these two girls operate for her. Preparing to meet two more superb nightclub girls, it wasn't that he, Qin Feng, was a philanderer. It was only because the system had given him the settings to do just that. There was no way for him to change it. It could only be accepted gladly and faced with a smile. As the saying goes, in order to live. He didn't want to shake his head, but he also had to shake his head by decree. Chapter 29, Shocked Boss of Emperor Pavilion. At the same time, the group of female technicians who were watching from the screen curtain at the entrance of the massage hall on the second floor of the Emperor Pavilion also rushed down the stairs as fast as they could after seeing Qin Feng preparing to leave the place. A total of more than 20 female technicians stood in 2 rows at the entrance of the first floor, respectfully waiting for Qin Feng to come downstairs. 2 spiritual guys wearing suits and tattooed with shrimp threads also followed and stood among them, taking big deep breaths, all nervous. In fact, as a matter of fact, at this point in time, it was already close to September 2nd, 3 a.m. At this point in time, if it was done in the past, the female technicians in the store should all be off work, but today was the only exception. Due to Qin Feng's arrival, all of them, one by one, did not leave, but chose to stay in the store to wait for Qin Feng. Although they knew that they didn't accompany Qin Feng today, it didn't mean that they wouldn't be able to accompany him in the future. As long as Qin Feng still came to Imperial Pavilion to spend money, then they would have the chance to harvest such a bullish to the extreme guest. What's going on? What are all doing? It's this time of the day. Why haven't they gone home yet? Right at this moment, the door to the boss's office room on the first floor slowly opened, and a middle-aged man with a briefcase, a bald head, a beer belly, and an early 40s appearance walked out from inside. This person's name is Song Chang, is the major shareholder of Imperial Court, the proper boss. In the Harbor Road is also the existence of a number one. Today, there was nothing to do, so he came to the store to stay for a while, and in the meantime, he supervised the female technicians in the store to see if they were working seriously. When Qin Feng came, Song Chang had been sitting in his office, shutting the door and playing King Pesticide feverishly. It could be said that he knew nothing about Qin Feng's arrival, and no one had informed him. Now at the end of the day, the Imperial Court should be closed. Song Chang is also ready to drive his $1 million Land Cruiser back home, but just pushed open the door of the office to come out. We'll see the past this time point. Should have long run away from the clean store of a group of female technicians. Today was an unprecedented one. Did not go, all fully dressed, standing one by one at the front door, face stacked with charming professional fake smile, as if waiting for the arrival of a certain big shot in general. The moment he saw this scene, Song Chang thought that he had blurred his eyes playing King Pesticide, and rubbed his eyes several times in a row before he was sure that what he saw was real. At the same time rushed to the crowd 10,000 times asked, until he listened to the bar little sister shouting rushed his explanation. Song Chang realized that he cat in the office, playing King Pesticide on the score of this hour. The store even happened such a big thing. Do you know what that person's origin is? Song Chang then furrowed his brows and asked Xiao Ting in a nervous manner. From Xiao Ting's words just now, Song Chang learned that the guest who came today, not only once he arrived at the store, he gave their side of the lobby manager, Shin Jialin, a tip of 18,888 at the bar, and also in the second floor of the massage hall, with Alipay lightheartedly to Shin Jialin and another nightclub girl, each turned 10W ocean, out so generous. Let Song Chang expected, today after midnight to Emperor Pavilion consumption of this guest, by no means idle generation. It was very likely that he was one of the big shots in the harbor. Although he was the owner of the Imperial Pavilion, there was no doubt that Song Chang also had the determination to climb up the ladder. It was tempting to get to know the top dignitaries of the seaport through the Emperor's Pavilion as a way to enhance his connections and status in the seaport. But the problem was that for such a long time, he had not really met any decent guests. But from Xiao Ting's description just now, a strong premonition rose from Song Chang's heart. It felt that this guest who came to Imperial Court today to spend his money was the good big brother that he had been longing for and that would allow him to further improve his status in the seaport. Jianghu, not quite sure. It seems like he hasn't been in our store before. He's quite young, around 20s, but what's certain is that the strikes are definitely extraordinary. I've been working in the store for a really long time, and it's the first time I've seen a customer who spends money so ruthlessly. After Xiao Ting pondered slightly, she rushed at Song Chang and said in a million solemn words, "Aha." Song Chang nodded after hearing this. A guest who had 10W 20W out of the gate would indeed not be an ordinary character. Although this more than $200,000 was not too much if it was considered on its own, but rushing to spend more than 20W just like buying a bottle of water with this stance, it definitely wouldn't be something an ordinary person could have. They're coming down soon, right? Everyone stay put for now, including me, and wait here for a bit. We'll leave after this guest leaves. Then Song Chang rushed Xiao Ting, the little sister at the bar, and continued, deciding to wait for this mysterious guest to come downstairs as the owner of Emperor Pavilion, along with the other staff members of the store. In fact, when he heard from Xiao Ting that this guest was only in his 20s, Song Chang's heart immediately surged with a faint sense of loss. Not for anything else, just because in his opinion, a young man in his early 20s, even if he was bullish, to what extent could he be bullish? He would have preferred that the guest upstairs was about the same age as him, in his 40s or 50s, because only a guest of this age could be a big shot with only a hand in the harbor. But it didn't matter. There was no guarantee that this young man was the son of one of the bigwigs in the seaport. It would be an excellent thing for him if he could get to know this top-tier rich second generation. On the other hand, Qin Feng, surrounded by Shinjialin and Mei Mei, was talking and laughing as he walked down from the second floor steps of the Imperial Pavilion. One could only see Qin Feng wrapping one arm around the other, holding the shoulders of both of them tightly with his hands. It wasn't that Qin Feng was trying to take advantage of the two. After all, he, Qin Feng, was a proper gentleman. The main thing was that he had drunk a bit too much wine that bout of playing on top of the moon, although a slip of 13 times in the Emperor's Pavilion had pretty much sobered him up. However, out of safety, Qin Feng still wanted to support the two of them to avoid him falling down the stairs with one foot. As for this behavior of Qin Feng, the two women naturally accepted it gladly. More than gladly accepting it, they were practically begging for it. Being able to be embraced by Qin Feng, a man whose looks resembled peak Hong Kong and Taiwan star Liang Chaowei and who also had an unusually large amount of tickets in his pocket, was a lifelong blessing for them. And when Qin Feng came to the second floor at the slow platform and inadvertently glanced at the appearance of the hall on the first floor of the Imperial Court, he could not help but be stunned, only to see the entire 20-odd well-dressed female technicians of the Imperial Pavilion, as well as the two male greeters, all of them standing at the door with smiles on their faces, focusing their eyes on him, waiting for him to descend the stairs. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was also quite surprised at first. However, this surprise only lasted for a second. After all, he deeply understood that from now on, this kind of posture would be the norm for him to consume in nightclubs. Sure enough, it also fulfilled the saying, money can make the devil push the mill. That's exactly what it says. There is nothing wrong with it, no problem at all. Chapter 30 Excluding spending. The rest is 1,000 per person. Welcome Brother Feng downstairs. Wish Brother Feng a good dream at night. Upon seeing Qin Feng embracing Mei Mei and Shinjalan on his left and right, appearing at the bar on the first floor of the Imperial Pavilion, the more than 20 flamboyant female technicians waiting at the entrance immediately respectfully bent down at Qin Feng, and said in a loud voice with the most solemn tone that they were capable of uttering in this life. Even Song Chang, who was on the side, followed suit and piled up a smile on his face as he looked at Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze touched Song Chang's body. After looking the latter up and down, he had already guessed the identity of the other party. In all likelihood, he was the owner of the Imperial Pavilion. Looking at Song Chang's age and attire, he was definitely not an ordinary staff member. Brother Chang, you're still off work this late? Brother Feng, this is the owner of our store, Song Chang. Shinjalan was also quite surprised after noticing Song Chang and hurriedly introduced Qin Feng with a smile. Greetings, how's it going brother? Are you still satisfied with the services provided to you by Imperial Pavilion tonight? After having Shinjalan's matchmaking, Song Chang took the initiative to extend his right hand, wanting to shake Qin Feng's hand and said with a smile. In Song Chang's eyes, he had already defined Qin Feng as a certain rich second-generation man with quite a lot of tickets within Harbor City. The reason why he dared to spend money so generously was because he had an extremely powerful father or mother behind him. For this kind of person, although Song Chang respect, but more or less also some heart to see not on. However, when Song Chang gradually understand Qin Feng that can be said to be bullish to the extreme rich generation identity, only to know, is his insight is too shallow. As the saying goes, you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't judge a person by his seawater. At this time standing in front of him, this college student who was only in his early 20s was the strongest king of the entire Harbor City. There was no one. Not bad. Calculate the consumption and buy the rest of the bill. I'll withdraw first and come back over for a play session tonight. Qin Feng nodded his head and replied in a cloudy manner while reaching out his hand and pulling out the long-way cell phone in his pants pocket. It didn't bother shaking hands with Song Chang, the boss of Imperial Pavilion. If in the past, a certain nightclub's boss had taken the initiative to bash and shake hands with him, he would have been overjoyed. He would definitely have to greet the other party with a smile and take their face. But now, there was really no need for that. Indeed, with his current strength, there was really no need to give anyone face. He could give respect to a group of women within the nightclub because he also needed to obtain cashback and additional system rewards from them. But for the others, it would depend on his mood. Shouting give this guest to calculate the account. Later we'll wipe a zero to make a discount. Don't count so much on. After seeing Qin Feng did not pay attention to himself, Song Chang's side also could not help but feel quite surprised. Dumbfounded retracted his right hand, turned his head and rushed to the bar girl said. At the same time, he felt more and more that Qin Feng's demeanor was extraordinary. It may never be an idle generation. It must be known that in the past, other guests who came to Imperial Pavilion to spend money, no matter how big or small, bullish or not, would all display a respectful attitude after learning that he was the owner of Imperial Pavilion. But this young man in front of him was an exception, as if he didn't take him, the owner of the city's largest leisure massage place. Seriously, Brother Feng, our tea package and everything on this side is according to what you said. Going for the most expensive. Original price $38.88. You give 3,000 on the line. Xiaoting also followed Song Chang's request and handed the bill to Qin Feng while erasing a zero for it. Ajk. Qin Feng did not pick up the bill and just nodded and said. Then he smoothly clicked on the 295,588 text messages he had just received. If there were no surprises, it was most likely that the cashback from that bout of Alipay rewards he had given to both Shinjalan and Mimi had arrived. And when he clicked on the SMS interface, he realized that it was indeed so. Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with tail number 4419 just received a transfer of 100W, and now the balance on the card is 1,256,949 yuan. Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with tail number 4419 has just received a transfer of 100W, and the current balance on the card is 2,256,949 yuan. Due to the additional rewards he had just given to Xinjialan and Maymay, the two nightclub girls, Qin Feng's bank card balance had directly received a total of 200W in cashback. In the blink of an eye he had become a millionaire. Qin Feng could not help but sigh. It seemed that he really had to speed up the speed at which he swiped money at nightclubs in the future, in an effort to make his bank card balance break through the $100 million mark at an early date. Qin Feng then turned his hand to open his WeChat sweep interface, swept on the WeChat collection code at the bar of the Imperial Court. WeChat collection, $30,000. In the next second, a clear collection tone came from the bar of the Imperial Court. The moment they heard this sound, the entire first floor hall of the Emperor Pavilion, there was one that counted. All of them were dumbfounded. Brother Feng, I just asked you to sweep 3,000. How did you sweep 30,000 for me? Little Ting, the bar girl, even stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes and an incredulous face, roaring in shock, doubtful if she just did not express herself clearly, before Qin Feng heard wrongly and directly transferred 30,000 to her. And in the next second, the words that Qin Feng uttered in a cloudy manner allowed him to get an explanation for the wave of maneuvers he had just made. It's getting late. You guys aren't off work this late. That 30,000 yuan, excluding the tea consumption tonight, the remaining 1,000 for each of you will be taken as your tips. Then Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the nearly 20 or so female technicians behind him and said, Thank you Brother Feng, thank you Brother Feng, thank you Brother Feng. In the next second, the first floor hall of the Imperial Pavilion was suddenly filled with the excited sounds of thanks from a group of girls. At this moment, this group of female technicians who did not serve Qin Feng were really happy and about to fly, not for anything else, just because Qin Feng's wave of maneuvers just now. They hadn't expected it at all before this. Originally, they were standing here today because they wanted to see if they could leave an impression on Qin Feng. That way, when Qin Feng came back, he would have the chance to pick them. However, just because they chose to delay their shift and wait here for Qin Feng, it allowed all of them to receive 1,000 Dayang tip each. How could it not make them feel genuinely happy and joyful? Okay Mei Jialin, you two wait for me here for a while. I'll go fetch the car, and later we'll go have some late night snacks. Then Qin Feng waved his hand at both Xinjialan and Mei and said with a smile. After saying that, he turned around and walked alone towards the parking lot outside of Imperial Pavilion. The reason why Qin Feng chose to let Xinjialan and Mimi wait here first and went to fetch the car by himself alone, it was simply because at the moment, he did not know the location where the G63 that the system had rewarded him was parked, even though the system clearly told him that the car, which was bullish to the extreme, was parked in the parking lot in front of Imperial Court. However, it did not have an accurate coordinate. He still needed to find it by himself for a while. After all, the parking lot in front of the Imperial Court was really not small. It would be embarrassing for Xinjialan and Mei to see it. Chapter 31, Go get my Land Cruiser. Brother Feng, the two of us just drank so much wine at the moon. You'd better not drive. Let's just go to whichever block and call an internet car. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Mimi first froze and then shouted at Qin Feng's back. After saying that, she made a gesture to go after Qin Feng. However, she was pulled back by Xinjialan. Then she gave her a big blank stare. In Xinjialan's opinion, since Qin Feng had a car, wouldn't it be just right for them to take Qin Feng's car to dinner? Why bother to take an online taxi? The difference in terms of organization was not half a star. Although Qin Feng drank a lot of wine with Mimi at the moon, after such a long time, Qin Feng's wine had long since sobered up. There was absolutely no problem driving. Jia Lin, can it be done? Mei turned her head after hearing this and asked Xinjialan with a worried expression. She also knew that Qin Feng was almost sober and could definitely drive. But the problem was, the point that Mimi was really worried about wasn't this, but she was afraid that Qin Feng would leave the two of them behind and run away, because she felt that Qin Feng didn't have a car at all. After all, she clearly knew that when Qin Feng left from the moon in that bout, he had taken an online car to get here. Then how could his car be parked in the parking lot of the Imperial Court? That was why she suspected that Qin Feng's earlier set of words was nothing more than a lie to the two of them. Once Qin Feng left this time, it was very likely that he wouldn't come back. Don't worry, Mimi, Brother Feng is definitely not that kind of person. He'll definitely come back. And when she finished articulating the worries in her heart at Xinjialan, the latter shook her head unusually firmly at her, indicating that Qin Feng would definitely not lie to them, and that since he had promised them that he would return, he would definitely return. Alright then. Mei nodded after hearing this, but she still couldn't help but feel a pang of worry as she gazed out in the direction of the Imperial Pavilion's parking lot. hoping that Qin Feng would really be able to return later on. Xiao Wu, go get my Land Cruiser. On the other hand, after learning that Qin Feng had gone to fetch his car, the owner of Emperor Pavilion, Song Chang, also took out the car key in his pocket and handed it to the store's porter. He said that he would let him bring his $1 million Land Cruiser here immediately and park it right in front of the Imperial Court store. Song Chang's intention to do so was also very obvious. It was to compare his car with Qin Feng. Just after Song Chang met Qin Feng, from Qin Feng's dress, as well as his use of more than 1,000 yuan long way cell phone, let Song Chang feel that Qin Feng does not seem to be so bullish. The real identity is likely to be a set of flowers, credit card to the nightclub to pretend to be a college student. In that case, his car must not be much better. Out of the indignation that Qin Feng did not shake his hand just now, Song Chang decided to wait for Qin Feng to drive his car to the door and take the opportunity to humiliate the other party. Because in Song Chang's opinion, a poor student like Qin Feng who borrowed money to pretend to be a pimp would inevitably not come back after spending money at Imperial Court once. For the next several years, Qin Feng would likely be on his way to pay back the money. Song Chang was thinking this way, and decided to do the same later on. In front of everyone, he would properly poke at Qin Feng's pseudo-rich second-generation status. Within a short time, the porter parked his white cool rouser at the main entrance of the Imperial Pavilion. Now it was waiting for Qin Feng to drive his ride here. According to Song Chang's initial judgment, what Qin Feng would drive here later would most likely be an Audi A6 or a BMW 5 Series. It was worth 300 yuan a day. There was even a possibility that it could be a 150 a day maiden. It couldn't possibly be any higher, and without a doubt, Song Chang felt that with the way Qin Feng was dressed, and the cell phone he was using, it was also simply impossible that he would be someone who had a car. But it was just a matter of renting a car early and then taking the nightclub girls out to act tough. At this moment, after hearing that Qin Feng had gone to the parking lot to pick up his car, the group of female technicians who had originally arrived at the end of their shift long ago, a total of more than 20 in number, with one counting as one, all did not choose to leave. They remained in the same standing position as earlier, standing respectfully at the front door, and looking out of the door at all times. This was because they were also curious as to what kind of car a guest like Qin Feng, who was quite generous, was driving. From the car that Qin Feng would be driving, they could feel the extent of Qin Feng's wealth. Without a doubt, there was no better way to show a man's status and money power than with a car. On the other hand, when Qin Feng arrived at the parking lot in front of the Imperial Pavilion, he carefully searched for his car. While raising his head to look carefully, he kept pressing the Mercedes-Benz AMG car key in his hand. Soon, he found his Mercedes-Benz G63, which was worth more than 300 W, in a corner of the parking lot. When he saw this pure black Mercedes-Benz G63 moment, Qin Feng's whole body suddenly shivered. A hot blood from the soles of the feet straight to the top of the melon. Not for anything else, just because this car is too handsome. In the past, when Qin Feng had seen a certain G63 on the streets, he had deeply fantasized that he would one day be able to drive such a car on the streets. And right now, he was realizing this long-lost dream. As Qin Feng got closer and closer to the car, his heart flew out of his throat, especially when he glanced at the license plate hanging in front and behind the car. He was so excited that he was about to fly. Hong Kong A99999. The most awesome 9-to-5 license plate in the entire seaport was hanging on the body of this car. It is really bullish to the extreme. The platoon directly pull full. The kind that can't be pulled anymore. Then Qin Feng will be in the hands of the AMG car key, aimed at the car in front of me, followed by carefully press the unlock button. The next second, the suspension of the Hong Kong A99999 license plate Mercedes-Benz Big G4 lights flashing, issued a BY sound, successfully started. Then Qin Feng came to the main driving position, forcefully pulled open the door and sat in, listening to the sound of the door closing as if a bullet was loaded. Qin Feng's heart once again followed the trembling for a moment. Sitting in the driver's seat, looking at the luxury to the extreme center console, Qin Feng is really more and more excited. He couldn't wait to drive this performance beast and cruise the streets. And just then, he saw a few major documents underneath this car. When he flipped over the traveling book, he saw his name from the top, Qin Feng. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart wanted to give a nod to the super reversal system that he possessed. With or without saying, the system is really a bit considerate. More than considerate, simply considerate to the extreme. At this time, the car he was about to start was not a black car that the system had scrounged from somewhere. Instead, it was a genuine vehicle that was actually listed under his name. Even if he drove it to the ends of the earth, there wouldn't be any problem. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate and immediately pressed the start button of the Mercedes Big G. Boom! The entire vehicle erupted with a roar like that of a fiery horse. Chapter 32 thought it would be awesome, but not this awesome. September 2nd, 3 a.m. sharp. Qin Feng sat in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz Big G, started the car, and drove from the parking lot towards the entrance of Imperial Court. Sister Jiaolin, why hasn't Brother Feng come back yet? It couldn't be that he left you two behind and ran away, right? On the other side, since Qin Feng had delayed some effort in finding a car in the parking lot and had not come back late, the bar girl of Emperor Pavilion, Xiao Ting, could not help but inquire at Shinjialan, who was at the side. That's right, if you ask me, that young man named Qin Feng just now, in all likelihood, he's a poor student. The money he spent for you guys was also borrowed from the internet. As the saying goes, he ran away after pretending to be a pussy. It's really enjoyable. I just don't know if it's this enjoyable when he pays back the loan. Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, the welcome student called Xiaowu, who had just fetched Song Chang's car, who was resentful because he had not gotten Qin Feng's tip, roared loudly in the first floor lobby. After he finished his words, he immediately caused a commotion amongst the more than 20 female technicians in the Imperial Pavilion. Not for any other reason, but only because these people also felt that what Xiaowu said seemed reasonable. Although Qin Feng was generous, but looking at the way he was dressed, as well as the more than $1,000 long-way cell phone he was holding, how did these technicians feel that Qin Feng didn't look like he was particularly rich? It seemed like there was a possibility that he was really a poor student in disguise. In addition, Qin Feng went to the entrance of the parking lot to get a car for such a long time, delayed to return. It was also not forbidden for the group of female technicians to doubt whether Qin Feng had a car or not, or did he really leave Shinjialan and Mei Mei behind and run away? Alright, don't wait, those who should go home should go home. I reckon that brat is designated to have run away. At this time, Song Chang, the owner of Imperial Pavilion, also couldn't help but stomp his foot and said angrily, signaled the store technicians. All of them went back to their own homes to find their own mothers. Song Chang felt that in all probability Qin Feng would not come back. Originally, Song Chang had planned to wait for Qin Feng to pick up the car, and then compete with him at the front gate of the Imperial Court in front of all the girls. Who would have thought that the latter wouldn't give him the chance at all? He couldn't help but feel rather despondent. It felt as if he had missed out on $100 million. After all, on weekdays, the female technicians in the Imperial Court store, one counts one, all regard him as an idol. The most admired man is his Song Chang, but never thought, due to the arrival of Qin Feng, these people all of a sudden will shift the object of worship, simply do not care about him as the boss. All of them to Qin Feng cast adoring eyes. Even the lobby manager Shinjialan, whom he had been chasing for a long time, had personally come down as a technician to serve Qin Feng, coupled with the fact that he just took the initiative to shake hands with Qin Feng. Qin Feng unexpectedly did not even bird him. Everything, all let him want to face everyone. Personally poke Qin Feng's pseudo-rich second-generation identity. At this moment, after listening to the words of the crowd, even Shinjialan and Mei Mei, the two girls in question, were more or less confused. Not for anything else, just because they just waited for a good half a day here, but the delay did not see Qin Feng return. Can't help but let the two girls have a great suspicion in their hearts. Qin Feng wouldn't really leave the two of them to run away, right? In fact, there is no car at all. Just now Qin Feng rushed to their words, but just for the sake of men's vanity, the fabricated lies. The two women then looked at each other with a look of dismay in their eyes. And right at this moment, an overpowering engine roar suddenly came from outside the door of the Imperial Pavilion, followed by a huge light flashing from the darkened doorway. Brother Chang, it seems like that kid is here. At the same time, Xiao Wu, who was the welcome student of Emperor Pavilion, also followed and ran to the door, and after looking towards the front, he roared loudly at the house. Although Xiao Wu saw that a car was coming from the direction of the parking lot, extremely fast towards the entrance of the Imperial Court, but he really didn't see what kind of car it was. After all, the other party's headlights are really too dazzling. Shaking his eyes cannot even open, not to mention to see what model. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, the Imperial Court staff, including Song Chang and Xiao Ting, all pushed open the door and walked out at this moment. Everyone also wanted to see if the visitor was actually Qin Feng. If it was really Qin Feng, they couldn't wait to see what kind of car Qin Feng was driving. Was it as awesome plus wow as the money he spent on it? Jia Lin, let's go out and take a look too. Mei Mei similarly took Shinjialan's hand and walked towards the outside in a fleet step. Just the moment she heard that overpowering engine sound coming from outside, Mei Mei felt that there was a possibility that Qin Feng had come, because she deeply believed in one thing, that is, Qin Feng would not lie to her. Although she hadn't known Qin Feng for a long time, Mei Mei was certain that Qin Feng was different from all men. This man will not be flowery words, all the heart, will only use action to express, will not deliberately pretend to be a pussy, but as long as he pretends to be a pussy, it will definitely be amazing. After everyone in the room rushed to the door, Qin Feng also drove the G63 that the system rewarded him with. and arrived at the front door of the Imperial Pavilion. When Qin Feng's Mercedes-Benz Big G with a Hong Kong A99999-5 license plate appeared in front of everyone's eyes, a deafening gasp erupted from the entire entrance of the Imperial Court. Everyone was staring at the car in front of them with wide eyes and open mouths, shocked and at a loss for words. Before this, some of the female technicians who liked and believed in Qin Feng had some guesses in their hearts. It felt that Qin Feng's ride might be extraordinary, but never thought that it would be so unusual. Surprisingly, it was a Mercedes-Benz Big G worth more than $3 million. And the most awesome thing is that the body is still hanging Hong Kong A99999, the most awesome 9-5 license plate in the entire seaport. At this moment, all the female technicians had already failed to find words to describe Qin Feng's status in their hearts. He was definitely a big brother. More than a big brother. It was simply the big brother of big brothers. The kind that no one could match. Crap. Brother Chang, this kid drives a car that's so awesome? Even Xiao Wu, the welcome student who had just become skeptical of Qin Feng. At this moment, his eyes followed suit and stared as wide as an old cow. Incredulity written all over his face as he rushed to the side of the Imperial Pavilion's boss and said dully, as the city's largest leisure and entertainment club's welcome student, Xiao Wu thinks that the luxury car has seen too much. What Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi BYD, every day to see dozens of. He was more or less numb to luxury cars, feeling that no matter what luxury car he sees again, his heart will not produce the kind of throbbing. However, Qin Feng's car almost made him fall to the ground in shock. In addition to the Mercedes-Benz G63 worth more than $300,000, what made him feel even more deeply shocked was the license plate hanging on the body of this car. Hong Kong A99999, Chapter 33 getting a super phone number reward. What the hell is this divine license plate number? In the past, when Xiao Wu was at the entrance of the Imperial Pavilion, when he saw the appearance of a leopard license plate number such as the tail number 38s and 39s, he felt that the other party was bullish. Definitely a harbor big brother level existence. But until you look at Qin Feng's license plate, Xiao will only deeply understand that those people in the past in front of Qin Feng, but just pulled the bubble. More than just pulling the bubble. Simply pulling the bubble in the pulling the bubble. At this time sitting in this Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G in the person, is the real big brother, can be called the big brother of the kind, and stood not far from the body of Xiao Wu Song Chang. At this moment is also stupid, constantly gulping. Large beads of sweat dripped down his face, feeling heartfelt fear for the thoughts that had just arisen within him. He wondered what kind of bear's heart and leopard's guts he had eaten, that he had just wanted to compete with a bullish and heavenly figure like Qin Feng for a seat at the entrance of the Imperial Pavilion. Luckily, he didn't say his thoughts in front of everyone. Otherwise, right now, he would be the biggest clown in the world, bar none. With or without saying, in the past, he felt that his Land Cruiser, which was worth more than $1 million, was quite a bullish car. His body hanging tail number 33 license plate, also absolutely have face, drive to wear a quite dazzling existence. But until he saw Qin Feng's Mercedes-Benz G63, Song Chang realized that he and his cool Luz, absolutely clown, not even worthy of being parked together with Qin Feng's Mercedes-Benz Big G. When these two were parked together, his cool rouser wouldn't even be able to carry it for a second, and it would be killed in an instant. Holy, this handsome guy's car is too awesome, especially his license plate number. It's simply the most awesome car I've ever seen in the harbor, bar none. Yeah, what exactly does this handsome guy do? Couldn't be the son of some big shot in the seaport, right? I don't know. I guess it's very possible. At this moment, amongst the 20-odd female technicians of the Imperial Pavilion, a heated discussion was also set off. All of them were so stunned by Qin Feng's ride that they began to stutter in their speech. To put it bluntly, this group of technicians had also gone out with the store's guests in the past, eating and engaging in something. They had also ridden in the guests' cars, the BBAs that they rode in at the beginning. They felt that they were too good to be true. But at the moment they saw Qin Feng's car, they realized that their knowledge was too shallow. If they encountered Qin Feng such a guest, ride as Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63, then they do not want money with Qin Feng out. Now this group of female technicians look at Shinjalan's eyes are fast envious of the wire, wondering Shinjalan's family ancestral tomb is not in today's smoke. Otherwise, how could she be lucky enough to get Qin Feng's favor? As for Shinjalan, after seeing Qin Feng's car, she was likewise a bit dumbfounded. Just now, she thought that Qin Feng was really like the bar girl Xiao Ting, and the welcome student Xiao Wu said, leaving her and Mei to run away secretly, but never thought that Qin Feng really went to get a car, and still such a bullish car. This Mercedes-Benz G63 with Hong Kong A99999, whether it's the car itself, or the license plate number, the entire seaport is the premier existence. Not to mention the seaport, I'm afraid to put in the whole Dragon Country, can be ranked into the top 3 position. At this moment, Shinjalan couldn't help but be curious to the extreme about Qin Feng's identity. She couldn't wait to learn everything about Qin Feng. Wanted to know. This mysterious to the extreme boy. In the end, what does he do? What kind of identity background? The nightclub girl Mimi on the side was likewise the same. Although she was convinced of Qin Feng and felt that the latter wouldn't leave the two of them behind and secretly run away like the others had said. But although Mimi had thought that Qin Feng might have a car, she hadn't thought that it would be such a blasted car. Moreover, Qin Feng was so low-key that he didn't drive it directly above the last moon, instead choosing to park it at the entrance of the Imperial Pavilion. Genuinely, it was low-key to the extreme, never deliberately pretending. Such a man, she simply loved. Undoubtedly, after seeing this Hong Kong A99999 car of Qin Feng's, Mei Mei and Shinjalan, the two nightclub girls, had once again raised their level of adoration for Qin Feng by a notch. Congratulations to the host. The nightclub girl Shinjalan's intermediate adoration value for the host has reached the standard, and has now been rewarded with 188, 8,889, and 9,999 super cell phone numbers. It has automatically existed in the host's cell phone. No need to extract it. And right at this moment, a sharp system beep suddenly came from Qin Feng's mind. The moment he heard this sound, Qin Feng first froze for a moment, but then he understood what was going on. It turned out to be due to the fact that the nightclub girl Shinjalan's love value for him had once again reached the standard, allowing him to continue to receive additional system rewards. What did the system just say? He had obtained a super cell phone number reward of 1158 and 59? Thinking of the words that the system had just uttered at him, Qin Feng couldn't help but have his heart skip a beat once again, not for any other reason, because in his opinion, this 188, 8,889, 9999 phone card that the system had just rewarded him with was in no way inferior to this Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes Big G in terms of bullishness. To know, that is only three numbers composed of cell phone number. This aspect of the platoon is likewise pulled full. The kind of pull to can no longer pull. How can not let him feel heartfelt excitement? Then Qin Feng couldn't wait to open his cell phone to check out some. Discovered that the original empty card 2 position in his cell phone, suddenly more than a phone card. If nothing else, it was most likely the super phone card that the system had rewarded him with. Brother Feng, can the two of us get on the car now? Let's hurry up and go eat something. I'm a bit hungry. Right at this moment, the words uttered at him by Mei Mei outside the Big G's passenger window interrupted his thoughts and pulled him back to reality in a flash. Get in the car. Both of you sit in the back. Qin Feng then unlocked the rear doors of the Mercedes-Benz Big G and did not unlock the co-pilot. After all, there was only one co-pilot, and he could see that Mei Mei and Shinjalan, the two nightclub girls, both had the idea of wanting to sit in the co-pilot of this car. Anymore, there was only one co-pilot, and it couldn't fit two girls, unless one of them was holding the other. But there was really no need for that, so they might as well just do it all in the back. Oh, okay then. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the two girls all nodded resentfully, their faces covered with loss as they opened the rear doors of the Big G and sat in. Just now, they thought that Qin Feng would choose one of them to sit in the passenger seat. In their opinion, that person must be themselves. But they didn't expect Qin Feng to directly let them both sit in the back. The two of them were really surprised. Chapter 34 Luyu, who is this? It's also too bullish, but it doesn't matter. Being able to sit in this Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G of Qin Feng's was already the honor of their lives. From the very beginning, it surpassed 99% of the girls in this world. Soon the loss they had just felt disappeared, and on Mei Mei and Shinjalan's faces, all that was covered was excitement. They couldn't wait to take out their cell phones from their pockets, and took all kinds of selfies up in the back row of Big G. Brother Feng, take your time. Welcome to play often. When Qin Feng was about to leave, Song Chang, who was the boss of Emperor Pavilion, personally opened the way for Qin Feng, stood beside the Big G and bent down, saying respectfully, together with the more than 20 female technicians in the store, they all followed along and bent down, shouting out loud slogans to send Qin Feng off. This scene was coincidentally seen by many passers-by. They took out their cell phones to take photos and videos, and uploaded them to their jitterbugs, and it was accompanied by the text, a certain big shot in the harbor consumed Imperial Pavilion late at night and was sent off by all the staff including the boss. This is absolute strength. And this video was gradually fermenting on Jitterbug at 3 a.m. or so on September 2nd. Hubby, look, this is a bit too awesome. Who is that? At the same time, at the entrance of the Harbor Hotel next to the Imperial Court, the woman on the passenger side of a white BMW also noticed this scene. Her eyes were glowing as she looked in the direction of the Imperial Court, and she asked the man with a bald head in the driver's seat, who looked weak and frail. The eyes are full of envy. Can't wait to replace Mimi and Shinjalan and become the woman who sits in Qin Feng's seat. And unbeknownst to her, she originally had this opportunity, and did not have to sit in the back of the Big G. directly into the co-pilot kind. But this opportunity was pushed away by her own hand at noon yesterday, and this person was no one else. It was Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend, Lu Yu, who had dumped him in front of everyone at the entrance of Harbor University yesterday noon. At this time Lu Yu just with their new love. Seaport City, a small rich second generation. In the entire seaport, the best hotel, Seaport Hotel, ready to go downstairs to eat a little late night snacks, to replenish the strength, and then go upstairs to fight again. However, he did not expect to accidentally run into Qin Feng, who had just come out of the Imperial Pavilion and was carrying Maymach and Shinjalan, who were preparing to have some late night snacks as well. But instead of seeing Qin Feng himself, he only saw his ride. This is designated to be some rather bullish big shot in Seaport, and it's not even the usual bullish kind. In Seaport, a license plate like Hong Kong A99999 is not something an ordinary person can have. You don't want to think about it, on your posture, put it in front of others. They don't take a proper look at it. Don't you see the two girls who just sat in the back row of the Big G? How exciting they are. Listening to Lu Yu's words, the BMW 5 Series driver's seat of Yang Fan also raised his head to looked ahead and said with envy and jealousy. At the same time Pua a wave of Lu Yu. In fact, Yang Fan understands that with Lu Yu's good looks, she has every chance to sit in the back row of the Big G together with the two girls just now. But in order to dispel Lu Yu's thoughts and let her honestly accompany him in the future, that's why Yang Fan chose to say so. Don't worry hubby, people belong to you alone. Even if the owner of that Big G just appeared in front of me, I wouldn't run over to say a word to him. Seeing that Yang Fan was a bit jealous, Lu Yu hurriedly sidled over, wrapped her arms around the other party and said intimately beside the latter's ear. And the reason why Lu Yu dared to say this was because she deeply knew that she was afraid that she would never have the chance to meet the owner of that car in her life. But what she didn't know was that soon she would be meeting the owner of that car. Sometimes this thing called fate comes by coincidence. There wasn't a single reason or cause. That's more like it. Seeing that you're doing pretty well, I'll now take you to the best outdoor restaurant in the entire harbor, Fisherman's Wharf, for a meal. When the time comes, I'll order you some abalone lobster or something to reward you properly. Yang Fan then started the car and drove Lu Yu towards Fisherman's Wharf. Hubby is great. Love you. After hearing this, Lu Yu excitedly gave a fierce kiss to Yang Fan's cheeks. At the same time, she felt more and more that her yesterday noon, at the entrance of Seaport University, dumping Qin Feng in front of everyone was simply the most correct choice she had made in her life, bar none. The dinner at Fisherman's Wharf, which was as high as tens of thousands of dollars a meal. I'm afraid that poor bastard Qin Feng couldn't afford to eat it in his life. Brother Feng, what are we going to eat now? How about going to Fisherman's Wharf, the best outdoor restaurant in the entire harbor? The lobsters there are big and flavorful, just a bit expensive. Meanwhile, in the Mercedes-Benz Big G car that was the first to start up before Yang Fan's white BMW 5 Series, Maymach in the back row pouted, thinking about what they should eat with Qin Feng later, indicating that Fisherman's Wharf would be great. Not only was the environment beautiful, but the food was quite wow. But as soon as she said these words, she regretted them a bit, not for any other reason, just because she actually doubted Qin Feng's spending power, saying that the Fisherman's Wharf was a bit expensive. Maymach felt that it was fine to say expensive in front of any man in this world, but she just couldn't mention this word to Qin Feng. After all, they could be said to have deeply appreciated the posture Qin Feng displayed today. The absolute heavenly king covered the earth. Every wave of Qin Feng's maneuvers were the kind that refreshed their perceptions. Fisherman's Wharf? It can be. Jia Lin, what do you think? After listening to Nini's words, Qin Feng nodded his head and said after pondering for a little while. Immediately afterward, he looked through the rearview mirror at Shinjalan beside Nini to ask for the other party's opinion. If Shinjalan also felt that Fisherman's Wharf was okay, then he would now take the duo to the best outdoor restaurant in the entire harbor. Fisherman's Wharf, it's okay, that is. Shinjalan subconsciously wanted to say the same thing as Nini, but suddenly thought of something and hurriedly swallowed back the latter words. Indeed, in front of Qin Feng, mentioning the word expensive again was already somewhat out of place, not to mention eating some seafood at Fisherman's Wharf. Even if it was to buy the entire Fisherman's Wharf, Shinjalan had no doubt about Qin Feng, feeling that the person sitting in the driver's seat of Big G who was driving at the moment was the most awesome man in the world, bar none. Alright, since Jia Lin also agrees, then let's go to Fisherman's Wharf. Hearing Shinjalan's words, Qin Feng immediately turned the car around and drove towards Fisherman's Wharf. Although it was already September 2nd, after 3 a.m., there were quite a few cars and pedestrians on the streets of the seaport, which was one of the three major cities in the Dragon Kingdom, at this time of the day. Wherever Qin Feng's Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G went, the pedestrians who passed by all saluted it. Some even took out their cell phones and took pictures of it. Chapter 35. The famous Netflix of Jittery Voice who came to Fisherman's Wharf to visit the shop. Moreover, Qin Feng had also gained a driving pleasure that he had never experienced before since he had been driving in his life. That is, wherever his Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G went, no vehicle dared to add a traffic jam or overtake him, and even gave up the road and changed lanes to make way for him. Qin Feng was a bit confused at first, but after a little thought he understood, because even if he drove himself, if he encountered such a car on the road, I'm afraid he would have to do the same as this group of people. After all, it was a Mercedes-Benz Big G worth more than 300 W, with a Hong Kong A9999995 license plate. God knows what kind of person the owner of this car is, and how much strength and power he has in the harbor. As the saying goes, the unknown is what makes people feel heartfelt fear. That's just what it says. Nothing wrong with it, nothing wrong with it at all. Imperial Time, September 2nd, 3:10 a.m. Soon after, with the powerful performance of the Big G and its own giveaway aura, Qin Feng arrived near Fisherman's Wharf one step ahead of young fans' BMW 5 Series. At this time, although it was already past 3 a.m., there were still quite a few guests eating at Fisherman's Wharf. This restaurant situated on the riverside was overflowing with a lively atmosphere. Guests at the small round tables were eating seafood, drinking wine and boxing, which was absolutely hilarious. There were even quite a few netizens broadcasting live here. Among the many netroots, there is a woman wearing a white short dress, height close to 1m7, fair face, slender body, lips painted with grapefruit color seductive population red, is the Fisherman's Wharf Riverside Hot live broadcast. This person is not someone else, it is the famous net red of Jitterbug, Yi Qiu. Whether it was the number of viewers of Yi Qiu's live broadcast, or the number of people who gathered around her to take pictures and videos of her, it was the largest number. Families, as you can see, it's already September 2nd, more than 3 o'clock in the morning, but as the biggest and best outdoor restaurant in the entire seaport, Fisherman's Wharf is still full of diners. Yi Qiu held up the live broadcasting phone in his hand, and while showing the hundreds of thousands of netizens in the live broadcasting room, the atmosphere of the Fisherman's Wharf scene in full swing, he said with a smile. As a Magic City netizen, Yi Qiu had come to the seaport this time in order to stage a travel program to boost his traffic. The result for Yi Qiu was still relatively satisfactory to her. From the time she arrived at the seaport at noon yesterday, until now, after 3 a.m. the next day, the number of followers on her Jitterbug account had risen by nearly 10 W or so, and the number of viewers in her live broadcast room had never fallen below 30 W. The number of viewers in her live broadcast had never fallen below 30 W. It was a new high for her live broadcast since she entered the internet. Yi Qiu could not help but sigh. It seems that the seaport, a city that can be ranked in the top 3 cities in the Dragon's interior, is really her lucky place. Yi Qiu thought to herself that after coming to Fisherman's Wharf this evening, could she make her live broadcasting career reach a new high, and strive to make the number of viewers in the live broadcasting room break through 50 W. After all, as a nationally renowned outdoor restaurant, Fisherman's Wharf's reputation was exceptionally loud, and one could see all sorts of people and more here. Families, I looked around and found that within the parking lot in front of Fisherman's Wharf, there are no cars that are less than 50 W. The least is a Mercedes-Benz E300 worth $500,000 apiece. Yi Qiu then pointed her cell phone lens at the parking lot beside her, showing the various luxury cars parked at Fisherman's Wharf for the netizens who were tuning into her live broadcast at this time. When she was done with this wave of operations, it instantly boosted the popularity of her live broadcast room by another 30,000 people or so. Seeing this situation, Yi Qiu was also getting more and more energetic. Knowing what the majority of netizens like to see, Yi Qiu directly took her live broadcast phone and walked into the parking lot to show the bright models of Fisherman's Wharf for a group of netizens. Soon, Yi Qiu found a Lamborghini Big Bull inside, with a red Ferrari parked next to it. It seemed to be mostly 2 rich second-generation people who had come in pairs. The total value of these 2 cars alone combined was over 700 W. Families, I just searched around the parking lot. I found that among the cars of the guests who came to Fisherman's Wharf tonight, the most expensive ones are this Lambo and the Ferrari next to it. The rest of the cars are all extraordinary though, with many costing over $1 million, such as BMW 7 Series, Lexus 570 and other models. But in terms of price, the genus was not on the same level as the Big Bull and the Ferrari. It seems that these 2 guests are probably the richest in the whole Fisherman's Wharf tonight. Later on, let's see if we can find a chance to interview these 2 rich brothers. Yi Qiu stood in front of the Ferrari and the Big Bull, adjusted his cell phone lens to the front, ran his hand through his hair, and smiled at the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room. He intended to interview the owners of these 2 cars and make a program as a way to further raise the attention of the live broadcast room. There was no doubt that when these 2 mysterious rich second generation from the harbor appeared before and after the camera, it could definitely raise the popularity of her live broadcasting room by another notch. This was what Yi Qiu thought and decided to do so later. And soon, several local netizens of the seaport in her live broadcast room recognized the 2 cars. Sister Autumn, These two cars were the cars of two fairly well-known local rich second-generation people in Seaport. That red Ferrari was Zhang Zhen's. His father was the owner of a listed company. And that big bull is Ma Dong's. Her mom is open bath store. Almost Seaport, half of the Bath City are his family. No problem, Sister Chiu. Go and interview them. These two second generation are quite well known in the whole Seaport. I'm sure Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong's appearance on your live broadcast will make your popularity rise another notch. Yes, Sister Autumn, I've already seen them, sitting at the VIP table at Fisherman's Wharf. A guy with dyed red hair and a guy with dyed green hair are Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong. After getting guidance from the group of netizens in the live broadcast, Yi Chou also looked towards the VIP table at Fisherman's Wharf. Sure enough, he saw a guy with dyed red hair and another guy with dyed green hair, both of whom were around 20 years old. They were smoking cigars and drinking red wine, gulping down clouds surrounded by a group of young beauties. At the request of the many netizens in the live broadcast room, Yi Chou then took his live broadcast phone and walked towards the two. In the past, when Yi Chou engaged in outdoor live broadcasting, he would often interview some passers-by and engage in some interview programs. Each installment of the program was very hot and attracted quite a lot of attention. Yi Chou guessed that if Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong, the two top-tier rich second-generation people, could agree to appear on the show, she thought that it would surely ignite her live broadcast. For the sake of her popularity, Yi Chou gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, gripped her live streaming phone, and resolutely walked towards the duo. Despite knowing that these two rich daughters with dyed red and green hair might be a bit difficult to deal with, Yi Chou chose to put up a fight for the sake of traffic. Chapter 36 Properties of Thai Cool Spice. Soon, Yi Chou walked up to the two with her cell phone. Hello, I'm the jitterbug female netizen Yi Chou. This time I came to Seaport wanting to do an interview program. The netizens in my live broadcast room all want me to interview you too. I wonder if the two of you are interested in making an appearance. When Yi Chou arrived at the VIP seat at the Fisherman's Wharf where Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong were located, he first adjusted the camera to the front and didn't directly focus on the two of them, and then politely smiled and asked these two local rich second-generation people in Seaport who were quite famous. Hearing Yi Chou's words, Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong, who were smoking and drinking wine, first froze and looked at each other. They then put down the red wine glasses in their hands. Hey, I'm going. Isn't this the famous netizen Yi Chou from Jiayin? How come you're so elegant to come to the harbor? Soon, Zhang Zhen, who had dyed red hair, was the first to recognize the woman who appeared in front of him at this moment, stood up from his chair, crossed his arms, and said at Yi Chou with a big grin. At this time, Zhang Zhen had already drunk almost. Wine over 3 rounds, food over 5 flavors, more or less feel that he is somewhat floating, and Ma Dong on the side was equally no better. Ah Chou, if you can interview our brother and sister, it's the right person to interview. In the entire harbor, no one can compare to us in terms of rowdyism. If there is, I, Ma Dong, will directly eat upside down, only to see Ma Dong stand up tremblingly and come to Yi Chou's side, stretching out his hand, wanting to go and put his arm around the other party's shoulder, but was dodged by Yi Chou with a sidestep. At this time, although Yi Chou chose to interview Ma Dong and Zhang Zhen, the two top rich second-generation seaports, for the sake of their popularity and the effect of the program. However, in his heart, he didn't hold any good feelings towards these two people, but instead, he was full of hate. If it wasn't for the popularity of the live broadcast, she wouldn't have bothered to do so. That's right, the two of you are famous in Seaport. I already know a little bit from the mouths of the local netizens of Seaport in the live broadcast room. The Lamborghini Big Bull parked in the parking lot, as well as the Ferrari. It's you too, isn't it? Yi Chou followed up by adjusting his cell phone's lens to the rear and aimed it at the drunken Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong, smilingly inquiring. That's a given. It's still the same thing. In this part of the harbor, no one's car can be more awesome than my brother and I's. If there is, then Ma Dong and I will eat upside down. Come on, Chou, sit down and have a drink. Zhang Zhen heavily patted his chest, and while saying that, he was about to lay his hands on Yi Chou. Crap, brothers, quickly look at the doorway. Holy, Hong Kong A99999, 9 to 5. This is the first time I've seen such an awesome license plate in the harbor. Which big shot is coming to eat at Fisherman's Wharf? When Yi Chou finished chatting with Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong for a couple of sentences, he planned to leave since he was too annoyed with the two of them. Coincidentally, at this time, a deafening cry of surprise was heard erupting from the next few tables. All of the diners looked towards the Fisherman's Wharf entrance with dumbfounded gazes, and all of them took out their cell phones and pointed their lenses there. Upon hearing the cries of alarm and looking at the crowd's reaction, Yi Chou first stared blankly, then followed the crowd and looked towards the Fisherman's Wharf's entrance. In the next second, Yi Chou's entire body was instantly startled, not for any other reason, just because she clearly saw that a Mercedes-Benz Big G worth more than 300W and bearing the Hong Kong A9999999-5, had clearly appeared at the entrance of the Fisherman's Wharf. when this car appeared at the moment, instantly became the most beautiful cub in the field, attracted the attention of the whole field. The group of small netizens who were live streaming here followed suit and surrounded the car, focusing their lenses on the car and blocking its path forward. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Ma, there's suddenly something going on over here, so let's end today's interview here. I'll interview you two again when I have the chance next time, huh? After a short period of dumbfoundedness, Yi Qiu immediately reacted, turning his head to Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the two top rich representatives of the seaport. He expressed a wave of apologies, and immediately after that, he pulled up his legs and left the place with quick steps without any hesitation. Hey, Yi Qiu, what's going on? The interview just started less than a minute ago and it's over? That's right, you're too disrespectful to us brothers, aren't you? And feeling confused, Ma Dong and Zhang Jin shouted loudly behind Yi Qiu. Originally, in the first moment they saw Yi Qiu running over to interview them, these two brothers were flying with joy, not for any other reason, just because regarding Yi Qiu, these two brothers more or less knew a little bit. She was a famous female netizen of Jian. The number of account fans is as high as 1500 W. Can be described as a beautiful person with a sweet voice, the object of countless male losers' fantasies on the internet. Just now, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the two top rich second-generation people in Harbor City, were thinking of seeing if they could get acquainted with this Jian famous female netizen through today's interview, and then find an opportunity when the interview is over, pull the other party to the hotel to get some have and have not. But what was never expected was that Yi Qiu's interview with the two of them ended before it even started. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. It was a few seconds faster than both of them. It was really quite surprising. More than surprising. It was simply surprising to the extreme. Crap, brother Zhendong. Look, whose car is that? Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G. Simply too handsome. I have to hurry to send a circle of friends. Belongs to the Thai Cool Hot. Just as the two were still feeling confused, they suddenly heard the 4 or 5 young girls sitting beside them, who were dressed in revealing clothes and were around 20 years old, shouting loudly. Immediately after that, they took out their cell phones and pointed their lenses in the direction of the entrance of Fisherman's Wharf, their faces overflowing with nymphomaniacal smiles, and their eyes were almost dilated. What the hell? There can still be someone in the harbor whose ride is more awesome than the two of us cars? That definitely can't be. Hearing the words of the group of girls, the two of them, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, immediately said indignantly, growing up, this was the first time that these two rich second-generation people had heard someone say that someone else's car was more awesome than theirs in front of the two of them. These two felt that it must be these girls who were fooling them. They then turned their heads and looked towards the direction of the Fisherman's Wharf entrance. Rather, they wanted to see what kind of car it was that could make these bar girls who had come out to play with them flooded with nymphomania. Crap, these are too handsome. The next second, when the two of them took a good look at the car parked at the entrance of Fisherman's Wharf, they instantly stared with wide eyes and open mouths, muttering. Speech began to stutter. The moment they saw this pure black Mercedes-Benz G63 with the Hong Kong A9999995 license plate, Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong both unconsciously trembled. Feeling tonight's drinking wine are in this moment sober a large part. Not for anything else, just because there is a say one. The aura of this car is really too powerful. Chapter 37, All make way. Let the VIPs enter. To be fair, the duo felt that if it was just an ordinary G63 alone, it wouldn't have given them, the two top rich kids of Harbor City, such a great sense of impact. After all, the G63 was more than $3 million at best, not much different from the Lambo and Ferrari they drove. Bad is bad in this G63 body before and after hanging license plate. Hong Kong A99999. What kind of license plate is this? The most powerful license plate in the entire harbor was hung on a black G63? Although as two of the top rich kids in Seaport City, Ma Dong and Zhang Jin had to admit that at the moment they saw this G63, their hearts were also shaken by an extremely strong shock, not to mention the other ordinary citizens and netizens present. They would not be scared to death. Drip, 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 drip. Not to mention whether these people were scared to death or not. Qin Feng, who had just driven his car to the entrance of Fisherman's Wharf, felt his first worry after owning this car. If he was driving an ordinary car, he would have already driven into the Fisherman's Wharf. However, what he was driving at this moment was not an ordinary car, but a Mercedes-Benz G63 with a Hong Kong A99999 license plate. From the time he came to the entrance of the Fisherman's Wharf, it had been almost a minute, but he was blocked here and couldn't move an inch. And blocking him is not the car, but entrenched here from all over the country, holding a cell phone a crowd of crazy netizens. After these people saw his car appeared, they ran furiously at the fastest speed, directly blocked in front of him, holding a cell phone, the camera aimed at his car. some of them even directly leaned on the chassis cover and kept taking selfies. It was the appearance of these people that made it difficult for him to move an inch. Couldn't advance a bit at all. All that could be done was to sit in the driver's seat and frantically honk the horn. But how could this group of netizens who would do anything for the sake of traffic pay any attention to the sound of his horn? They were still taking selfies and videos. In this situation, Qin Feng really had no choice. He could only take out from his pocket the box of red gold dragon that he didn't finish in the moon, which cost $7 a box. Put on the side of the mouth silently lit. Have a say. This is the first time Qin Feng has felt troubled after obtaining the system. Although in the face of this situation, Qin Feng's side is more or less troubled. While the Mercedes-Benz back row sitting in the nightclub girls Shinjalan and Mei cannot feel a little, but instead full of all the happiness. After all, the girls in this world, no matter how big or small, no matter how beautiful or mediocre, more or less have some vanity in their hearts. Undoubtedly, being with Qin Feng at this time, their vanity was greatly satisfied. More than satisfied. It was simply satisfied beyond satisfaction. The bored duo followed suit and picked up their cell phones, sitting in the back row and started taking selfies. And the camera is aimed at the Mercedes-Benz Big G outside the crazy people. Took a good photo will be released late at night to the circle of friends. And with the text, hey no way. Every time with the wind brother out. Have to face this situation. It's really a bit sad. Soon the circle they posted in the middle of the night received a series of likes. Looking at these likes, the smiles on the faces of the duo of Mei and Shinjalan grew even bigger. Although their mouths said that they were sad, the two of them couldn't mention how beautiful they felt inside. All make way. All make way. Let the VIPs enter. Soon, faced with this unexpected situation, the security corps of Fisherman's Wharf was mobilized, only to see up to dozens of uniformed security guards, under the leadership of Dashin, the security manager who had a big belly, bald head, and was wearing a suit. They launched into action at the fastest speed possible. With batons in their hands, they drove away this group of crazy netizens, to make a channel for Qin Feng's G63 to enter the venue. Dashin, who is the security manager of Fisherman's Wharf and is nearly 40 to 50 years old, was sitting in the security room of the wharf with a cigarette in his mouth, fighting with the landlord. A minute ago, he received an urgent report from his subordinates, stating that the Fisherman's Wharf had come with a rather awesome car, which had been surrounded by the netizens at the wharf, and even the parking lot could not be opened into. The first time he learned of this news, Dashin was still somewhat in disbelief. After all, he really did not know what kind of a car can let the group of netizens present so crazy. To know, even in the early morning into the harbor two top second-generation Zhangzhen and Madong's Ferrari as well as the big cattle, also just by people in the distance to take a few pictures, then smoothly into the field, not subjected to any obstruction at all. So Dashin more or less suspected that it was his men who were playing a trick on him. However, when he carried his baton and saw the car that appeared after arriving at the Fisherman's Wharf gate, he realized what had happened. At the same time, he trembled with fear. He hurriedly organized his men and horses to urgently drive away this group of crazy netizens, ensuring the smooth entry of this car. To know, this is a hanging Hong Kong A99999 license plate Mercedes-Benz G63A. In Dashin's opinion, the real bullseye of this car, and what makes this group of netizens so crazy, is not the car itself. Rather, it is the license plate that this car hangs. Hong Kong A99999. This feeling was the same as seeing a 999999 license plate starting with Emperor A in the imperial capital. After all, as one of the three largest cities in the Dragon's interior, the economic status of the seaport was equally no less important. In the seaport, whoever could own a 9-to-5 license plate that started with Porte was definitely a symbol of status and identity. Sorry big brother, I'm Dashin, the security manager of Fisherman's Wharf. This is my business card. Next time you come, you can send me a message in advance. I assure you that next time, this kind of thing will definitely not happen again. After leading the security team to successfully clean up the rebellious netizens and allow Qin Feng to smoothly enter the parking lot, Dashin could be said to have been drenched in sweat, and his clothes were soaked to the skin. It wasn't that he was tired, but he was nervous. Coming to the driver's side window of the Mercedes-Benz Big G, he respectfully handed over a business card for Qin Feng and said nervously, the moment he saw Qin Feng's appearance, there was a saying that Dashin's heart felt even more shocked. Originally, he thought that the person who drove such an awesome car would be a middle-aged man about his age. However, he never expected that Qin Feng was only in his 20s, unusually young. Young as he was, Qin Feng's eyes and the aura that exuded from his entire body was something he had never seen before. There was an absolute kingly aura. It was as if the entire world had to prostrate before him in a sense of dominance. Next time, you watch out. When my car comes back, I don't want to see this sight again. Just as Dashin expected, the owner of this car did not bother to take his business card. He just gave him a cold look, threw down the cigarette in his hand, and after dropping these words, he pushed open the door of the car and walked down. Chapter 38, the heartbeat is overwhelming. Crouching Nima, driving such an awesome car, and so handsome, still not give us these stinking losers a way to live. That's right, God is too unfair. It's amazing that all the good qualities are concentrated in one man. He looks a bit like that Hong Kong and Taiwan star. What's his name? Yes, Liang Chaowei. It's even better than Brother Chaowei at his peak. AI. The genus is really too godless. When Qin Feng drove this Mercedes-Benz Big G with Hong Kong A99999 on it smoothly into the parking lot, and walked down from the driver's seat under the flank of security manager Dashin, it instantly allowed a crowd of eaters to get a good look at his appearance. At the same time, the entire crowd followed suit with a burst of intense discussion, not for any other reason, just because before Qin Feng got off the bus, this group of people had made a guess about Qin Feng's appearance. They had guessed that the person driving the Mercedes-Benz G63 was most likely an ugly old man in his 50s, but to their surprise, Qin Feng let them down. Not only was he just in his early 20s, but his appearance and the temperament he exuded were on par with Brother Chaowei at his peak. Seeing this scene, it really made a lot of the men in the eating crowd about to vomit blood in anger. Although the men's side more or less felt some indignation, the lesbian side was different. The ones present counted as one, and the moment they saw Qin Feng, their hearts were actually about to melt with excitement, because even they didn't expect that the one who drove the most awesome vehicle in the harbor would be such a handsome guy. If a man was rich alone, then they might not be moved, but if he was rich and handsome, it would be a different story. It's really hard for them to let their hearts move. On the other hand, Yi Cho, the famous female netizen of Jane who was hiding not far away and had quietly aimed her cell phone lens at Qin Feng's side, couldn't help but feel her heart trembling a bit after seeing Qin Feng's real face. In fact, the moment she saw this Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 appear, Yi Cho knew that the content of her program today had come. If she was fortunate enough to be able to do a program with the owner of this car, then she thought that she would definitely be able to get a great boost in the heat of her live broadcasting room. But the problem was that she was afraid that the owner of this car would be a bad old man in his 40s or 50s, and the kind that still had problems with his character. But after seeing Qin Feng's real face, Yi Cho knew that all her worries just now were superfluous. Qin Feng is not only handsome, and his eyes have a rare clarity among men, like the brightest star in the night sky. Such a man, not to mention driving the most awesome G63 in the entire harbor. Even if he was riding a small donkey, Yi Cho would want to do a program with him. Yi Cho thought so at the moment, and decided to do so later. Let's see if we can find an opportunity to get close to Qin Feng by virtue of her status as a famous female netizen of Jitterbug. Even a simple chat with the other party would be excellent in Yi Cho's opinion. It was just that she didn't know if Qin Feng could give her this face. Brother Feng, I didn't realize that there were quite a lot of people at Fisherman's Wharf at this hour. Yeah, it's after 3 o'clock and there are still so many people. Shinjalin and Mimi, the two nightclub girls, stood beside Qin Feng on the left and right after getting down from the back row of the Mercedes-Benz Big G. They were enjoying the envy of the girls from the whole venue. While enjoying the envious soon-to-be lassoed gazes of the girls in the entire venue, they smiled at Qin Feng and said, "Well, there are quite a lot of people." Qin Feng took a deep breath and nodded, followed by leading the two girls towards the Fisherman's Wharf dining area. Holy, Big Brother is really Big Brother, bringing two girlfriends right out of the gate. Looks like the other girls in the Fisherman's Wharf scene tonight don't stand a chance. How do I feel that these two girls are not this boy's girlfriends? After all, the three of them are keeping a very polite distance and look very much like simple ordinary friends. If that's the case, then the girls present today still have some chances. Upon seeing Shinjalin and Mei Mei getting out of the Mercedes-Benz's back row, the eaters at Fisherman's Wharf once again let out a gasp of surprise, sighing that Qin Feng's aura was indeed not ordinary. The girls he brought were also not ordinary, and the aspect of face value and figure was indeed enough. As for Yi Cho, after seeing Mei Mei and Shinjalin, he was also stunned. He didn't expect Qin Feng to come to Fisherman's Wharf today, but he even brought a female companion, and it wasn't even one, it was two in one shot. However, after a short period of observation, Yi Cho could be sure of one thing, and that was, among these two, there was no girlfriend of Qin Feng. Most likely, they were Qin Feng's ordinary female companions. Since there was no girlfriend of Qin Feng, there should not be any problem if she was going to have a program with Qin Feng later. She was afraid that Qin Feng's real girlfriend would intervene to stop her. However, at this time, Yi Cho wouldn't have thought that Qin Feng's real girlfriend would be making an appearance soon. Even though it was the last one, she still shamelessly made a big mess at Fisherman's Wharf in front of everyone. "Good evening, Big Brother. Please take a seat in the VIP area of our restaurant. It just so happens that there is another elegant seat by the river, which is specially reserved for you. Big Brother, my name is Yu. I'm the restaurant manager here. Whatever you need today, just communicate with me." When Qin Feng brought Mei Mei and Shinjalin both to the dining area, the beautiful manager wearing black stockings with high heels, immediately ran over. Coming in front of Qin Feng, she bent down and first gave Qin Feng a respectful bow, followed by a smile. In fact, as a matter of fact, the VIP area of Fisherman's Wharf required a guest to propose to dine there, and then the restaurant side would make arrangements for it. Of course there was also a need to pay an additional corresponding fee, but when it came to Qin Feng, without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth, the manager of the Fisherman's Wharf restaurant, directly arranged for him to be placed in the VIP section. After all, in the view of like Qin Feng, this kind of driving Hong Kong a 99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 people, which still need to wait for the other party to open their mouths. A person would know that the other party would definitely want to sit in the VIP seat later. Okay, in a moment then, on your store's specialties, all of them come up for one serving. How many come? Hearing Yu's words, Qin Feng glanced at the restaurant manager in front of him, who could be said to be long and hooked and thrown, nodded and responded, indicating that later on, their table would all come with the most expensive ones, no matter how much it cost. It would be over when it went upwards. Qin Feng had been in the harbor for such a long time, and it was really the first time he had come to Fisherman's Wharf to eat, and he wanted to taste the special meals here, and get over his addiction. Big brother, our store's specialty dishes, it must add up to more than 10 kinds of them. Ordering so many, can the three of you eat them? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yu's side of her heart was also startled, and she hurriedly rushed at Qin Feng to ask. Chapter 39. Invisible pretending is the most deadly. She wasn't worried that Qin Feng wouldn't be able to pay for the meal in the end. She was just afraid that these three people wouldn't be able to eat that much. Yu looked at the two little girls beside Qin Feng, and they didn't look like they could eat very much either. It's fine, you just serve it, I can eat. Qin Feng, on the other hand, waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for Yu to worry too much, and that he only needed to follow his request, because he was genuinely a bit hungry right now. That bot had just finished drinking with Mei Mei on top of the moon and consumed another wave at the Imperial Pavilion, so Qin Feng's stomach was a bit empty right now. Even if more dishes came, he would be able to finish them later. Alright, big brother, then you take the two beauties to wait a bit. We'll take care of everything as soon as possible according to your request. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yu's side hurriedly responded with a smile. Qin Feng then brought Mei Mei and Xinjialan, the two nightclub girls, under the gaze of the entire audience, to the round table at the VIP seats by the river. After sitting down, Qin Feng did not pay attention to the envious and jealous gazes sent towards him by all the diners in the venue, but quietly took out his Dragon Power cell phone worth more than 1,000 oceans from his pants pocket. He opened his SMS interface. When he was driving in that bout, his phone vibrated, prompting him to receive a text message alert. Qin Feng felt that if he wasn't wrong, it was most likely that the cashback from that bout of him checking out at the bar of the Imperial Court had arrived. When he opened his phone to take a look, he realized that it was indeed so. Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with tail number 4419 has just received a transfer of 30W in full, and now the balance on the card is 526,949 yuan. Looking at the fact that since he accidentally triggered the 10 times cashback system when he spent money on the moon, in less than 12 hours, his bank card account balance had come to more than 200W from 1,000 oceans in the beginning. Qin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He is really lamenting the impermanence of life. The large intestine wrapped in a small intestine. Thinking about him, Qin Feng was just a poor student who was dumped by his girlfriend in front of everyone at the entrance of the school at noon yesterday. And now, he has become the most awesome car driving the whole harbor, sitting in the Fisherman's Wharf, enjoying the eyes of all the diners watching the big brother. It was more or less a bit bullish plus wow. However, Qin Feng knew that the road of rebellion that belonged to him had only just begun. Wonderful. Also just arrived. Qin Feng then put the cell phone back into his pocket, took out a box of red gold dragon worth $7, put one in his mouth and lit it. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled thick smoke. Under the night color of the harbor, he savored his wonderful and ups and downs life. On the other hand, Mei Mei and Xinjialan, the two nightclub girls, lowered their heads and kept poking at their cell phones. Presumably, they were busy posting their friend circles and jitterbugs, similarly wanting to share their series of strange encounters today to their social media. Qin Feng himself, on the other hand, did not have this idea. Even when he obtained the most awesome ride in the entire seaport, it never occurred to him to send a selfie of him and Big G to his circle of friends to show off a wave of bragging rights. If it was the Qin Feng of the past, he would definitely do so. But ever since he obtained the system, this aspect of his mentality had also grown rapidly along with it. Right now, he had long since realized that a true king didn't need to deliberately show off. As the saying goes, the invisible pretense is the most deadly. Said but is so. A little bit of fault no. A little bit of fault is not guilty. Sometimes deliberately pretending, but will pull down their own compulsion. Counterproductive. Hello, brother, I'm the anchor woman of Jitterbug. My name is Yicho. I'm doing an interview program and would like to have a brief chat with you. Is that okay? Just as Qin Feng was smoking a cigarette and looking up at the sky to think about life, he suddenly heard a gentle female voice coming from beside him. The moment he heard this voice, Qin Feng's brows suddenly furrowed. Not for any other reason, just because how did he feel that this voice was a bit familiar? It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. Qin Feng didn't first look at this girl who was talking to him, but instead, he briefly pondered in his mind and guessed who this person could be. Yicho? No, just now she said her name was Yicho? In the next second, Qin Feng violently remembered that the girl had mentioned her name to him in her words. The moment he thought of this name, Qin Feng involuntarily trembled and his pupils dilated several times. Immediately afterward, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the source of the voice. Hurricane discovered that a woman who was close to 1m7 in height, wearing a short white dress, with a slender figure and white skin, wearing grapefruit-colored seductive lipstick, appeared behind him, holding a selfie stick in her hand. Her face was covered with a polite smile, and her pair of beautiful eyes were looking at him with affection. There was one thing to be said for the moment he saw the famous female netizen Yicho of Jitterbug appear behind him. Qin Feng was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. However, he managed to control it and tried to control his expression, acting as if he was on cloud 9 despite the waves inside him. Regarding Yicho who was standing beside him at this moment, Qin Feng knew about it. More than knowing, he simply understood everything. Among Qin Feng's Jitterbug's attention list, there was her, and countless times hiding in the dormitory quilt, brushed the other side of the video. Speaking of which, Yicho was also considered one of his goddesses in the past. Of course it was the unattainable kind. Qin Feng knew clearly in his heart that with his status and position, it was impossible for him and Yicho to meet in this lifetime. Even if they happened to run into each other on the street, chances were that the latter would just give him a polite smile and wouldn't utter any words. To his surprise, after obtaining the system, the heavens allowed him to meet the goddess of his heart at Fisherman's Wharf, the largest outdoor restaurant in the entire harbor. However, one thing was for sure, despite liking this Jitterbug anchorwoman in the past, Qin Feng's excitement to see Yicho in real life at this moment lasted only a few seconds before disappearing. The reason for this was that Qin Feng felt that his current status and position was probably different from the past. Now he belonged to the category of men who owned a system, and everything was constantly developing in a good direction, the kind that was becoming more and more bullish, so there was really no need for him to take Yicho, this little jittery anchor, too seriously. Hello, Miss Yicho. Out of politeness, Qin Feng still stood up from his chair and slowly stretched out his right hand, shook the other party's hand and said with a smile. When Qin Feng's words in this action were made, Yicho, who was a famous netizen of Jiayin, couldn't help but be stunned, while her heart followed and trembled once again at this moment, because she also really did not expect that this boy who drove a Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G would be so down to earth. In Qin Feng's body, there was simply no flying and domineering to be found. Instead, it was full of approachability. There was a feeling of a neighborly sweet big boy, and the other half that Yicho deep down most expected to find was such a man. Chapter 40 Obtaining the Parallel World Song Chengdu Reward. Congratulations to the host. The nightclub girl Yicho's primary adoration value for you has reached the standard. Obtaining the Parallel World Song Chengdu, which has been automatically deposited into the host's mind. No need to extract it. And right at this moment, an urgent system voice suddenly came from Qin Feng's mind. Upon hearing this sound, Qin Feng's entire being was instantly confused. What the hell? Because the nightclub girl Yicho's love value for him had reached the standard, he had gained an additional reward from the system? In his opinion, Yicho wasn't a nightclub girl at all, but rather a female anchor of Jitterbug. However, in the next second, the system's words gave him an answer. The network is the biggest nightclub in this world. Hearing this voice resounding in his mind once again, Qin Feng nodded slightly, feeling that it was indeed so. Then, from now on, wouldn't the places where he swiped money and returned cash also include the network? If that was really the case, then it would be more or less bullish with or without the belt. More than bullish, simply bullish to the extreme. And after seeing Sheikh's famous female netizen Yicho suddenly unsuspectingly appear beside Qin Feng, Shinjialin and Mei Mei, the two nightclub girls, followed suit and became alert at this moment. One after another, they put down the cell phones in their hands and fixed their gazes on each other's bodies. In Shinjialin and Mimi's opinion, no matter what purpose Yicho was approaching Qin Feng for at this moment, for them, it was all ill-intentioned. To put it bluntly, this jittery female netizen was just looking at Qin Feng driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G worth more than $3 million, and the car also had a Hong Kong A9999995 license plate. So did she come over to accost Qin Feng? If Qin Feng was an obscure little character, then I'm sure Yicho wouldn't have been able to come over at all. although Maymach and Shinjalan had known Qin Feng for only 12 hours, and were only friends of each other, not Qin Feng's girlfriend. However, in the hearts of the two women, they already regarded themselves as Qin Feng's girlfriend. They would never allow any woman to compete with them for Qin Feng, and still in such a blatant manner. As for Yichio, he didn't particularly care about all of this, and in the face of such strong hostility displayed by the two girls, he just smiled faintly and didn't make any response. Little brother, what I just told you, do you think it's okay? Then he turned his head and focused his gaze on Qin Feng's body and said with a smile. In Yichio's opinion, it was inevitable that a man like Qin Feng would not be able to honestly put his heart in a woman's body. If he really had a crush on one of Shinjalan and Maymach, then there wouldn't be another party present here. Since these two could be sitting here at the same time right now, it meant that Qin Feng was taking a starry-eyed route in the area of women. In that case, she was bound to have a chance as well. It's also fine. Then why don't you sit down and eat some with us? It just so happens that I just ordered quite a few dishes that the three of us won't be able to eat. Qin Feng nodded and said after listening and thinking slightly, indicating that Yichio could sit down and have some dinner with them later. By the way, they would do that so-called simple interview again. The reason why Qin Feng agreed to Yichio's request, one was because Qin Feng had liked Yichio before, and was considered a goddess in his mind. The second was because of the extra reward the system had just given him. Although he hadn't yet gotten a concrete taste of the parallel song called Chengdu, he thought that as long as it was produced by the system, it would definitely be a fine product. The song was definitely very good and wow. To be honest, what Qin Feng didn't expect even more was that he and Yichio just shook hands, and the latter's primary admiration value for him reached the standard. Since this was the case, Qin Feng also wanted to piggyback on Yichio's intermediate and advanced adoration values for him. In this way, he could also obtain the corresponding rewards. Little brother, I wonder what your name is. When Yichio followed Qin Feng's instructions and settled down at the VIP seat at the fisherman's wharf leaning against the river, he immediately excitedly adjusted his cell phone's lens to the back and aimed it at Qin Feng's face. Just now, out of politeness, Yichio didn't let Qin Feng's face get exposed in the live broadcast without Qin Feng's consent. Interview with the owner of the most awesome vehicle in the entire seaport, the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63. Yichio then changed the title of her live broadcast while speaking. She believed that when she changed this title, it would definitely bring more attention to her live broadcast. Crap, is the owner of that Mercedes-Benz Big G so handsome? It's beyond my imagination. Yes, originally, I thought that the owner of the car with the 9-5 license plate number would be a 40 or 50-year-old man. I didn't expect him to be so young. Not just young, simply handsome to the extreme. He looks like a Hong Kong star. Liang Chiu-wai. Too handsome, too handsome. This sister love, 3 swooning expressions. After Yichio twisted the live broadcast camera over, the 35W viewers in her live broadcast room, all of a sudden, saw Qin Feng's true appearance. It instantly made everyone gasp in amazement. No one had expected that the owner of this Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G would be so young and handsome. Little brother Qin Feng, I wonder if that G63 belongs to you personally? After learning Qin Feng's name, Yichio also rushed to ask the one question he wanted to know the most in his heart. That was, whether this G63, in the end, was Qin Feng's or not. That's right, it's exactly mine personally. Qin Feng, while picking up a $7 box of red gold dragon from the table, put it in his mouth and lit it, and after taking a deep breath, he nodded slightly at Yichio. Is it the kind where your name is written on the driving license? Yichio looked his puzzled gaze at Qin Feng and then asked. That's right, the one written on the driving license is my name. Qin Feng nodded and continued to respond. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, the confusion on Yichio Feng's face completely disappeared and was replaced by a large smile. Just now, Yichio had been wondering about two things. One was whether or not that Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 was Qin Feng's own. Secondly, if it is Qin Feng himself, then the driving license is not written on the name of Qin Feng. Yes or no, there is a big difference. If it is written in the name of Qin Feng himself, it represents that Qin Feng is a solid rich generation, not a flashy rich second generation. Yichio had previously seen how young Qin Feng was, and had guessed that he, like Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, might be one of the second generation of rich people in the harbor. However, he had never expected that Qin Feng would be a second generation rich man. It really made Yichio's love for Qin Feng climb another notch. Chapter 41. Could it be that the big shot is also eating here? Hubby, I didn't realize that it's already past 3 in the morning today and Fisherman's Wharf is still so crowded. It's really lively. On the other hand, while Yichio, the famous female netizen of Jitterbug, was doing an exclusive interview with Qin Feng in full swing, Lu Yu also arrived at the entrance of the Fisherman's Wharf while sitting in the white BMW 5 Series of Yangfan, the rich second generation of Seaport University. Only Lu Yu, who was sitting in the co-pilot, glanced at today's bustling riverside and rushed Yang Fan in the driver's seat with a flirtatious expression. Holy crap, hubby, the car of that big shot we just saw at the Imperial Court is actually in the Fisherman's Wharf parking lot too. Hey, could it be that he is also eating here? Right at this moment, Lu Yu suddenly glimpsed an incomparably dazzling and familiar car within the Fisherman's Wharf parking lot. At the moment of seeing this car, Lu Yu suddenly stared with wide eyes and open mouth, feeling as if the whole person was electrocuted at this moment, and this is no other. Is Qin Feng's exclusive seat, can be called the entire seaport the most bullish vehicle of the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63. Lu Yu never thought that in her lifetime, she would still come across this car in the seaport. Since this Mercedes-Benz G63 can be parked here, it also means that its owner is most likely eating inside the Fisherman's Wharf. Thinking of this, Lu Yu did not have any hesitation, immediately sat up straight from the passenger side, took out the makeup mirror, and seriously freshened up her makeup. Lu Yu in her deep understanding, that is, driving this hanging 9to5 license plate Mercedes-Benz Big G-Man, most likely is the seaport of a big brother, the kind of 10,000 people. If not, there is no way in the seaport this dragon domestic GDP can be ranked into the top 3 cities. Use this kind of bullish sky license plate. For this Lu Yu, if she could hold on to the thighs of such a man, then her life could really be said to have taken off completely. Not only her, even her ancestors' 18 generations will follow to get the honor. So Lu Yu, who understands that a hot man is eating inside, how can she miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to know each other? As for Yang Fan, who was driving his BMW 5 Series to the parking lot of Fisherman's Wharf, how could he not see what this Lu Yu was thinking? Lu Yu, I'll tell you the truth. Hurry up and take your heart back into your stomach. A woman of your stature is not even worthy of giving shoes to the owner of that G63. Even if you take off your clothes and stand in front of the other party, they won't even look at you in the right way. Only Yang Fan glanced at Lu Yu and said indignantly, hopefully, the latter would still obediently place her heart in his body for good. Don't ever be unaware of how many kilograms you are, and Toad wanting to eat swan meat. Otherwise, the one who will lose face at that time will only be himself. Hubby, look what you are saying. The only person Lu Yu, like in my life is brother Fan. It's impossible for me to have feelings for anyone else. The reason why people are putting on makeup is just to give you face. After all, we'll be eating inside soon. Can't let others look down on brother Fan's woman. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Yu immediately said with a mouthful of laughter. Although she said this on her lips, she clearly understood inwardly that a small rich second generation like Yang Fan who drove a BMW 5 Series was not even on the same level as the owner of that G63. One could not even rank the other party's shoes. Lu Yu also secretly swore, if tonight, she really can have the opportunity to contact with that big shot, then she definitely dumped Yang Fan on the spot. Soon, the two of them who parked the car, walked together towards the interior of Fisherman's Wharf. Hello both of you, welcome to Fisherman's Wharf for dinner. At this moment, when the manager of the Fisherman's Wharf, you, saw Yang Fan and the two came to the dining area of the restaurant, immediately came to the front of the two, said with a smile, hello, is there still room for the VIP table? Only to see Yang Fan sticking his hands in his pockets, tilting his head and rushing at the restaurant manager. He said, sorry sir, the VIP seats are full today, let's just sit in the ordinary section. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Yu apologized profusely. Immediately afterward, she guided the two of them towards the direction of the ordinary dining area. That's not my fault, baby, the VIP seats are full today, so the two of us will have to settle for the ordinary area. The next time I come, I'll let my baby sit on the VIP table. When the Fisherman's Wharf restaurant manager finished his words, Yang Fan secretly gasped for air, then put on an embarrassed look and said to Lu Yu, in fact, what he had just said to the restaurant manager was nothing more than meaning, because he deeply understood in his heart that there could not be a place for the VIP seats at Fisherman's Wharf at this hour. With Lu Yu this stinky to come to Fisherman's Wharf to consume a meal, to go and sit in the VIP seat which is as high as several tens of thousands of oceans of table fees, there is one thing to say, Yang Fan really can't afford to give up a little bit. That's fine, hubby. Lu Yu's side also nodded resentfully after hearing this. For not being able to sit in the Fisherman's Wharf's VIP seat today, Lu Yu felt a little bit of regret in her heart. Not for anything else, just because she felt that she missed the opportunity to make friends with that big shot who drove the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63. And without a doubt, that mysterious big shot was bound to sit in the VIP seat if he came to dine at Fisherman's Wharf. Hubby, look, who is that? Why is he here? Just as Lu Yu was holding Yang Fan's arm and the two of them were in the process of walking towards the ordinary dining area of Fisherman's Wharf, all of a sudden, Lu Yu's eyes spotted a familiar figure in the VIP area. The moment she saw this figure, her eyes widened and her mouth opened wide as she rushed at Yang Fan beside her and exclaimed in shock, She never thought that this person would also come to Fisherman's Wharf to dine tonight, and still in the VIP area where the table fee was as high as several tens of thousands of oceans. It was really a bit out of Lu Yu's expectation. And this person is not someone else. It is yesterday noon in front of the Harbor University students. By her in front of everyone dumped her ex-boyfriend, Qin Feng. After she finished talking to Qin Feng, she turned around and got into Young Fan's white BMW 5 Series. It's really not a bit of face to Qin Feng. It was stepped on to death. Surprisingly, it's that stinky dog. It's really ing bad luck. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Yang Fan also turned his head and looked towards the direction of Lu Yu's finger, and realized that the person who was laughing and smoking cigarettes and gulping smoke at the VIP seat was no one else but Lu Yu's ex-boyfriend, Qin Feng. In Yang Fan's opinion, today he and Lu Yu were not able to sit on the VIP seat. However, Qin Feng this to his shoes are not worthy of pulling the bubble, but even the Hall of Fame into the whole Fisherman's Wharf's best dining position, is really to make him feel resentful. More than resentment, simply resentment to the extreme. Don't pay any attention to him, hubby. I guess this kid Qin Feng couldn't think of going to be a duck after he was dumped by me. With this kid's status, this life can only be a duck. Lu Yu then put her arm around Young Fan's shoulder and pulled him to the general dining area not far from Qin Feng. From here it was just possible to see Qin Feng's side. Chapter 42. What do you call him, Brother Feng? In Lu Yu's opinion, the reason why Qin Feng was able to dine in the VIP area of Fisherman's Wharf today was all because of the three women sitting beside him. Otherwise, with those 3 dates in Qin Feng's pocket, I'm afraid that he can't even afford to buy a ticket to the venue. And how could he possibly sit in the best VIP seat in the entire restaurant? Hey, no, husband, look, the girl opposite Qin Feng. How does she look so much like the famous female netizen Yichio from Shake Shack? It couldn't be her in person, could it? How come Yichio is with Qin Feng? Although that was what Lu Yu thought. The next second, when she saw what the girl sitting opposite Qin Feng, wearing a short white sarong, with a fair face and slender figure, holding a selfie stick and chatting with Qin Feng with a smile and laugh looked like, she was immediately shocked. It was also at this moment that Lu Yu recognized this woman. It was none other than Yichio, who was a famous female netizen of Jiayin and had up to 1500 W followers on her social media account. What's the situation? Yang Fan, who was on the side, was more or less confused after seeing this situation, and looked at Qin Feng's side, his eyebrows knitting into a ball, because he clearly saw that at this moment, beside Qin Feng, there were 3 women sitting neatly. Of these 3 women, one of them was the famous female netizen Yichio of Jitterbug. There was no need to mention Yichio. She was definitely a great beauty that could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Shake Sound. The other 2, although he didn't recognize them, could definitely be called one of the most beautiful women, regardless of body shape or appearance. They were all SSSS level existences. Seeing that Qin Feng, this little Yakuza, was able to dine with 3 top-notch big beauties in the VIP area of Fisherman's Wharf, Yang Fan's insides turned upside down. He especially wanted to know what was going on. Go over and take a look. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Yang Fan immediately pulled Lu Yu's hand and walked towards the VIP area where Qin Feng was. And Lu Yu, who also had the exact same intention, similarly followed Yang Fan's steps and walked quickly towards the side. On the other side, Qin Feng was smoking a cigarette while waiting for the food to be served, face to face with Yichio, a famous female netizen of Jiayin, chatting idly with one sentence or another. Although the vast majority of the content was bull ********, but to be able to chat with this goddess of his former days, Qin Feng was doubly happy. And right at this moment, Qin Feng glanced at him inadvertently and suddenly realized that there were 2 people inside the Fisherman's Wharf who were fixing their eyes dead center on his side, walking step by step towards this place, and with unintentional smiles on their faces. F***ck. What F***king bad luck? How did I run into these 2 B***stards? Qin Feng then sat up straight inside as he shook his head at Young Fan and Lu Yu, who were walking towards him head on. Originally, Qin Feng was actually quite happy today. Not only had he obtained a series of skills and rewards, but it had also allowed him to get to know Mimi Shinjalan and Yi Qiu, the 3 top beauties amongst the nightclubs in the Dragon's domestic territory. Originally, he was thinking of having a good meal with these 3 beauties at the VIP table at Fisherman's Wharf and chatting, but he didn't expect to run into Lu Yu, this, and her dog, Yang Fan, here. In this instant, Qin Feng's good mood was wiped out, and his heart felt as if it was blocked with a huge stone. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Yes, Brother Feng. What's wrong? Right at this moment, the 3 top beauties at the same table with Qin Feng also noticed Qin Feng's mood change and hurriedly asked with concern. Nothing, ran into 2 dogs. Qin Feng, on the other hand, smiled faintly and shook his head at the 3 of them, picking up the jasmine tea on the table and gently taking a sip. Although he didn't want to find trouble with dogs, sometimes, dogs would always want to find trouble with people. Since this was the case, then Qin Feng also decided not to be spoiled. If today, Lu Yu and Yang Fan, these two little pussies, wanted to engage in some more nonsense with him and wanted to trample his face underfoot in public, then Qin Feng could only send them 2 words, looking for death. In the past, when faced with the bullying of the two, Qin Feng might have chosen to endure and step back. That was because the previous him didn't have as many tickets in his pocket or brothers he knew in the harbor as the other. But now, everything had changed. In the most straightforward words, now the entire seaport queuing up to give him Qin Feng's shoes can circle the seaport 3 times. Yang Fan, this little rich kid, was really nothing in his eyes. Yo, isn't this Qin Feng? Why are you so elegant today? Coming to Fisherman's Wharf to dine and bringing 3 big beauties with you. Ha ha ha. As soon as they met, Yang Fan sat uninvited with Lu Yu at the round table where Qin Feng was and said with a smile on his face. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was at the side with her cell phone aimed at Qin Feng to video record him, wanting to record Qin Feng's ugly behavior and then upload it to the school's forum. In Lu Yu's opinion, the reason why Qin Feng was able to dine in the best VIP area of Fisherman's Wharf today was all because of the 2 women sitting beside him, Shinjialan and Mei Mei. Qin Feng most likely sold his body and chose to become a duck. It was only under the leadership of Shinjialan and Mimi that he was fortunate enough to be able to dine in the best area of the entire Fisherman's Wharf, and without a doubt, Shinjialan and Mei Mei were Qin Feng's clients. However, the next second, the words that Shinjialan and Mimi uttered at Qin Feng instantly caused Lu Yu to be deeply shocked by them. It felt as if today seemed as if it wasn't what she thought it was. Brother Feng, who are these 2 people? Your friends? Only to see that when Yang Fan and Lu Yu came to Qin Feng's table and took their seats, the 2 women all looked their heads toward Qin Feng and inquired with a surprised face. They felt more or less confused, not for anything else, just because from Lu Yu and Yang Fan's bodies, the 2 felt a sense of neurosis. It was as if they had just run out of a mental hospital. It's fine, there's no need to treat the 2 of them as people. Just treat them as 2 dogs. Qin Feng then smiled and responded at the 2 women. Indeed, in Qin Feng's mind, he was already no longer treating Lu Yu and Yang Fan as people. From the moment he obtained the system, these 2 were destined to become just 2 dogs lying at his feet that could only bark incompetently. Whether or not these 2 dogs could have a way out in the harbor from now on would all depend on his Qin Feng's mood. What do you 2 call him? Brother Feng? And after hearing the words that Shinjialan and Mei Mei had just uttered at Qin Feng, Lu Yu was instantly shocked and at a loss for words. Hurriedly holding the cell phone in her hand, she rushed at the 2 women and asked in disbelief, because in her opinion, if Qin Feng was a duck that the 2 had found, then there was absolutely no such title for Qin Feng, and the tone in which she spoke to Qin Feng was still respectful, as if he was afraid of losing Qin Feng. At this moment, look at the posture presented on this table. Lu Yu, how to feel. Qin Feng is not at all these 2 beautiful women looking for ducks. Instead, Shinjialan and Mei Mei is the object to accompany Qin Feng. Chapter 43, 3 nightclub girls who instantly stormed out. Dare to call me Brother Feng? Yes, we call him Brother Feng. What's wrong with that? That's right, he's the best brother in the world in our hearts. What are you doing? What are you doing here? Whimpering with Brother Feng? Only to see Mimi and Shinjialan turn their heads one after another, glaring sternly at Lu Yu opposite Qin Feng, saying fiercely, and rolled up their sleeves, as if Lu Yu and her companion, if they dared to speak disrespectfully to Qin Feng again, the 2 of them would go up and beat each other up. In the opinion of Shinjialan and Mimi, the man and woman who suddenly sat at their table were, in the words of teacher Feng Feng, people like this, psychopaths, especially Yang Fan, who had a bald head and wore a knockout sports suit, looked like he had kidney failure, and had a punchable look on his face, and sat down without waiting for Qin Feng's consent. And Lu Yu was likewise not a good bird, although she was quite good looking and almost as old as Qin Feng, but from the attitude she exuded towards Qin Feng, she was just as brain dead. If these 2 uninvited guests dared to go wild at their table again, then Shinjialan and Mei Mei swore that they would definitely fight with each other on Qin Feng's behalf. Although they were girls from the nightclub, it was precisely because they were girls from the nightclub that their fighting skills were outstanding. After all, there weren't many fights between girls in nightclubs. Mei Mei and Shinjialan felt that with the 2 of them, dealing with Lu Yu and the man next to her with weak kidneys was definitely more than enough. If they didn't beat the out of them, it would be considered that they had mixed in the nightclub for nothing for so many years. Ha ha, Qin Feng, I didn't expect you losers to spend money. After being dumped by me at the entrance of Seaport University yesterday noon, you even went to Seaport Nightclub to find 2 girls to accompany you to the best outdoor restaurant in Seaport for dinner? When you were with me, why didn't I see you spending money so willingly? A moment later, Lu Yu seemed to understand what was going on, only to see her glaring fiercely at Qin Feng, hugging her shoulders and sneeringly saying, seeing this attitude that Shinjialan and Mei Mei showed towards Qin Feng, they were more than likely the accompanying singing girls that Qin Feng had found at the nightclub. After playing at the nightclub, they spent a high price to bring them out for a meal, And the money Qin Feng spent tonight, 100% is the black net loan on the network. After today, maybe Qin Feng will have to pay back the money in the next 10 years. At this time Lu Yu more or less a little resentful. Not for anything else, just wondered Qin Feng with her together. How not to take out this kind of courage to borrow the spirit of it. If you can take out words, then I think she and Qin Feng breakup will not be so fast. Must have jerked Qin Feng clean before dumping him. Originally, Lu Yu thought that the words she had just said to Qin Feng in front of everyone would not cause any consequences. After all, she usually talked to Qin Feng like this. But the next second, something that she didn't expect happened. Snap, snap. Only two harsh sounds of beer bottles popping could be heard coming from her side. What did you just call brother Feng? Rubbish? Come on, try saying that again when you step on the horse. Just now, after Lu Yu finished rushing at Qin Feng with those words, Mei Mei and Xinjialan, the two nightclub girls, each picked up a bottle of beer on the table and violently smashed it on the corner of the table to break it, and then pointed at Lu Yu with the sharp mouth of the shattered bottle, and said with abnormal ferocity, at this time, in Mei Mei and Xinjialan's body, the initial gentle elegance could no longer be found. Instead, they were like two roses with thorns. The other side of their bodies were displayed in front of Qin Feng, although they were very reluctant to do so. However, the two women also knew that there was no way out, simply because the attitude of these two uninvited guests towards Qin Feng was just too treacherous. In particular, this girl who was dressed in a flamboyant manner, and although she wasn't very old, her body was full of flirtatiousness, calling Qin Feng a waste of space. It was really unacceptable to Xinjialan and Mei Mei, the two nightclub girls, although they knew that they were just the girls Qin Feng found in the nightclub. In their hearts, they had long considered themselves as Qin Feng's proper girlfriend. If someone dared to speak so out of turn to their husbands, then they would definitely have to fight back on Qin Feng's behalf. On the other side, Qin Feng was more or less, somewhat startled by the two overpowering sounds of exploding beer bottles. After the arrival of Lu Yu and Yang Fan, Xinjialan and Mei Mei's reactions were greatly out of his expectation. Never in a million years did he expect that these two girls would directly start a fight with Lu Yu, and they directly disliked the mouth of the broken bottle on each other's face, which could be described as a direct chi pull full. It can be said that the grievances he had suffered in Lu Yu in so many years, Xinjialan and Mei Mei, these two nightclub girls all came out for him. Hubby, they bullied me, oh. And in the face of this sudden situation, Lu Yu's side was also stunned. Sitting on the chair, she did not dare to move, and could only cry and look to the side of Yang Fan. Hopefully, as her man, Yang Fan can come out at this moment and take the heat for her, and teach Mei Mei and Xinjialan, the two nightclub girls who don't know how to die, a good lesson. F***ck, how dare you throw your faces at my woman? I think you guys don't want to live. And in the face of this scene, Yang Fan could not help but feel angry, slamming the table, making a gesture to stand up for Lu Yu, because at this moment, he more or less also somewhat see the understanding. Sitting beside Qin Feng, these two girls, most likely is not Qin Feng accompanied by the big sister. Rather, they were the harbor nightclub girls who accompanied Qin Feng. As long as it wasn't the big sister that Qin Feng accompanied, then he was the one who could afford to mess with them. No matter what, he was a big man, he could still beat two nightclub girls, just as Yang Fan was about to do so. The next second, something that he did not expect at all happened, only to hear at this time under the silent night sky of Fisherman's Wharf, there came another harsh sound of exploding beer bottles, and this time the one who dropped the beer bottle was not someone else. It was the famous female netizen of Jitterbug, Yi Cho, who had just sat beside Qin Feng and had been pressing her troops. I advise you better not move. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to see your dick for the rest of your life. Only to see Yi Cho, after cracking a bottle of beer on the table, following Xinjialan's and Mei Mei's example, pointing the mouth of the broken bottle at Yang Fan, the seaport's rich second generation, unusually ferociously, with her eyes flashing full of fire. However, what Yi Cho aimed at was not Yang Fan's neck, but Yang Fan's second brother. Tightly clutching the broken wine bottle in his hand, he stayed at a position less than a centimeter from Yang Fan's thigh, as if as long as Yang Fan dares to move a little, then she will not hesitate to stab down the kind. Just now, in fact, Yang Fan and Lu Yu, the first time these two uninvited guests arrived, in the way of their own identity as a jitterbug anchor. Originally Yi Cho did not intend to take action. After all, she was different from Nini and Xinjialan, the two girls who didn't have any special identities attached to them. Every move she made would set off a storm on the internet. But with Nini and Xinjialan's sudden rampage just now, Yi Cho, a netizen who unusually wanted to get acquainted with Qin Feng, knew that it was no longer possible for her not to make a move, even though she was on a live broadcast at the moment, in order to show her loyalty to Qin Feng. Even at the risk of being blocked, she had to do something. She absolutely could not be compared to Xinjialan and Mei Mei. That was something Yi Cho could never accept. Chapter 44, Calling Dad. Quick, At this moment, it could be said that the entire Fisherman's Wharf dining scene was captivated by the situation over here. All the male diners present had their gazes looking enviously towards Qin Feng, their fists clenched in anger, wondering how such a thing could not be their turn. In fact, as early as the first moment Yang Fan and Lu Yu arrived, all the diners at Fisherman's Wharf noticed the situation. They knew that these two goods appeared to be here to find trouble with Qin Feng. After all, everyone knew in their hearts that Qin Feng was a big shot in the harbor who drove a Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G, so when the crowd was eating, they would always glance over to Qin Feng's side from time to time. But what the crowd never expected was that a person like Qin Feng, when he was in trouble, the ones who stretched out his head and fought and moved their hands were actually three beautiful women, including the famous Shake Shack Netflix star Yi Chiu. There was one thing to say, although many male diners present had fought in their lives, however, they had never encountered a situation where a girl carried a beer bottle and stood up for herself. And Qin Feng didn't just have one, but three girls who stood up for him at the first sign of trouble. And these three girls were also the kind that could be described as one of the most beautiful women in the world. The real thing is to let all the male diners present envy the chicken purple. At the same time, he felt more and more that Qin Feng's status in the harbor was absolutely extraordinary. If completely exposed, will certainly shock everyone kind of. Not only were all the diners present at the moment shocked by Qin Feng's unexpected situation at this table, but even Qin Feng himself, faced with this situation, more or less did not expect it. Looked at the front of the three carrying beer bottles, for him out of the nightclub beauty. Qin Feng silently sighed in his heart. What he didn't want to admit, but had to, was that perhaps this was the power of money. If he hadn't obtained the system, if he hadn't just rewarded the two girls at the nightclub with so much money, if he wasn't driving the Mercedes-Benz Big G with the Hong Kong A99999 license plate, then I'm sure that the scene right now, which definitely made a man happy, wouldn't have happened to him, since things had already happened. Qin Feng also did not intend to intervene. Silently pulling out a $7 box of cigarettes from his pocket, he put it to his mouth and lit it, inhaling deeply and exhaling a thick smoke under the alluring night color. He wanted to see what Mei, Shen Jialan, and Yi Chiu, the three girls from the nightclubs of the Dragon Kingdom, would do next. Call daddy, hurry. However, in the next second, after hearing the words Mei shouted out at Lu Yu, Qin Feng almost choked on the tea he had just drank into his mouth when he didn't strain himself, only to see Mimi waving the broken beer bottle in her hand. While nudging her head at him, she shouted sternly at Lu Yu, "What? What the hell?" And obviously, Lu Yu more or less didn't understand the meaning of Mimi's words, dully rushing at the latter with a confused look on his face and asked, "I told you to call Brother Feng dad. You didn't hear me. Just now, didn't you call Brother Feng a punk? Now that I let you call Brother Feng dad, you're not willing to do it?" On the side, Shenjialan slammed the table with her left hand and shook the broken beer bottle in front of Lu Yu with her right hand, and said with the same stern voice, it was as if Lu Yu did not agree to their demands, then they would use the bottle in their hands and scrape her face. Hearing the words of the two, Yi Chiu, the famous netizen of Jane who was holding the broken beer bottle against Yang Fan's second brother and controlling the other party's lifeblood, instantly thumped in her heart, and a blush quietly surged on her face, had to sigh. In the aspect of playing, but also Mei and Shenjialan, these two nightclub girls, she is really inferior to herself. Although just now, Lu Yu had managed to call Qin Feng a piece of trash, it was indeed a bit of treason. But as a punishment, Mei and Shenjialan even directly let Lu Yu in front of her boyfriend, called Qin Feng father, is really a bit bullish. I don't know if the boyfriend next to her can accept it. Of course, regardless of whether he could accept it, in Yi Chiu's opinion, this was the best punishment for Lu Yu and Yang Fan, the two psychopaths who had offended Qin Feng. Just when Yi Chiu thought that Yang Fan might not be able to accept it after hearing Shenjialan and Mei's request, unexpectedly, in the next second, when he heard the words that Yang Fan yelled out at Lu Yu, Yi Chiu shivered all over his body, and he almost couldn't hold back from stabbing the broken beer bottle in his hand at Yang Fan's little old man. If this beer bottle is really stabbed down, then Yang Fan can really become a eunuch for the rest of his life. The words that Yang Fan yelled at Lu Yu were nothing else but, didn't you hear what the two of them said? Quickly call do you want me to be cut off from my grandchildren for the rest of my life? Only to see Yang Fan's eyes ringed open, rushing at Lu Yu with the most solemn tone he could utter in his life, roaring in a stern voice. At this moment, Yang Fan could be said to be scared to death. He could not stop trembling all over his body. The moment Yi Chiu aimed the beer bottle at his little brother, he regretted that he brought Lu Yu to this table today. From Mei Shenjialan's and Yi Chiu's eyes, Yang Fan could feel that these three women were absolutely crazy, one of a kind, the kind that could risk their lives for Qin Feng. He wasn't worried about Lu Yu breaking her face. Rather, he was worried that Yi Chiu would really take the beer bottle in his hand and stab it at his second brother. That was something he could never accept. so he thought about Lu Yu quickly agreeing to Mimi and Shinjalan's request and then hurrying out of here. What? What did you say? However, after hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Yu was completely baffled today, only to see her turn her head, her eyes as wide as an old cow's, looking at Yang Fan, her face full of question marks. She never thought that Yang Fan, as her current boyfriend, would be able to accept her calling the opposite Qin Feng her father in front of him, and Qin Feng was also her ex-boyfriend. Originally, Lu Yu thought that after hearing Mimi and Shinjalan's unreasonable demands, Yang Fan would storm out and get angry, but the genius did not expect that Yang Fan would actually side with Mei Mei and Shinjalan and force herself together. Old me told you to call Qin Feng Dad. I don't believe that you didn't call him by his name before. What's the point of calling him a few more times now? It's not like you're going to die. And after hearing Lu Yu's words, Yang Fan rushed at her and yelled impatiently all of a sudden, indicating that he didn't even care about things. Lu Yu, this stinky cared about a hook 8. As Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend, he couldn't believe that Lu Yu hadn't managed to call out certain special names to each other in the past when she was in the hotel with Qin Feng, but did not expect to hear his words. Lu Yu immediately 2 lines of hot tears down the cheeks, not for anything else, just because of this name. She really had never called out to Qin Feng. She could accept calling out this name to other men, but she just couldn't accept calling out this name to Qin Feng. The trash in her eyes, and in front of so many people. Chapter 45, you're playing it too perverted, aren't you? Sorry, I can't scream a little. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu, who was usually known for her weakness, especially when she was on the ship, and was very keen on engaging in some has-beens, at this moment, actually became hard all of a sudden, only to see her raise her right hand, wipe the tears on her face, and say with incomparable determination. Lu Yu admitted that she was a when it came to her feelings, and the word daddy had been used on many men, but it had never been used on Qin Feng. In her opinion, Qin Feng was simply not worthy of her holding such a title. In the past, Yang Fan might have been able to do so, but until what had just happened, Yang Fan couldn't do it now either. If there was a man at the Fisherman's Wharf site that could make her, Lu Yu, willingly call out the term daddy towards him, that must be the only male owner of that Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz's Big G. Only such a man would be worthy of letting her Lu Yu open her mouth and call out that vocabulary. If it is really each other, as long as that person is willing, not to mention is the father, even if it is the grandfather, ancestor, she can call out, and call out for a night. But Qin Feng, forget it, she can't even die. Alright, don't force her. She doesn't want a father like me, and I don't even want to have a daughter like her. Just as the two of them, Mei Mei and Shinjalan, took the broken wine bottles in their hands and prepared to force another wave of Lu Yu. Suddenly, Qin Feng, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, waved his hand and interrupted the two of them, indicating that he really didn't care for Lu Yu. This, calling him father. If the other party really shouted it out with this cry, then he might even have to spit out everything he ate tonight. Alright then, brother Feng. Hearing Qin Feng's words, both Shinjalan and Mei Mei sighed and nodded their heads, although the two of them wanted to help Qin Feng out with this, but nah, Qin Feng didn't want it, so there was nothing they could do. They could only silently remove the broken beer bottle from next to Lu Yu's face. Just when the two women thought that this matter would be over today, suddenly, Qin Feng looked at Yang Fan and smiled as he uttered words that instantly brightened their eyes. An excited glow appeared on their faces as they violently lifted the broken beer bottle in their hands once again. Although I don't have any interest in accepting Lu Yu as my daughter, but at my age, I still quite hope to have a son. Didn't you just scream quite happily? Come on, since Lu Yu isn't screaming, then you'll be the one to call this father. Only to see Qin Feng looking his gaze to the side of Yang Fan, who was drenched in sweat from fear, picking up the tea on the table and taking a sip, then putting the teacup down, violently slamming the table, rushing at Yang Fan and snapping his voice, indicating that Lu Yu doesn't care if he calls this father can be. But the two of them, there must be one person to call, and that person was Yang Fan. Feng, brother Feng, this is playing too perverted. Yang Fan is at least one of the second generation in Harbor City. If the matter of me calling you dad at Fisherman's Wharf spreads out, how will I be able to mix in Harbor from now on? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Fan immediately said with a bitter expression on his face. Although 3 broken beer bottles were aimed at his second brother at this moment, Yang Fan knew clearly that after he called Qin Feng's dad, what kind of impact it would have on his reputation in the seaport in the future. Yang Fan is not small or big, is also considered a medium-sized second generation of the seaport, although in those top second generation cannot be compared, but in the seaport is still more or less some status. He could accept his girlfriend calling someone else her father, not to mention calling her father, even if she called her grandpa or grandpa, he could gladly accept it, but if he were to be called that, it would be a bit unacceptable. After all, he is also a person who wants to face. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Qin Feng asked you to call. You call and that's the end of it. Just now when I was being held up with a beer bottle, why don't you see you say that? And young Fan Fong just finished saying something like that. The next second, the whole Fisherman's Wharf immediately came a crisp ear melon sound, a white tender jade hand, hard fan in young Fan's fat face. This slap hit extremely hard. Not only the sound is loud, and directly will young Fan's fat face swollen up. The person who slapped young Fan was not someone else. It was Lu Yu who was on the side. Just now, Lu Yu held a grudge against young Fan's behavior and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge on young Fan. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Just now, Lu Yu decided to leave Fisherman's Wharf and break up with young Fan, a rich second generation who is nothing. She can accept her boyfriend to let himself call his father, but cannot accept her own boyfriend let himself call someone else's father. Unless young Fan is driving a Mercedes-Benz G63 with a Hong Kong A99999 license plate. Absolutely not. That is, the big man who made such a request can accept that person. No one is good. There is no doubt that young Fan, who drives a BMW 5 Series, is not even as good as that big shot's leg hair. What right did he have to yell at himself here? Lu Yu, are you crazy? Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death with a small leather whip back at the hotel? Facing Lu Yu's sudden ear scratch, Yang Fan was also dumbfounded and roared at Lu Yu, blowing his eyebrows and glaring at her. In the past, he was the one who beat Lu Yu, or Lu Yu was the one who begged him to beat her. Never thought. Now directly reverse the Big Dipper. Lu Yu, a big ear scrape called to his face, is really make him a little angry. Swear that after going back, must pick Lu Yu's skin cannot. Still waiting to go back, you whip me? I'll whip you to death right now. And Yang Fan's words finished, Lu Yu, more and more angry, has made up his mind to break up with young Fan. Turn his head to chase the driving Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 big shot Lu Yu. Also, no matter that, standing up, swinging his hands, to young Fan's fat face left and right, a series of slap more than 180, directly to the other party, completely and thoroughly beaten into a pig head. Scream or not? I'm asking you whether to scream or not. Lu Yu swung while tearing her heart and lungs out, venting all the grievances she had just accumulated on young Fan. Don't fight. Don't fight. I'll scream. Dad. 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 Qin Feng, my good father. Yang Fan, who had been beaten up and was about to lose his breath, at this moment could not care less, and with the loudest volume he could make in his life, at the Fisherman's Wharf site, in front of all the people there, he managed to call Qin Feng more than 100 times of father one after another. This operation of Lu Yu's directly put all the diners present, including Yiqiu, Mei Mei and Shinjalan, 3 people directly looked dumbfounded. This really fulfills the saying, the most poisonous woman in the world has a heart. If a woman is ruthless, there's really nothing for a man to do. Chapter 46. As long as that person stomped his foot, the entire Dragon Kingdom would tremble 3 times. What about me? What am I to you? Lu Yu, who had slapped Yang Fan more than 180 times one after another and made the latter call Qin Feng more than 100 times daddy, still felt that she was not relieved and stood in front of the other party again, stretching out her forefinger, pointing at herself, and forcing herself to ask at the latter, Mom, you are my good mom. Qin Feng is my good father. You are my good mom. Not just you. These 3 women next to you are all my young Fan's good moms. Yang Fan, who had already been beaten into a pig's head, could not care less for a long time and responded with a crazy shout. Originally, he only wanted to call Lu Yu a mother, but when he realized that after he finished his sentence, the 3 people beside him, Shinjalan, Mei Mei, Yiqiu, immediately showed a fierce look in their eyes when they looked at him. Yang Fan, who is not stupid, immediately reacted and hurriedly added Mei Mei and the others. Only then did the 3 of them put down the broken beer bottles they had already lifted. Yang Fan was glad that he reacted fast enough, or else he would have guessed that his second brother would have been zapped to pieces by now. That's more like it. Phew, cool. After finishing everything, Lu Yu felt relieved, took a long breath, clapped her hands, and said contentedly. After saying that, she sat down on the chair, picked up the jasmine tea on the table, and licked a mouthful of it beautifully, as if she was a guest at this table. And seeing that the purpose had been reached, the 3 girls, Yiqiu and Mei Mei Shinjalan, followed suit and threw the broken beer bottles in their hands to the ground and sat back in their respective seats. You few, wait for me. I won't let you guys off the hook. I, Yang Fan, will do what I say. Yang Fan, who had been beaten so badly that he didn't even recognize his mother, stood up while pointing at Qin Feng and the others and said fiercely, he was ready to shake people to Fisherman's Wharf right now and take revenge on a few people. Yang Fan is also a small second generation of the harbor. Tonight in the Fisherman's Wharf by Qin Feng and others, so pinch, not only pinch, can be said to pinch to the grandmother's home. If he didn't get this face back, he felt that he wouldn't be able to mix in the harbor from now on. Go go go. Whoever you want to find, get the hell out of here. Don't delay my mood for dinner. That's right, Get lost. Do you still want me to stab you with a broken glass bottle? In the face of Yang Fan's harsh words, Maymach and Shinjalan could be said to be not afraid in the slightest, not taking it seriously at all. They couldn't wait to stand up and kick Yang Fan again. After all, in their opinion, Yang Fan, this little rich second generation from Harbor City, was mostly sick in the head. If he wasn't sick in the head, how could he possibly go against Qin Feng, who was driving the most awesome vehicle in all of Seaport, the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63? It must be that this was the only explanation. Even if the person that Yang Fan would call later on was even more bullish, could he still be as bullish as Qin Feng? In their hearts, Qin Feng's identity background absolutely can be called Harbor a big brother of the kind. Otherwise, how can you drive the Hong Kong A99999 license plate Mercedes-Benz Big G? Hurry up and get lost, Yang Fan. Don't disturb my meal. To tell you the truth, the two of us are breaking up from now on. I don't want to see you again in the future. At this moment, all the specialties that Qin Feng had just ordered all came up, adding up to be able to have more than 10 different kinds of dishes, directly filling up the round table in front of him. And when Lu Yu saw these dishes, she immediately became a bit unable to walk, and responded by waving her hand carelessly at Yang Fan. Then she picked up a large lobster on the table and nibbled on it. In Lu Yu's opinion, she was Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend for better or worse. When she was with Qin Feng before, she hadn't even been able to eat such a delicious meal. There was nothing wrong with Qin Feng making up for her meal today, right? After this meal, she would go her own way with Qin Feng. After all, 9 times out of 10, the money for today's dinner was also borrowed by Qin Feng from the black net loan. She didn't want to pay off the debt with Qin Feng, although Lu Yu was thinking this way. But the next second, when she saw from not far away, together with Yang Fan walked towards this side of the two people, immediately trembled with fear, fiercely put down the lobster in her hand, took out the paper towel on the table, and wiped her mouth. At this moment, Yang Fan, who had just left in less than 30 seconds, turned back again. His expression was extremely fierce and vicious, as if this time he came back to eat all of them. Lu Yu was not afraid of Yang Fan, but of the two people standing beside him. One had dyed red hair and the other had dyed green hair. Their names were Zhang Jin and Ma Dong respectively. They are the top 2 rich kids in Harbor City. Their cars were multi-million-dollar Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Zhang Jin and Ma Dong are Yang Fan's friends, and to be precise, they are the latter's big brothers. Previously, Lu Yu met with the two a few times. Exceptionally clear too in the harbor strength. Can be said to call the wind and rain. Absolutely not Yang Fan, such intermediate second generation rich can be compared. At that time, Lu Yu wanted to run away from Yang Fan and into the arms of Zhang Jin and Ma Dong. However, like Zhang and Ma, two such top rich second generation, around the warbler is really too much, and posture are very top. People simply did not take her as a small college student seriously. Under no circumstances, Lu Yu can only continue to hibernate in the body of Yang Fan. See if you can find another opportunity to climb up the ladder in the future. Right now, seeing Yang Fan suddenly lead Ma Dong and Zhang Jin killed back, Lu Yu instantly scared awake. There is no doubt that at this time, Ma Dong, Zhang Jin, two people can walk towards this side with Yang Fan. Is not to help Yang Fan to take revenge to come? What else can it be? Subsequently, Lu Yu's brain raced at a speed of 180 mph, trying to find a way to crack this current predicament. If she really couldn't, she would dump all the pots on Qin Feng's body and say that everything was done by Qin Feng. I believe that Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the two top rich second generation people in Harbor City, should not be too calculating with her as a girl, and would definitely throw all their anger at Qin Feng. Aha! Right, just do it. Although Lu Yu was thinking this way and also decided to do just that later on. She even saw in her mind the image of Qin Feng being beaten to a pig's head by Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the two top-tier rich second-generation men. However, unbeknownst to them, at this moment, the reason why Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the two of them, had brought Yang Fan here, was not at all running to find trouble with Qin Feng. Instead, they wanted to use Yang Fan as an opportunity to make friends with a mysterious figure in Harbor City like Qin Feng. To put it bluntly, Yang Fan was just a pawn in the hands of the two of them, the kind that would die a much worse death later on, a proper stepping stone on their way to getting closer to Qin Feng. In Zhang Jin and Ma Dong's opinion, although they were the top rich second generation in Harbor City, driving multi-million-dollar Lamborghinis and Ferraris, but in their hearts, Qin Feng, who had brought Shinjalan and Maymach, the two nightclub girls, to Fisherman's Wharf to spend money tonight, was the real king. Even the two of them combined couldn't catch up with a single leg hair of the other party. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. The reason why they dared to be so sure about this matter was precisely because of the license plate hanging on Qin Feng's Mercedes-Benz Big G car, Hong Kong A99999. Just now, while they were eating, they had called their respective old dads to inquire about the origin of this Hong Kong A99999-5 license plate photo. The answer given to them by their old man was that this license plate was taken by a mysterious person at the grand finale of one of the heaviest license plate auctions in the harbor the year before last, with a value of 3,000 W. At that auction, even their father, who was a top wealthy businessman, was not qualified to enter the venue. Regarding that mysterious person, Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong's father only told them one thing, that is, do not mess with this person. It was said that as long as that person stomped his foot, even the entire Dragon Kingdom would tremble 3 times. Chapter 47. I've heard my father mention your great name. Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the 2 top rich second generation of Seaport City, had thought that Qin Feng would be bullish, but they hadn't imagined that he would be this bullish. Even their old man wasn't clear about Qin Feng's specific identity and background. They only knew that if Qin Feng stomped his foot, even the entire Dragon Kingdom would tremble. Given that the harbor had such a bullish big shot and was right beside them, how could the 2 of them, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, possibly hold back from befriending a wave? The 2 of them were incredibly clear in their hearts that once they made friends with Qin Feng, the 2 of them could be said to be able to walk horizontally in the seaport from now on. It was also just now that the 2 of them had inquired about the name of the owner of the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G called Qin Feng by calling their friends at the DMV. At this moment, the 2 of them resolved to make sure to use Young Fan as a pedal through this stinky dog, and ruthlessly befriend a wave of Qin Feng. Brother Jin, Brother Dong, it was this kid, and those 3 women next to him, who bullied me just now. Today, the 2 of you must help me get my revenge. Otherwise, I won't be able to mix in the harbor from now on. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan led the 2 of them, Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, to Qin Feng's table, covering his fat face, which had been beaten into a pig's head. He cried and cried at the 2 of them. Just now when Yang Fan left, he was ready to shake people to Fisherman's Wharf to take revenge on Qin Feng, but he never thought that in the Fisherman's Wharf VIP seats, even let him encounter in the harbor very powerful 2 second generation, in the seaport that was absolutely bullish and wow. As long as these 2 people out of the horse, will certainly be able to help him get back the scene. Looking at his cell phone address book, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong were the most powerful. After listening to his request, these 2 people nodded their heads and agreed on the spot, and then walked towards Qin Feng's table under his leadership. Yang Fan originally thought that Ma Dong and Zhang Jin were genuinely trying to help him, and hadn't considered for a second that these 2 were actually using him as a springboard to get closer to Qin Feng. If he had known all of this beforehand, then to death he wouldn't have sought help from the 2. Brother Jin Dong, you guys are here, long time no see. When the 2 Zhang Jin Ma Dong, who were dyed with red and green hair, appeared at Qin Feng's table, Lu Yu was the first to jump up and ran to the duo, smiling and trying to give them a hug. However, they were rejected by the duo. Zhang Jin and Ma Dong had learned from Yang Fan that Lu Yu was actually Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend. For such a woman, they did not dare to touch her. After all, the 2 had always deeply remembered the saying that as long as it was Big Brother's woman, regardless of whether it had expired or not, it would always be a hot potato and had to be kept away from. Brother Dongjin, just now this little ninny hit me the hardest. It swelled up my face. How is she hitting my face? She's clearly hitting your asses. Yang Fan was furious at the sight of Lu Yu, covering his fat face with one hand and pointing one finger at Lu Yu viciously. He swore that when he returned to the hotel tonight, he would use a small whip to whip this Lu Yu to death. The aggression he suffered today, on the boat to get back. Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, on the other hand, did not pay attention to Yang Fan's complaints, but quietly glanced at Qin Feng, who was in the center of the round table, only to see Qin Feng facing the arrival of the 2 of them. Not the slightest bit of panic, just sitting in a chair calmly smoking a cigarette, face from the beginning to the end hanging cloudy and light smile. It was as if he didn't take the 2 of them, the top rich second generation of Harbor City, seriously. The way they looked at them was like looking at 2 dogs. At once, the duo could not help but suck in a breath of cool air, sighing perhaps this was the real Big Brother, not to mention the 2 of them, even if it was their old man in front of Qin Feng. I'm afraid that he would not have any platitudes to speak of. Brother Dong, Brother Jin, don't blame me, it was this kid who made me do that just now. It's all because he instructed me. If you guys want to take revenge, just look for him. And after hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Yu was a bit flustered at that moment, hurriedly pointing her finger at Qin Feng, who was sitting right in the center of the round table, and said hurriedly, she signaled that they had their own enemies, so if they wanted to take revenge, they could just Qin Feng directly, and it was none of her business. Faced with the sudden killing of Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, although Qin Feng's side acted lightly, as if nothing had happened. However, Mei Mei and Xinjialan, the 2 nightclub girls sitting opposite him, more or less felt a little nervous. Even the palms of their hands were dripping with large beads of sweat, not for any other reason, just because they had some knowledge about Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the 2 top rich second-generation seaport men. They had met them in the nightclub before, and had heard people mention that the duo's identity background was not ordinary. Their families were quite the powerful kind in Seaport. Maymay and Shinjalan never thought that Young Fan would even know Madong and Zhangjin. They couldn't help but regret whether their behavior was a bit too aggressive just now. If they had known that Young Fan had such a wide range of connections, then they would not have done that. It wasn't that they were afraid of the other party's retaliation. They just didn't want to cause trouble for Qin Feng. After all, there was one thing to say, and Maymay and Shinjalan weren't sure if Qin Feng was a match for Zhang Zhenmanong or not. Although Qin Feng's strength was indeed not low, but then again, the other party was also two of the top rich second generation in Harbor City, and also had some means. They genuinely did not know if Qin Feng could handle it. Thinking of this, the two did not have any hesitation, immediately raised their heads coincidentally, and exchanged glances with each other. They wanted to stand up later and take the initiative to apologize to Madong and Zhangjin, taking the responsibility and not causing trouble for Qin Feng. However, just as the two of them were about to do so, in the next second, after hearing the words that Madong and Zhangjin uttered at Qin Feng, they were instantly deeply shocked. Eyeballs were on the verge of falling to the ground in that instant kind of glare. Brother Feng, tell me what you want to do with this person, right? That's right, Brother Feng. What do you want to do? Just leave it to us. No need to dirty Brother Feng's hands. Only to see Madong and Zhangjin tugging on Young Fan's collar, they looked towards Qin Feng and said respectfully. With these words, the 6 people around this table, including Qin Feng, were instantly shocked. Qin Feng was shocked on the other hand because he did not expect these 2 people to know his name. You guys, recognize me? Qin Feng then stretched out his hand, flicked the ashes of his cigarette into the teacup on the table, frowned, and rushed at the 2 to ask in a serious manner. In fact, from the very beginning, Qin Feng did not take these 2 people that Young Fan had found seriously. In the past, he would retreat and escape when things went wrong. That was because the previous him belonged to the category of properly pulled bubbles with no skills at all. But now he is different. Whether it is identity status, economic strength, or mentality, there has been a qualitative improvement. Long ago is not the past of the youthful teenager. Deeply understand the soldiers to block, water to earth cover this truth. In this society, anything can be solved, as long as you have enough strength. Originally, Qin Feng intended to break up with Madong and Zhangjin properly, not on the real sword to knock a bit. However, he never expected that these 2 people were not here to seek revenge on him at all. Instead, they wanted to help him teach Young Fan a lesson, and they called him Brother Feng as soon as they opened their mouths. As the saying goes, you can't beat a smiling man. At this moment, even if Qin Feng had anger that he wanted to spread, he had to hold it back. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in line with the morals of the Jianghu. I heard my father mention your great name. Yes, Brother Feng. It's our honor to run into Brother Feng at Fisherman's Wharf today. We also hope that in the future, Brother Wind can take care of us when we come across something we can't solve. I hope that Brother Feng will come to our aid. Hearing Qin Feng's words, these 2 Hong Kong City's top rich second generation, bent down, came in front of Qin Feng, pulled out a box of fine branch manhwa from his pocket, took out one, and handed it to Qin Feng's mouth. These 2 people take cigarettes. One is responsible for lighting cigarettes. The whole setup process can be said to be flowing. A breath of fresh air. It was as if it had been rehearsed long ago. Chapter 48 Big Brother is really Big Brother. Does Brother Feng love to smoke this brand of cigarettes? If you like it, give old brother the opportunity to send you a few boxes some other day. Right at this moment, Zhangjin, who had dyed red hair, suddenly glimpsed a box of red golden dragons worth 7 yuan ocean placed on Qin Feng's table and hurriedly asked, sighing, Big Brother is indeed Big Brother. Even the cigarettes he smoked were so different. Unlike him and Madong, who were too superficial and smoked whatever was expensive. All day long it was Long Huan World. Not bad. No need for you guys to send them. I have plenty at home. Hearing Zhangjin's words, Qin Feng also glanced at the box of golden dragons on his own table, gave a bitter smile and shook his head. To put it mildly, it wasn't because he loved this brand of cigarettes that he chose to smoke it. Rather, it was because other brands of cigarettes were uniformly unaffordable. Now that he had money, Qin Feng also wanted to change his brand of cigarettes. Just now Zhangjin handed him this fine branch Longhua is good. The flavor is soft and moderate smoke. Qin Feng decided to buy a few of them and put them in the trunk of his big G some other day. Seeing Madong and Zhangjin, 2 of Harbor City's top rich second-generation men, displaying this attitude towards Qin Feng, Nini and Shinjalan on the side could be said to be completely baffled. Wide-eyed, they looked at each other with shock and disbelief written in their eyes. Having said that, these 2 nightclub girls were just about ready to stand up, bowing their heads and admitting their mistakes with Madong and Zhangjin, but never in a million years did they expect that the Mahjong duo would bow down so low in front of Qin Feng. I'm even afraid that they wouldn't be so respectful in front of their own father. Just now, Shinjalan and Maymay had truly heard from each other's mouths that their father even knew Qin Feng. After hearing these words, it truly refreshed Mei and Xinjialan's perception of Qin Feng. In their previous perception of Qin Feng, they felt that Qin Feng might be bullish, but they didn't expect it to be this bullish. It could be called the kind that no one knew about. Even the two well-known top-tier rich kids in Harbor City had to run over to actively flatter Qin Feng. Eating with such a man was simply too dignified. Not only is it dignified, it's actually dignified to the extreme. Thinking of this, Mei and Xinjialan, the two nightclub girls, looked at Qin Feng's eyes more and more full of love, and secretly swore in their hearts that in this life, in addition to Qin Feng, no one will marry. On the other hand, Yi Chou, the famous anchor of Jitterbug on the side, was equally dumbfounded. Just now, when she saw Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, the two mixed-up Harbor City rich second-generation men, walking over, she thought that a great battle of heavenly thunder and lightning was bound to break out here later on. After all, she had learned from the mouths of the local netizens in the seaport on the live broadcast that the Ma Zheng duo were not normally rowdy in the seaport. They are famous for their 7 disobedience and 8 indignation. However, it is such two do not know how high the sky and how thick the rich second generation, in front of Qin Feng, but to bend down, respectfully called a wind brother. It really refreshed her perception of Qin Feng once again. At the same time, unconsciously deep inside, the degree of love for Qin Feng quietly climbed another level. At this moment, the most confused people present were Yang Fan and Lu Yu. After the actions of Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, these two had long been frozen in place, so shocked that they could not speak a word, especially Yang Fan, who had planned to bring the two of them over to give him a break, but did not expect. These two people came over. Will to Qin Feng recognized the big brother, and said to clean up for Qin Feng a good meal for him. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. Dong brother, Jin brother, what's going on here? Didn't we talk about it? You two came over to help me out and teach this kid a good lesson for me? Only to see Yang Fan's eyes rounded. Rushing Zhang Jin, Ma Dong stuttered and asked, clean up your mom, pull a pussy. You kid is a tiger, right? Dare to go against my brother Feng. Also dare to steal my brother Feng's girlfriend. You are not afraid that my brother Feng will throw you into the sea to feed the fish? Ah, that's right, you're not afraid of us. Brother Feng, we have nothing to do with this kid. We just wanted to take this opportunity to make friends with you. Not like what he said. This kind of person, pure nerves to come. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Ma Dong and Zhang Jin immediately pointed at him and cursed. Incidentally, they hurriedly cleared their relationship with the other party. Brother Feng, what do you want to do with this kid? One word from you, our brothers will designate to help you get it in place. Zhang Jin then patted his chest and rushed Qin Feng to seriously inquire. Let him roll. And Qin Feng just waved his hand and lightly replied with 3 words, indicating that he didn't take Yang Fan seriously at all and didn't want to do anything about this smelly dog. Not for any other reason, just because the other party was not worthy. One to say one. Perhaps Yang Fan just snatched his girlfriend away that burst. Qin Feng for Yang Fan, this Hong Kong City small rich second generation quite hate, and even the other side of the skin off the heart have. But now, for him, he had long been in the state of a light boat that had already crossed 10,000 mountains. Still, after obtaining the system, it wasn't just his external everything that had been qualitatively upgraded. Even his mindset had gotten a big change. He understood that from now on, he couldn't be catty about anything with people like Lu Yu and Yang Fan. Everything between them had long since passed. The life that belonged to him had just begun. Brother Feng told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? What are you still standing here for? Do you want Brother Feng to throw you into the sea and feed you to the fish? After Qin Feng's words, he only saw Zhang Jin and Ma Dong both immediately pointing at Yang Fan with their cigarette dangling hands and snapping. He wondered how many pounds of manure Yang Fan had secretly eaten behind his back, and how much he had eaten his brain. Just how much is it impossible to think, will dare to do against Qin Feng, and also rob the latter's girlfriend. This kind of person how to live so big, is really a miracle. Seeing that Yang Fan was still frozen in place, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong directly went up to one person and kicked him out of the place. After Yang Fan left, only Lu Yu was left standing on the side. No one paid attention. At this moment, looking at the round table, chatting with Qin Feng, who was laughing and chatting with the two top rich second generation in Hong Kong City. At this instant, Lu Yu had an unusually unfamiliar feeling. It was as if she had never known this man before. What she had known in the past seemed to be just the tip of Qin Feng's iceberg. And what she saw tonight was the real Qin Feng, being able to make Zhang Jin and Ma Dong grovel in front of him. Lu Yu couldn't imagine how great Qin Feng's true strength must be. The only thing she knew was that Qin Feng must have hidden something from her. Qin Feng may not be what he appears to be. He actually had an amazing story behind his back. It was only because of her stupidity that she had never realized it before. When she thought about how she had dumped Qin Feng in front of everyone at the entrance of Seaport University at noon yesterday, Lu Yu felt like she had been fed a mouthful of. It was as if she had personally torn up a lottery ticket that had won $100 million. It really made her feel like dying. Feng, That repulsive young fan is finally gone. Now only the two of us are left to have a good heart-to-heart talk. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Lu Yu immediately rushed to Qin Feng's side with an arrow step and sat next to him, displaying the passion that she had never shown in front of Qin Feng in this life, trying to use this to win back Qin Feng's heart, although she understood that she had done something wrong. But it didn't matter. No matter what, there were still feelings between her and Qin Feng. If she sincerely repented with Qin Feng, she didn't believe that Qin Feng would not come back to her heart and fall in love with her again. Chapter 49, Gaining Human High-Quality Male Identity. Holy, you stinking, get lost. This sudden stance of Lu Yu startled Qin Feng and hurriedly pushed the latter away, saying impatiently, just now, he was chatting with Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the two new little brothers he had received at the seaport, but he didn't expect Lu Yu to sit over suddenly like a vixen, giving him a big fright. For a like Lu Yu, he wanted to stand up and give her a big flying kick into the river. He just didn't do it because of his manly demeanor. Qin Feng was going to call the security guards to come over and drive Lu Yu away. He really didn't want to see this woman again in his life, but did not expect. The next second, his mind suddenly came a burst of urgent system voice. Congratulations to the host. Due to the nightclub girl Lu Yu's primary love value for you reaching the standard, has now obtained the system's latest reward, human high-quality male identity. All body functions have been upgraded to SSS+. The moment he heard this voice, Qin Feng's entire body was suddenly confused for a moment, not for any other reason, but only because he had never thought that he would be able to obtain the system rewards through adoration value enhancement on Lu Yu as well. After all, Lu Yu wasn't a girl from the nightclub, she was just a student who was still in college. But in the next second, the system let his doubts be answered. Ahem. In fact, in this era, there are many schools that are not much different from nightclubs. Listening to this system voice in his head, Qin Feng felt more or less speechless. He wanted to refute some of the system's words, but instead, he realized that he was actually speechless, and perhaps this was the sadness of this age. Having said that, Qin Feng knew that in this era, since he was powerless to change anything, he could only ride the wind and walk up to the peak of what he wanted. Qin Feng then carefully scrutinized the latest reward he had obtained. It was truly a shock to look at it without realizing it. He had actually obtained the human high-quality male identity that every man could want to obtain. Nowadays, on the internet, there were many people who labeled themselves as human high-quality males, but Qin Feng understood that those were all false. Looking at all of humanity, I'm afraid that he was the only one who was a true human high-quality male, due to the fact that Lu Yu, this stinky, had reached the primary adoration value for him. It had even allowed him to enhance all of his bodily functions to SSS+. There was one thing to say. Qin Feng felt that this was perhaps the most bullish reward he had ever received since he obtained the system. More than bullish, it was simply bullish to the extreme. Just now, he originally wanted to stand up and kick Lu Yu, this stinky, into the river. However, due to this reward that Lu Yu had allowed him to trigger, which was bullish to the extreme, it made him dismiss this idea, deciding to keep this for some time first. It wasn't that he wanted to eat the grass of a good horse and change his mind about Lu Yu, but rather, he wanted to raise Lu Yu's intermediate adoration value, as well as her advanced adoration value towards him into place. When he obtained the latter two rewards, he would kick this stinky out of the way. He felt that even though Lu Yu, this woman, stunk a bit, the reward genera offered to him was too wow. Since the primary rewards were so top-notch, the intermediate and advanced rewards behind them would definitely be extremely powerful as well. Therefore, Qin Feng decided that it would be better to stay with Lu Yu for a while. He didn't realize that Lu Yu had known him for such a long time, but the latter's primary adoration value for him had only just reached the standard. It really made him feel a bit ridiculous. It seemed that his past sincerity towards Lu Yu was purely fed to the dogs. As the saying goes, since ancient times true love can't be retained, only thin love makes people remember. That's what I'm talking about. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. Brother Feng, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking of the beautiful memories we had in the past? It's okay, you will always be by Brother Feng's side from now on. Seeing that Qin Feng had suddenly fallen into deep thought, Lu Yu thought that Qin Feng had changed his mind, and hurriedly came over again, rushing at Qin Feng and saying in a million charming ways. It felt like there was an absolute chance for her to regain the beauty of the past with Qin Feng. Qin Feng wasn't a person who didn't miss old feelings. Eat something and shut your stinking mouth. Looking at Lu Yu's disgusting appearance, Qin Feng really wanted to slap him over with a big slap, then picked up a bowl long on the table and threw it in front of the other party in an attempt to plug the latter's mouth by eating something. Thank you Brother Feng. I didn't expect Brother Feng to remember that lobster is my favorite food. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu excitedly said with gratitude as he took the boiled dragon Qin Feng handed him. More and more, she felt that Qin Feng was coming back to her, or else she wouldn't have been able to do so. Qin Feng, on the other hand, turned his head away from looking at her after coldly blanking her. He wondered how the system would give him such a heavy reward after Luyu. This Stinky had reached her love value for him. Could it be that the stinkier the woman in this world, the more fragrant the reward the system gave him? With say no more. If that was really the case, then Qin Feng more or less felt a bit headstrong. It also meant that from now on, he would inevitably have to deal with some smelly women in his life. Alas, it seems that the heavens will give people some troubles while giving them a happiness. There are gains and there are losses. Said, but that's it. A little bit of fault, no. A little bit of fault also do not commit. Brother Feng, when convenient, your Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G. Lend my brother and sister to drive out to pretend to be a pussy. Yes, Brother Feng, let my brother and sister also feel the feeling of driving the most awesome vehicle in the entire harbor. I'm sure Brother Feng's car, no matter where it's parked, it's the most glamorous existence, bar none. On the other hand, the two top rich dippers of Hong Kong City, who were smoking cigarettes and chatting with Qin Feng, inadvertently expressed their inner voices to Qin Feng. That is, they longed to borrow Qin Feng's car to drive it and go out to act tough. That kind of feeling was definitely something they couldn't experience when they drove their own Ferraris and Big Bulls. Although their Ferraris and Big Bulls were also very impressive, they weren't even on the same level as Qin Feng's car. Qin Feng's Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G was a man's lifelong dream. After all, there are some things that absolutely money can't even buy. Only a very few people in this world can have them, and Qin Feng was one of them. Good to say. Just tell me when you want to open up. Qin Feng smiled and nodded after hearing this. Qin Feng was still quite satisfied with Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, the two little brothers that he had just accepted. He didn't expect these two to do anything for him. He was only interested in the two's specialty of being fun-loving. As two of the top rich kids in Hong Kong City, Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong must know a lot about the nightclubs in the harbor and even the whole country. In the future, if he didn't know anything about nightclubs, he could ask his two little brothers about it. Undoubtedly, Ma Dong and Zhang Zhen would be his guides to further cashing in and obtaining rewards in the nightclubs. Chapter 50, The New King Comes. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Come, Brother Feng. First-time acquaintance. We too have nothing to show to Brother Feng. Let these 2 bottles of beer on the table express the loyalty of the two of us to Brother Feng. That's right. I hope that Brother Feng will be able to cover us in the future. On the contrary, if Brother Feng has anything to do in the future, the two of us will definitely do our best for Brother Feng. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong were immediately excited and ecstatic. One of them picked up a 500 milliliters bottle of Great Pure Life beer on the table, opened the cap with his teeth, and said solemnly at Qin Feng with the beer. In the next second, these two Hong Kong City's top rich second generation standing in front of Qin Feng, just like two girls in the nightclub blogger's heart, tilted their heads up. Within 5 seconds, a breath of their respective bottles of beer drank all the way down. Seeing this scene, the entire Fisherman's Wharf scene immediately erupted into a mountainous tsunami of astonishment. All the diners and passing netizens, all of them had their eyes wide open, their mouths wide open, looking at all this incredulously, their nervous hearts pounding. It even felt like a bit of a scalp-numbing kind of thing. The reason for everyone's shock was not the drinking capacity of the two Zhangjin and Ma Dong. Rather, it was because these two Hong Kong cities notoriously unbeatable, 7 unconvincing 8 indignant rich second generation. Even in front of this driving Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 young man, behaved in such a lowly manner, just like the girls in the nightclub. Even the table of 2 big bottles of 500 milliliters of beer in one breath show off. You know, even in the nightclub girls, in order to please the guests, at most is to show off the kind of 350 milliliter small bottle of beer. The way these two Hong Kong cities' rich second generation were groveling so much in front of Qin Feng, it was also something that made everyone marvel at just how strong Qin Feng was in the seaport. Even the two of them, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, could only be like ants in front of him. Originally, this group of Fisherman's Wharf diners thought that the Zhang and Ma duo were on the same level as Qin Feng, but now they realized that they were wrong. More than wrong, simply wrong. This young man driving the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G was the real king of the harbor. Okay, there's no need to talk too much, it's all in the wine. I also assure you that in the entire seaport city, as long as I, Qin Feng, am around for a day, no one will be able to touch your brother and sister. After seeing the two of them show off 2 big bottles of beer in one breath, Qin Feng also picked up a bottle of beer on the table and opened it with his teeth, but did not show off the same as the two. That is, took the cup on the table, poured the cup full, and then gently sip. After saying the words, he put the glass down. In fact, with Qin Feng's current drinking capacity, there was no problem at all in finishing off the beer in the cup in one gulp. However, he did not do so. In the past, if someone else toasted him with a bottle, he would return a glass even if he was no better. He had merely taken a deliberate sip just now. After all, He knew in his heart that all the diners at Fisherman's Wharf had focused their eyes on his table at this time. He was also trying to use his actions to tell everyone in the entire harbor that he, Qin Feng, had come. A true bully had descended upon this city that could be ranked in the top 3 in terms of national GDP. From now on, it was up to everyone to choose whether they would go against him or fall on their knees in front of him. When Qin Feng finished this action, the entire Fisherman's Wharf seat unsurprisingly erupted in a deafening gasp once again. Everyone felt more and more that the aura on Qin Feng was by no means idle. It was the kind they had never seen before in this world. This person, in the future, would definitely set off a monstrous wave in the seaport and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. This was definitely not a fault at all. Not a fault at all. What did you two just say? That Mercedes Big G is Qin Feng's. At this moment, Lu Yu, who was attentively savoring the large BOLO that Qin Feng had handed over for her, suddenly caught a piece of information as an afterthought, followed by silently putting down the BOLO in her hand, staring with wide eyes, and roaring in shock at the Zhang Ma duo, not for any other reason. If she felt that she had heard correctly, Zhang Jin Ma Dong duo, while chatting with Qin Feng, had offered to borrow Qin Feng's Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 to drive and go out and pretend to be a boomerang. Since this was the case, could it be that the Mercedes-Benz Big G, which could be called the most awesome vehicle in the entire seaport, couldn't it be her ex-boyfriend Qin Feng's? Yeah, you've been with Brother Feng for so long, don't you know? That's right, Brother Feng's bullish and heavenly ride, as long as it's parked towards the harbor roadside. I'm afraid no one can resist the temptation of the co-pilot. From an 80-year-old aunt to an 18-year-old girl, I really don't know how you can afford to walk down from it. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong were equally quite baffled and rushed at Lu Yu to ask back. In their opinion, this, Lu Yu, was definitely the most tigerish woman in the entire world, bar none. Put Qin Feng this kind of looks atop one handsome, and peak period Chao Wei brother are not similar, and strength is also exceptionally strong man not with favoritism into the young fan that bald BMW 5 Series co-pilot. Such a woman is not sick. Childhood head was kicked by a donkey. What else can it be? When the words of the two people finished, Lu Yu inwardly as if turning rivers and rivers, the heart is fast jumping out of the throat kind of. Looking at the side of the plain clothes, still using more than 1,000 yuan Longwei cell phone, smoking 7 yuan box of Golden Dragon cigarettes Qin Feng, Lu Yu for Qin Feng's adoration value and the rocket speed climbing. In the blink of an eye to break through the intermediate adoration value of the critical point. She never thought that her boyfriend, who she had been with for almost 3 months at Harbor University before this, would be so strong behind the scenes. The reason why she would have been unaware of it before. I'm afraid it was all because Qin Feng was just testing her sincerity. And she, this silly woman, hadn't seen through it all. Yesterday at noon, in front of the entire school, she dumped Qin Feng and turned her head to sit on Yang Fan's co-pilot. At this moment, Lu Yu to Qin Feng kneeled down, and then to each other loudly called 100 fathers manhwa. If she wasn't in a public place at this moment, with so many people watching, then Lu Yu swore that she would definitely do it. But it didn't matter. She knew that she still had a chance tonight. Waiting to leave from here, she took Qin Feng's Harbor A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G, sat in the passenger side to have a good ride and feel everything that originally belonged to her. Then go with Qin Feng to the Harbor Hotel to get a room, and make up for what she owed Qin Feng during this time to the latter on the boat. Lu Yu understood that with her strength, it was absolutely possible to satisfy Qin Feng. Thinking of this, Lu Yu's cheeks could not help but float into a big smile. It was as if she saw a beautiful scene of herself serving the most awesome man in the entire harbor. Chapter 51 Rowdy. The entire room of diners came over to toast, although Lu Yu thought so at the moment and planned to do just that. However, unbeknownst to her, the difficulty in realizing her wish was not ordinary. If it was a day ago, when she hadn't broken up with Qin Feng, then her wish could be said to be easily realized. Only now, everything was not that easy. After all, there was a saying, that is, no matter men or women, when one day they had really seen the world and had the ability to do so, then their horizons would definitely not be limited to one person. What they want next is a sea of stars. Without a doubt, the current Qin Feng was in this state. Lu Yu, this, had long since ceased to be his only one in this life. Not to mention Lu Yu, even if it is next to Xingjialan and Mei Mei, the two nightclub girls, Qin Feng also understand that they are only a hasty passerby in his life. They are the people he must meet and experience in the process of his reversal of fortune and climb upward again. In the future, there are countless girls and wonderful waiting for him. At this moment, it was already September 2nd, 3:20 a.m., when with the arrival of Qin Feng, it also made the entire Fisherman's Wharf site atmosphere reach a climax. Only to see the whole field of large and small hundreds of round table guests. There is a count one. Each table sends a representative, one by one over to Qin Feng's side of the toast. After the words do not say much, First, like Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, pick up the hands of the large bottle of pure life. First, dazzle as a toast. In fact, at the beginning, this situation hadn't become a common phenomenon. There were just a few tables of guests who sent a representative from each table to come over and toast with Qin Feng and chat for a few moments. Although none of them had previously known Qin Feng, all of them were also clear that this teenager driving the Harbor a 99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 was definitely not an idle person. He was definitely a number one in the harbor. Since they were fortunate enough to be able to dine with Qin Feng at Fisherman's Wharf on such an occasion, it would be better if they didn't utilize this opportunity to get acquainted with Qin Feng. This way, when they met Qin Feng again in the future, it would be logical for them to greet him again. Being able to get acquainted with such a heavyweight in the harbor was something they couldn't wait to do. As the first few tables of guests took the lead, all the guests at the tables afterward followed suit and each sent a representative to come over and toast to Qin Feng in order to get acquainted in front of him. Qin Feng was really not expecting this. In the face of the enthusiasm of the crowd, Qin Feng felt that he did not drink a mouthful of it is not so much. Not a moment to Qin Feng dry more or less some feel alcohol on the head. Even if each person he followed a sip, it would not work. Couldn't help the fact that there were a lot of people. Come on, friends, Brother Feng is a bit drunk today. Your friendship Brother Feng has received. I'll drink with you guys on behalf of Brother Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng was a bit drunk, Mei Mei and Xinjialan, who were eating with Qin Feng, immediately stood up, took the 2 cups on the table, poured a large cup full of beer, and then tilted their heads back to finish it in one gulp. For being able to hold back Qin Feng's drinks, these 2 nightclub girls were filled with joy and honor. Not for any other reason, just because they deeply understood that this kind of scene, if they hadn't dined with Qin Feng, they wouldn't have been able to experience it in their lives. I'm afraid that they would never be able to experience it in their lifetime. The 2 Hong Kong city's top rich second generation on the side of the same, while sitting beside Qin Feng eating meat and drinking wine, while from time to time excitedly holding a cell phone to send a circle of friends, and with the text, "Today I met the best big brother in my life, Brother Feng, happy." When these 2 videos of them carrying the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G with Qin Feng in the parking lot, as well as the video of the people at the Fisherman's Wharf site coming over to toast Qin Feng, were sent out, at more than 3 a.m., they immediately detonated the duo's circle of friends. In a minute's time, the likes broke 100. Countless people of all shapes and sizes, both male and female, have commented excitedly below the 2's circle of friends and tried to make friends with Qin Feng, the newest, mysterious, and unpredictable red-hot fried chicken in Hong Kong City. Crouching, Hong Kong A99999. Whose car is this? It's so awesome. It's more than awesome. It's just awesome to the extreme. It's too much. 3 horny faces. Brother Jin, can you introduce me to Brother Feng someday? I'd like to invite him to dinner. So many people at Fisherman's Wharf came over to toast Brother Feng, which I didn't expect. Although I don't know Brother Feng, and I haven't heard of his name before this, it's certain that the headlines in Harbor City for the next few days will be about my Brother Feng. Hey, I'm going to go to hell. Is that the Hong Kong A99999 that was said to have been taken by a mysterious person at the grand finale of the most important auction in Harbor City the year before last, at a high price of 3,000W? This license plate hasn't been seen in the harbor for almost 3 years since it was taken. Now this high roller has finally shown up in the harbor? Looks like the harbor won't be quiet for the next few days. 3 looks of anticipation. Tongue, do you know if Feng has a girlfriend? If he doesn't have a girlfriend, you can introduce me to one. If it really works out, you'll definitely get a lot of money. 3 serious expressions. I want one too. I'll show Brother Feng my picture when I get a chance. If Brother Feng is satisfied, I can go to Fisherman's Wharf to find Brother Feng right now. Looking at the many comments underneath their circle of friends, Zhang Jin and Madong were indeed a bit in tears. It was important to know that in the past, the 2 of them had never posted a circle of friends that had so many people commenting and liking it. Now released a circle about Qin Feng, instantly triggered their entire circle of friends. Whether it was the number of likes or comments, it set the highest record since they released their circle within 3 minutes. The duo then put away their cell phones and looked to the side at Qin Feng, who had been on cloud 9 from the beginning to the end, with a faint smile on his face and his eyes revealing a domineering aura of surrender. They felt more and more that it was God's will for the 2 of them to meet Qin Feng at Fisherman's Wharf today. It was simply God's intention to give them a good big brother who could cover them in the harbor and even the entire Dragon Kingdom from now on. The only thing they could do was to cherish it. They had to firmly hold on to Qin Feng's thighs. That way, they would have a powerful backer in their future lives. Right at this moment, Lu Yu on the side was also a bit full after eating 3 bolongs in a row. Satisfied, she picked up the paper towel on the table and wiped her mouth. Turning her gaze to the side, the duo of Xinjialan and Mimi, who had already continuously blocked 7 or 8 bottles of wine for Qin Feng. Suddenly, it felt as if things were a bit off. Come on, big brother, I'll drink this cup of wine with you for Brother Feng. I'm Brother Feng's girlfriend. Standing up fiercely, she picked up the wine glass on the table and poured a large glass full of wine, rushing towards the one who had come over to toast Qin Feng at this moment. A middle-aged man wearing a black casual suit, with old Diadu cloth shoes on his feet, a beer belly, and a bald head, who appeared to be in the mold of a social big brother. He smiled and said, Chapter 52, the Heavenly Palace boss who wanted to seek Qin Feng's help. When Lu Yu said this, she instantly triggered the entire room, with or without saying. When she finished this sentence, several people, including Qin Feng, all focused their gazes on her, staring at her with wide eyes. Since it's my sister-in-law who's drinking with me, then I must dazzle too. After hearing this, the middle-aged big brother with a bald head, wearing old Jedu cloth shoes, holding a big belly, and harboring a socialite look, first froze, then excitedly picked up the 2 bottles of beer on the table, holding one in each of his right and left hands, and started them open with his teeth respectively, ready to show off 2 large 500 milliliters bottles of pure life in a row in front of Qin Feng. This person's name is Song Xiangxing. Although he looks like a social person in the harbor, he is unusually loyal and truthful, which is very different from his appearance. He is in charge of a number of entertainment venues such as opera houses and bathhouses, but recently, he has encountered some troubles that no one can help him with. It can be said that he is so worried that he has anal fissure when he goes to the toilet. That's why he asked his friends to go to the biggest outdoor restaurant in the whole harbor, Fisherman's Wharf, to drink away his sorrows. Originally, Song Xiangxing thought that no one in the entire seaport could help him with the trouble he encountered. But in Qin Feng's body, he saw hope. Song Xiangxing felt that this teenager driving the harbor a 99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 could definitely solve this trouble for him, but he didn't know if Qin Feng was willing to help him. If Qin Feng is really willing to help, then he would not hesitate to offer Qin Feng a few of his entertainment clubs. When he first came to Qin Feng's side, Song Xiangxing was still a bit bold, not knowing if Qin Feng would be willing to drink with him, but never thought that when he arrived, Qin Feng's girlfriend even directly and inexplicably stood out. In this way, would not it give him the opportunity to further contact Qin Feng and tell the latter what was in his heart? Song Xiangxing then raised 2 bottles of beer and prepared to show off all of them in one gulp. Only in this way could he show Qin Feng his sincerity in wanting to get to know the other party. Just as he was about to do so, he was stopped by Qin Feng. Brother, there's no need for that. This is my ex-girlfriend. Qin Feng stood up and pressed down on the other party's arm, indicating that Song Xiangxing really didn't need to do this for the smelly Lu Yu. He did not expect that the middle-aged big brother standing in front of him at this moment was quite truthful, and after hearing that Lu Yu was his girlfriend, he actually wanted to flaunt off 2 in a row. Ex-girlfriend? That's okay, since it's Brother Feng's woman, regardless of old or new. I have to show off too, not for anything else, just for the pleasure of meeting my Brother Feng today. Song Xiangxing laughed after hearing this, followed by violently breaking away from Qin Feng's arm and taking a big step backward, raising the large bottle of pure life in his right hand. He tilted his head, opened his mouth wide, and without any hesitation, finished it all in one gulp within 5 seconds. He then picked up the beer in his left hand and put it into his mouth, again dazzling it within 5 seconds. He himself was not particularly capable of drinking, and had never had any experience of showing off bottles before. The reason Song Xiangxing did this was to show Qin Feng his sincerity. If he could really get to know Qin Feng, then not to mention showing off 2 bottles, even if he showed off 10 bottles, he would have no regrets and would be willing to do so, because I'm afraid that in the entire seaport, only Qin Feng could solve his troubles. Soon, after 10 seconds had passed, the 2 bottles of beer in Song Xiangxing's hand were all consumed by him. Brother Feng, 2 bottles, not a drop left. Then Song Xiangxing lifted the 2 empty bottles high in the air, trying to stand firm to prevent himself from falling, and said with a smile at Qin Feng. When Song Xiangxing was done with this astonishing maneuver, the entire audience almost froze. No one expected this middle-aged big brother, actually in order to recognize Qin Feng, in front of everyone, show off 2 bottles of beer one after another. You know, this is a bottle of 500 milliliters big stick. Showing off a bottle was already not easy. Showing off 2 bottles in a row could definitely be called astonishing. Big brother is so powerful. Then I, as Brother Feng's ex-girlfriend, can't be bad. Come, I also accompany Big Brother to show off one. Song Xiangxing's wave of maneuvering made Lu Yu also look dumbfounded. Seeing that the other party had already flaunted off 2 bottles in one breath, Lu Yu now had to drink even if she didn't in order to save face, only to see her raise the hands of the big pure life, tilted his head, intends to also a mouthful of it to finish, but I did not expect just half a bottle down, then sprayed out. It directly sprayed Song Xiangxing, who was standing opposite her, in the face. Sorry, big brother. Lu Yu laughed and wiped her mouth with her hand, her face full of embarrassment. Qin Feng, on the other hand, glared at her without any good humor. He was prepared to kick Luyu away and tell her to get the hell out of there after he had extracted the latter two adoration value rewards for him, not for any other reason. Just because this tiger really knows how to humiliate people, she couldn't do anything else, but she was really the head of the pack in terms of humiliating people. Come on, brother, wipe it off. Qin Feng then stood up, picked up the 2 pieces of tissue paper on the table, handed it to Song Xiangxing and said with a smile. From the latter's words and performance, he could sense that although this person did not look very serious on the outside, he was actually quite a sincere individual in the interior, very different from those donkey and horse rotters on the harbor road. Thank you, brother Feng. For Qin Feng can stand up and take the initiative to hand him paper to let him wipe his face. Song Xiangxing's side is really a bit of a surprise. Rushed to take the paper towel, flattered to say, brother, you should be looking for me for something, right? Qin Feng then picked up a golden dragon from the table and put it on his lips. Originally Ma Dong on the side wanted to light it for him, but was snatched by Song Xiangxing's quick eyes and hands. Qin Feng is not a fool, can see this middle-aged big brother from to his table, full of written all the heart. If he didn't have something he wanted to ask for his help, I'm afraid he wouldn't have come to his table to make a toast, much less show off 2 bottles of great pure life in a row in front of him. Brother Feng, truth be told, little brother does have something that I want to ask for your help, Song Xiangxing said cautiously while respectfully lighting a fire for Qin Feng. At the same time, deep down inside, he felt more and more that this teenager in front of him was not ordinary, and his ability to read people and observe colors was definitely the kind that was rare in the world. Yo, isn't this the big boss of Heavenly Paradise, Big Brother Xiangsheng? Right at this moment, Zhang Jin, who had just been playing with his cell phone on the side to reply to his friend's circle, suddenly raised his head, saw Song Xiangxing, stood up and said, Brother Feng, let me introduce, this is the owner of our seaport's famous KTV, Heavenly Palace, Song Xiangxing. He operates a number of entertainment venues in Seaport, and is a nightclub professional. Then pointing at Song Xiangxing, he introduced Qin Feng with a smile. In the past, Zhang Jin hadn't gone to the Heavenly Palace to play, so he was still familiar with Song Xiangxing as the boss. The two had crossed paths a little. Zhang Jin also did not expect that the one who came over here to toast at this time was actually Song Xiangxing. Just now, he had been looking at his cell phone, busy replying to a group of friends who wanted to get acquainted with Qin Feng's various people in the harbor. Chapter 53, is this a cell phone number a human can use? Brother Feng, just call me Shang. Song Xiangxing then stretched out his hands as fast as he could, handing them over to Qin Feng, piling up a smile on his face. Although Song Xiangxing knew that Qin Feng was much younger than him, and could almost be in his 20s, however, Song Xiangxing likewise understood that whether it was in the seaport or anywhere in the Dragon Kingdom, it was never age that separated the big brother from the little brother. Rather, it was strength. Undoubtedly, the man who could use the Hong Kong A99999 license plate in the seaport must be in existence whose strength had crushed him, the nightclub owner, several times over. Oh, surprisingly, he was the owner of the Heavenly Paradise? After listening to Zhang Jin's introduction, Qin Feng shook hands with the other party while focusing his gaze on Song Xiangxing, looking up and down at this middle-aged man around 40 years old. Before this, Qin Feng had a guess about Song Xiangxing's identity. The guess was that he might be in the nightclub business in the seaport. However, it was never expected that the latter would be the owner of the Heavenly Paradise. The Heavenly Palace could be said to be one of the more powerful KTVs in Seaport. Its status could be ranked in the top 3, second only to the Kaiser Empire. Qin Feng last night, if the pocket ticket is not enough, is bound to go to patronize the entire Seaport, can be ranked into the top 3 KTV Heavenly World. Although the sky compared to the moon consumption in this area is expensive, but the quality and quantity of girls, then the latter to be higher than not a point and a half. A long time ago, Qin Feng and his friends have been there once. The environment is really very wow. The girl more charming, but that was a long time ago, and it was unlikely that Song Xiangxing, who was the boss, would have any impression of him back then. Have a seat. Ah Shang, if there's anything, you can talk to me. What Qin Feng, can help, I'll designate to help you out. Qin Feng then pointed to an empty chair on the side, signaling Song Xiangxing to sit down and talk in detail. Originally, he did not intend to have too much contact with this middle-aged man. However, after hearing that the latter was the owner of a number of nightclubs in the harbor including the Heavenly Palace, Qin Feng changed his mind. He decided to see what Song Xiangxing was looking for before deciding whether to help or not. After all, after he obtained the system, he was bound to spend a long time in the nightclubs in the future. Can be ranked in the entire harbor KTV top 3 Heavenly World? Qin Feng naturally will also patronize. At that time, he would definitely meet up with Song Xiangxing again. Since that was the case, it would be better to get acquainted now. However, Qin Feng wasn't sure if he could help Song Xiangxing with his favor. After all, He had just acquired the system and was still in the developmental stage. Whether it was money or external power, it hadn't reached its peak. Although the current him from the outside looked quite bullish, the entire harbor no one can be compared to the kind of. But what exactly is his current situation? A few pounds. Qin Feng himself is still clear, so must be careful and cautious action. Must not blindly pretend big fart donkey is the right solution. Otherwise, it could only harm himself. Brother Wind, meet that is fate. Thank you Brother Wind, look up to me. Why don't we first leave each other a phone number it? In the future, when the Wind Brother Wind to go to the heavenly world to play, give me a call in advance, to ensure that the service to let the Wind Brother satisfaction. And I, Song Xiangsheng, personally guarantee that I will never let Brother Feng spend a penny. Brother Feng in my all places of consumption. All by me Song Xiangsheng pay the bill. After sitting down, Song Xiangsheng was smart enough not to take the lead in talking about his own business, but first asked Qin Feng for a cell phone number. He said that when the latter wanted to play at Heavenly Palace, he could call him in advance. In every aspect, he would make clear arrangements for Qin Feng, and did not want Qin Feng to pay a penny. In his opinion, as long as he had Qin Feng's contact information, then he and Qin Feng were friends. Regardless of whether or not Qin Feng was willing to help him with his troubles today, he could take his time with Qin Feng, then he could take his time with Qin Feng. In any case, there was no harm in knowing a big shot like Qin Feng who drove a Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63. Adding a contact number is fine, but if I want to go to your store to play, you have to promise me one thing, and that is, no matter how much I spend, you absolutely can't waive the bill for me. Otherwise, this phone number, I won't give it to you no matter what. Unexpectedly, after hearing Song Xiangsheng's words, Qin Feng immediately frowned and said in a serious and incomparable manner, one must know that this system he was bound to was itself a nightclub spending cashback system. If Song Xiangsheng won't let him spend money anymore, then he is still against a hook 8 so Song Xiangsheng's this hospitality, he was never able to accept it. It was similar to taking his life. Good talk, good talk. At that time, we will listen to Brother Feng. Will come however Brother Feng is happy. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Song Xiangsheng also hurriedly nodded and said with a smile. He then took out his Dragonway folding screen cell phone, worth 1W5Q oceans, from his pocket as fast as he could. That, Brother Feng, what's your phone number? I'll save it first. Song Xiangsheng inquired at Qin Feng while opening the dialing interface. That's fine. You memorize it. My phone number is 115859. Qin Feng nodded and took a deep breath, first picking up the jasmine tea on the table and placing it on his mouth to gently sip it, then said in a cloudy manner. The moment these words came out, the entire room was instantly shocked. Is boxing drinking ma dong zhangzhen two people? Immediately shocked, a mouth of beer sprayed out, spit each other all over each other. Lu Yu, who was gnawing on the king crab, similarly stopped her mouth and raised her head, looking at Qin Feng with a shocked face, her eyes as wide as those of an old cow. Mei Mei and Shinjalan on the side were similarly no better. Just now, while Song Xiangsheng was asking Qin Feng for his cell phone number, these two also quietly took out their cell phones from under the table, ready to write down Qin Feng's phone number. After all, the two of them had known Qin Feng for almost a night and still didn't have Qin Feng's phone number, only the latter's WeChat and Alipay. However, after hearing the phone number that Qin Feng had exposed at Song Xiangsheng's expense, they were instantly shocked and at a loss for words. If they had just heard correctly, what Qin Feng had uttered at Song Xiangsheng was 115859 188 8889 9999. Is this a nifty phone number that people make? Brother Feng, how much? How many? I just didn't hear it. Song Xiangsheng, who was preparing to record Qin Feng's phone number at this moment, was even more confused, looking at Qin Feng and stuttering as he asked. Just now, his first number, 1, had already been pressed. However, after hearing Qin Feng's later number, he immediately dared not press it, not for any other reason, just because he was worried that he had heard it wrong. He was even more worried that Qin Feng had just made up a fake number to trick him because he didn't want to give him a phone number. 1158 59s. Never mind. Your cell phone number comes with a display number, right? What's your phone number? I'll call you directly. Just save it. Qin Feng first repeated it again to Song Xiangsheng, then immediately afterward, he felt that it was a bit troublesome. Why don't he just call Song Xiangsheng directly? Chapter 54, Obtaining 3,000 Deadly Soldiers Reward. Then he took out his own long-way cell phone worth more than 1,000 oceans from his pocket, put it on the desktop and opened the dialing interface. Qin Feng and Song Xiangsheng's cell phones were placed together, and the two immediately formed a stark contrast in terms of price and platitude. Or Brother Feng, you can call me. My phone number is 131 2448 5888. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Song Xiangxing hurriedly reported his phone number. Immediately afterward, his eyes stared deathly at the screen of his cell phone that was placed on the desktop. What was about to be displayed on his screen next was Qin Feng's actual phone number. In his opinion, the number that Qin Feng had just said to him was most likely a randomly made-up lie because he didn't want to give him his phone number. After all, in this world, how could anyone possibly use such an awesome number? If there was, then that person definitely could no longer be described as a human being. In the seaport and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, his strength belonged to the unfathomable kind. In addition to Song Xiangxing, Shinjalan Mimi and the others on this table, including Jitterbug's famous female netizen Yichio, were likewise staring dead-on at Song Xiangxing's cell phone screen, too tense to breathe a single breath. Just now, in order not to delay Qin Feng's side of the conversation, Yichio sat not far away, holding her own live cell phone, chatting with a group of netizens in her own live room without a word. Although he was chatting with the netizens, Yichio's entire attention was focused behind him. Knowing that it had just been a very powerful nightclub owner in the seaport, he came to seek assistance from Qin Feng and asked for the latter's phone number. When Qin Feng was telling Song Xiangxing the phone number, Yichio also secretly took out his other cell phone, wanting to record it. However, she did not dare to record it, not for anything else, just because she also with Song Xiangxing thought that this number is Qin Feng casually made up to fool each other. Not at all Qin Feng's real number, but it doesn't matter. The next thing that will be displayed on Song Xiangxing's cell phone must be Qin Feng's real number. After all, it was personally dialed from Qin Feng's personal cell phone. Okay, 131, 2448, 5888. After listening to Song Xiangxing's phone number, Qin Feng mumbled as he pressed out the string of numbers on his own cell phone's dialing interface. Alright, it's over. He then displayed the screen interface that he had already dialed in front of the crowd. And the cell phone that Song Xiangxing had placed on the table was first briefly silent for a moment. In the next second, an ear-piercing ringing of the cell phone along with the vibration sound came from the table. Immediately after that, the screen of the cell phone lit up, flashing with a dazzlingly strong light. At the same time, a string of phone numbers that could be described as bullish to the extreme followed and appeared on the cell phone screen. 188, 8889, 9999. Crap Nima. What kind of hook 8 immortal number is this? What's the situation? Hey my big go. At the moment of seeing this string of numbers, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, two of Hong Kong City's top rich second generation, immediately jumped up from their chairs, holding their heads with both hands, letting out a burst of heartbreaking exclamations of shock, and their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. Just now, these two brothers thought that the phone number that Qin Feng had casually said to Song Xiangxing was either a boast or a joke. But until this moment, seeing Song Xiangxing's phone number, the two brothers thought that Qin Feng's phone number was either a boast or a joke. But until this moment, after seeing this string of numbers clearly displayed on Song Xiangxing's screen, the two talents deeply understand. Sitting beside them, they Mao the Wind brother called the man, never bragging. He also never told lies. As long as the words that came out of his mouth, they must be 100% true. And this man will never intentionally pretend. But as long as he pretends to be a pussy, it will definitely be shocking. Shocking people from the top of their head to the bottom of their feet. Brother Feng, is this your cell phone number? This is too. Mimi on the side stared at Song Xiangxing's cell phone screen, unable to use words to describe her mood at this moment. Just now, she had wanted to use the word bullish to express her shock at Qin Feng's cell phone number, but she realized that the word bullish was no longer enough to describe this mysterious to the extreme man in front of her. Although he was smoking a $7 box of Golden Dragon cigarettes and using a $1,000 Longway cell phone, it was completely incomparable to her several $1,000 Gogo cell phone. But the problem was that the cell phone number he used was also too amazing. More than amazing. Simply thunderous. Thunderous to the extreme. 188, 8889, 9999, 115859. As for Song Xiangxing, who was the one involved, he was likewise in a state of inner turmoil at the moment. There is a saying that when he just saw the $1,000 Longway cell phone that Qin Feng was using, he was still surprised for a moment inside. He wondered how Qin Feng, a big shot who drove a Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63, would use such a stall goods. It could be said that it was not at all comparable to the folding screen that he had pulled all over his row. At that moment he was even a bit elated and smug. But it wasn't until now that Song Xiangxing realized how clownish his thoughts had just been. More than a clown. Simply clown to the extreme. In front of this man who smoked a $7 box of Golden Dragon and used a $1,000 Longway cell phone, he was not even as good as a hair on the former's leg. Congratulations to the host. Due to the nightclub girl Lu Yu's intermediate love value for you reaching the standard, you have now been rewarded with 3,000 dead soldiers. the leader's phone number has been automatically deposited into the host's address book, so please contact them yourself when needed. And right at this moment, an urgent system voice suddenly came from Qin Feng's mind. The moment he first heard this voice, Qin Feng, who was sipping tea in a cloudy atmosphere, froze for a moment. He then gazed blankly at Lu Yu at the side. He wondered why, in the time it took him to drink a cup of tea, his ex-girlfriend, Lu Yu, had reached the intermediate adoration value for him. However, seeing the scene of Lu Yu staring at Song Xiangxing's cell phone interface, her eyes dropping to the ground, Qin Feng understood what was going on. It turned out to be Lu Yu, who had learned about his latest acquisition, the cell phone number that could be described as wow to the extreme. Not only Lu Yu, the other people on this table, there is a count one, all look at Song Xiangxing's caller ID interface, as if petrified in general. Although Qin Feng was quite surprised by such a big reaction from the crowd at this time, but then Qin Feng thought about it and understood, because not to mention the crowd present, even he himself was scared out of his wits when he first learned of this cell phone number consisting of only 3 digits, 188, 8889, 9999, 1158, 59. This okay genus is really not a phone number that people can use. Chapter 55, Song Xiangxing's Trouble. Qin Feng then examined with all his heart the system reward that had just been triggered due to his ex-girlfriend, Lu Yu, the stinky, reaching the intermediate adoration value for him. Again, it was a shock without looking. Surprisingly, it was the 3,000 dead soldiers of the Bull dynasty. And wasn't this reward given to him by the system exactly what he needed most at the moment? That is, external men and forces. You know, although he has a 10 times cashback mechanism for nightclub consumption after obtaining the system, don't look at the fact that his card balance was only a mere $2 million. However, Qin Feng understood that it would only take a few days for his bank card balance to break through the $1 billion mark. It wouldn't even take long to break through $10 billion. But although he had no worries about money now, as the man who drove the most awesome vehicle in the entire harbor, the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63, he still needed something else to expand his platoon, and without a doubt, the 3,000 dead soldiers that the system had just rewarded him with was one of them. Qin Feng knew in his heart that these 3,000 dead soldiers were very different from those donkey and horse-rotten people in the Jianghu who mixed with the society. These people were all first-class dead soldiers and were 100% loyal to him. Even if he gave an order for all of them to block the gun muzzle, these people would not hesitate for a second. They would do whatever he ordered them to do. At this moment, Qin Feng looked back at his ex-girlfriend Lu Yu on the side and smiled faintly. He gave the other party a smile for the first time since the breakup. It wasn't that he had changed his mind about the latter. Rather, it was that he had never expected from the beginning to the end that the 2 rewards he had extracted from Lu Yu, this stinky, would be so heavy. It could be said that they precisely made up for what he needed at the moment. Whether it was the human high-quality male identity or the latest acquisition of 3,000 dead soldiers, they all gave him a great boost at the key choke point on the road to rebellion. Here, if you like it, have another one. Qin Feng then picked up a large boiled dragon on the table and gently handed it over to Lu Yu's plate with a smile. For this smelly woman, all the hatred Qin Feng had accumulated on her before was swept away. Of course there was no love either. Just for these 2 rewards that Lu Yu had triggered for him, Qin Feng decided that from now on, all the grudges that he and Lu Yu had accumulated before were all written off. Right, Shang, what was the matter you wanted to tell me just now? Qin Feng then turned his head and asked Song Xiangxing in a serious manner. Although Song Xiangxing had not revealed to him what kind of trouble he had encountered. But even if Song Xiangxing didn't say anything, Qin Feng could guess 1 or 2 beforehand, mostly related to the matters of the Jianghu. After all, Song Xiangxing was in the business of nightclubs, in the midst of half black and half white. According to reason, Song Xiangxing in the Seaport nightclub dry scale is quite big, sitting in the harbor including the top 3 KTV heavenly world of a number of entertainment venues. With Song Xiangxing's volume, it can be said that few people in the harbor can give him trouble. If there is, then the trouble must not be generally big, and to create trouble for him, in the seaport can also be called only the kind of hands cover the sky, said the road on the top of the flow of characters, is not too much, and then Song Xiangxing in a sigh, rushed to him to tell the words, but confirmed all his previous conjecture. Come brother Feng, have a cigarette first. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Song Xiangxing first sighed and pulled out from his pocket a box of thin-stemmed and world cigarettes worth more than 100 yang, handing one to Qin Feng in front of him and lighting it for him. Then he had one himself. Alas, brother Feng, it's a long story. That person is looking for trouble from me. Not a day or two. If I hadn't met you, I would have planned to pack up all of my entertainment venues and move away from the harbor as a place of wrongdoing. Song Xiangxing took a deep breath of his hand and the world exhaled thick smoke. In the smoke, rushed Qin Feng slowly said, It could be seen that Song Shangxing was indeed quite annoyed recently because of this matter. There were even a few times when he went to the toilet. He almost had an anal fissure. But it didn't matter, because today's chance encounter with Qin Feng at Fisherman's Wharf let him know that he had hope. As long as this man in front of him stepped in, everything was bound to be no big deal. There's a man named Chao Guang in our seaport. I'm sure you've heard of him as well. He's one of the top 3 people in the seaport, and he has no less than 100 under his command. Recently, Chao Guang has been looking for trouble from me, asking me for $3 million of protection money every month. If not, he will bring people to all my nightclubs to work overtime and harassment every day. Several times in the past few days, the Heavenly Palace has been forced to close its doors early because of Chao Guang's actions. You know, Brother Feng, although we in the nightclub business do earn quite a lot every month, but Chao Guang's $3 million in protection money has really hurt me. You see, if Brother Feng can step in and help me to accommodate the latter and lower the fee to a little over $700,000, if Brother Feng can really do that, then I, Song Shangxing, will definitely remember Brother Feng's great kindness forever in my life. Song Shangxing spoke at Qin Feng while he was so excited that he was about to kneel down to Qin Feng. In his opinion, he was afraid that Qin Feng was the only one in the entire seaport who could help him with this favor. Previously, he had looked for many people to regulate with Chao Guang's side, but they were all ruthlessly rejected by Chao Guang. He said that the $3 million per month, not a penny less, or else absolutely let Song Shangxing in the seaport business cannot continue. If Qin Feng can step in and let Chao Guang reduce the cost to less than $700,000, then Song Shangxing is really grateful. Song Shangxing felt that with Qin Feng's strength in the harbor, Chao Guang should be able to give Qin Feng this face. When Song Shangxing finished rushing to Qin Feng with such an eloquent speech, this round table was suddenly plunged into a dead silence at this moment. Even Zhang Zhen and Ma Dong, the 2 top rich second-generation people in Hong Kong City, were all white in the face and did not say a word. Mei Mei and Xinjialan, the 2 nightclub girls, similarly had their palms covered in beads of sweat and looked nervously towards Qin Feng, not knowing what the latter would do. As for Lu Yu, who was nibbling on the fragrant bolognese that Qin Feng had handed over for her, she silently put the bolognese down at this moment, took out the paper towel on the table, and wiped her mouth. Even if she loved to eat, after hearing the trouble Song Shangxing wanted to find Qin Feng to solve, she couldn't eat anymore. The only person who didn't know much about Chao Guang who wasn't a local of the seaport was Yi Chiu, the famous female netizen of Jitterbug, who didn't know what was going on, and was still sitting on the sidelines with a smile and a laugh, chatting with the hundreds of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room. The reason why the others were so nervous was because they knew Chao Guang's strength and virtue too well. In the harbor, he could be ranked as one of the top 2 big brothers on the road. He has no less than 100 underlings, and people are extremely ruthless, do not care about the kind of things. Everyone is not clear. In the harbor driving Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G, the strength of the same cannot be underestimated. Qin Feng, in the end, is not Chao Guang's opponent. In the end, the 2 are in a relationship of who is suppressing who. Chapter 56, How many men will you use? Is 3,000 people enough? Hearing Song Shangxing's words, Qin Feng's side couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and was equally startled. Although his heart was in turmoil, Qin Feng's external expression did not show any change. In the short span of 1 day since obtaining the system, Qin Feng had understood many things and learned many skills. One of them was expression management. He deeply understood that if a man, who was a small person, had one thing to say, the expression management thing was not important to him at all. To put it in the most straightforward terms, that is, no one cares about his sorrows and joys at all. But if one had some ability, even after standing on the top of a city, one would have to learn to control one's facial expressions. No matter what emotions, they cannot be easily shown on the face. The only way to keep others in awe of you is to continuously maintain your mystique. The reason why Qin Feng's heart was rippling at this moment was not because he was afraid of Chao Guang, the so-called bull ***** figure in the harbor. If you do before, he is still that pocket even $5 cannot come up. Poor students may be afraid of not. For Chao Guang, this kind of person can only be extremely as far away as possible. But now, oh, what this light, that light. In front of him even a fart does not count. If the other party was sensible, he might be able to consider giving him a way out. But if on the contrary must not know death to go against him, then sorry, waiting for the other party's downfall, only a dead end. Shangzi, do you take me as your big brother? In the next second, Qin Feng raised his head and slowly looked towards Song Shangxing, who was sitting opposite him, and asked softly. That gaze was like a sharp sword, stabbing Song Shangxing, including everyone at this table who couldn't catch their breath. Dang ah, Brother Feng is the best big brother in my life. After Qin Feng's words were finished, Song Shangxing was first stunned, then immediately nodded his head and said in the most solemn tone he could utter in his entire life, in a serious and incomparable manner, although he didn't understand what Qin Feng meant by this statement. From Qin Feng's words at this moment, he could sense that Qin Feng was clearly angry. Since you treat me as a big brother, then why did you say something that despises me so much just now? Then Qin Feng leaned his body forward and held Song Xiangxing's shoulder with his hand. Although his face was covered in smiles, his expression was like that of a vicious wolf. At this moment, Qin Feng was filled with a chilling feeling. The moment Qin Feng said this, everyone at the table, including Song Xiangxing, froze, not understanding what Qin Feng meant by this. However, in the next second, Qin Feng made an answer for the crowd. If you looked up to me, you wouldn't have said that you'd let me find that piece of Chao Guang and press the price you gave him to below $700,000. I'm clear about you. I can tell you clearly, not to mention $700,000, you don't even have to give him a single hair, and he also has to subsidize you $3 million of moral damages. Since you, Song Xiangxing, treat me as your big brother, then this is my promise to you. Afterwards, Qin Feng leaned his body back to the seat, picked up a golden dragon from the table, put it to his mouth and lit it, took a deep breath, and then in front of everyone present, he rushed at Song Xiangxing and said in a light and breezy manner. Indeed, just after Song Xiangxing finished rushing at him, he was indeed a little angry. The point of his anger was that Song Xiangxing even wanted him to act as a middleman to make peace with Chao Guang and suppress the price. If Song Xiangxing really wanted him to do that, then sorry, he couldn't do it. After he obtained the system, he figured out a lot of things. From now on, in his world, it was either friends or enemies. To treat his friends, he would give his all. On the contrary, when dealing with enemies, he would likewise go all out. That Chao Guang, Qin Feng knew about it before he obtained the system. He was a real scum, the kind who did nothing wrong in the harbor. For such a character, there was no way Qin Feng would make peace with the other party over Song Xiangxing's matter. Chao Guang wasn't worthy either. There was only one word in front of him. Fight. Come on up and do it. For this kind of person, it's straight to serve him with an iron rod and beat him until he's convinced. If he hadn't obtained 3,000 dead soldiers before, Qin Feng might not have had the courage to say what he just said in front of Song Xiangxing and the others present. But after he obtained 3,000 dead soldiers, everything was different. He crushed Chao Guang to death as simple as crushing an ant. In his eyes, Chao Guang, a so-called top 2 figure in the harbor road, was nothing more than a gazelle to be slaughtered, and a lion would never make peace with a gazelle. The other party was also not worthy at all. Qin Feng's words instantly shocked the entire audience. Song Xiangxing's eyes were as wide as those of an old ox, with his mouth wide open, gasping for air. He looked incredulously at the teenager in front of him who was smoking a $7 carton of cigarettes. Having said that, the temperament and intensity of Qin Feng's body was something he, Song Xiangxing, had never seen before after so many years in the Jianghu. Between the words all the time does not reveal air swallowed mountains and rivers of the king of the air. He originally thought that Qin Feng could step in to help him cut the price with Chao Guang, is already the best result, but never expected. Qin Feng said, not only he did not even need to give a hair to Chao Guang, and the latter also had to compensate him for 3 million in moral damages, as a way to make up for his losses during this period of time. Qin Feng's words not only gave him a big surprise, but also gave him a big shock. It made him wonder for a moment if the promise Qin Feng had given him was true or not. Although he had no doubt about the strength of the teenager in front of him who drove a Harbor A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 and used a cell phone number that consisted of only 3 digits. But the problem was that the strength of Chao Guang, who had been crawling around the harbor road for many years, was likewise not covered. The minions under his command were extremely numerous, no less than 100 numbers. It was precisely because of this that Song Xiangxing and the other merchants in the seaport were so scornful of each other. Brother Feng, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that Chao Guang's men are simply too many, more than 100 in number, so to be on the safe side, I think it's better to make peace with him. I'll be satisfied if I can keep the price below $700,000. I, Song Xiangxing, will be satisfied if I want to negotiate with him head-on. To be honest, I am not afraid of your joke. I can't get many people on my side. After pondering for a moment, Song Xiangxing rushed at Qin Feng and said solemnly, although he believed that Qin Feng was definitely willing to go to war with Chao Guang in order to settle his affairs. However, the problem was that the brothers under his command on his side were stretched to the limit. There were only about 20 of them, so if he really fought with Chao Guang, he simply couldn't support Qin Feng a bit. Likewise, he didn't want Qin Feng to suffer unnecessary losses. As the saying goes, if 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. That's just how it is. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Although Song Xiangxing is so thought at the moment, but Qin Feng's next sentence instantly let his body shiver, as if electrocuted general, almost fell from the chair. It was only at this moment that he realized that Chao Guang and the man sitting across from him right now were simply not on the same level. The latter was definitely an existence that crushed the former 100 times over. negotiating with a mere Chao Guang. You're afraid that I, Qin Feng, won't be able to get anyone, right? How many people are you going to use? Are 3,000 people enough? Only hearing Song Xiangxing's words, Qin Feng leaned his body towards the chair behind him, then raised his hand, picked up the jasmine tea on the table and gently took a sip, saying in a cloudy manner, Chapter 57, choosing a day is better than a day. I'll help you settle things today. 3,000 people? When Qin Feng's words were finished, the 7 people around this table instantly let out a burst of neat exclamations as if they were a mountain calling out to the sea. All of them stared with wide eyes and open mouths as a roar of shock popped out of their throats, doubting whether their ears had heard it correctly. Qin Feng had just casually spoken with a mouthful of 3,000 people? One must know that 3,000 people, in ancient times, could almost form an army. In modern times, when 2 groups of people were negotiating, if one side could get more than 100 people, that would be enough to be called an absolute big hand. However, Qin Feng said that he wanted to bring 3,000 people to negotiate with Chao Guang, the unrivaled triad brother in the harbor, which really shocked the people present and made them hard to attach. At one point, they even suspected that Qin Feng's words just now were joking with all of them. After all, in the modern city, negotiating a judgment can code 3,000 people present. That can definitely be called a myth. More than a myth, it was simply the myth of myths. If Qin Feng could really do it, it would really refresh their perception of the energy behind Qin Feng. However, the people present still felt that it was also somewhat unlikely. It was definitely just Qin Feng playing a joke on them. Feng, brother Feng, no, it doesn't have to be 3,000 people. If you can get up to 100 people on your side, plus the 20 or so brothers under me, you definitely have the power to fight Chao Guang head on. In the next second, Song Xiangxing violently stood up from his chair, his fists clenched tightly in excitement as he rushed at Qin Feng and said solemnly and incomparably, indicating that Qin Feng didn't even need to find 3,000 people. He only needed to code up to 100 people in his negotiations with Chao Guang. Then their side would be completely unbeatable against the other side. At least in terms of numbers, it was a tie with Chao Guang. According to Song Xiangxing's understanding over the past few days, he knew that Chao Guang's side, at most, had more than 120 men under his command. If Qin Feng gives him 100 people, and he himself brings 20 more good brothers, that is absolutely can with Chao Guang positive arm wrestling. It was also Qin Feng's words just now that ignited Song Xiangxing's conviction to confront Chao Guang head-on. Before he met Qin Feng, Song Xiangxing never considered that he would one day be able to rank in the top 3 of the harbor road with Chao Guang. Head-on arm wrestling. In the past, all he thought about was how to retreat, escape, and make peace. But now that Qin Feng is on his side, it can be said that from now on, he no longer has a reason to fear Chao Guang, not for anything else, just because he deeply understands his good big brother Qin Feng. In the whole harbor strength, that is absolutely bullish and wow. It's not like Chao Guang's kind at all. If not, there is no way he could have said that he would bring 3,000 people out. Although there was a huge possibility that those words were Qin Feng joking with him, but that was not important. What mattered was that it was enough to have Qin Feng behind him to support him. Just when Song Xiangxing and the others present thought that Qin Feng's words about shaking 3,000 people to fix Chao Guang were a joke, unexpectedly, in the next second, Qin Feng waved his hand, threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground and stomped it out, and rushed at everyone with a resolute attitude to reiterate his meaning once again. No, just find 3,000 people. Let me tell you Xiangxing, after I intervened in this matter, it's no longer just between you and Chao Guang. Rather, it's a head-breaking between Chao Guang and me. That's why I have to beat this kid into submission once and for all so that he remembers my Qin Feng's great name for the rest of his life. Only to see Qin Feng's gaze fixed dead center on Song Xiangxing, rushing at him and saying with incomparable determination, indicating that he would either not fight this battle, but if he wanted to fight, he would take out his full strength and directly beat that villain who had been doing wrong in the harbor for many years into submission with a single blow. Even beating him to death would not be a problem. After all, this was what he, Qin Feng, had seen and understood after obtaining the system. That is, for anything, either you don't do it or you don't do it. Since you've done it, you must go all out and do it beautifully. Taking out his full strength, let Chao Guang and the others in the harbor road to see, he Qin Feng in the end how the matter. Whether or not he has the strength to ask for the throne as the first brother of the seaport, with or without saying, at this moment, Qin Feng's mind could be described as exceptionally clear. After obtaining the system, both his mindset and vision had been greatly upgraded in a short period of time. No longer was he the poor student who had pulled bubbles in the past. He deeply understood inwardly that as he continued to rise in the seaport, he would inevitably attract more attention. And likewise there would be some social people who didn't know how high the sky was and how thin the paper was that would want to find trouble with him. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind. said but is so. A little bit of fault no. A little bit of fault also do not commit. Instead of waiting until these people in the harbor found themselves, then he would passively deal with the trouble. Instead, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity to help the boss of the heavenly paradise, Song Xiangsheng, to calm things down, and through teaching Chao Guang a lesson, to let the other people in the harbor road to take a look at his strength. Also through this incident, to tell everyone, from now on, in the end, whether they choose to be against him, or worship at his feet, depends on their choice. One thing said, although he didn't drink a lot of wine today, Qin Feng realized that after obtaining the system, even his drinking capacity had gained a huge boost along with it. In the past, when he drank so much wine, he would have long stopped acting, the kind where his brain couldn't even turn around. But now, instead, the more he drank, the more sober he became. Wind, brother Wind, it's naturally good to be able to find 3,000 people to teach the Chao Guang a lesson. Only, just, hearing Qin Feng's words, at this moment, the boss of the heavenly parlor, Song Xiangsheng, more or less wouldn't be able to, rubbing his hands together, rushed at Qin Feng and said with a desire to speak. What he wanted to say just now but didn't say was that it would naturally be a good thing if 3,000 people could come out and participate in the negotiations with Chao Guang. More than a good thing, it was simply a top-notch good thing. It would definitely scare the crap out of Chao Guang and his minions, the kind that would give up without a fight. But the question is, where to find so many people? He, Song Xiangsheng, had been crawling around the harbor nightclub for so many years, but at most he knew more than 20 brothers. Even if he called his 7 aunts and uncles, grandparents, and all his relatives and friends at home, he would not be able to come up with 3,000 people. Regarding Qin Feng's plan to send 3,000 people to war, Song Xiangsheng really couldn't think of how to gather this amazing number. You don't need to think about the people. I, Qin Feng, have been mixing in the harbor for so many years, and I didn't do it for nothing. More than the code can't be reached. The district of 3,000 people can still be shaken. Choosing a day is better than bumping into a day. Since you and I know each other today, I'll help you settle things in the early hours of this morning. Save the night from being long and dreamy. Qin Feng then looked at the Casio watch on his wrist and rushed to Song Xiangsheng who was on the side. The reason why he offered to help Song Xiangsheng solve the trouble now was that one. He wanted to be fast and clear the air, and directly beat the Chao Guang into submission without leaving any roots of trouble. The second is also the most important point. That is tonight. After waking up during the day, Qin Feng has the idea of going to the heavenly world to play, recognize the new and old girls to return to the cache and get rewards. If Chao Guang still went there to make trouble at that time, it would definitely ruin his excitement. Chapter 58, Shaking the Man. Fisherman's Wharf. Start ing. Brother Feng, we're going to show our cards to Chao Guang and start ing now? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Song Xiangsheng immediately shivered, feeling goosebumps falling to the ground at this instant. Not for anything else, just because it is now September 2nd, more than 3 o'clock in the morning. Moreover, Qin Feng had made this decision on the spur of the moment. At this juncture, Qin Feng where to go to code 3,000 people not to mention 3,000 people. I'm afraid it would be a struggle to get even 100 people. Still, you don't need to think about the people. Since I, Qin Feng, dare to propose to settle this matter, I have this certainty. You should give that asshole Chao Guang a call right now and say that I, Qin Feng, want to see him, right here at Fisherman's Wharf. Tell him to wash his neck and come here to die. Qin Feng then stretched out his hand and tapped Song Xiangsheng's folding screen cell phone that was placed on the table, saying in an unusually resolute tone, indicating that he would let the latter make an appointment for that Chao Guang to come to Fisherman's Wharf right now, and that he, Qin Feng, would help the latter resolve the matter afterward. As soon as Qin Feng said this, the 7 people present instantly had their hearts thumping nervously, the kind that was about to jump out of their throats, not for any other reason, simply because all of them deeply understood that with Qin Feng making this decision, it also meant that the Fisherman's Wharf scene in the early hours of the morning was about to usher in a heavenly thunder and lightning showdown. Qin Feng, the newest rising figure in the seaport, would face off against Chao Guang, a veteran socialite in the seaport, and his men. How could it not make all of them feel a heartbeat of fear from the bottom of their hearts? After all, they were clear that this wasn't an act, and that when the two negotiating parties couldn't come to terms with a single word later on, there was a possibility that they would directly go to war with each other. Mei Mei, Jia Lin, Yi Chou, and Lu Yu, if you 4 girls are scared, you can leave first and wait for a while on my Mercedes-Benz Big G. You guys can come back when I've settled things. However, if you guys trust me, Qin Feng, and choose to stay here, then I, Qin Feng, can also assure you that nothing will happen to you. Qin Feng then looked towards these 4 girls on the table and said in a soft voice, indicating that if they were scared, they should go to the Mercedes Big G for a while first. After all, It was a man's matter here later, and it was not just any matter, but a tit-for-tat negotiation between the two sides. Brother Feng, I am not afraid. From the moment I, Mei, chose to follow Brother Feng out from above the moon, I've been with Brother Feng all my life. The first to speak up was Mimi, the first nightclub girl Qin Feng had met tonight, only to see her clench her small fists and shake her head vigorously at Qin Feng, responding in a loud voice, indicating that no matter what happened, as long as Qin Feng didn't kick her out, then she would absolutely always be by Qin Feng's side. Although her heart had been pounding furiously when she said this, out of that unreserved trust in Qin Feng, it still made Mei choose to stay here without any hesitation, not for any other reason, but only because she believed that this man in front of her would never let her down no matter what. I won't leave Brother Feng either. I'm the same as Mimi. No matter what, I will always accompany Brother Feng. Shen Jialan, who was then on the side, similarly rushed at Qin Feng with an incomparably resolute attitude, indicating that she would accompany Qin Feng with Mimi later on. Not only now, but in the days to come, no matter what the swords and daggers were, as long as Qin Feng didn't drive them away, then they would accompany Qin Feng around. In fact, from the moment they reached the intermediate adoration value for Qin Feng, these two had a realization in their hearts. That was, choosing to be a big brother's woman inevitably came with a price. Since they enjoyed the glory that other women couldn't enjoy, they would likewise have to endure the things that other women couldn't. Undoubtedly, since meeting Qin Feng tonight, they had felt a joy and happiness that they had never felt before in their lives. After Mei and Shen Jialan had finished taking their stance, Lu Yu and Yi Qiu nodded their heads equally heavily, indicating that they would also stay here and not go anywhere later on. How about it? Two male brothers, do you two want to evade later? After communicating with the four girls, Qin Feng picked up a golden dragon from the table, put it to his mouth and lit it, took a deep breath and exhaled a thick smoke before turning his head and asking with a smile at Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the two top rich second-generation boys in Hong Kong City. Brother Feng, we're not leaving. As we said before, from now on, Brother Feng's business is our business. At such a critical moment, how could the two of us possibly run away from the battlefield? That's right, right now, the two of us brothers will be shaking people, and we'll be done with that little pussy Chao Guan later. What Qin Feng did not expect was that Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the two Hong Kong City rich second generation, instead of showing any fear for the upcoming heavyweight negotiation at the Fisherman's Wharf site, they were filled with excitement. Perhaps this was the hot-bloodedness in the bones of young people. Hey, De Long, Fisherman's Wharf, quickly, get all the brothers here. Brother Feng has a battle to fight later. Yes, it's the same Brother Feng that I posted in my friend circle. Ali, Fisherman's Wharf, speed, get as many people as you can. Be quick, Brother Feng is going to help someone get even here soon. This is your perfect chance to get to know Brother Feng. After this village, there won't be this store anymore. Afterwards, these two people clutched the go-go cell phone in their hands, in the Fisherman's Wharf at 3 o'clock in the morning, frantically shaking up people. There was an uncontrollable excitement on their faces, for being able to face the upcoming crisis together with Qin Feng. These two Hong Kong City's top rich second-generation people were really happy to the extreme, not for any other reason, just because they deeply understood that after today, this matter would be the talking point for them to brag to others after drinking in the harbor. Back then, I was also with Brother Feng, in Fisherman's Wharf, together to help people to calm things down. F***ck, Chao Guang, this son of a, bullies people too much. I, Song Xiangsheng, must fight him today. At this moment, when Song Xiangsheng gazed deeply at his own long-way folding screen cell phone on the table for more than 10 seconds, he fiercely clenched his fists with both hands, slammed the table, and erupted a shocking roar from his throat. The anger that had been directed at Chao Guang for such a long time was all vented. It was also at this moment that Song Xiangsheng overcame his demons and decided to follow his good big brother Qin Feng's instructions in showdown with Chao Guang. Hey, I'm going to open shells with Chao Guang at Fisherman's Wharf soon. Whether you come or not depends on you guys. As long as you come, I, Song Xiangsheng, promise that I will take a lifetime to remember you. Then Song Xiangsheng fiercely picked up his cell phone on the table and took the lead in popping up a collective voice in his brother group in the middle of the night before calling Chao Guang. Although before this, Qin Feng clearly told him that he would negotiate people in this regard, completely without his control. However, Song Xiangsheng felt that no matter what, today's matter was also his own. No matter what, he had to do his best to give Qin Feng the greatest cooperation possible. In this way, no matter what the final result was, whether it was a success or a failure, he would not have any regrets in his heart. Chapter 59, I your father, whoever. Ah Sheng, the brothers have been waiting for you to say this for days. Yes, that's right, we should have fought that scum Chao Guang head on a long time ago. A man should die standing up, you can't live on your knees. Wait for us, Sheng, we'll be at Fisherman's Wharf in 10 minutes. There's nothing wrong with that. Just kowtow to him and be done with it. Chao Guang. This B-breed is really bullying people too much. If we don't knock with him for real, he really thinks he's invincible. Song Xiangxing feel relieved, even though it is already September 2nd, more than 3 o'clock in the morning. Even though they are about to go to war with Chao Guang, the unbeatable big brother of the road in the harbor, but his WeChat group of more than 20 brothers, none of them flinch, none of them choose to escape. After receiving this call from him, they all said that they would now go to Fisherman's Wharf to meet up with him and fight Chao Guang, who had been oppressing him, to the death. Alright, brothers, I'll be waiting for you at Fisherman's Wharf. I, Song Xiangxing, can assure you that today's battle will definitely let the entire harbor know our names, and there is absolutely no chance of us losing this battle. It's only because I, Song Xiangxing, have met a good big brother who is bullish towards the sky. Song Xiangxing was also excited with his eyes glistening with tears, clutching his up to 13,000 yen long-way folding screen cell phone, roaring loudly, "Alright Shang, it's time to give that Chao Guang a call and let him come to Fisherman's Wharf to die." After Song Xiangxing finished talking on the phone with a group of his good brothers, Qin Feng then took a deep drag on his cigarette and waved his hand, indicating that it was now time to contact today's protagonist, and also the target of their hard knock Chao Guang later on. Good, okay brother Feng, I'll make a call to that then raised. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Song Xiangxing took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Then without any hesitation, he immediately found the phone number in the call records that had harassed him for half a month or so in a row, making nearly 100 calls. After only slightly glancing at it to make sure he hadn't made a mistake, he dialed it, placed the phone on the table, and set the handset to external. This more than half a month, he never took the initiative to give Chao Guang made a phone call, or the latter took the initiative to harass him, regardless of time and place. After connecting the phone, the first is to split the face of a scolding, and then threaten to hurry up to agree to the conditions, or let him in the seaport business cannot continue. And right now, Song Xiangxing understood that he can finally take a breath today. Who is it? Dying It's the middle of the night. After the phone rang 7 or 8 times in a row, it was finally connected, and a middle-aged man's impatient voice came from the other end. It looked like he was mostly in his sleep and was woken up by this call, and before he had time to look at the caller's number, he connected the phone and cursed. Who? I your father, whoever. And Song Xiangxing, who had bent his back for more than half a month in a row, finally straightened his back at this moment. First, he glanced at his good big brother Qin Feng next to him, then he turned his head and roared at the microphone with the loudest volume he could make in his life. It could be said that all the anger that had been accumulated against Chao Guang for such a long time was vented. In the past, when he talked to Chao Guang, he was humble and on the side of a grandson, not even daring to increase the volume of his speech, not to mention this kind of direct cursing at Chao Guang right now. After roaring out this sentence from his throat, Song Xiangxing felt an incomparable physical and mental relief, as if he had chewed 10 jangles in a row. Song Xiangxing rushed Chao Guang this quite funny words finished, immediately caused the 4 girls at this table a burst of booming laughter. At such a serious moment, they knew that they shouldn't let out such untimely laughter, but they really couldn't hold it back, not for any other reason, simply because the moment they saw the image of Song Xiangxing blowing his eyebrows and glaring angrily at the long-way folding screen cell phone on the table, they wanted to laugh from the bottom of their hearts, and without a doubt, the words that Song Xiangxing had just uttered over the phone, as well as the 4 girls' giggles, instantly gave Chao Guang, who was lying in his bed at home at around 3 in the morning, cuddling up to his big sister in bed, a 10,000 point blitzkrieg on the other end. Crap Nima, let me see who the hell you are, dare to talk to me Chao Guang like this, don't want to live is it? Chao Guang sat up violently from the bed, cursing and swearing as he opened his eyes and took a closer look at the display screen to see who the person who made this call to him was. Upon seeing the note name of this incoming call, Chao Guang's entire body froze. Only on the position of the caller, there were 3 big words clearly displayed. Song Xiangxing, what's wrong Guangzi? Can't speak, mute See that end of the Chao Guang suddenly fell into silence. Song Xiangxing casually lit A in the world, put it on his mouth to light up, after taking a deep breath, rushed to the end of the smile and said, with say or not, at this moment, surrounded in Song Xiangxing body only one word, cool. Before he met Qin Feng, he never thought that he could one day talk to Chao Guang, the top 3 social big brother on the harbor road, like this. Similarly, he had never thought that this feeling would be so refreshing. It was almost like drinking vigorously. Song Xiangxing? Surprisingly, it's INGU, you little pussy brat? I limit you to 1 minute, give me a video call, kneel in front of me, kowtow 100 times and apologize. Otherwise, I definitely won't spare you. After determining that the person who made this treacherous phone call to him at 3 a.m. on September 2nd was Song Xiangxing, Chao Guang immediately hissed angrily at the other end. In Chao Guang's opinion, The reason why Song Shangxing was able to make this call to him was mostly because he was drunk. Otherwise, even if Song Shangxing was given 100 guts, he would never be able to dare to talk to him like this. Xiao Guang knows that since he began to find Song Shangxing trouble, this kid has not less borrowed alcohol to ease his sorrows. At this point, it is estimated that he has just finished drinking with his friends, and he is using the strength of alcohol to play the drunkenness. When he just finished those words, Song Shangxing most likely will be sober, will immediately follow his instructions, in the video phone kneeling in front of him, constantly kowtowing and apologizing to admit fault. Then he will take the opportunity to control the other party to ask for more protection money. In the past, he felt fine with $3 million a month, but now, Song Shangxing has just finished those words. Every month Song Shangxing does not give him 5 million. That are absolutely not able to. Although Xiao Guang was thinking this way, and was ready to enjoy the beautiful picture of Song Shangxing in the video call, kneeling down and admitting his faults, but did not expect Song Shangxing's next words, then completely shattered his beautiful dream. Kneel? I kneel your mom pull a pussy. Xiao Guang, you've been bullying me for half a month. Does it really think that I, Song Shangxing, don't have a big brother? Only saw Song Shangxing holding the mouth in the world of cigarettes, rushed to the phone at the end of the Xiao Guang unbeatable said, with or without saying, with Qin Feng sitting beside him. Song Shangxing felt like a different person, sweeping away the disheveled and depressed in front of Xiao Guang in the past. In its place, was a brand new self. Song Shangxing understood that from now on, with Qin Feng behind him, no one in the entire harbor would be able to bully him anymore. In front of Qin Feng, the true supreme king, that Xiao Guang couldn't even make it to the stage. Chapter 60 The sociopaths present, one and all, were all scared out of their pants. Song Shangxing, do you know who you're talking to right now? Hearing Song Shangxing's words, Xiao Guang immediately angry fire, clenched his teeth, sandbag big fists clenched clanging, hate to rush to the phone on the spot. The other side of the skin layer by layer peeled down the heart all have. Xiao Guang, you give me a good listen. You've been asking me for $3 million in protection money. Okay, I'll give it to you today. If you have the guts, come to Fisherman's Wharf and get it now. My big brother and I will be waiting for you. It's time to settle the score between the two of us. With Qin Feng behind the back, Song Shangxing's side of the boldness is also suddenly much bigger. Between the words, no longer previously on Xiao Guang's coyness, replaced by a full of disdain, only to see in the Fisherman's Wharf scene Song Shangxing, while tapping the desktop with his fingers, while rushing to the end of the voice said. He said that Xiao Guang could come to Fisherman's Wharf right now if he wasn't convinced, and break up with him head-on. The grudge between the two of them, it was time to end it all today. Okay, in Song Shangxing, you've really eaten your heart out today. Now I tell you clearly, Xiao Guang changed his mind. The previous 3 million is no longer good. Must be doubled up. You wait for me. I'm going to Fisherman's Wharf right now to meet you and your bull ***** big brother. After saying this, Xiao Guang hung up the phone fiercely. At this moment, as a character who could be ranked in the top 3 on the harbor road, Xiao Guang had also heard and understood. Song Shangxing, the nightclub boss who was usually bullied by him. The reason why he dared to go against the norm and talk to him like this, most likely is that he found a so-called big brother in the seaport as a backer. But there is a say one. Xiao Guang at this time simply did not put Song Shangxing mouth of this big brother in the eyes. As a matter of fact, after all, he is already in the seaport road can be ranked into the top 3 characters. There are which seaport big brother he does not know? There were only 2 big brothers who were stronger than him in the harbor. But those 2 people Xiao Guang had already communicated with beforehand. These 2 people also said that they will not interfere in the matter between him and Song Shangxing. Since this was the case, as long as it wasn't these 2, then anyone else in the seaport, he, Xiao Guang, wouldn't put it in his eyes. It's really shallow water. There are many big brothers everywhere. After hanging up the phone Xiao Guang shook his head angrily, lamenting how Song Shangxing could be so tigerish. Finding a random person in the harbor, he dared to call his number with him. Xiao Guang? Today, he had to peel off the skin of Song Shangxing and his so-called big brother, layer by layer, in front of everyone at Fisherman's Wharf. Xiao Guang thought so and decided to do just that. Then without any hesitation, he immediately pulled out his cell phone and started shaking people. For the sake of his reputation in the seaport, this time when he went to Fisherman's Wharf, Xiao Guang shook up all of his minions in the seaport, a whole 120. After all, Xiao Guang understood that as the biggest and best outdoor restaurant in the entire seaport, Fisherman's Wharf had a large number of diners. If he and Song Shangxing were to negotiate there were bound to be many onlookers watching. In that case, he would have to bring out his full strength to do so. While teaching Song Shangxing a lesson, he would also tell everyone in the harbor that he, Xiao Guang, was definitely not one to be messed with. What are you doing, brother Guang? It's so late. At this time, seeing Chao Guang getting dressed in the middle of the night, with a hardcore manhwa cigarette in his mouth ready to go out, the blonde big sister, who was lying on the bed, rubbed her drowsy sleepy eyes, and rushed to Chao Guang to ask in a daze, "Going out to someone?" Chao Guang ignored the big sister, dropped the sentence, then turned his head out of the house. He drove into a white cool Rover with a tail number of 38 parked downstairs and went straight to his company. He had just made an appointment with his brothers to gather in front of his company and then head to Fisherman's Wharf together to crush Song Shangxing. It didn't take long for Chao Guang to drive here. When he arrived at the company, his little brothers had already assembled almost as well. A whole 120 people, driving more than 20 bullies, were waiting here. Since Chao Guang's own side business in Seaport was a car rental service, the cars were definitely not bad. These 20-odd Barracudas were all his company's cars. "Brothers, just now that punk Song Shangxing called me in the middle of the night and scolded me. He also said that he had found a rather bullish big brother in the Seaport to back him up, and asked me to negotiate at Fisherman's Wharf, the largest outdoor restaurant in the Seaport. Now we'll go over there and meet Song Shangxing, and that big brother who's backing him up behind his back. Are you guys scared?" After arriving here, Chao Guang held a cigarette in his mouth and rushed at his 120 minions under his banner, first shouting loudly and doing a wave of pre-war general mobilization before setting off. Not afraid. Listening to Chao Guang's words, these 120 social people wearing black short sleeves, old imperial cloth shoes, and tattoos on their arms and chests, immediately let out a neat roar. And at this moment, they were indeed not afraid. After all, Song Shangxing's virtues had long been exceptionally clear to them. Proper waist 1. The big brother he found could be bullish to wear. This time, going to Fisherman's Wharf to negotiate was just a matter of all of them making a big splash in front of a crowd of diners, showing off the strength of their light family army. Although this was what they thought at the moment, unbeknownst to them, although this group of people went there with clean pants, when they came back, none of their pants were dry. All of them were covered with the smell of urine. That's right, the moment Qin Feng's 3,000 dead soldiers, the gods and goddesses descended from the sky, a large black swath, as if they were covering the sun in clouds, surrounded them all. This group of weekdays in the harbor 7 disobedient 8 indignant, seemingly bullish social people, all were scared to pee their pants. Chao Guang himself was no better. Not only did he pee his pants, he even shat directly in his pants pocket. Of course, this is an afterthought, so let's leave it aside for now. At this moment, Chao Guang and his Guangjia army did not realize the seriousness of the problem. They were still dreaming of arriving at the Fisherman's Wharf site and viciously taking a beating from Qin Feng and Song Shangxing. Good, brothers, after we get Song Shangxing's $3 million today, we'll go to all the major nightclubs in the harbor and have fun all night. We'll definitely let you guys have fun and be done with it. Before leaving, Chao Guang, according to the old routine, once again gave his brothers a wave of big cakes. He said that he would bring them to have a good time after receiving Song Shangxing's $3 million of protection money. At this time, Chao Guang was still dreaming of successfully collecting Song Shangxing's $3 million protection fees. Unbeknownst to him, not only did Song Shangxing's $3 million in protection money go to Fisherman's Wharf this time, but he also almost made Qin Feng lose his pants. It also almost made Qin Feng empty his pants. Years later, whenever recalling this oozing night, Chao Guang would still be scared out of his wits. Chapter 61, The Rich Miss Who Was Willing to Work at a Nightclub for Qin Feng. After saying this, Chao Guang turned around and boarded the driver's seat of the Land Cruiser. The rest of the 120 people got into the bully roads they were in. Chao Guang's Land Cruiser took the lead and traveled at the front, followed by a full 24 Toyota Barracudas. These 25 vehicles were traveling on the road in the middle of the night in the seaport, which could not be said to be less imposing. Other vehicles have seen the kind of avoidance. Chao Guang's 3-8 Cool Rouser is quite famous in the whole harbor city, and many harbor locals know about it. When on the road to see Chao Guang this Cool Rouser, and behind it followed by more than 20 Toyota Baidu, the discerning can see, this is as the harbor road can rank the top 3 social big brother Chao Guang, and take people out in the middle of the night to calm things down. Every time Chao Guang went out, it would definitely cause a bloody storm in the harbor city. Everyone couldn't help but feel a moment of silence for the person Chao Guang was negotiating with this time. However, what they didn't know was that this time, unlike the previous times, Chao Guang was not only unable to calm things down, but instead, he belonged to the target of being calmed down. He would be educated very, very badly, the kind that was unprecedented on the harbor road, not for any other reason, just because Chao Guang's opponent this time was no one else but Qin Feng. On the other hand, in the process of Chao Guang leading the large group of people to the Fisherman's Wharf in a flurry, the 2 waves of people on Qin Feng's side had already arrived at their destination one after another before Chao Guang. The first ones to arrive at the scene were Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, 2 of Hong Kong City's top rich second generation, called a group of brothers. The dozen or so people who arrived at the scene, although the cars they drove were quite top-notch, All of them were sports cars worth more than $1 million. They were all dressed in designer labels, but in terms of physical quality, it is not generally poor. One by one, they were like little skinny monkeys. Brother Feng, who are you going to later? Just give us a shout. The brothers will always support you. No problem, Brother Feng. From now on, you are our big brother in the harbor. Anyone who dares to mess with you is messing with us. Anyone who dares to hit your ass in the harbor is hitting our face. We will definitely fight each other to the end. Only to see these dozen or so young rich second-generation people from Harbor City, each carrying a baseball bat, standing in front of Qin Feng, said in a loud voice, "Okay brothers, I'll take your thoughts, but in case we really get into a fight, you can just watch the action from the back, no need to really get into it." Qin Feng, who was sitting on a chair, said with a smile at the 10 or so rich kids. He was really worried that these people would get their arms and legs broken. There was a saying that some of the thighs in this group of people were not as thick as his arm. Brother Feng, nice to meet you. My name is Xia Wanting. Just call me Xiao Ting. When we first met, there is nothing we can show Brother Feng. This watch, take it as a token of my little sister's appreciation. I hope Brother Feng can give face to accept it. What Qin Feng did not expect was that amongst the dozen or so people shaken by Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, there was even a ING girl. Qin Feng really doubted whether these second generation were here to fight or to be funny. Luckily, he had a spare 3,000 dead soldiers, or else pointing at these people alone. I'm afraid that later on, along with himself, would have to be beaten out of him by Chao Guang's side, only to see this wearing a white floral dress, feet on the silver crystal sandals, height of 1.6 meters or so, a head of hair scattered in front of the chest, eyebrows with a smile of the young girl. Some shyly ran to his front, said with a smile. As she spoke, she also handed Qin Feng a boutique packaged watch, and if Qin Feng didn't recognize it wrongly, this string of English letters on the box, translated in Longwan, was Tizat. Brother Feng, Xiao Ting's family owns a watch store, and there are plenty of things like watches. Just accept it. It's also a piece of Xiao Ting's sincerity towards you. Right at this moment, Zhang Jin, who was on the side, stood out and introduced Qin Feng. Hearing Zhang Jin's words, Qin Feng sized up the young girl named Xiao Ting who stood in front of him like a flower. He also looked at the Tizat watch clutched tightly in her hand. He could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. It's a pity. Pretty is indeed quite a pretty girl. And Meimei Shinjalan, two people compared. Also not much better. Also quite good at things. The moment they met, they offered him a watch that was as high as 10,000 yuan. Qin Feng with visual inspection can deduce that Xia Wanning gave him this watch. Absolutely not less than 10,000 yuan. It was only a pity that Xia Wanning was not a girl from the nightclub. It was also simply impossible for a golden girl from a prominent family like hers to work in a nightclub. Since this was the case, it also meant that he couldn't obtain a system reward from Xia Wanning's body by way of an adoration value boost. Then thank you Xiao Ting. In the future, if there's anything I need my Qin Feng's help with, there's no harm in saying so. Qin Feng then smiled as he took the watch from Xia Wanning's hands and responded at the latter in a cloudy manner. Then he looked aside, no longer paying attention to the latter. He did not intend to put too much energy into Xia Wanting. After all, he was unable to obtain a system reward from the latter, although that was what Qin Feng intended to do at the moment. However, he had underestimated Xia Wanting's determination to get to know him. After learning that Qin Feng only seemed to favor nightclub girls, Xia Wanting, a rich young lady, was even willing to work at a nightclub for Qin Feng. When Qin Feng in the KTV casting, see Xia Wanting appeared in the crowd, a smile on his face looking at him, is also straight to the unexpected. Of course, this was also an afterthought, so let's leave it aside for now. Qin Feng's current energies were still all focused on the next negotiations with Chao Guang. He deeply understood that when Song Shangxing and Chao Guang's feud, after he chose to intervene, this negotiation was no longer just a duel between Song Shangxing and Chao Guang, a social big brother who could be ranked among the top 3 on the harbor road. More than that, it was a one-on-one arm wrestle between him and Chao Guang. After all, Song Shangxing's strength is there. If it is really Chao Guang opponent, will not be the latter oppressed for so long. At this moment, after the heavyweight negotiation that was about to take place at the Fisherman's Wharf became more and more known, the crowd that had gathered at the Fisherman's Wharf also knew about it. The crowd gathered at Fisherman's Wharf was also growing, even though it was already close to 3:30 in the morning. But none of the diners present hard chose to leave, but stayed here through and through, just to witness this next heavyweight to the extreme epic head-breaking. They wanted to see who would have the last laugh in this battle between Qin Feng and Chao Guang. Qin Feng also wanted to take advantage of this negotiation today to reveal the tip of the iceberg of his full strength to everyone in the harbor. He wanted to tell those people from all walks of life in the harbor who wanted to find trouble with him in the future that he was definitely not one to be messed with. If he insisted on going against him, then Chao Guang would be the end of it. After Zhang Zhan and Ma Dong, two of the top rich kids in Hong Kong City, got their men in place, Song Xiang, one of the parties involved in today's negotiation. As one of the parties involved in today's negotiations, Song Xiangxing's followers also quickly arrived at the Fisherman's Wharf site, only to see 5 black sedans with Hong Kong license plates driving towards their side at an extremely fast speed. Although this group of people had yet to get out of their cars, Qin Feng could basically expect that the one sitting in these 5 cars should be Song Xiangxing's group of brothers, not for any other reason, just because these 5 cars were very different from the dozen or so rich second-generation drivers just now. All of them were black BBAs, such as Mercedes S, BMW 7 Series and Audi A8. Can afford to drive this level of business cars? Most of them are Song Xiangxing's middle-aged friends in the seaport. Chapter 62 at the harbor. Brother and brother. It was never age that counted, and it proved to be true. When these 5 luxury business sedans worth millions of dollars drove to the Fisherman's Wharf site, immediately, at the fastest speed possible, nearly 20 middle-aged men walked down from above. Although each of these people were carrying golf clubs in their hands, it could be said that they were exceptionally well-equipped. In this aspect of fighting, the lethality of golf clubs was in no way inferior to the pickaxe handles and machetes that were often used by socialites. However, when he saw these 20 people coming together towards him, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Why did it feel like the flavor was a bit strange? The reason for this was probably the dress and age of these 20 people. One by one, all of them were in their 40s and wore suits and shirts, and a few of them were also wearing rimless glasses with a business-like air. It's not that Qin Feng looked down on them, just that these people to a piece of station really give people the feeling is not like to fight. On the contrary, it is like a group of business big shots, about to go to a certain golf club to play together. Song Xiangxing shook to these people. If they really fight with Chao Guang's side, I'm afraid that it won't take more than one round to be beaten by the opposite side of the crying father and mother. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and silently sighed. Luckily Song Xiangxing met himself. Otherwise, is not Chao Guang this harbor road can be ranked into the top 3 social big brothers opponent. It is not even an exaggeration to say that in this aspect of fighting, even the other party's one-leg hair is not as good as. Qin Feng then turned his head and looked at the second-generation group that Zhang Jin and Ma Dong had swung in. It felt like these 2 waves of people who had arrived at the Fisherman's Wharf site first did not look like they had come to fight at all. Instead, they were more suited to act as cheerleaders waving flags and shouting from the sidelines. On one side was the father group, and on the other side was the son group. Luckily, he had 3,000 dead soldiers rewarded to him by the system, or else with these 2 groups of people alone, Qin Feng really didn't know how to fight this battle today. Ah Sheng, the brothers are here. Yes, we've been waiting for your words for half a month. We should have fought Chao Guang. That bastard. That's right, we've worked hard in the harbor to earn our money. Why should we give it to that bastard Chao Guang? Just with him and be done with it. Otherwise this group of people really think we are easy to bully. After this group of seaport business elites carrying baseball bats came to Qin Feng's table, they tightly clutched the things in their hands and rushed at Song Xiangxing with righteous indignation. It could be seen that this number 20 middle-aged man, who was about the same age as Song Xiangxing, had a strong mentality to fight Chao Guang to the death. There really wasn't a single one who was afraid. However, Qin Feng likewise understood that if he did not make a move today, these people were afraid that they would be chipped out of their noses by Chao Guang's men later on. Thank you brothers for your support. I, Song Xiangxing, promise that I will spend my entire life remembering your kindness. Come to introduce you guys, this is my good big brother in the harbor. Qin Feng, brother Feng. Song Xiangxing then hurriedly stood up, first rushing to express a wave of heartfelt thanks to the group of brothers who had come to the Fisherman's Wharf site today to stand in support. Then he pointed to Qin Feng, who was on the side, and solemnly introduced himself to the crowd. Hearing Song Xiangxing's words, the 20 seaport business elites present looked towards Qin Feng, who was sitting on a chair, smoking a cigarette in a cloudy atmosphere, with a faint smile on his face. All of a sudden, they were stunned. Before they rushed here, they had heard Song Xiangxing say that this head breaking with Chao Guang today, so that they didn't have to worry, because he had a good big brother who was the latest acquaintance and had an extremely powerful background in strength in the seaport, and was quite bullish and wowed to back him up. Chao Guang was simply no match for brother Feng. After listening to Song Xiangxing's words, at that time, they had extremely strong expectations for this big brother he spoke of. They felt that this person must be, as Song Xiangxing said, quite powerful, and could definitely smooth out this matter for them. After all, they have known Song Xiangxing for many years. They are clear about Song Xiangxing's ability to observe people. As long as Song Xiangxing recognized the person, it must be the world's top big brother. No one can match the kind. However, when they saw Qin Feng's appearance, they were immediately surprised, and their eyes almost fell to the ground in shock. Not for anything else, just because Qin Feng's age was really too young. He only looked like he was just in his early 20s. Such a man of such a young age, whether or not he could have the ability to arm wrestle with Chao Guang head-on. At this moment, the the crowd couldn't help but be skeptical in their minds. Shang, is this the one you told us about? The good big brother who has quite the reputation in the harbor. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a black polo shirt and rimless glasses, who was not very tall, reached out and held the glasses on his face, and rushed Song Xiangxing to inquire in a serious manner. This person's name was Luo Wan. Like Song Xiangxing, in the seaport is also doing the nightclub business. In the province our more famous night bar is under his banner. Luo Wan is also considered to be the best of Song Xiangxing's wave of brothers, the kind that could be ranked in the top 1 or 2 with Song Xiangxing. Right? That Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G at the door just now is under the name of my brother Feng. What are you guys still waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and call brother Feng? Hearing Luo Wan's inquiry, Song Xiangxing's side was also confused for a moment, followed by stomping his foot, pointing to Qin Feng on the side, rushing to the crowd of brotherhood present, and said in a loud voice, "At this moment, they have already seen Qin Feng himself. They still do not hurry to call brother Feng, in order to mix a face in front of Qin Feng." Song Xiangxing today also has the idea of letting his group of brothers in the harbor to get acquainted with Qin Feng, so that in the future their Qin Feng such a good big brother in the back, whether they are in the career or life, will be smooth sailing. However, he did not expect his group of friends with a ing idiot. After seeing Qin Feng, the only true god in the entire harbor, they all froze there, not even speaking. Song Xiangxing was infuriated. This. After he finished speaking, this group of people looked at Qin Feng's gaze. Once again, a difficult color emerged. One by one, their mouths were open, their eyes were wide open. They did not know what to do, because there was one thing to say. Qin Feng's age was really too young, about the same age as their son. Letting them, a group of harbor business elites in their 40s and 50s, call a young man in his early 20s brother. It was really a bit difficult for them. After all, they had never done anything similar before. It would have been fine if Qin Feng was a bit older. Even if he was in his early 30s, they wouldn't be as entangled as they were now. Brother Feng, greetings, my name is Luo Wan. Like Xiang Shang, I do nightclub business in the harbor. It's fate that I met brother Feng today. If I encounter any trouble in the seaport in the future, I still hope that brother Feng can help me out. I'll be very grateful. Come on, I'll drink to brother Wind. I'll drink up. Feel free. Although the others in Song Xiangxing's brotherhood were still in the afterthought stage, the leader, Luo Wan, who had been crawling around in the seaport's nightclub for many years and was a cunning old man, had already seen what was going on clearly, only to see him run to Qin Feng in an arrow step, first bending down, shaking hands with Qin Feng, respectfully. Immediately afterward, he picked up the beer on the table, poured a full glass, tilted his head back, and smothered it in one gulp. As for Luo Wan's attitude towards Qin Feng, the reason why it could change radically in this instant, it was because he had captured a keen message from the conversation he had just had with Song Xiangxing. That is, the Mercedes-Benz Big G that they had just seen in the entrance parking lot, which could be called the most awesome vehicle in the entire seaport, with a Hong Kong A99999, 9-5 license plate, belonged to this young man in front of them. This car Luo Wan had heard some legends in the Jianghu before. It is a mysterious person who was quite powerful in the whole dragon country. In the year before last, the heaviest won license plate auction, with a high price of 30 million, the finale to take, and it was said that this mysterious person was very young. At that time, Luo Wan had an idea within him to see if he could one day make the acquaintance of this mysterious big shot. If he was really so lucky to know this person, then Luo Wan deeply understood that from now on in the entire Dragon Kingdom, he had a backer. He never thought that he would be able to find him without any trouble. Today, he ran into this big shot that he had always wanted to make friends with at the Fisherman's Wharf site. How could it not make him feel deeply happy? Although Qin Feng was more than 20 years younger than him, and even about the same age as his own son who was in school, but Luo Wan likewise understood that in the seaport and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, it was never age that was looked at between brother and brother. Rather, it was strength. There is no doubt that the man in front of him, smoking a cigarette, driving a Mercedes-Benz G63 with a license plate of Hong Kong A99999, and exuding a domineering aura all the time, is the real big brother, the big brother of the big brother. This Luo Wan decided. From now on, not only he a person tube Qin Feng called brother, but also let him that in Qin Feng about the same age, is attending college son, also tube Qin Feng called brother. Even his whole family had to call Qin Feng brother. Even his father, who was still working in the business at the age of 60, had to bend down and respectfully say hello to brother Feng when he saw Qin Feng, because only in this way, would their entire Luo clan become more and more prosperous. Chapter 63, The first battle is the final battle. Good evening, brother Feng. Today is truly a three-life blessing for all of us brothers to be able to recognize brother Wind at Fisherman's Wharf. That's right, Brother Wind. There is nothing at the moment that can express our respect for Brother Wind. Let the beer in our cups speak for us instead. Come on, Brother Feng, let's all drink up. Feel free. After Luo Wan had finished making a move like that shocked people from their heels to the top of their heads, the other people present in Song Shangsheng's brotherhood and so on, also followed and reacted. All of them, one by one, followed Luo Wan's example and ran to Qin Feng, picked up the wine glass on the table, poured a large glass full of beer, held it in their hands, and respectfully rushed to Qin Feng and said, then without any hesitation, he tilted his head back and finished them all in one gulp. Among them, there were also 4 or 5 who did not know how to drink at all, but all of them also swallowed a large glass full of beer into their stomachs. Even though the mouth and intestines were enduring a huge burning acidity, these few people who didn't know how to drink, their faces were full of smiles, not for anything else, just because right now this group of middle-aged people who ran over to give Qin Feng a toast, know that they may not understand Qin Feng, but they really understood Luo Wan too well. As good brothers who had fought with Luo Wan for many years in the city of Seaport, they understood Luo Wan's mind and character too well. He was definitely the smartest one among their group. Never would he just lower himself to a random person, and even less would there be unnecessary words and actions on his part. The extent to which Luo Wan treated Qin Feng respectfully just now was so close to kneeling down and calling this young man in his early 20s in front of him father. It also proved that Qin Feng's strength and background was definitely not simple. It was bound to be the kind where the heavenly king covered the earth. If it was completely exposed, it would definitely shock everyone. Since this was the case, they knew that if they didn't show something to Qin Feng at this crucial juncture, it was no longer the case. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't judge a sea by its color. That's just how it is said. There is no fault at all, and no fault at all is committed. Don't look at Qin Feng's age as very light, only the early 20s, but since ancient times, those who achieve great things are all heroes out of youth. Judging from Qin Feng's aura that was far beyond his age, they could conclude that the youth in front of them was definitely a leader. Behind him was a strength and background that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Okay, brothers, meeting each other is fate. Since you guys call me Brother Feng, then I can also assure you that from now on, in the harbor, when you encounter anything, you can mention my name. If anyone dares to go against you, they are not giving face to me. Qin Feng, those who don't give face to me, Qin Feng, will end up the same way Chao Guang did today. After all of these 20 people had finished off the beer in their hands and had finished professing their hearts to him, Qin Feng slowly extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Standing up from his chair, he took an empty wine glass on the table. Lu Yu, as Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend, immediately poured it full for him thoughtfully. Looking at Qin Feng's eyes, they were filled with love, the kind that was about to spill out of the eyes. Lu Yu's biggest dream in her life was to become her big brother's woman. When she was a child, she had this idea, but as she grew older, the wish for this dream to come true became more and more remote. Originally she thought that she would never have the chance to realize it in her life, but never thought that the original she has long become the big brother's woman. Her ex-boyfriend, Qin Feng, turned out to be the city's hidden absolute king. No one can reach the kind. Then Yang Fan that drive a BMW 5 Series pulled bubble. 100 times 10,000 times stronger than. Also at this moment, Lu Yu secretly resolved, no matter how much effort, will be Qin Feng to chase back. Let this man who stood at the top of this city return to his embrace once again. I won't say much more. Still, since you guys gave me face and called me Brother Feng, then I will prove with practical actions that this Brother Feng of yours will definitely not be called in vain. Qin Feng received the wine glass that Lu Yu had poured beer for him and held it in his hand, rushing towards the 20 business elites present who were entrenched in various fields of the seaport and said solemnly. After saying this, he tilted his head back and similarly finished off the beer in his cup in one gulp. From the eyes of these middle-aged men present at this moment, Qin Feng could tell that these people truly wanted to consider him, a young man, as a big brother. Since this was the case, Qin Feng knew that it would be more or less not so great if he didn't take them in. Although these people were all in their 40s and could be his uncles, but this was not important. What mattered was that in the harbor and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, he, Qin Feng, definitely had the strength to cover them, and that would be the end of it. After saying these words, Qin Feng sat back in his chair, slowly pulled out his Dragonway cell phone worth 1,000 oceans from his pocket, lit up the screen and found his address book. The moment Qin Feng made this move, the dozens of people present all raised their hearts to their throats. Nervous hearts pounded, because everyone understood what Qin Feng was going to do at this moment. That is, to ask for people, crazy for people, to Fisherman's Wharf, with Chao Guang, who was one of the top 3 big brothers in the harbor road. He was going to conduct this extremely important life and death negotiation. Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless about this, and decided to move all 3,000 of his dead soldiers hidden in the shadows to the front battlefield at Fisherman's Wharf. ensure that the next duel is foolproof. The reason why Qin Feng did so was because this was the first time he had clashed with someone since he obtained the system. The opponent was also a very famous figure on the harbor road, enough to be ranked among the top 3, and there were up to 10,000 onlookers watching the scene at Fisherman's Wharf. Not only a crowd of diners and eaters, there were also many netizens from Shake Shack who were not far away, taking their cell phone lenses and aiming them at his side at all times, ready to record it all. So this battle, he not only wants to win, but also to win beautifully, fighting Chao Guangdas in the harbor. For many years of social scum, no power to fight back kind of. Only in this way could he let the people of the harbor city see the absolutely amazing strength of Qin Feng. In the words of the famous ancient fisherman, Yu Lang, who scared Yuanzhang out of his breath, that is, the first battle is the final battle. The first battle is the decisive battle. He wants to use this battle to completely sweep away years of chaotic underground order in the harbor, to establish his position as the most powerful man in the harbor. From now on, no matter adults or children, as long as they see him on the streets of the harbor, all of them would have to respectfully call him Brother Feng. That was what Qin Feng thought and decided to do. Soon after, he scrolled through his cell phone's address book and found the extra contact. Chapter 64, Tonight, I'm going to run someone in the harbor. Before that, the system had prompted him, indicating that the phone number of the leader of those 3,000 dead soldiers had been automatically deposited into his cell phone's address book. If there was a need, he was invited to contact them on his own. And now it was the crucial stage for him to make use of these 3,000 dead soldiers to make his Qin Feng's name resonate further in the seaport. When he found this contact named Long Wu in his address book, who he had never seen in his cell phone before, he knew that this was most likely the leader of these 3,000 dead soldiers. With say or not, he felt that the name of this leader could be described as unusually domineering, and the famous Hong Kong drama god of gamblers in the gold medal bodyguard the same name. It was more or less bullish plus wow. From this person's name Qin Feng could tell that Long Wu's fighting ability was absolutely extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have such an overbearing name, much less be the leader of these 3,000 dead soldiers. But what Qin Feng also understood was that even if Long Wu as well as these 3,000 dead soldiers were no matter how awesome they were, and their fighting ability was no matter how strong they were, in the end, they still had to follow the orders of one person. That person was him, Qin Feng. There was no doubt that he, Qin Feng, was the real king. The one who controls everything behind the scenes. And these 3,000 dead soldiers and Dragon 5 are just a sharp knife for him to make a name for himself in this world. After finding Dragon 5's phone number in his address book, Qin Feng didn't have any hesitation and directly placed his cell phone on the desktop, dialed Dragon 5's number and set the call to outgoing. The reason why he did so was to let Song Shangshan, as well as the crowd of elites from the seaport's business community present, know that he, Qin Feng, was definitely not a man who had pulled a bubble. Rather, he was a man who had the strength to take on the world alone. Qin Feng in front of everyone after this call dialed this table up to dozens of people. There is a count one. Have their eyes dead on Qin Feng's cell phone screen. Nervous atmosphere, do not dare to breathe. The Fisherman's Wharf scene, which had just been bustling with activity, was also quiet in this instant. The other diners present also put down their chopsticks and gazed nervously at Qin Feng, because others also understood that when Qin Feng made this move, it meant that the teenager driving the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G had begun to shake people. Listening to the beeping sound that kept coming from Qin Feng's cell phone, the hearts of the two nightclub girls, Mei Mei and Xinjialan, who were on the side of the room, both followed the tension to the extreme, not for any other reason, simply because from the moment they chose to follow Qin Feng and stay at the Fisherman's Wharf site, they had already put life and death out of their minds. They were convinced that the man in front of them, who had mesmerized them to the core, would never let them down, much less put them in danger. Therefore, they believed that Qin Feng's call would surely sway a large number of people, somehow. Since when? They had recognized Qin Feng in their hearts as the only husband they could follow in their lives. As the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. If they had met Qin Feng before, one day, after they retired from the nightclub, they might be able to find a man for the rest of their lives. But ever since they met Qin Feng, they knew that this was no longer possible, because they understood that the people they would meet in the future would not be as good as Qin Feng, not to mention the charm and confidence in his eyes, which radiated from the inside out. Qin Feng was the only one God had set aside in this world. There was no one. Hey, Brother Feng. The phone call that Qin Feng had dialed out in front of everyone at 3:33 a.m. On September 2nd was picked up after only 3 rings. An extremely magnetic and low middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Just by listening to this voice, it can be expected that the other party is definitely not a simple person. And after this call was connected, Song Shangshan on the side also let out a long breath. He was afraid that Qin Feng's call would not get through. After all, It was already September 2nd, a little after 3 a.m., and many people had gone to sleep. The fact that Qin Feng was able to be the first to call this person before the duel meant that this person in Qin Feng's address book with the memo of Dragon 5 was definitely able to help Qin Feng solve the problem. As long as this person's phone call could get through, there was definitely hope that the manpower aspect would be resolved today. Song Xianxing did not expect Qin Feng to be able to shake the 3,000 people he had promised him before at 3 a.m. He only hoped that Qin Feng would be able to find 100 or 80 people. As long as he can shake to 100 people, plus more than 20 brothers on his side. In terms of numbers, there was definitely the power to fight Chao Guang. Moreover, Song Xianxing didn't really have much hope for the 3,000-man battle plan that Qin Feng had mentioned. After all, this number, whether in ancient times or modern times, was too much of an exaggeration in negotiations between two parties. I'm afraid that no one would be able to do it at all. Still, as long as Qin Feng could shake in 100 people tonight, then he would be satisfied. Although Song Xianxing was thinking this way, in the next second, upon hearing the words Qin Feng uttered at the cell phone placed on the table, he was immediately shocked and violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It was also at this moment that he realized deeply that the man sitting in front of him, who was smoking a cigarette while making a phone call in a cloudy manner, was prepared to come for real from the beginning to the end. He intended to follow the promise given to him before, the actual code of 3,000 people, to teach Chao Guang, the unbeatable scum in the seaport, a hard lesson. Shake 3,000 men for me. Fisherman's Wharf. Be in place in 10 minutes. Tonight, I'm going to do someone in the harbor. And after Qin Feng's successful call with Long Wu, he didn't half-think it and directly rushed it in a simple and clear manner, expressing the core content of his call. That was, to gather the 3,000 dead soldiers and drive them to the vicinity of Fisherman's Wharf. Tonight, he was going to make something big happen in the harbor. Brother Feng just said more. How many? 3,000 people? Did I hear it right? Crap. It can't be. Brother Feng is starting with 3,000 people for a fight? This is too. When Qin Feng's words came out, he instantly surprised the dozen or so Hong Kong City's local rich second-generation people who were called by Zhang Ma and his duo at the side, only to see these people's eyes staring as big as an old cow. How could not have expected? Qin Feng. This phone call dialed out, directly to each other to 3,000 people. This number is really once again refreshed this group of second generation on the perception of bull. In the past, when they usually got drunk in the harbor, they would also make a date with other people, fight, negotiated judgment or something. In their minds, if both sides negotiated, and a certain side could find 40 or 50 people, that would already be a bullseye. If you can find more than 100 people, then it can be called the existence of a number one on the road. But this group of just out of the early 20s of the second generation really did not expect Qin Feng, such big brother. A fight number of people directly is a 4-digit start. Instantly, they were petrified on the spot. Also at this moment, they deeply understand, between them and Qin Feng's segment gap, more than the sun and moon that far away. On the other hand, the 20 people who had rushed to the side to assist Song Xianxing's brotherhood were likewise not much better, especially the head of the Luo Wan. After hearing Qin Feng said this number, but also scared almost a grin to fall on the ground. If he wasn't supported by someone next to him, Luo Wan felt that he definitely had to fall down. At this moment, he was extremely fortunate that the person they were about to face was Chao Guang, not Qin Feng. If it was Qin Feng, then I'm afraid that all of them, one by one, would have to be thrown into the river next to the Fisherman's Wharf to feed the fish. Talking about a judgment directly looking for 3,000 people to appear. What kind of concept is this? It made Luo Wan feel like his brain capacity could barely contain it. Chapter 65. When I drop the cup as a signal, you will surround the entire Fisherman's Wharf. At the same time, deep inside, he felt more and more incomparably elated, sighing that today, he could meet Qin Feng in Fisherman's Wharf. Such a good big brother who was a bull in the sky, was indeed the greatest reward bestowed upon him by the heavens. There was no one, in the future, with Qin Feng backing him up behind him. Then from now on, he, Luo Wan, could definitely walk sideways in the harbor. This was not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. Thinking of this, Luo Wan's face immediately revealed a big smile, just like eating an Oreo. As for the other members of Song Xianxing's brotherhood, after a brief moment of stupefaction, the same smile that was exactly the same as Luo Wan's appeared on their faces. They felt that if Qin Feng, the good big brother they had just met, could really swing in 3,000 men in the negotiations later, then they could say that this battle was a sure win. That asshole Chao Guang, and his men of more than 100 sociopaths, wouldn't be Qin Feng's opponent at all. These 3,000 people, each with a mouthful of spit, could drown the opposite side alive. Seeing these 20 elites who had been in the harbor business world for many years, each of them clenched the baseball bats in their hands, their eyes flashing outward with an intense light. They couldn't wait to start this life and death duel with the other party, looking around with cell phones quietly taking pictures and videos of their side. Up to 10,000 people watching. This group of people's proud mood at this time can no longer be described in words. Even when they had achieved a series of brilliant achievements in business back then, they were not as happy as they were right now, because they understood that tonight, they would definitely follow Qin Feng and leave a colorful mark in the history of harbor negotiations. It was certain that their wives and children would also feel deeply proud of them. This feeling was something that they simply could not experience in business. Alright, Brother Feng. 10 minutes later, I'll arrive at Fisherman's Wharf on time with my men. And after Qin Feng's words were finished, Long Wu's decisive reply immediately came from the other end of the phone, indicating that he only needed 10 minutes to mobilize the 3,000 legions of deadly soldiers, which were only subordinate to Qin Feng alone, to the Fisherman's Wharf. Good. Remember, when you arrive, first hide in the shadows and don't show yourselves too early. When the time comes to drop the cup as a signal, the moment I give the command to charge, I hope you can surround the entire Fisherman's Wharf within a minute. If a single enemy manages to escape tonight, I'll hold you responsible. After receiving the accurate reply that Long Wu could have his men and horses understood within 10 minutes, Qin Feng secretly sighed in relief, then slowly lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and rushed to the other end of the Dragon 5 continued to urge. If Long Wu could really mobilize all of his men to the vicinity of Fisherman's Wharf within 10 minutes, it would naturally be an excellent thing for him, because right now it was already September 2nd, 3:35 a.m. 20 minutes had passed since Song Xiangxing had called Chao Guang. Qin Feng estimated that there were at most 10 minutes left before Chao Guang would arrive at Fisherman's Wharf with his men. After Chao Guang's men arrived at the scene, he must also ensure that his 3,000 dead soldiers were likewise in the vicinity of Fisherman's Wharf. In this way, he would be able to ensure that this battle today would be foolproof, as well as ensuring that the two nightclub girls beside him, Mei Mei, Shen Jialin, and Liu Yichou, would not be harmed. In today's battle, what he valued more was the safety of the four girls present. Since they trusted him so much, Qin Feng, at this juncture, resolutely chose to stay by his side. Then he had to make sure that no matter what, they would not encounter any danger today. Qin Feng had never been a person who liked to disappoint others, much less women, and the reason why he had asked Long Wu and the 3,000 dead soldiers not to be the first to show themselves and hide in the shadows after arriving near Fisherman's Wharf. On the other hand, he was afraid of scaring away Chao Guang, the prey. He wanted to wait for Chao Guang and his men to enter the Fisherman's Wharf before ordering the 3,000 dead soldiers hidden outside to surround them together. He would not let a single person escape from this negotiation today. Chao Guang and his group of unrivaled sociopaths, one by one, would all kneel down in front of him, Qin Feng, and sing their conquests. In this battle, he was going to show all the people of Seaport who was the real big brother of Seaport. Okay, Brother Feng, then I'll go prepare first. Feel free to contact me when the time comes. After hearing Qin Feng's order, Long Wu, who was the leader of the 3,000 dead soldiers, didn't dare to be careless and immediately said solemnly on the other end of the phone. After saying that, he hung up the phone and acted as fast as he could. With or without saying, Qin Feng's sudden call to him to gather his troops at more than 3 a.m. on September 2nd was really something he had not expected. Utilizing 10 minutes time to gather all the manpower and then drive to the vicinity of Fisherman's Wharf to hide. It wasn't that there was no chance of accomplishing it, but it had to be done at full strength. Although Long Wu was the leader of the 3,000 dead soldiers and was extremely tough in battle, he could do 1 against 10, 1 against 100. But this is such a bullish character. But in this life there is a most afraid of the object. Even standing in front of the other party, even the atmosphere do not dare to breathe a little more kind of. And this person is not someone else. It is the Qin Feng who just gave him the order to shake people. Dragon 5 is not dare to be careless, afraid of today's action half a little error. In the aftermath of the Qin Feng chastisement, so Long Wu hung up the phone, immediately busy. On the other hand, it was just as Qin Feng thought. Chao Guang, the big brother who could be ranked in the top 3 on Harbor Road, was on his way to Fisherman's Wharf at this moment, and it was only less than a 3-minute drive away. Brother Guang, I heard from someone that the big brother that Song Xiangxing is looking for in the seaport seems to be quite powerful. The driver is a Mercedes-Benz Big G with a Hong Kong A99999 license plate. Do you think we should give Brother Liang and Brother Jun a call and manage to borrow some more people from them? Why do I feel that today's negotiation is not that simple? That young man called Qin Feng, since he can drive a Mercedes-Benz Big G with a 999999 license plate in the seaport, he most likely has some energy behind him. On the road, sitting in the co-pilot of Chao Guang's Land Cruiser, a man with dyed yellow hair, wearing a black Armani short sleeve, with a blue dragon tattoo on his left arm, frowned while looking at the information in his cell phone, and rushed to Chao Guang, who was driving the car, and said, "This man's name was Zhou Gang, and he was Chao Guang's #1 horseman in the seaport, and the brother Liang and brother Jun that he had just spoken of were the two big brothers that ranked ahead of Chao Guang on the seaport road. Just a minute ago, Zhou Gang received several urgent messages on his cell phone. They were sent to him by a few of his closer brothers who were among the diners at the Fisherman's Wharf site. It indicated that he should better bring more people with him when he came to Fisherman's Wharf this time. That person called Qin Feng didn't seem to be that easy to deal with, and just now, had already started calling to shake people." Chapter 66 The 500 Mercedes-Benz business that suddenly appeared at the highway intersection of the seaport. As the #1 horseman under Chao Guang's banner, Zhou Gang had followed the former and rampaged through the seaport for many years. Over these 10 years, after several battles of various sizes, it could be said that they were invincible and unbeatable. In one fell swoop, they established their light family army's solid position as one of the top 3 in the seaport. All of this Zhou Gang absolute credit is Chao Guang can be in the seaport to make a name for himself, an important arm, with not to say, as of now, Zhou Gang's mind is still the same as the beginning of the social mixing, always maintain a sober state, not because Song Shangxing looking for this big brother named Qin Feng, before never heard of each other's name in the seaport, then belittle each other. Feng just after reading a series of a dozen good friends who were at the Fisherman's Wharf site in his cell phone, sent him an urgent text message reminder. Zhou Gang also made an immediate decision to ask his good brother Chao Guang to the side. He said that the latter hurry to the harbor road ranked the first 2 Jun and Liang brother. Make a phone call with these 2 people to borrow some more people, and then head to Fisherman's Wharf to negotiate with Qin Feng. Otherwise, Zhou Gang felt that something big was definitely going to happen today. From the moment he finished reading the dozen or so text messages in his cell phone, Zhou Gang's right eyelid had been jumping, and was in an extremely flustered mood. This was the only time in the more than 10 years since he had followed Chao Guang on his journey. For some reason, he had a strong premonition deep inside. It felt that on this trip to Fisherman's Wharf, there was a high probability that all 120 or so of their socialites would be wiped out. Not a single one of them would be able to leave standing. Zhou Gang could not say why, but there was just this strong feeling. At this moment, looking ahead at the Fisherman's Wharf that was close at hand, he even wanted to ask Chao Guang for orders to go back. If he didn't understand Chao Guang's character, then he would have definitely done so, since he understood that Chao Guang would definitely not return without any success. Then Zhou Gang hoped that Chao Guang would bring more people with him and call brother Liang and brother Jun. This way, even if something unexpected happens later, their side will have room to respond. However, he still underestimated Chao Guang's pig brain. Borrowing people? I'll lend him a ing asshole. A young man who is just in his early 20s wants to scare me, who has been in the harbor for many years and has rolled over from the tip of the knife. You're taking that Qin Feng bastard too seriously. I'm telling you, that Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63 is most likely that kid's forged license plate, used to bluff people. I didn't expect Song Xiangsheng, that stupid dog, to be really bluffed by him. Now in this era, really ing shallow water wang bastard more, is a person can be a big brother as expected. After hearing Zhou Gang's words, Chao Guang immediately shook his head and said with a disdainful face. Nonetheless, he did not follow Zhou Gang's suggestion to give those 2 a call. Instead, he slammed on the gas and accelerated the speed to Fisherman's Wharf. At one point, the car's speed soared to 130 miles per hour in the late night after 3 a.m. in the harbor when there were no traffic police. As the cool rover driven by Chao Guang at the head of the caravan urgently picked up speed, the 24 bulldozers at the back of the caravan also followed Chao Guang and started to pick up speed. These 24 cars sitting in the Little Brothers can be said in Chao Guang the stupid Big Brother's leadership, with rocket-like speed, step by step to the Ghost Gate approaching. However, Chao Guang is not a complete idiot, more or less still have some brains, otherwise cannot sit on the throne of the underground third brother of Shanghai Harbor. In fact, on the way here, Chao Guang on the Fisherman's Wharf side of the situation, beforehand have a probe. After all, he understands, has always been known as a weak seaport businessman Song Xiangsheng. Today he can go against the norm and behave extremely tough. There must be some reason behind it. At the very beginning, Chao Guang still had some fear for this big brother behind Song Xiangsheng. After all, can let Song Xiangsheng this waste, directly with him to open the board, that stands behind Song Xiangsheng to give its support to this person, most likely is not idle generation. However, after realizing Qin Feng's age, Chao Guang immediately laughed out loud. Previous concerns were swept away and replaced by confidence. In his opinion, a harbor just out of the early 20s hairy young man, can have much ability, can also lift the sky not? Moreover, he had never heard of the existence of such a person as Qin Feng in the harbor before. If that's the case, why does he need to scare himself? directly bring his invincible light family army to Fisherman's Wharf and take down Song Shangxing and the kid named Qin Feng with the momentum of a heavenly king over the earth, and that would be the end of it. This was the character that belonged to him. Chao Guang, big brother, I think, still, better give brother Liang and brother Jun a call. Today's matter, well, it seems to be getting more and more out of place. Right at this moment, Zhou Gang, who was sitting in the passenger side, suddenly looked as if he was a dead man. Looking at the cell phone in his hand, he rushed at Chao Guang, who was on the side, and stammered. Even the right hand that clutches the cell phone are followed by non-stop trembling. The reason why Zhou Gang could be in such an abnormal state at this moment was that he had just received another urgent intelligence in his cell phone. A few of his juniors said that just 2 minutes ago, 500 Mercedes Vito commercial cars suddenly appeared at the highway intersection on the outskirts of the seaport. These 500 Mercedes-Benz Vito directly masked their license plate numbers before entering the highway, and then in the middle of the night, they drove towards the southwest direction of the seaport at a speed close to 200 miles per hour. If he wasn't wrong, the direction they were traveling in right now was also the southwest corner of the seaport, and in the southwest suburb of the seaport, there was only one place, and that was the largest outdoor restaurant in the entire seaport, the Fisherman's Wharf, which was situated at the riverside. He guessed that the 500 Mercedes-Benz Vitos that had their number plates masked on the highway and were speeding down the highway at close to 200 miles per hour over the speed limit. The location they wanted to travel to was the same as theirs, Fisherman's Wharf, and the time that these 500 vehicles were on the highway coincided with the time that he had just received Qin Feng's shake. Zhou Gang seriously suspected that all the people sitting on these 500 commercial vehicles were all transferred by Qin Feng to the Fisherman's Wharf to start a war with him. Thinking of this, Zhou Gang, who was sitting on the co-pilot of the Cool Rouser, could not stop trembling all over his body. Looking at the Fisherman's Wharf, which was getting closer and closer, he felt more and more chilled inside. As the saying goes, there must be a demon when things go wrong. On the highway in the outskirts of the harbor city, it is unlikely that 500 Mercedes-Benz business suddenly appeared in the middle of the night with their number plates masked and speeding. It is highly likely that they were summoned by someone to start the operation. You have to know, that's a whole 500 units of Mercedes-Benz businesses that could each hold up to 7 people. If these people were really the helpers that Qin Feng had swung in, that day knew exactly how many people were seated in these cars. On their side, there were only 24 cars, a total of about 120 people, probably not even a fraction of the other side. Looking at the Fisherman's Wharf that was getting closer and closer to the front, Zhou Gang really didn't want to go anymore. Even the thought of directly opening the door of the passenger side of the Cool Rouge and jumping off of it was on his mind. However, he did not expect, when he took this abnormal scene in the vicinity of the Fisherman's Wharf, reported to Chao Guang, immediately ushered in the latter a splitting face scolding. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You've been mixing in the harbor for so many years, but the more you mix, the less courage you have. 500 Mercedes-Benz business, can Hook 8 sit 3,000 people? Can that kid still find 3,000 people to negotiate with me? Chao Guang, who was driving the car, immediately opened his mouth and chewed on the jangles while cursing at Zhou Gang. The beetle nut residue in his mouth was sprayed all over the glass of the Cool Rover. Chapter 67. Zhou Gang, who was always ready to backstab Chao Guang. There was one thing to say. Chao Guang felt that if the ones that had just appeared at the highway entrance on the outskirts of the seaport were 50 Mercedes-Benz businesses instead of 500, then he might still have the need to be afraid. After all, these 50 cars sitting in the car, most likely is that young man called Qin Feng, shaken to the people. But if it was 500 units, he would not have the slightest need to be afraid. You know, Mercedes business can accommodate up to 7 people. Even if the 500 Mercedes-Benz each sit 6 people, that adds up to a total of 3,000 people. Qin Feng can find 3,000 people to negotiate with him? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In the words of Mr. Chow, a famous ancient wife lover, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. If Qin Feng could really get 3,000 people to confront him at Fisherman's Wharf tonight, then he, Chao Guang, would eat upside down in front of everyone. Although Chao Guang didn't believe that the 500 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles were related to Qin Feng at all, but sitting in the co-pilot of the Zhou Gang, has already determined. This suddenly to the southwest direction of the seaport of a group of cars traveling at breakneck speeds, 99% of the Qin Feng code to start a war with them. After all, there was absolutely no way that there could be such a coincidence in the world. If there was, it would not be a coincidence at all. Rather, it was a human-operated inevitability. Seeing that the brightly lit Fisherman's Wharf in front of them was getting closer and closer, there was only less than 1 kilometer left. At this time Zhou Gang's mood can be described as low to the bottom. In the co-pilot anxious sweaty, nervous heart is almost jumped out of the throat. He knew very well that he could not possibly persuade the driver's seat of the Cool Rover. his big brother who was both stubborn and stupid to return the same way. Do not head to Fisherman's Wharf to engage in this sure-to-lose negotiation with Qin Feng. Zhou Gang deeply understood that in this situation, it was no longer meaningful for them to call Jun and Liang, the top 1 or 2 ranked brothers on Harbor Road, to request a wave of reinforcements. After all, that was 500 Mercedes-Benz businesses. The number of people riding in the car was definitely going to be close to around 3,000. In the case that Qin Feng had gotten 3,000 people to engage in this negotiation with them, what else were they going to win with? At this point, even if they called brother Jun and brother Liang, it would only involve the 2 of them being cleaned up by Qin Feng. There is no doubt that in front of the absolute strength of Qin Feng, even if the Harbor Road ranked the top 3 big brothers together, are not enough to Qin Feng a finger to whisk. The entire 500 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles, nearly 3,000 people, after receiving Qin Feng's phone call a few minutes ago, then masked the number plate. The number plate, 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 the number plate. In September 2nd, more than 3 o'clock in the morning on the highway, so recklessly regardless of the forward embrace. God knows how powerful this young man called Qin Feng is. It was definitely beyond their perception. Thinking of this, Zhou Gang could not help but tremble once again, as if he had been struck by an intense bolt of lightning. Looking at the Fisherman's Wharf in front of him, he also looked at Chao Guang, who was chewing betel nut and holding the steering wheel cheerfully, unaware of the impending catastrophe. A bold idea rose from Zhou Gang's mind. The moment this thought popped up in his mind, even he felt that it was a bit unbelievable. But in just a few seconds, Zhou Gang firmly determined this thought in his inner mind, because only by doing so could he survive today, not to fall into hell together with Chao Guang and the people of Harbor Society sitting behind him in the 24 Overlord cars. And this thought was nothing else but that when they arrived at the Fisherman's Wharf site later on, in front of Qin Feng and the nearly 10,000 onlookers present, backstabbing his good big brother Chao Guang before Qin Feng's army arrived. The best way to do this is to swing a beer bottle on the table in public and give Chao Guang a beer bottle directly to the head, then run over to Qin Feng's side and openly support Qin Feng's rise to the top of Harbor First Brother. Although Zhou Gang didn't want to do this, he had no choice. As the saying goes, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do, and that's just how it is. There is no fault at all. No fault at all. Only then could he have a chance to survive the Fisherman's Wharf scene today. After determining to completely detach himself from Chao Guang's broken ship that was about to completely sink to the bottom of the sea, and turn to follow Qin Feng, the newest red-hot fried chicken that had risen to prominence in the seaport, Zhou Gang's heart instantly calmed down. The nervousness and overwhelm of just now had completely disappeared, and was replaced by excitement. He couldn't wait to give Chao Guang's tiger brother a hard beer bottle from behind when he was negotiating with Qin Feng. Then he would publicly break away from Chao Guang's camp and throw himself into Qin Feng's arms. But the timing of his beer bottle must be controlled. It had to be before Qin Feng's army arrived at Fisherman's Wharf. It definitely couldn't be after that, because by then, I'm afraid that not only him, but also the 120 socialites that Chao Guang had brought here, one by one, would want to swing their beer bottles at Chao Guang's head in front of Qin Feng. But by then it was already too late. The only way to have a chance of successfully disembarking was to be the first to show loyalty to Qin Feng before his forces arrived. Of course, what Zhou Gang also understood was that his behavior was also a gamble. He was betting that the 500 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles that were traveling along the highway in the outskirts of the seaport to the Fisherman's Wharf were Qin Feng's men. If it wasn't, then I'm afraid he would be in deep. He will definitely be unloaded the basket by Chao Guang and roasted and eaten in public. However, Zhou Gang believed that his judgment would never be wrong. His sixth sense had been quite accurate for so many years. He felt that this young man called Qin Feng was the latest rising absolute king of the seaport. In the future, the entire seaport would definitely be under his feet. As Qin Feng's little brother, Zhou Gang would also have his own piece of heaven in the seaport. It was definitely better than being with Chao Guang, the tiger basket case, by 1,000 times. Thinking of this, a big smile appeared on Zhou Gang's face. It was as if he saw his own brilliant tomorrow in the harbor later on. What's on your mind, Zhou Gang? So absorbed. Right at this moment, Chao Guang, who was driving on the side, seemed to have noticed that he was out of sorts and turned his head, frowning as he asked at him, "Oh, nothing, big brother. I'm studying how to deal with that little pussy brat Qin Feng with you later." Hearing Chao Guang's words, Zhou Gang snapped back to reality and turned his head to smile at him. Although that was what he said on his lips, but in his heart, what he was thinking was that when he waited until the Fisherman's Wharf scene in a while, in the end, what position should be used? In front of Qin Feng's face, from behind to Chao Guang's bald cerebral balls to a wave of violent deductions. Is it a 360-degree loop in the air, or directly in situ stirrups? Spiral takeoff vigorously violent deductions wonderful it. Chapter 68 Pickaxe handle machete everything. The society people who intend to fight Qin Feng to the death, or a combination of the two would be excellent, as long as they could show Qin Feng their loyalty to him. At this moment, it was already Imperial Capital time, September 2nd, 3:40 a.m. Chao Guang and his light family army of nearly 120 men had arrived at a position 100 meters near Fisherman's Wharf. It could be said that it was only one step away from Qin Feng. When Chao Guang was about to arrive at the Fisherman's Wharf, he did not directly accelerate and rush in. Instead, he slowly stopped his cool rover 100 meters from the entrance. As Chao Guang's car came to a stop, the 24 bullies behind him followed one after another. The reason why Chao Guang did this was to give the last instructions to his 120 brothers before negotiating with Qin Feng, to ensure that this negotiation today was foolproof. Tonight, in front of nearly 10,000 onlookers at the Fisherman's Wharf, he must ruthlessly pinch Song Xianxing and the young man named Qin Feng, who is the newest rising star in the harbor, in order to prove that he, Chao Guang, is the most powerful man in the harbor. In this way to prove that he Chao Guang in the harbor road, the uncontested position of the third brother. Although Chao Guang didn't believe that Qin Feng could get as many as 3,000 people in this negotiation with him, but there will always be a few dozen people. Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't have been able to be so reckless and just dare to negotiate with him at Fisherman's Wharf. All of you, listen up. When we get to Fisherman's Wharf later, there's no need to park your car in the parking lot. After I break the guardrail, you guys follow my lead, rush into the dining area, and park our cars directly in front of that person called Qin Feng. Let Qin Feng, as well as the crowd of diners present, see the platitude of our light family army. Chao Guang then picked up the walkie-talkie underneath the windshield of the cooler and shouted at the domineering socialites on the 24 platforms behind him. In the back, each car was equipped with a walkie-talkie. The reason for this was to make it easy to contact them when they were on the march. One of the reasons why Chao Guang had arranged this was to fill up the platoon. He believed that these 25 Toyota socialites SUVs of theirs would definitely scare the pants off Qin Feng the moment they pulled up in front of him. In addition to that, the most important point was that they had all their weapons in the trunk for this expedition. It could be said that there were all sorts of pickaxe machetes, adding up to nearly 100 pieces. If they really fought later, they could have one for each hand. They couldn't possibly keep these vital things in the parking lot that was far away from the dining area. Otherwise, if the situation changed, they would have to run all the way to the parking lot to get their weapons. In the first place, they would definitely be hit hard by Qin Feng's men. Such a situation was naturally not what Chao Guang wished to see. Roger, big brother. No problem. After your Cool Rouge breaks the entrance guardrail, we'll follow you and rampage in together. Right. No problem. We must let that bull Qin Feng see how our light family army ranks in the harbor. After Chao Guang finished his words, the socialites in the 24 overlord cars behind him gave their responses in turn. Good. Remember, if the situation changes later, at my command, all of you can't have any hesitation. Just run to the trunk and take out your weapons and start fighting. In this battle, we must let everyone in the harbor know how powerful our light family army is. Chao Guang nodded, and then looked ahead to the entrance of Fisherman's Wharf, like a vicious wolf, and said fiercely, although Chao Guang had planned well, thinking that today's negotiation was the same as the dozens of negotiations he had gone through in the harbor in the past, the kind where he could pick up his weapon and go to war at the drop of a hat. But unbeknownst to him, the object of his negotiation this time was no one else. Instead, it was Qin Feng. Soon Chao Guang would understand one thing, that is, in the face of absolute strength, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Be smart later. Remember, capture the thief first. In case of a real fight, everyone will focus their firepower on Qin Feng's body. As long as we dry out that Qin Feng, then his men won't be a problem. Right now, I don't know how many of Qin Feng's men are inside Fisherman's Wharf. More than that, at least a few dozen should be there. Otherwise that kid wouldn't dare to ask me to negotiate here. So later on, all of you must be 10,000 times more energized. There can't be any sloppiness or carelessness. Chao Guang took the walkie-talkie and rushed the 120 brethren behind him to give their final instructions before turning off the audio, throwing the walkie-talkie at his feet. Then he took a deep breath and aimed his eyes at the guardrail at the entrance of Fisherman's Wharf. Not far ahead, ready to take the lead. Use the 100-meter running distance to break through the railing, and bring his brothers behind him to kill them. He believed that with this million-dollar car with a V8 engine under him, he would have no problem breaking through the guardrail. On the other side, Chao Guang was about to lead his men into Fisherman's Wharf. Qin Feng's side was also making final preparations. Zhang Ma, the two rich second-generation Hong Kong city men, shook in the Sun Group with baseball bats, and Song Xianxing shook in the Father Group with golf clubs. They were armed and stood on both sides of Qin Feng. On the other hand, Mei Shenjialan, as well as Lu Yiqiu, the four top-notch beauties, sat on Qin Feng's left and right respectively. Qin Feng himself was in the center of the round table, lightly smoking a cigarette. Although at this time outside the Fisherman's Wharf, there have been bursts of strong, Japanese off-road vehicles' unique motor roar. It was understood that Chao Guang and his men would be arriving here soon. However, from Qin Feng's face, not a single trace of panic could be seen. Instead, it was filled with calmness. This was because just now, Long Wu had called him, stating that the 3,000 legions of dead soldiers affiliated to Qin Feng alone were already on their way to Fisherman's Wharf. It was about to get off the highway on the outskirts of the seaport. There were only 3 minutes at most before they were killed here, and there was no doubt that 3 minutes later, it would be the death of Chao Guang, the unrivaled big brother of society in the seaport. Qin Feng will definitely let this asshole Chao Guang know how high the sky is and how thin the paper is. In this world, there are some people that he can't mess with just because he wants to. Crap, brother Guang is here. Chao Guang's men have arrived. In the next second, all the diners at Fisherman's Wharf immediately let out a deafening cry of alarm. This group of people stood up from the tables they were at and aimed their cell phone lenses at the entrance of the Fisherman's Wharf, only to see that less than 100 meters away from their side, a white coal rouser with a tail number of 3/8 was in the lead, driving its horsepower to the maximum. Behind this car, there were one after another uncountable Toyota Bajos. Hey, stop, stop, cars can't enter here. When Dashin, the security manager at the entrance of Fisherman's Wharf, saw this sight, he hurriedly carried his baton and tried to block these people from entering the venue. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these people brought by Chao Guang did not intend to park their cars in the parking lot at all. Instead, they were going to directly crash through the guardrail and drive the car in. Although Dashin's intentions were quite good, he didn't realize that the leader, Chao Guang, wasn't used to him at all. In Chao Guang's eyes, there is no such person as Dashin District Security Manager. Directly driving his cool Ranger, he brushed past Dashin's body less than 5 centimeters away, crashed through the guardrail of the Fisherman's Wharf with full force, going straight to the dining area. Behind the cool Ranger, one after another white bully, also followed in a voluminous stream. Chapter 69. The harbor was shaken, and the children did not dare to cry at night. Crap, is this the strength of third brother Chao Guang on the harbor road? It's a bit too awesome. To have a say is truly too dignified. It seems like that young man called Qin Feng is more than likely going to be in a bad way today. That's right. What's a young rookie in his early 20s who just made his fortune in Seaport going to fight with Seaport's veteran socialite Chao Guang? I'm afraid I'll be beaten the out of Chao Guang. Yes, with those dozens of crooked people standing beside Qin Feng, how can he negotiate with Chao Guang? In the area of platitudes, they've fallen into a disadvantage from the very beginning. It's true. Although he is driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G with a Hong Kong A999999-5 license plate, which can be called the most awesome vehicle in the entire seaport, and he definitely has a lot of tickets in his pocket. But the problem is, this world is not something that can be played with simply by virtue of having money. There is also an extremely important thing called power. Undoubtedly, in terms of his men, Qin Feng and Chao Guang were not even close. It seems like there's no suspense in this negotiation today. After seeing Chao Guang, who could be ranked among the top 3 on the harbor road, leading a group of his men with the momentum of a heavenly king over a tiger, crashing through the guardrail at the entrance and killing the Fisherman's Wharf dining area. The diners present were not surprised to see Chao Guang's men in the dining area. The diners were all talking. More or less was parked in front of them more than 20 sets of bully to the shock. The number of people sitting inside these 20-plus cars was at least above 100. Which one is called ING Qin Feng? When the Cool Rouge came to a stop, Chao Guang violently opened the door of the Cool Rouge, made a flying fish leap down from it, and immediately afterward raised his neck and yelled at the entire Fisherman's Wharf dining area, trying to find out where Qin Feng was. Idiot, your father Feng is here. And then there was a response to his inquiry. Only Song Xiangsheng, who was at the Fisherman's Wharf's VIP table leaning against the riverside, next to the round table where Qin Feng was smoking a cigarette while waving at Chao Guang. Even though he saw that Chao Guang had already brought people to kill them, Song Xiangsheng's heart was not half afraid. Instead, it was filled with excitement, not for any other reason, simply because he clearly knew that Qin Feng's follow-up troops would soon arrive at the Fisherman's Wharf site. The moment Qin Feng's troops arrived, it would be the moment when Chao Guang and the others would go to hell. I'm F*** King Song Xiangsheng. Go! Hearing Song Xiangsheng's words, Chao Guang was literally on the verge of exploding with anger, looking in the direction where the former was, lifting the waistband of his pants in his hand and cursing. Then he led the vast 120 people behind him towards Qin Feng's location. Hello Brother Light, nice to meet you. Brother Light is awesome. That Qin Feng guy, no problem, we'll always support you. I also hope that if we bump into each other in the harbor in the future, Brother Light will give us a hand. At this moment, After seeing Chao Guang leading such a large group of people, putting up such a bullish stance and coming to Fisherman's Wharf to negotiate with Qin Feng, there were quite a few diners present who had toasted with Qin Feng, had wallflowers fall with the wind, stood out and rushed Chao Guang waving his arms and shouting loudly, trying to flatter Chao Guang. After listening to this group of people, Chao Guang immediately had a big smile on his face. The angle at which his head was raised became more and more exorbitant, especially after seeing Qin Feng's left and right sides, the two teams of people standing on either side of him. The more and more he felt that this big brother that Song Shangxing had recognized in the seaport was more or less a little bit out of his depth. Among these people, the old, the young, purely crooked, Chao Guang seriously suspected that Qin Feng had asked him to come to Fisherman's Wharf to negotiate today, and that it was hook 8 to be funny. Today, he had to cut the other party out of a headbag. As the saying goes, the knife is not sharp, the horse is too skinny. What are you going to fight me with? Your name is Qin Feng? You dare to ask me, Chao Guang, to negotiate with you at Fisherman's Wharf? After Chao Guang led the 120 socialites and arrived at Qin Feng's table, he directly stuck his hands in his pockets and shook his head, rushing to the center of the round table, lightly smoking a cigarette with a disdainful smile on his face, as if he didn't even put this group of them in his eyes. Qin Feng snapped. Originally, Song Shangxing thought that this young man called Qin Feng, since he had the guts to dare to ask him to negotiate at Fisherman's Wharf, he was bound to have a few tricks up his sleeve. At the very least, he could have at least a few dozen decent brothers. However, after seeing the crowd of men with baseball bats and golf clubs standing behind Qin Feng, after seeing Qin Feng standing behind a group of men with baseball bats and golf clubs, he really wanted to laugh from the bottom of his heart. It was also at this moment that Chao Guang knew that all his previous worries were superfluous. This Qin Feng was even more unbearable than he had imagined. Chao Nima Chao Guang, how can you talk to my big brother? After Chao Guang's words were finished, Song Shangxing beside Qin Feng was not happy at that moment, swinging the beer bottle on the table. He wanted to rush over and explode the other party's head. However, he was pulled back by Qin Feng. Xiang Sheng, there's no need to rush first. Only Qin Feng gently tugged on Song Shangxing's arm, signaling that he didn't need to be so impulsive. Since he had expressed his intention to help Song Shangxing solve his troubles today, he would definitely solve them for him. Qin Feng then extinguished the unlit cigarette in his hand and slowly stood up under the gaze of the entire audience, looking across the room not far away. Chao Guang, who could be ranked in the top 3 on Harbor Road? Let me put it to you this way. Xiang Sheng is my little brother. In the harbor, if you look for him to collect protection fees, you are not giving face to me. Qin Feng, if you don't give me Qin Feng face, I will let you go to hell. So, whether you live or die, you decide for yourself next. Within Qin Feng's gaze that looked towards Chao Guang, there was a slight hint of killing intent that resembled a bolt of lightning in the night sky. After listening to Qin Feng's words, he then looked at the man in front of him who was only in his early 20s, but was emitting an inexplicable aura all the time. In this instant, Chao Guang's entire body unconsciously trembled. There was one thing to be said. After so many years of crawling around in society, he had never seen such a strong aura on any person's body. It was an overbearing aura of giving up the world and being the king of the world. F***ck. Do you have face? I never knew who Qin Feng was in the harbor. With you, you want to help Song Shangxing get even? You're dreaming. You're really a pig's nose in an onion, pretending to be something you're not. You don't know how much you weigh. However, Chao Guang quickly came out of the shock of the party and regained his composure. Rushing at Qin Feng, he responded in a loud voice. Ha, it doesn't matter if you don't know me. Qin Feng, you'll know today. I guarantee that from now on, you, Chao Guang, in your entire life, will never forget who I, Qin Feng, am. Will always remember that there is someone who once made you regret coming to this world. Hearing Chao Guang's words, Qin Feng smiled faintly, the killing intent in his eyes growing more and more intense, the kind that was about to overflow his eyes, indicating that Chao Guang didn't know that it didn't matter to him. Qin Feng, because after today, not only Chao Guang, he wanted the entire harbor to know his Qin Feng's great name. Even a child wouldn't dare to cry in the middle of the night when they heard his name. When Qin Feng's words came out, Zhou Gang, who was standing not far away from Chao Guang, shivered and was so scared that his heart flew out of his throat in that instant. Not for anything else, just because from Qin Feng's words just now, as well as the murderous intent that was about to spill out of his eyes at this moment, Zhou Gang could clearly feel that Qin Feng was about to go on a killing spree. According to his previous estimation, it shouldn't take long for the 500 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles to arrive at the Fisherman's Wharf site. Once these people arrived, the entire Fisherman's Wharf would surely be reduced to a human inferno. In order to avoid falling into hell with Chao Guang and the 120 people behind him, Zhou Gang knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Zhou Gang knew that he couldn't wait any longer. F***ck. In the next second, Only a high roar could be heard as he used the greatest strength he could muster in his life, immediately followed by an arrow step. He flew out of the column, fiercely picking up a beer bottle on the table next to him. The eyes radiated a fierce fire outward, and with such a sudden move, he immediately startled everyone present. All of them turned their gazes towards him in disbelief, curious as to what was wrong with him. Gongzi, put the bottle down. There's no need to whip him in such a hurry first. Chao Guang even stared with glaring eyes and rushed at Zhou Gangshu full of reproach, indicating that Zhou Gang did not need to be in such a hurry, and would just Qin Feng later. Unbeknownst to him, the object that Zhou Gang was about to swing with a bottle in public, it was not Qin Feng at all. Rather, it was him personally. Chapter 70, A Cloud-Piercing Arrow. Thousands of armies come to meet. I whirled your mom's BA. F***CK. Zhou Gang then violently turned back and rushed at his former good big brother, Chao Guang, who could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire harbor road, and let out a stern cry. Immediately after that, he made a move, which made everyone in the room fall into a state of shock, only to see Zhou Gang exerted all his strength, swinging round the beer bottle full of beer in his hand. He struggled to swing it towards Chao Guang's shiny bald head. The next second, only heard a loud bang. The beer bottle burst on Chao Guang's melon basket. Countless broken glass along with the pure life beer bloomed like fireworks above Chao Guang's head in this instant. Chao Guang himself was directly confused by Zhou Gang's sudden blow. His eyes rolled back and he almost fell backwards. It must be realized that Zhou Gang was holding a completely unopened bottle of beer, not an empty beer bottle. If it was a bottle filled with liquid and smashed on the basket of a person's brain, it could even smash the person directly to death. And this was what Zhou Gang had purposely done. He saw empty beer bottles on the side table, but didn't dare to pick them up. He specifically picked up an unopened beer bottle. He was afraid that the empty beer bottle would not carry his determination to surrender to Qin Feng. The only way to let Qin Feng see his sincerity was to fill up the beer bottle. Zhou just did Chao Guang brain melon basket this powerful blow. If you do, other people may have long been directly lying on the ground, but with or without saying. Chao Guang, a veteran socialite who had been crawling around in the harbor for many years, was not generally strong at resisting blows. After taking that hit from Zhou Gang, instead of fainting, he stood straight on the ground, staring straight ahead with wide eyes. It was like drinking vigorously. Although Zhou had just given him that blow, did not give him a death, but it also gave him a real daze. In a trance, Chao Guang seemed to have seen his Taiwan. On the other hand, the Light family army, which consisted of 120 socialites on the side, similarly had their eyes glazed over, and their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. Each and every one of them had their hearts pounding wildly, doubting whether what they had just seen was true or not. As the number 1 horseman of the Light family army, Zhou Gang even swung a beer bottle in front of the fisherman's wharf sight of nearly 10,000 onlookers, to his good big brother Chao Guang. A powerful blow to the head? They were really shocked enough. They all thought that Zhou Gang had suddenly come down to God. As for the nearly 10,000 melon eaters who were watching the negotiation, they were also not as good. Each and every one of them held their heads and called out crap. All of them were wondering in their minds what was going on. Chao Guang's number 1 henchman in the harbor, one of the sharpest sharp knives of the Guangjia army, actually took a beer bottle and set off a firework on top of his good big brother's head? Everyone wondered if Zhou Gang had gotten drunk before his mom arrived and then accidentally hit the wrong person, taking Chao Guang next to Hook 8 for Qin Feng. If that was the case, it was more or less F***ed up with the belt saying no. It's more than ed up. It's ed up to the extreme. If today's events were to spread out, it would be an absolute ing joke in the harbor. It wasn't just Chao Guang and the crowd of eaters. Even Qin Feng's side was dumbfounded after seeing what had just happened. One by one. Because before this, no one had expected that. This negotiation just started. Zhou Gang just beat his good big brother, in front of everyone, without saying a word, with a beer bottle to burst the head. Zhang and Ma Dong, 2 of Hong Kong City's top second-generation rich, as well as the second-generation group around them, all jaw-dropping. The baseball bats in their hands were all shocked by the scene just now and fell to the ground. At one point, they thought that Zhou Gang had gone too far with his pills. Mei Mei and Xinjialan, the 2 nightclub girls sitting beside Qin Feng, were unconsciously amused by the scene after a brief moment of dumbfoundedness. Originally, when the 2 parties were negotiating, they felt 10,000% nervous and their palms were covered with beads of sweat. Especially Chao Guang also brought more than 100 social people with tattoos and wearing beanies. The genus was really pulling its weight. But just after that scene happened, these 2 people more or less a little bungbu live, actually did not expect that such a thing would happen. At this moment even Qin Feng himself also could not help but frown. Just now when Zhou Gang chiseled Chao Guang that one time, there was a saying that his smoking hand, also followed by being shocked involuntarily shook a little, completely not expecting this scene to occur at the scene of today's negotiation. But what he equally understood was that there must be a demon when things go wrong. The reason why Zhou Gang was able to do this was bound to have his reasoning. In this world, absolutely no one would do something for no reason. And then Zhou Gang used his actions to make an answer for Qin Feng as well as everyone present. All listen to me. Qin Feng is my good big brother. In the harbor, whoever goes against Qin Feng, whoever doesn't give me Zhou Gang face, I'll fight him to the death. Only to see that after giving Chao Guang a whirl of confusion, Zhou Gang violently broke away from the formation of the Light family's army. Pulling out an incredibly sharp fruit knife about 10 centimeters long from his pocket, he aimed it at Chao Guang as well as his former good brothers, with ferocity flashing in his eyes, just like a vicious wolf, and said fiercely, "Brother Feng, I want to follow you." In the next second, after saying these words, Zhou Gang turned around and put away his knife. Coming in front of Qin Feng, he knelt down with a thud, staring his eyes dead center at Qin Feng. He used the most sincere voice he could make in his life to release a loud shout at Qin Feng. He knew that whether he could survive today or not, it depended on this. This statement instantly shocked everyone present once again. The nearly 10,000 onlookers present were literally stunned to the point of their baskets melting away. They couldn't find any words to describe the shock in their hearts. Never in a million years would they have thought that the negotiations between Qin Feng, the newest popular fried chicken in the harbor today, and Chao Guang, the veteran socialite, would be so exciting. It was simply completely beyond their expectations. Qin Feng was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of troop strength, and was about to face a collapse in this negotiation. Surprisingly, there is still a person from the Light family army, running to defect to Qin Feng on the spot. And this person, or Chao Guang's number one horseman in the harbor, Zhou Gang. It was really a crowd of people who couldn't figure out why this was the case. Is it possible that Zhou Gang is a fool? Surprisingly, he would break away from the Light family army and run as fast as he could to jump on Qin Feng's ship that was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Gang was not a fool. Instead, he was the smartest person in this world, because just now, the 3,000 dead soldiers under Qin Feng's hand had successfully stationed themselves near the fisherman's wharf according to the time they agreed with Qin Feng, and it was only 50 meters away from here. 500 Mercedes-Benz Vitos, all with their lights out, like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed. They were hidden in the surroundings. The 3,000 dead soldiers, along with Long Wu himself, were all armed and ready to go, just waiting for Qin Feng to give the order to encircle the entire fisherman's wharf. With so many people mobilized, they were confident that not a single mosquito would be able to fly out of here. The beer bottle in Qin Feng's hand had just been picked up. Prepare to let the fisherman's wharf scene at 3 o'clock in the morning. Staged a through the clouds arrow. Thousands of troops to meet the shocking scene. Only, because of Zhou Gang's sudden move, disrupted his plan. He temporarily put down the bottle of wine that he had already raised. It could be said that Zhou Gang was only 1 second away from life and death. If he was that 1 second later, then he would definitely die today. Kneeling on the ground at the moment, Zhou Gang had already been sweating profusely and his clothes were all wet with sweat. Looking at Qin Feng with his hands in his pockets, he stood up from his chair, came in front of him, and slowly helped him up from the ground. He knew that he was stable today. Thinking of this, Zhou Gang let out a long breath. He was so nervous just now that he almost didn't die from this breath. Chapter 71 in the harbor. I am the sky. What's the name? After lifting up with both hands the man kneeling in front of him, this man with dyed yellow hair, wearing a black Armani short sleeve, with a green dragon tattoo on his left arm, who wanted to recognize him as his big brother. Qin Feng looked at the latter's eyes and seriously inquired. From the eyes of this person looking at him, Qin Feng can see that the other party is sincere, want to recognize him as a big brother. After the rest of his life at his side to serve the force of the dog and horse, although Qin Feng used to despise these harbor society people from the bottom of his heart, he still said that from now on, he would not be able to recognize him as his big brother. But still, from now on, in his world, either friends or enemies, he would give his all to his friends. When dealing with enemies, he would likewise give his all. Since this person was able to explode Chao Guang's head in front of everyone at the fisherman's wharf scene, and then kneel in front of him to show him his loyalty, Qin Feng knew that he had to take this person as a junior brother no matter what. 1. It was to reach out and not to hit a smiling person. The second and most important point, that was, there were nearly 10,000 harbor citizens present. Qin Feng also wanted to tell the outside world by accepting this person that as long as they wanted to be friends with him, then he, Qin Feng, would treat them sincerely. On the contrary, if one wanted to be his enemy, then today's Chao Guan was the downfall. Brother Feng, my name is Zhou Gang. You can just call me Xiao Gang. Looking at the man in front of him, who was almost 10 years younger than himself, Zhou Gang was so excited at this moment that tears were almost flowing out of his eyes. Not for any other reason, just because from Qin Feng's body, he felt a real kingly demeanor. This was something that Chao Guang, that dog basket case, did not possess at all. Compared to Qin Feng, That Chao Guang, who could supposedly be ranked in the top 3 in Harbor Road, wasn't even as good as the dog basket. Zhou Gang regretted why he hadn't met Qin Feng in the harbor earlier. If he had met him earlier, it would have been great. He would have been able to follow Qin Feng's lead and establish a great career in the seaport and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. Alright, Kong, since you called me Brother Foam, I, Qin Feng, will be responsible for your life from now on to the end. No matter if it's in the harbor, or any other city, if anyone dares to bully you, just mention my Qin Feng's name. Anyone who looks for trouble with you is going against me. Qin Feng. Qin Feng then reached out his hand and gently patted Zhou Gang's shoulder with a faint smile. At this moment, although Qin Feng had taken in Zhou Gang, however, he did not even think that this person would make a mark for him in the process of opening up to other cities after he became the first brother of the seaport, becoming one of his important right-hand men. Similarly, it would not have occurred to him that when he was ambushed at the Harbor City nightclub not long afterward, it is also Zhou Gang single-handedly, defiantly, scaly, to save him from hundreds of machete-carrying northeastern socialist hands. All of this was something that Qin Feng had not expected at all at the moment he took Zhou Gang on. It could be said that from the moment Qin Feng formally accepted him, Zhou Gang had completely handed over his heart to the man in front of him, who was nearly 10 years younger than him. He vowed to serve Qin Feng alone in this life, so far in the future. One of the key figures of the Qin Feng group, Zhou Gang, also in today's completion of the official meeting with the Qin Feng. I'm cursing Zhou Gang. What's going on? You just gave me a bottle of wine? And then you turned around and recognized Qin Feng, this dogder, as your big brother? On the other side, Chao Guang, who had just taken Zhou Gang's powerful blow and had been nagging his wife for half a day in front of him, finally came to his senses. Shaking his brain basket, he raised a bottle of wine on the table next to him, and rushed at Zhou Gang in a stern voice. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, and I'm going to be able to do it. With said or not, that bot Zhou Gang raised the bottle of wine in front of him. He thought that this pussy was going to rush over to Qin Feng. At that time, he was also very sweet to tell the latter that there was no need to be in such a hurry, but never expected. Back to the hand of this kid according to his brain melon basket to come a bit. This time, Zhou Gang could be said to have used all his strength, and hit Chao Guang's head with a buzzing sound. Chao Guang estimated that if he hadn't been a social mixer in the past, and hadn't been hit in the head with a bottle, he would be lying on the ground right now, seeing his wife. Chao Guang, keep your mouth clean. If you dare to be disrespectful to Brother Feng again, I'll take your basket down and take it home to make wine to drink. Hearing Chao Guang's words, Zhou Gang's eyes immediately flashed with a flash of intense fire, violently pulling out the fruit knife that had accompanied him in the battle for many years, pointing at Chao Guang, saying fiercely. He then made a gesture to rush over, but was stopped by Qin Feng. Ah gang, there's no need to rush. Later on, this brat will have a lot to suffer, Qin Feng first said with a smile at Zhou Gang. Then he turned his head, slowly picked up an empty wine bottle on the table, and looked at Chao Guang, as well as the 120 sociopaths behind him with an icy gaze. The moment Qin Feng made this move, everyone, including Zhou Gang, immediately raised their hearts to their throats. It was because everyone knew exactly what Qin Feng was going to do next. That was, to gather all the people and fight the other party to the death. Mimi, who had a congenital heart disease on the side, even hurriedly pulled out 2 quick-acting heart-saving pills from her handbag and swallowed them with the beer. If she remembered correctly, Qin Feng had previously spoken to the other end of the phone and slammed the cup as a signal. The moment his charge order was finished, everyone made sure to surround the Fisherman's Wharf site as fast as possible. Just now that burst of Mei had seen Qin Feng had already raised the wine bottle up. It was only because of Zhou Gang's unexpected incident that he had temporarily put the bottle down. Now that Qin Feng had once again raised the bottle up, there was no doubt that it meant that Qin Feng was going to start the fight right away, to take down Chao Guang as well as these 120 unbeatable socialites in the harbor with a heavenly thunderstorm. Sure enough, the next second Qin Feng rushed to all the people present to make the action, then confirmed her guess, only to see Qin Feng carrying the beer bottle in his hand. He slowly walked out from the table and came to the center of the Fisherman's Wharf VIP table. Then he slowly lifted the beer bottle in his hand and first pointed at Chao Guang and the others. Then he turned around and pointed the beer bottle at the crowd of diners present, because these next words of his were not only addressed to Chao Guang, but also to everyone present. All listen up. My name is Qin Feng. From now on, in the harbor, if there is anyone who wants to be friends with me, Qin Feng, I welcome them with both hands. But if there are those who want to be enemies with me, Qin Feng, today's Chao Guang is the downfall. When Qin Feng finished his domineering words, the up to 10,000 onlookers present all sucked in a breath of cold air, and even their legs couldn't stop trembling. The young man who was just in his early 20s in front of him was deeply shocked by the hegemony of the king. Those diners who had just appeared to please Chao Guang were even more scared to the point of peeing, because even a fool could see what Qin Feng wanted to do next. That was war. A complete and utter war, tearing apart their faces and no longer leaving any mercy. From now on, anyone who tries to go against me will end up the same way as this wine bottle. Qin Feng then violently raised the beer bottle in his hand high in the air, and in the most solemn tone he could muster in this life, he snapped, "In the harbor, I am the sky." After saying these words, he violently slammed the beer bottle in his hand, towards the ground. The empty Pure Life beer bottle collided with the concrete floor of Fisherman's Wharf. Under this 3 o'clock in the morning night sky of the harbor, a loud bam sounded. It shattered into countless pieces immediately afterward. Meanwhile, the moment Qin Feng finished this action, the next second, the 500 Mercedes-Benz Vitos surrounding the Fisherman's Wharf turned on their lights at the same time, illuminating the entire Fisherman's Wharf as if it was daytime. Chapter 72. This is the end. At this instant, everyone present covered their eyes. By the strong lights of these hundreds of German commercial vehicles, they couldn't open their eyes. What's going on? What's going on? Ah! Chao Guang looked at the countless cars around him, stomped his feet anxiously, and yelled at the more than 120 men present. He knew very well in his heart that the cars parked on all sides of Fisherman's Wharf at this moment were bound to be the helpers Qin Feng had called in, but he couldn't see how many of these cars there were at all, because he was so shaken by the lights of these cars that he couldn't open his eyes at all. In the next second, the lights of all the Mercedes-Benz Vitos cars were all adjusted from far light to near light. Only then were the eyes of everyone present able to open. It was also at this moment, when Chao Guang clearly saw the scene that happened in front of him, he almost fell to the ground with a grin in shock. The 120 socialites behind him were even more so as their legs kept trembling and their faces turned white, only to see that in all directions of the Fisherman's Wharf, there were nearly thousands of men uniformly wearing black short sleeves, holding baseball bats in their hands, each as strong as an old bull, rushing towards their side at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 20 meters away from Fisherman's Wharf. This black pressurized mass of uncountable men was like a cloud covering the sun. Not only Chao Guang's side, but also many of the people present were frightened by this scene. Some of the timid ones even directly covered their hearts and fell to the ground. "Copy, guys, quickly, kick it out with them." Seeing that this group of black-clothed men would soon close in on Fisherman's Wharf and kill them close by, Chao Guang turned around and rushed behind him to these 120 sociopaths he had brought with him, yelling frantically, trying to get this group of people back to the bully car trunk to take out weapons, with the other side to do it. But little did he know, when he finished his words, not a single person acted, just stood frozen in place, not moving a muscle, as if they were vegetative. Everyone was staring with wide eyes and open mouths, gasping for air. No one had followed Chao Guang's request. If it was in the past, when they followed Chao Guang and negotiated with others, when the two sides couldn't come to an agreement, perhaps they would have followed Chao Guang's instructions, picked up their weapons, and fought to the death with the other side. But the problem right now was not the past. At this moment, coming towards them from all directions were nearly several thousand people. This kind of battle was something they had not seen since they started to mix with the society. With the strength of 120 people, they were fighting against thousands of tough men as strong as old oxen with baseball bats in their hands. They couldn't see any hope of winning this battle. Since they couldn't win, they knew that right now, if they wanted to stay alive, they could only hope on the master of this group of people, hoping that the latter would be merciful, spare their horses. In the next second, this group of 7 disobedient and 8 indignant, bullish sociopaths who were usually in the harbor, one counted one. After meeting each other's eyes, there was no hesitation. There was a loud thud. As if raining dumplings, they all knelt on the ground. "Brother Feng, you are generous. Spare us." "Yes, the only reason we were able to come to Fisherman's Wharf to negotiate with you today, it's all because of Chao Guang, the dog basket case." "That's right. If it wasn't for this dog, we wouldn't be here. Brother Feng, please let us go as a fart. We swear that we won't dare to clamor against you again in this lifetime. From now on, if we don't grow eyes and yell at you again, we'll all give birth to children with no asshole." In an instant, the Fisherman's Wharf scene at 3 a.m. was filled with wailing. These 120 sociopaths, kneeling in front of Qin Feng, kowtowing like garlic, frantically begging for forgiveness from Qin Feng. "All of you stand up. Men can only die standing, not live on their knees. All of you go to the bully car, take out your weapons, and fight them." Seeing this scene, Chao Guang was really angry and about to go crazy, rushing to kneel on the ground as if a puddle of mud like henchmen, deadly yelling, trying to get this group of people to regain their fighting spirit and fight Qin Feng to the death like they had planned when they arrived. Although his words were impassioned, but unfortunately, none of the group of men present who were usually obedient to him listened to him. Seeing this, Chao Guang's brain instantly went blank. It was as if he had lost his soul. It was only at this moment that he realized that in front of absolute strength, this so-called harbor road can be ranked in the top 3 Big Brother. Not even the opportunity to resist. Just as Chao Guang had finished speaking, Qin Feng's 3,000 dead soldiers had already rushed into the fisherman's wharf. They came to a position only 5 meters away from them. They surrounded the place with 3 layers of soldiers. Chao Guang turned his head back and looked at the endless crowd in all directions. At once, his heart was like ashes. He completely recognized just how big the gap between his segment and Qin Feng's was. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Mars was as far away from Earth. Brother Feng, Chao Guang, was wrong. You spare my dog's life. From now on, I'll be your grandson in the harbor. I'll open the door for you every day. As long as you let me off the hook today, I'll eat for all I care. In the next second, Chao Guang, who had just clamored for a fight to the death with Qin Feng, when he saw the 3,000 dead soldiers carrying baseball bats in front of him, each one of them was as fierce as a vicious wolf. He was scared out of his wits. An arrow step scurried to the front of Qin Feng, flopped down on his knees, hugging Qin Feng's thigh. He wailed in death. At the same time, a strong smell of urine poured out from the fisherman's wharf scene, only to see that a group of social people including Chao Guang, a social big brother who could be ranked among the top 3 social big brothers on the harbor road, had their pants all wet. The liquid that flowed out from their crotches directly dyed the concrete floor underneath the fisherman's wharf a golden yellow color. Another small river had been reopened by the river in the harbor. Chao Guang himself was even so scared that he directly in his pants pocket. The black suit pants were constantly bubbling hot air outwards. At this moment, the nearly 10,000 onlookers at the fisherman's wharf site were silent, watching the formerly renowned Chao Guang in the harbor, and his men fall on their knees in front of Qin Feng, wailing non-stop. All of them were terrified. Afterwards, they all looked at the young man who was only in his early 20s, but was full of ruthlessness, and who could not compete with anyone else in the world. Their eyes were filled with terror, because they deeply realized that the seaport might really be changing. Undoubtedly, this young man who drove the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G, and was able to bring in 3,000 people with a single phone call, was the real king of the harbor, the king of kings, an existence that could be called the first brother of the seaport. Brother Feng is awesome. Brother Feng is the first brother of the harbor. We will always support you. No problem. Supporting Brother Feng to be the seaport first brother. From now on, Brother Feng is synonymous with this city. Long live Brother Feng. Soon, a burst of cheers came from the fisherman's wharf scene. Everyone exerted all their strength, waving their arms and letting out loud chants towards the man in front of them. Regarding all of this, Qin Feng did not have any extra words. He didn't even have any expression on his face, because he understood. It was still the same saying. In front of absolute strength, there was no one who wouldn't submit. If there was, it could only mean that it was not enough strength. Then towards Song Shangxing on the side, he stretched out 2 fingers. The latter immediately handed Qin Feng one and the world and lit it respectfully. At this time, it was already approaching 4 a.m. The sky of the harbor had already revealed a hint of fishbelly white. Qin Feng tilted his head under the worship of the crowd and looked at the fading stars, fiercely taking a deep breath of cigarette. He exhaled a thick smoke under the night color. Then he pressed most of the remaining cigarette on Chao Guang's bald head and extinguished it, patting the basket of Chao Guang's brain as he knelt like a dog in front of him begging for mercy. This is the end, leaving the crowd present with a sentence that they would remember for the rest of their lives. Chapter 73, Whether the seaport is in chaos or not. Brother Feng has the final say. The moment these words came out, the up to 10,000 onlookers at 4 a.m. at Fisherman's Wharf were suddenly shaken to their core. It was as if they were struck by a bolt of lightning. From Qin Feng's overbearing words and the kingly demeanor of giving up his power, it was clear to everyone that from this moment onwards, the harbor had entered a new era. Undoubtedly, this era belonged exclusively to this young man in his early 20s, but with a sharp edge. As the saying goes, whether the seaport is in chaos or not, Brother Feng has the final say. If this city under their feet, which can be ranked among the top 3 cities in the entire Dragon Kingdom, has a family name, then he must be surnamed Qin. Then he must be surnamed Qin. In this city, no one can stop Qin Feng from moving forward. Chao Guang can't. Neither can Brother Liang and Brother Jun, who are ranked higher than him on the harbor road. These 2 people together, I'm afraid that they are not enough to Qin Feng's little finger. In a situation where Qin Feng can shake 3,000 people with a single phone call, what can they fight with Qin Feng? And what Qin Feng showed today, I'm afraid it's just the tip of the iceberg of his full strength. God knows how big the real energy behind this youth is. Looking at the people kneeling on the ground in front of them, constantly kowtowing to Qin Feng and admitting their faults, knocking the basket of their skulls bleeding, Zhou Gang felt more and more fearful. If a few minutes ago, he hadn't made a snap decision and chose to break with Chao Guang and throw himself into Qin Feng's camp, I'm afraid he would have ended up in the same situation as these people. I'm afraid that he would have ended up like this group of people. He was so scared that he was incontinent and mentally deranged. Thinking of this, Zhou Gang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. More and more feel standing beside him. This man is not idle generation. Although his age was very young, only in his 20s, but the aura on his body was definitely rare in this world. In Qin Feng's body, all the time exudes an air of swallowing the mountains and rivers of the king of the air. It was this kind of aura that caused Zhou Gang to be deeply mesmerized and convinced by it. Brother Feng, what do you want to do with these people? Right at this moment, the man who was the leader of the 3,000 dead soldiers, who was close to 1.85 meters, with a strong body, wearing a black leotard, carrying a baseball bat, and had a long knife scar on his left cheek, coming in front of Qin Feng, he pointed at Chao Guang, who was kneeling on the ground and crying in pain, as well as the 120 socialites, and rushed at Qin Feng and asked respectfully. This man was no other than the leader of these 3,000 dead soldiers, and Qin Feng's most loyal and capable henchman in the dragon's inner land, Long Wu. As long as Qin Feng gave an order for him to throw all these people into the river next to him and feed them to the fishes, then he would do it without hesitation. But he didn't know. At this moment, Qin Feng had long since lost half of his mood towards Chao Guang and his men, because from the moment this group of people knelt down in front of him, victory or defeat was already clear. In fact, the real purpose of Qin Feng swinging the 3,000 dead soldiers and Long Wu himself to Fisherman's Wharf today was not Chao Guang. Rather, it was the entire harbor. He wanted to cause a major earthquake in the entire seaport through this move. Let the pattern of this city usher in a wave of complete and utter reshuffling, thus firmly grasping control in his hands. How else can it be resolved? Have you ever seen a person who will argue with a dog to the end? Don't pay any attention to them. This group of people are already dead in the harbor. And this is what happens when you offend me? Qin Feng. Hearing Long Wu's words, Qin Feng looked at the group of light family army who were kneeling at his feet like a pug. Indifferently, he said, today's purpose had been accomplished. Chao Guang was merely a pawn in his hands, just like a domino, the beginning of a start card code. Through Chao Guang, he was going to set off a turmoil in the entire city. Next, he didn't need to do anything, just need to quietly wait for the city's reaction, because whether it was a foe or a friend would be clear next. Let's go, pay the bill. Then Qin Feng raised his hand and looked at the Casio watch on his wrist, smiled at the crowd beside him and said in a cloudy manner, right now it was already Imperial Capital time, September 2nd, 4 a.m. Accompanying them for a whole night of the stars, has also been in the sky gradually fade away. In the sky of the harbor city, in its place was a brand new sun that was about to rise. Undoubtedly, in the sky above this city, along with the rising sun, there was another person, and that was him, Qin Feng. Afterwards, with his hands in his pockets, Qin Feng swept past the already paralyzed with fear light family army under the gaze of the entire audience. Tilting his head high, he didn't even look at this group of people, because they weren't worthy either. On Qin Feng's left and right sides were Mini and Shinjialan, the two nightclub girls, as well as Yiqiu Luyu, the two major beauties. Following behind Qin Feng were Song Shangxing Zhang and Madong Zhougang, as well as Long Wu and the hordes of 3,000 dead soldiers. The group followed Qin Feng's lead and walked together towards the Fisherman's Wharf's checkout counter. Pay the bill. Upon arriving here, Qin Feng first lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, then pulled out his own long-way cell phone worth 1,000 dayangs from his pocket and smiled at the inside. Feng, brother Feng. No need to buy the bill. The bill, not just today. From now on, you and your brothers, come to our Fisherman's Wharf for dinner. All don't have to. Buy the bill. At this moment, Zhang Yu, the owner of Fisherman's Wharf, who was in his early 40s, wearing a black polo shirt, a Rolex gold watch on his wrist, and rimless glasses on his face, he looked at Qin Feng and the large crowd of people behind him. He had never been able to speak without getting stuck, but at this moment, he directly suffered from congenital stuttering. Zhang Yu wanted to act calmly in front of Qin Feng, but he realized that he could not do so at all. The powerful aura of this young man, who was 20 years younger than him, was weighing him down. Zhang Yu deeply understood that the young man standing in front of him at this moment was definitely a big brother of the harbor. It was an unrivaled existence. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the first brother of the seaport. In the Fisherman's Wharf dinner, Zhang Yu whose money dare to accept, but only dare not accept Qin Feng's money. After all, he was a smart man and could see how much energy Qin Feng had. Even Chao Guang, the third brother of the road who used to be a bully in the harbor, could only act like a dog in front of Qin Feng and ended up ting in his pants pocket. Not to mention a restaurant owner like him. Right now in Zhang Yu's heart, there is the idea of wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to get acquainted with Qin Feng. Like Song Xiangsheng, he considered this man, who could be 20 years younger than him, as a big brother. As the largest outdoor restaurant in the harbor, Fisherman's Wharf had a large number of diners on weekdays, but there were also quite a few people who came here to cause trouble. If there was really a good big brother like Qin Feng, who was a bull in the sky, backing him up behind his back, then Zhang Yu deeply understood that I'm afraid that from now on, no one would dare to come to Fisherman's Wharf to cause trouble. So how could he possibly manage to ask Qin Feng for this measly 100,000 or so meal money? Not to mention this meal money. If Qin Feng really do not mind him, accept him as a little brother, then he for Qin Feng to send a part of the shares of the Fisherman's Wharf. Also not at all. Alipay transfer collection. $1 million. Although Zhang Yu was thinking this way at the moment, but upon hearing the bar cashier system, the crisp beep that came from the bar, at once, his eyes were wide open, and the whole person was dumbfounded, looking at the man in front of him, who was lightly smoking a cigarette in a cloudy atmosphere. He felt more and more that the aura on Qin Feng was definitely one of the top 2 existences in this world. Perhaps in the future, the entire Dragon Kingdom would prostrate itself at this man's feet. Boss, just now Alipay transferred $1 million to you. Don't think it's too little. Consider it as the cost of our meal today, as well as the cost of a series of damages caused to Fisherman's Wharf. After transferring the money to Zhang Yu, Qin Feng slowly put away his cell phone and said with a smile at the latter. Although Zhang Yu had just made it clear that he did not need to settle a single cent of today's meal expenses. However, he, Qin Feng, had never been fond of a freeloader. What's more, the system had previously clearly prompted him that he could also receive a tenfold cashback for the expenses incurred in bringing a nightclub girl out for dinner. Since this was the case, there was no time to wait if he didn't utilize this opportunity to boost his bank card balance as soon as possible. Although right now his external power could be said to be close to the top, his bank card balance was significantly insufficient. It was only a measly 200 plus W. It simply didn't fit his status as harbor first brother, so it was only right to increase his balance as soon as possible. At this time, it was already close to 4:30 a.m. Although the Fisherman's Wharf located in the southwest corner of the harbor city suburb was surprisingly quiet under the rising sun. However, unbeknownst to him, after Qin Feng finished off Chao Guang in the style of a heavenly king over a tiger, in just 3 minutes' time, the news had spread throughout the entire harbor city with lightning speed. At this moment, the harbor could be said to have become a complete mess, including Zhang, Wang, Li and Zhao, all the people of the 4 local families in the harbor. Also at this moment, got up early in the morning, and with the fastest speed, gathered together to hold an emergency meeting. Chapter 74 Tonight, all 88 girls in Heavenly Paradise will accompany Brother Feng alone. Brother Feng, if you don't mind, I would like to recognize you as my big brother too. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to leave the place with someone after settling the bill, Zhang Yu, the owner of Fisherman's Wharf who was wearing a gold Rolex watch and rimless glasses, was instantly anxious, hurriedly scurrying to Qin Feng's body in an arrow step. He flung himself down to kneel down to the man in front of him who was almost 20 years younger than him, raised his head, looked his gaze towards the other party, and said in a loud voice with the most solemn tone that he could give out in this life. Zhang Yu understood that today, he had to firmly hold on to the thigh of Qin Feng, the true god. Perhaps this was the only chance he had in this life to get to know Qin Feng. He also didn't know when Qin Feng would be able to dine at Fisherman's Wharf next time. When he thought of the chaotic scene in the past when Fisherman's Wharf was constantly harassed by countless people on Harbor Road, Zhang Yu was on the verge of shedding tears. Without a doubt, only Qin Feng could keep Fisherman's Wharf safe for a lifetime. In the entire harbor, only Qin Feng had this strength. If Qin Feng was really willing to take him, a man in his early 40s, as a junior, then he would be willing to offer Qin Feng 30% of the shares of Fisherman's Wharf. Get up, since you call me Brother Feng, then from now on, your affairs are my affairs. If anyone is ungrateful and dares to come to Fisherman's Wharf to look for trouble, you'll report my name, Qin Feng, and say that this place is under my protection. If anyone else dares to make trouble here, then you call my number. My phone number is 115859. Qin Feng glanced at this Fisherman's Wharf owner who was kneeling in front of him and, just like Song Xiangsheng, wanted to recognize him as his big brother in the harbor in order to get a look out. Then he extended his hand and slowly helped him up from the ground. In fact, without Zhang Yu saying it, Qin Feng also had the idea of leaving his phone number to the latter, not for any other reason, just because as the biggest and best outdoor restaurant in the entire harbor, after Qin Feng finished dashing around in the nightclubs in the future, he would surely bring his newly acquainted sister to eat here frequently, so he didn't want this restaurant to be harassed by those asses and horses on the harbor road. If it did, it would be not giving him face. Those who didn't give him face would end up like Chao Guang today. Thank you Brother Feng, thank you Brother Feng. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Yu's eyes instantly flashed with excitement. It was as if he had changed into a different person the moment Qin Feng took him in. This was because he knew that from now on, He had a rather strong backer in Seaport, and this person was no other than the first brother of the Seaport, Qin Feng. Zhang Yu then expressed his willingness to give Qin Feng 30% of the shares of Fisherman's Wharf. However, he was rejected by Qin Feng with a wave of his hand. Immediately after that, Qin Feng led his group and left the Fisherman's Wharf to the parking lot at the entrance. Brother Feng, thank you for being able to be at the Fisherman's Wharf today and helping me solve this trouble that has been bothering me for more than half a month. I'm not afraid of you laughing. Because of this matter, I've gone to the toilet several times with anal fissures from worry. I'll call all 88 girls at the KTV and tell them to go to work right now and have a drink with you to celebrate. In addition, fifth brother and others also go together. Although the heavenly room is not too big, but 3,000 people still sit down. Song Xiangxing stood beside Qin Feng's Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G and rushed towards the ladder and said with all sincerity, when he settled the bill at the bar of Fisherman's Wharf in that bout, Qin Feng said nothing and let him settle the bill, but came by himself. Qin Feng had helped him scrap Chao Guang today, solving a heavenly trouble for him, and he didn't even know how to thank the other party. Immediately, he said that he would now go to his KTV, heavenly room, which could be ranked among the top 3 nightclubs in the entire Seaport, and have a good drink. Consider it as today's celebration banquet. He also called all 88 girls in the company and told them to go to work now, although they may be sleeping at this point, but it does not matter, as long as he is the boss of a phone call, will be all in place, and still accompany the Seaport's first brother Qin Feng to drink. I think that nowadays no girl in the entire Seaport nightclub can refuse such a temptation. Even if they were to take money upside down, they would have to rush to drink with Qin Feng, but then his idea was rejected by Qin Feng. No, Xiangsheng, there's no rush. Let's do it in the evening. Let's see if there's time in the evening. I'll come to your store for a drink. Only seeing Qin Feng raise his hand and look at the Casio watch on his wrist, he shook his head and said with a smile at the latter, not for any other reason, just because right now it was almost Imperial Capital time. September 2nd, 5 a.m. Tomorrow at noon, he had to go back to school, so today belongs to not be able to play anymore. Utilize the morning time, sleep well, and then wait for the evening after school to play again is not too late. Song Xiangxing's KTV Heavenly Hall, which can be ranked in the top 3 in the harbor, Qin Feng has long wanted to go to. Previously, when he was not famous, he went there with his friends and knew that the girls there were extremely awesome and wow, and there is a girl accompanied him. At that time Qin Feng on that person's impression is quite deep. Qin Feng also do not know each other now still in the heavenly room work, but he thought that he would know once he went there tonight. Well then brother Feng, then it's a deal. Tonight at the Heavenly Palace, I'll be the host. We must make good arrangements for brother Feng. Take out the entire strength of Heavenly Paradise. Treat brother Feng well. All 88 girls at the Celestial Parlor. Tonight, will only accompany brother Feng alone. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Song Xiangxing hurriedly nodded heavily and patted his chest to assure him, indicating that he would arrange it for Qin Feng tonight no matter what. Still, Qin Feng had helped him solve such a heavenly trouble so that his business in the seaport could continue. He really didn't know how to thank Qin Feng. Song Xiangxing knew that Qin Feng was quite the drinker and liked to play at nightclubs. This was precisely his strong point. After all, he himself was doing nightclub business in the seaport. So from now on, no matter what, he had to do his best to serve his good big brother Qin Feng well. For him, it was the right solution. Xiangsheng, let's get in touch again tonight. I'm a bit sleepy, and I still have things to do at noon today. That's it for now then. Each to their own homes, each to their own moms. Long Wu, you and your brethren also go back. Rest early. All worked hard tonight. Qin Feng first patted Song Xiangxing's shoulder after hearing this and said. Then he turned around and rushed to Long Wu and the others, indicating that it was almost time to disperse today. Right now, it was about to be 5 a.m. and he was also a bit sleepy on his side. Intended to go to the best hotel in the entire seaport, the Seaport Hotel, to open a suite, sleep well for the morning, and then get up at noon to go back to school. Today this night, is really happened too many things? He also need to go back to sleep a good sleep, properly digested. At the same time, he also thought about what his next path should be. With his success in the seaport, he was bound to have a lot of friends, and equally a lot of enemies. For all this unknown, he really had to deal with it cautiously, so as to ensure that his future path in the seaport and even the entire Dragon Kingdom would be foolproof. Brother Feng then will go back first. Bye Brother Feng. See you tomorrow. After the nearly 3,000 people whooping and hollering beside Qin Feng left one after another under his instructions, only Mei Mei Shinjialan and the 4 girls Lu Yu Yiqiu were left beside him. Chapter 75, Misunderstanding. Qin Feng's 4 girls were all petulant. At this moment, these 4 girls, all of them were doing the same action. That was to take out the most charming and attractive gestures they could take out in their lives and look at him with pitiful eyes. And how could Qin Feng not know what these girls meant? It was that they wished to leave with him as his female companions. It didn't matter where to go, as long as it was with him. All get in the car. Yi Chou is in the passenger seat. Qin Feng then threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground and stomped it out, waving his hand at a few people, indicating that all the girls were all getting into the car. After hearing Qin Feng's words and looking at this action of Qin Feng, the 4 girls, who were as long as flowers, suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, they looked at each other, and a large blush appeared on their faces. Having said that, they really didn't expect that Qin Feng would choose to take the 4 of them away with him after helping Song Shangshan get even at Fisherman's Wharf. Originally, they thought that with Qin Feng's character, he would only take one person with him, but Qin Feng letting all of them get on the car at this time, it also meant, could it be that Qin Feng wanted the 4 of them to serve him together later on? There was a saying, although this outcome was greatly out of their expectations, but in the next second, these 4 girls, one counted as one, without any hesitation, all followed Qin Feng's instructions and got into the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Yi Chou sat in the co-pilot. The 3 of them, Maymach Luyu Shinjialan, sat in the back row. After getting into the car, these 4 girls didn't say a word. All of them lowered their heads as if they were big girls who were about to get married. They didn't look at each other, but just kept running their hands through their hair. As soon as they thought of the story that would happen to the 4 of them and Qin Feng, these 4 girls were nervous and their hearts were beating wildly, the kind that was about to jump out of their throats. There was one thing to be said, of these 4, other than Lu Yu, the 3 of them, Maymach Shinjialan and Yi Chou, were all girls with extremely high self-esteem, belonging to the kind that ordinary boys can't take, and their looks and bodies were exceptionally excellent, considered to be the best of the girls. They would not casually look at a certain man, much less do the thing of serving a man with other girls. In their hearts, this was their bottom line, but they didn't know why. But after listening to the cloudy words that Qin Feng had rushed out just now, they ghosted into the car. Even knowing what they were going to do later on, they accepted it without complaint or regret. Thinking about this, the 3 girls silently sighed in their hearts. The reason for this, it might really be true to the saying, in this world, there will always be someone who appears and breaks all your rules, right? Then Maymach Shinjialan Yi Chou's 3 quietly raised their heads and looked towards the man sitting in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz Big G, smoking a cigarette while fastening his seatbelt. Without a doubt, in a silent and unobtrusive manner, it will be their hearts unreservedly plundered, and let them willingly do beyond the bottom line of their lives, perhaps is in front of them. This is only in his early 20s, but always let a person feel surprised and unexpected manner. Compared to the tangled feelings of Maymach Shinjialan and Yi Chou, Lu Yu, who was sitting in the center of the back row of the Big G, appeared to be somewhat excited, her small fists clenched in excitement, although she understood that she might have to share Qin Feng with the other 3 girls later, but all of this was already the best outcome for her. After all, yesterday noon at the entrance of Harbor University, she had once deeply hurt the heart of the man in front of her. At that time, she still had all of Qin Feng's heart. Originally, Leah thought that she would never have a chance in her life to go and do shy things with Qin Feng. So right now, she was already satisfied when she could occupy a quarter of Qin Feng's heart. After all, just now, since Qin Feng was able to ask her to get on the car with him, it inevitably meant that he still had her in his heart. At this moment, Lu Yu couldn't help but secretly swear that she would have to perform well and bring out her full strength. Strive to Qin Feng's heart all swept back cannot. Although the 4 girls in the Mercedes-Benz Big G car at the moment, their hearts were raging, all feeling shy and nervous for what was about to happen to them and Qin Feng. Where do all of your families live? Send Yi Chou first. But when Qin Feng in the driver's seat fastened his seatbelt and rushed at them with a cloudy sentence that he uttered once again, it instantly pulled them back to reality from their beautiful fantasies. One by one, their faces were covered with shock. It was never expected that Qin Feng's call for all of them to get on the car at this time was not an attempt to pull the 4 of them to the hotel to do something indescribable. Surprisingly, it was a thoughtful attempt to send them home. Feng, brother Feng, are you trying to send us home? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Yu, the tiger deer sitting in the middle of the back row of Big G, took the lead to speak. On behalf of the other 3 girls, she rushed Qin Feng and asked the words they wanted to ask, but didn't dare to, only to see Lu Yu's eyes drop to the ground as she rushed Qin Feng in the driver's seat and roared in shock. Or what? Is it hard to drag the 4 of you to a hotel? And then Qin Feng took a drag on his cigarette, turned back and smiled at her and uttered this rhetorical question, which immediately made Lu Yu whole won't blush like a monkey's ass. The 3 girls inside the car, Shinjialan Mimi and Yi Chou, similarly felt their cheeks rolling a bit, and then they all looked their faces out of the window in an attempt to cover it all up. That's right, just now, the 3 of them, like Lu Yu, thought that Qin Feng had asked them to get into the car and was pulling the 4 of them together to go to the hotel. For some reason, These three girls who originally had extremely high self-esteem and would never be able to do anything out of the ordinary when it came to relationships in their lives. After hearing that Qin Feng was actually sending them home at this moment, a great loss immediately surged within them. It was as if they had missed out on $100 million. Although they clearly understood that it was something that was not at all in line with the rules and common sense, but they were also willing. This matter could happen to Qin Feng alone. It couldn't happen to anyone but him. Although after learning that Qin Feng was now going to send them home, at this moment, including Lu Yu, all four girls in the car regained their composure. But the next second, Qin Feng, after slightly thinking for a while, finished smoking the cigarette in his hand, started the car, and threw the cigarette butt out the window. The sentence that was uttered at the girls instantly caused them to raise their hearts, which had just been put down, to their throats once again with nervousness. You're right, going to a hotel is fine. Just after saying these words, Qin Feng drove the Big G, pulled out from the Fisherman's Wharf parking lot, and headed towards the best hotel in the downtown seaport, the Seaport Hotel. On the road, all four girls buried their heads deeply in their waists, fiddling with their fingers nonstop and adjusting their breathing over and over again. No one had expected that Qin Feng would change his mind so quickly. Happiness had indeed come a little too suddenly. For a while, it left them somewhat at a loss for words. They only felt unusually shy. In their entire lives, they had never been as shy as they were at this moment, but they also understood. Within this shyness, mixed with more, was happiness. Chapter 76, Qin Feng, who was preparing to go back to his hometown for a day of panache. Not much longer. Imperial Capital Time, September 2nd, 5:10 a.m. Qin Feng then drove this Mercedes-Benz Big G with a Hong Kong A999999-5 license plate and arrived outside the door of the best hotel in the entire seaport, the Seaport Hotel. The entire drive took less than 20 minutes. In fact, according to Reason, located in the southwest corner of the harbor Fisherman's Wharf, from the city center of the harbor hotel, is a distance. It would take about 40 minutes to drive anyhow, and the reason why Qin Feng was able to arrive here in less than 20 minutes. One of the reasons was because the performance of the Big G was exceptionally good, and although it was an off-road vehicle, when driven on the road, its speed wasn't much different from that of a sports car. Secondly, and most importantly, this Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz Big G comes with a dodging function, as long as traveling on the road, regardless of Ferrari, Lamborghini, or Rolls-Royce Bentley, all automatically give way. Definitely do not bring a block. It was precisely because of this that Qin Feng was able to arrive at the harbor hotel in such a short period of time. With or without words, Qin Feng felt that driving this Big G was just awesome. There were some things that he couldn't experience when he drove his dad's broken van in the past. That kind of turnaround rate can definitely be called the No. 1 of all vehicles in the seaport. Buzzing. In the next second, a strong vibrating sound suddenly came from Qin Feng's cell phone that was placed on the storage shelf. Someone had made a call to him. Qin Feng then turned his gaze towards the screen of his cell phone, and when he saw the caller displayed on it, he immediately reached out his hand and patted his head. He smiled helplessly. It could truly be said that when one speaks of the devil arrives. He had just remembered his dad, Qin Dahai, when the latter called him. Could it be the legendary telepathy between father and son? Right now it is already more than 5 o'clock in the morning. This point, his dad most likely already got up to go to the fruit store to sell fruit. He didn't know what his old man was doing by suddenly giving him this call so early in the morning. Qin Feng then made a shushing gesture towards the four girls in the car, signaling the girls to keep quiet. Hello, Dad. Immediately after that, he put his cell phone next to his ear and picked it up, smiling at the caller. You kid, you got up quite early today. You didn't sleep in. It's not easy. I also thought that this call could not get through. Then a middle-aged man in his early 50s came from the other end, slightly vicissitudes of voice. I got up quite early today. What's wrong, Dad? Calling me so early? Something wrong? Hearing Qin Dahai's words, Qin Feng's face immediately became a bit embarrassed. Qin Dahai thought that he had gotten up quite early today, but unbeknownst to him, he hadn't slept all night. Of course this kind of thing, naturally cannot be known by the other party. Qin Feng could only say along with the other party, your sister has a birthday tomorrow. If there's nothing going on at school, you should take a vacation and come back. Our family hasn't gotten together for a long time. Then Qin Dahai, who was on the other end, expressed to Qin Feng the centerpiece of his call to the other party. That was, he wanted him to come back to his hometown in Yulin tomorrow to take advantage of his sister Qin's birthday to have a family gathering. Crap, yeah, my sister's birthday is tomorrow. I almost forgot about it if you didn't tell me. Hearing Qin Dahai's words, Qin Feng slammed his head and said excitedly, lamenting that there were just too many things going on in the past 2 days. If it wasn't for his dad's reminder, he almost missed his sister's birthday. Okay, Dad, I'll ask for a leave from school when I go to school, and I'll go back to Yulin tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. there's a possibility that I'll go back tonight. Qin Feng then nodded his head at the head and said, indicating that it was possible for him to go back tonight. When he finished drinking with Song Xiangxing at the Heavenly Palace, he would possibly have Zhou Gang or Long Wu, in a big G, drive him back to his hometown, then find a KTV in the small county of his hometown to have a drink. After obtaining the system, he had actually been quite eager to go back to his hometown to have some fun. Although as a small county under the seaport, Yulin City was nowhere near the size of the seaport, but as the saying goes, the sparrow is small, but all its organs are complete. There was still a lot of fun to be had in it. Most importantly, no one would recognize him there. Unlike in the seaport, right now the entire city was circulating his Qin Feng's name everywhere. Yulin wasn't far from here, an hour on the highway if you drove. It is possible that Qin Feng will go back after drinking in the harbor tonight, and then spend a night in Yulin to celebrate his sister Qin Qing's birthday the next day. As a native of Yulin, Qin Feng really has not played in the Yulin nightclub. One is no money. Secondly, he was too young and didn't dare, but now it's different. This time back home, absolutely can experience the charm of the old home nightclub. Incidentally brush up on the system rewards. Okay, then arrive home tomorrow at noon on time. Let's have a meal together as a family. Also there's something to tell you. After saying these words, the Qin Dahai on the other end hung up the phone. What is it, Dad? Qin Feng asked in confusion after hearing this. However, a beeping sound came from the phone. This old man, getting quite mysterious. Qin Feng also looked at the phone and shook his head, not knowing what his dad was going to tell him tomorrow, but thought he would know when he went back tomorrow. Let's go, beauties. I just booked 5 rooms online. 1 for each of us. Just pick up the room cards at the front desk. I still have something to do tomorrow at noon, so I'll go first. Qin Feng smiled at the 4 beauties inside the Mercedes-Benz Big G and said. After saying that, he pushed open the car door and walked towards the interior of the hotel in a flash. Right now, he was already sleepy, the kind that was about to fall asleep. He had planned to send all of the girls back home in that bout, but if he finished sending all of them, I'm afraid it would be dawn. So it would be better to open up a few rooms at the Harbor Hotel and let them sleep first. And after hearing his words, the 4 girls in the car were all dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Qin Feng had brought them here to open a room to sleep, but to their surprise, Qin Feng had directly opened 5. Although they didn't get to sleep with Qin Feng today, their love for him in their hearts was rising higher and higher. Right now it is already September 2nd, 5:30 a.m. Several girls who accompanied Qin Feng to work all night, more or less eyes are somewhat open. Afterward, they got off the bus and went to the bar to pick up their room cards, and then went to their respective rooms to sleep. There were no words for the night. 6.5 hours later, Imperial Capital Time, September 2nd, 12 o'clock noon. Qin Feng woke up from his room and after washing up, he first went to the door of the room where several girls were and looked at the door. Through the cat's eye, he realized that it was dark inside the room. Most likely they were still sleeping. Qin Feng also did not disturb a few people. He went downstairs alone and prepared to go to school. During these 6 hours, due to the exertion of the night, Qin Feng could be said to have slept unusually deeply, sleeping until noon, completely unaware. During these 6 hours of his sleep, the city under his feet had been shaken by the big incident he had inadvertently caused at the Fisherman's Wharf in the early hours of the morning. It could be said that overnight, the entire seaport city was filled with legends about him. It also included the Seaport University that he would be heading to soon. Chapter 77 Pilgrimage to the hotel from all sectors of the harbor. 12:10 p.m. Qin Feng arrived at the first floor lobby of the Seaport Hotel on time, preparing to drive his Mercedes Big G to school immediately. At this moment, he hadn't even had time to eat lunch after waking up from his nap. To be precise, it should be breakfast. His stomach was rumbling with hunger, but generically there was also no time to eat. The first class of the afternoon at Seaport University was approaching, and he was afraid that he would be late if he didn't hurry up and leave right now. After all, the Seaport Hotel was still a distance away from Seaport University, and it would take a while to drive there. When Qin Feng woke up from his sleep, he went from the 18th floor business suite to the first floor of the Seaport Hotel. He immediately realized that the hotel lobby was filled with people. The sofas were also full of people. Even the outside of the hotel was filled with 3 layers of people. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng could not help but be stunned. Doubt that today is not the Harbor Hotel has a banquet. As the best hotel in the seaport, here will often hold some parties and other activities. Qin Feng then didn't think too much about it and prepared to cross over the bustling crowd to get his car from the parking space at the main entrance of the hotel. Brother Feng is out. Crap, brothers. Brother Feng is coming downstairs. Brother Feng. Just as Qin Feng had his hands in his pockets, from the elevator entrance on the first floor, he had just taken 2 steps towards the outside in a cloudy manner. Suddenly, a roar could be heard coming from the crowd. It was immediately followed by a second, a third, and countless others. Nearly 100 people in the hall on the first floor of the Harbor Hotel all looked towards him, with excitement flashing in their eyes. Even Feng was sitting on the hotel sofa, crossing his legs and smoking cigarettes recklessly. The group of people wearing beanies and tattoos that appeared to be the local socialites of the harbor also followed at this moment and stood up from the sofa. They extinguished their cigarettes as quickly as possible, organized their attire, and looked at him respectfully. Seeing this sudden scene at the Harbor Hotel, Qin Feng could not help but be stunned. Could it be that this group of people were running towards him? He then swept his gaze around the hotel lobby and realized that the hundreds of people present were dressed in different outfits. The ages were also different. Some wore beanies with tattoos, while others wore suits, ties, and rimless glasses, and looked like the kind of business elites in the harbor. There were also some exposed clothing. Almost can have the early 20s. A bunch of beautiful women. Also have in the moment he went downstairs, gathered to his side. Face hanging cannot stop the smile and adoration of the feelings. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng understood one thing. That was, this group of people from all walks of life in the harbor were afraid that they were indeed running towards him. Only Qin Feng wondered one thing. How did these people know that he was here? However, in the next second, when he looked at his Mercedes-Benz Big G parked in front of the Seaport Hotel with a Hong Kong A99999 license plate, a sudden realization dawned on him. How did he forget about this? I regretted that I parked the car in the underground parking lot this morning, when the shocking battle at Fisherman's Wharf was over. I'm afraid that the entire harbor city would know that this car was his Qin Feng's car. Seeing his car appearing at the entrance of the Harbor Hotel, this group of people from all walks of life who wanted to get to know him in the harbor were bound to follow the smell and come over. This was indeed the case. When the battle between Qin Feng and Qiao Guang, the third brother of the Harbor Road, ended at 3 a.m. this morning, Qin Feng's name became known as Lightning. Qin Feng's fame spread throughout the entire harbor city with lightning speed. It was clear to everyone that Qiao Guang, who used to be the only one who had a hand in the whole harbor city, was killed by a man in a car. In the early hours of this morning, he was killed unilaterally by a young man named Qin Feng who drove a Mercedes-Benz with a Hong Kong A99999 license plate, and called in 3000 men with a single phone call, together with Qiao Guang himself and the 120 socialites he was carrying. They were all scared out of their wits. At 6 o'clock this morning, was more than 50 ambulances, unified from the Fisherman's Wharf emergency pulled to the hospital treatment. The hospital they traveled to was not an ordinary hospital. Rather, it is the Harbor Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, which is exceptionally famous in the entire harbor city. That's right. After fighting with Qin Feng in the early hours of this morning, Qiao Guang and his group of henchmen all had mental problems of varying degrees, large and small, often nagging each other's tits in front of them, and from time to time, they loudly shouted, "Brother Feng, don't kill me." As identified by the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, Qiao Guang and the others need to convalesce in the hospital for at least a month before they can be cured, and most of them will be left with aftereffects, the kind that is bound to recur in the future. For the rest of their lives, no one can mention Qin Feng in front of them. As long as the name is heard, the group of people's mental illness will relapse, and will also be scared on the spot incontinence. Given that Qin Feng had dealt such a severe blow to the third brother on the road, the entire Hong Kong city could be said to be like a scared bird. Everyone is in danger, because no one is sure if Qin Feng's next target will be them. As the saying goes, it's all about the head. But the consequences of going against Qin Feng were even worse than death. No one in the crowd wanted to end up in the same situation as Qiao Guang, so that's why they made a pilgrimage to the Harbor Hotel early in the morning after learning where Qin Feng was. They took their positions in advance. The reason for this was to wait for Qin Feng to come downstairs and show him some loyalty. That way, they would have a way to live in the seaport in the future. Although it was already 12 noon when Qin Feng saw this group of people, but unbeknownst to him, the lobby on the first floor of the Seaport Hotel had been full of people since 6 a.m. This group of people had been waiting here for Qin Feng for 6 whole hours. Even though it was clear to everyone that Qin Feng was resting in the executive suite on the 18th floor of the hotel, not a single person went up to look for him. No one dared to do so either. All that could be done was to wait hard downstairs. Even if Qin Feng didn't come out until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night today, then they would still wait until then. Brother Feng, hello there. My name is Chen Jun. He is my friend Zhang Liang. The reason why I came here today is because I want to explain to Brother Feng. Previously, there were rumors on the road that Qiao Guang was a good brother to both of us. That's all false. We don't know that asshole Qiao Guang well at all. The kind that doesn't know him at all. That's right, Brother Feng. This Qiao Guang really deserves to die. How dare he go against Brother Feng without a second thought? It's a good thing he's dead. Taking the lead and rushing to Qin Feng's side were two middle-aged men wearing suits and shirts, rimless glasses, and a head of long hair with hairspray standing back upside down. Although these two people extremely as far as possible dressed in a civilized manner, but Qin Feng looked at the two face scars, as well as tattoos on the neck. is really the feeling of the two. This body dress, the more you look at the more awkward. It was completely inconsistent with their own temperament. It was as if they were hard-dressed. Unbeknownst to them, they were originally hard-dressed. And this two people are not other people. It is the seaport is famous. In the whole road can be ranked in the top 2 bright brother and military brother. The names Zhang Liang and Chen Jun. These two knew everything at 4 a.m. this morning, when the fisherman's wharf meeting had just ended. At the very beginning, when they heard that Chao Guang had been taken down, Zhang Liang and Chen Jun had clamored and threatened to instantly bring people to Fisherman's Wharf to help Chao Guang take revenge. However, after hearing that Qin Feng had shaken a whole 3,000 people, these two shriveled up at that moment. They were so shocked that they almost spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot.